It was 10:30 in the evening at the Defense Science and Technology University Library. A few librarians were tidying up their belongings, preparing to leave for the night. One turned to her stationary colleague at the counter and asked, well, aren't you leaving? With her hair tied back in a ponytail, Ruo rested her chin on one hand while cradling her phone in the other. Without lifting her gaze, the genius hasn't come out yet. Are we just going to leave him locked in here? One librarian scoffed. The genius still hasn't left? This person is peculiar. He arrives punctually at 6 every morning, brings a few buns, and stays the entire day. Even at 10:30 at night, he's still here, borrowing a few books. How is it possible to read so many books in one day? He's probably just putting on a show, skipping classes just to pretend. I really can't fathom how someone like him got into our school. Suddenly, the librarians fell silent as footsteps echoed through the library. Ruo instinctively glanced towards the source of the sound. A figure emerged, approximately 6 feet tall and somewhat gaunt. His hair was disheveled and dry. His eyes appeared vacant, and his face bore the marks of weariness. He cradled several books in his arms. Ruo recognized this genius. He was her classmate, and she was well aware of how he had entered the school. Once the top student in the province, Gao Yang had received an invitation to join the university at the same time as her. However, since enrolling, Gao Yang had become obsessed with reading, neglecting his classes entirely for a whole year, and had earned no credits, only a probationary status. Probation typically lasted 6 months. If one performed well, the status could be lifted, but if not, expulsion would follow. Yet, in the past 6 months, Gao Yang had not only failed to amend his ways, but continued to skip classes. Lost in his books, a year and a half later, a once prominent student could find himself expelled from the Defense University, potentially making headlines. However, during her 2 months of work here, Ruo had encountered Gao Yang numerous times and found him quite normal, not at all resembling the obsessive figure described in rumors. Gao Yang approached the counter and placed the books he was holding on it. Register these, I'd like to borrow them. As Ruo registered the books, she tentatively inquired, what is your first design project? Gao Yang instinctively looked at Ruo. Very few people at school were aware of the first design project, since ordinary students only had their thesis to complete without any design requirements. Only special classes had design tasks during their studies. Ruo noticed Gao Yang's confusion. We are classmates. Scratching his head, Gao Yang, having been absent from classes for so long, did not even recognize his classmates but relaxed his guard. Considering designing a laser gun. Ruo furrowed her brow. There were numerous flaws in that statement. First and foremost, a laser gun had significant limitations and could hardly possess any combat capability. While it might be effective for minor tasks, using it as a weapon was impractical. High-powered ship-mounted laser weapons could only destroy enemy drones or blind cameras. The White Eagle once claimed that laser cannons could intercept missiles, but this notion remained confined to presentations, with poor practical results. The idea of designing a laser weapon was one thing, but what did considering it mean? A uniform inspection was scheduled for tomorrow. Ruo scrutinized Gao Yang's expression. Considering? Haven't you started manufacturing yet? No, not at all, Gao Yang replied, gazing at Ruo with a look of puzzlement. Is there a problem? Ruo, feeling a twinge of insecurity from Gao Yang's unwavering demeanor, pulled out her phone to check the date. But the unified test is tomorrow. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gao Yang quickly retrieved his own phone from his pocket and checked the date. Tomorrow marked the day for evaluating the results of their designs. He had been so engrossed in his studies that he completely lost track of time. Without hesitation, he clutched his book and dashed out of the library. Inside the library, several librarians watched in astonishment as Gao Yang hurriedly exited, then turned to Ruo with peculiar expressions. Is that genius your classmate? They were aware that Ruo was a student in a special program, but to discover that Gao Yang, too, belonged to such an elite group was surprising. Ruo quickly gathered her belongings and pondered aloud. Yes, but he's a classmate who is likely to be expelled soon. With Professor Li's strictness, Gao Yang's inability to produce results would undoubtedly lead to his expulsion. The group made their way outside the library. Just outside the library door, Gao Yang, having just emerged, squatted down on the ground, using the light from the library sign to read. He flipped through the pages at an astonishing speed, several times faster than the average person. Ruo sensed something was amiss with Gao Yang. She waved to the librarians, signaling them to leave, and approached him. Why are you in such a hurry to read? Gao Yang paid her no heed, remaining engrossed in his book. Ruo deliberated for a moment before suggesting, let's go back inside, I'll keep you company. The lighting is better in there. No need, Gao Yang replied curtly, not lifting his gaze from the pages, unwilling to squander even a moment of time. Ruo chose not to press further and returned to the library, turning on the large lights outside before waiting for Gao Yang beside the entrance. She found it somewhat difficult to comprehend Gao Yang during her 2 months of part-time work at the library. He had consistently studied during the day and borrowed books to read at night. While others often arrived late, Gao Yang was unfailingly punctual, regardless of rain or shine, heat or cold, steadfastly coming every single day. Even during the New Year festivities, he remained there, studying, not even taking a break on New Year's Eve. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder if such relentless studying was truly beneficial. In the stillness of the late-night campus, as the hours grew quieter, Ruorua found herself growing drowsy while waiting for Gao Yang. At 2:30 in the morning, with the cold wind biting at her, Ruorua felt the weight of exhaustion. She had been waiting for Gao Yang for a full 4 hours. It seemed absurd to her, akin to a trance, as she sat there wide-eyed, watching Gao Yang intently read for those 4 hours. From her initial skepticism, only admiration remained. Throughout the ordeal, she had considered leaving, but grit and determination kept her grounded. She merely wished to see how long Gao Yang could endure. Suddenly, Gao Yang snapped his book shut, a dazed look in his eyes, transformed as a spark ignited within them. In his mind, he perceived a progress bar visible only to him, leaping from 99.99 to 100. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in his mind, audible only to him. Ding! The 10,000-fold amplification system has completed charging. The 10,000-fold amplification system can randomly enhance all products developed by the host, with effects amplified from 100 to 10,000 times. You have been awarded 1 amplification opportunity. Gao Yang's body quivered slightly upon entering the school. The system manifested, yet this confounded system required energy replenishment. And to recharge, one must delve into books. Thus, he immersed himself in reading day and night, perusing texts in the restroom, at mealtimes, even while strolling. He seized every available moment to study, and over the span of a year and a half, he transformed from a once brilliant prodigy into what others perceived as a lunatic. With no time for socializing, he found himself friendless in university. Neglecting classes, he remained unacquainted with his fellow students. In a bid to conserve time, he subsisted on buns and noodles, leaving him considerably thinner. Yet, every ounce of sacrifice was worthwhile. Chapter 2. The Laser Gun. Upon successful charging of the system, the effects of the manufactured products can be amplified randomly by a factor ranging from 100 to 10,000. Even in the event of landing on the least impressive 100-fold increase, the results would still be extraordinarily formidable. While others toil relentlessly in their research, making painfully slow progress, achieving even a 10% enhancement is considered a significant breakthrough. What Gao Yang has developed can directly amplify effects by 100 times, which is undeniably preposterous. He is filled with an eager anticipation to experiment. Rising to his feet, Gao Yang glanced at Ruorua and handed her the book, saying, "Return the book." Ruorua stared at Gao Yang in a daze, bewildered by the sudden transformation in his demeanor. Just moments ago, he exuded an air of a somber, pedantic scholar. Yet he now radiated a vibrant and sunny disposition, as if he were an entirely different person. After passing the book to Ruorua, Gao Yang dashed towards the laboratory at the quickest pace possible. He could not afford to be expelled. Time was of the essence, and he needed to produce fresh research results. If he were dismissed, he would lose access to a wealth of specialized literature. Although the system had completed its charging, further amplification of his invention still required study and energy replenishment. A day is but fleeting, yet he still had a chance. Having perused numerous texts on the general design of laser guns, Gao Yang had already formulated his ideas. Now, it was merely a matter of bringing them to fruition. The laser gun primarily comprises 4 components: the laser emitter, power supply, optical system, and control system. Gao Yang quickly ruled out the power supply. Even the battery packs used in electric vehicles could not meet the energy demands of his laser gun. He would have to settle for a laser gun powered by a plug-in connection to complete the task. The control system is relatively straightforward. Controlling the laser gun is uncomplicated, and with a quick soldering of a circuit board, he could finish it in 10 minutes. The optical system is responsible for refracting and concentrating the laser emitted by the laser emitter, enhancing its potency. Gao Yang had conceived of ideas for the optical system long ago. It was now merely a matter of fabrication. The laser emitter itself is quite simple. The infrared lights sold at the local school's convenience store are essentially laser emitters. Infrared light is invisible. It is merely referred to as an infrared lamp. But in reality, it is a laser light. The challenge lies in creating a laser with formidable power, yet Gao Yang had already devised a plan. In the dead of night, Gao Yang, despite his fatigue, began multitasking. The optical system primarily involves polishing lenses and by inputting parameters into the lens polishing machine. It can operate autonomously, allowing him to attend to other tasks during this time. The Defense Science and Technology University serves as a reserve force for national defense and is involved in numerous collaborative technological projects with Long Nation, ensuring that the laboratory is well-equipped. Gao Yang has access to a variety of devices and materials, even if he lacks certain parts. He can directly utilize a lathe for machining. Despite this, the time consumed in manufacturing a laser gun remains substantial. From the depths of night until the break of dawn, as the sun ascended high in the sky, all components were finally produced, and the assembly commenced. The parts were numerous and small, making the assembly a meticulous endeavor. Having endured a sleepless night, Gao Yang steeled himself and began the intricate process of assembling the components. At the second shooting range of the Defense Technology University, the experimental site spans a modest area of 400 meters in length and merely 200 meters in width. However, it is equipped with an array of specialized apparatus capable of meticulously analyzing the performance of various light weapons. Surrounded by reinforced walls, the open space beyond alleviates any concerns regarding stray shots. At this moment, the elite class of 30 students specializing in light weapon engineering has gathered, with 29 present. Standing in unison before the spectator stands at the forefront of the range. To the left of the stands, various dignitaries from the institution, including departmental leaders and professors from the Lonka Institute engaged in light weapon research, are in attendance. Even the president is present. They regard this test with utmost seriousness, as it serves not only as an evaluation of the students' weapon research, but also as a trial for the special class itself. A cohort of such prodigious talents, consolidated and afforded the nation's finest educational resources. What results might emerge? Professor Li's expression betrays concern. The formation of 3 rows is missing a corner. Gao Yang is absent. Report. In the light weapon engineering class, 30 students were expected, but only 29 are present. 1 student is absent. Professor Li nods slightly, picking up his manuscript. According to the guidelines established at the beginning of the semester for the first project assessment, groups of 5 are permitted. But if you possess confidence in your capabilities, you may form groups of 4, 3, or even undertake the project individually. Should your project meet the required standards, you will continue your studies in the special class. Failure to meet the criteria will result in your relegation to the regular class. The determination of whether a project is satisfactory will be made collectively by all professors present. Furthermore, the top 3 groups will be awarded cash prizes of 100,000, 50,000, and 30,000, respectively. The atmosphere among the 29 students instantly thickens with tension. The privileges of the special class are substantial. Firstly, there is the scholarship compensation, complete tuition exemption, and an annual stipend of 20,000. Upon normal graduation, military positions are directly conferred, in addition to the exceptional teaching conditions, as all attending instructors are leading researchers from the Lonka Institute. Esteemed scholars, some of whom are venerable figures in the field, come to impart their knowledge. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that must not be squandered. Professor Li examines a chart. With 30 students, there are 16 research groups, including a remarkable 7 solo projects, indicating that many harbor considerable confidence in their abilities. He begins with the individual research groups. Chow Tao. A student steps forward and retrieves a case from the side. I have designed a micro submachine gun. Upon opening the case, a submachine gun, only slightly larger than a handgun, is revealed. Its design bears a resemblance to the Uzi, yet features distinct modifications. Although the external appearance has not drastically changed, subtle alterations may signify significant improvements. Professor Li takes the weapon, weighing it thoughtfully. His brow furrows slightly in approval. The firearm's balance is commendable, and the grip is exceptionally comfortable. Provided that its rate of fire and accuracy meet the standards, this could very well be an excellent weapon. Professor Li hands the gun to the technicians for further testing. The technicians secure the weapon to the test platform, subsequently controlling it remotely. The gun fires, and within 2 seconds, an entire magazine of bullets is expended. The technicians could not help but glance back at Chow Tao, reporting that the firing rate was an impressive 21 rounds per second, with a commendable level of precision. Professor Li was visibly moved, drawing a comparison with the initial version of the Uzi, which, under similar testing conditions, achieved a firing rate of only 15 rounds per second. The school leaders observed, instinctively nodding in agreement. Not only was the increased firing rate noteworthy, but accuracy was equally paramount. Chow Tao's modified firearm was not only rapid but also exhibited remarkable precision, marking it as exceptional. The testing continued, generally yielding positive results. Yet various extreme environmental tests were still necessary to ascertain the effectiveness of the modifications. While conducting weapon tests at the second shooting range, Gao Yang was diligently assembling the laser gun. The laser emitter, optical system, and circuit controls were all interconnected, subsequently wrapped with black insulating tape. With no time to craft a proper casing, he resorted to using thick insulating tape to bind the laser gun together, reinforcing it with 4 small sticks to maintain its straightness. Before long, an irregularly shaped black laser gun materialized before Gao Yang, complete with a connector at the rear. With that, the manufacturing process was deemed complete. Chapter 3. This is not my creation. Gao Yang resolved to give it a try. He connected the laser emitter to the socket and then pulled the trigger. No sound emerged, only a brilliant light. A dazzling beam of red instantly struck a wooden chair opposite him, leaving a fist-sized charred mark that was already carbonized. The power was truly terrifying. If directed at a person, it would likely result in extensive burns instantaneously. The heat could penetrate to the internal organs, leading to immediate death. The laser emitters available on the market are typically limited to lighting cigarettes, and the more advanced versions can be utilized for industrial purposes, such as cutting metal. The most formidable ones can serve as laser weapons, targeting cameras, or other delicate devices. Gao Yang's laser gun had already ascended to the status of a laser weapon, specifically a handheld variant, with a commendable lethality. This would undoubtedly impress Professor Lee. In his mind, the system's prompt echoed, detection of host-generated laser gun. A one-time opportunity for 10,000-fold amplification is available. Would you like to proceed? Gao Yang contemplated briefly, yes. In the next moment, a phantasmal disc appeared before him, adorned with numerous digits that spun randomly from 100 to 10,000, representing the potential technological amplification. Gao Yang stepped forward and spun the ethereal disc. It whirled rapidly, and he felt a surge of anxiety. Although even the lowest 100-fold amplification was already extraordinary, he yearned for the maximum 10,000-fold. As the disc's rotation gradually slowed, Gao Yang's eyes widened in anticipation. By the looks of it, it was at least 9,000 times or more. The disc continued to decelerate, edging closer to the highest multiplier. Instinctively, Gao Yang held his breath. Click. The disc came to a halt. The system's prompt resounded. Congratulations, host. This invention has achieved a power amplification of 10,000 times. Gao Yang was elated. He had struck the highest multiplier on his first attempt. In the next instant, the newly crafted laser gun suddenly disassembled, and the laboratory equipment, now devoid of human control, began to operate at an astonishing speed. The velocity was akin to a wild stallion breaking free, with each machine emitting a thunderous roar. Materials began to materialize one after another. Simultaneously, a multitude of materials floated in the air, swiftly assembling together in a scene that was both bizarre and beautiful, as if countless hands were simultaneously piecing together these devices. Initially, Gao Yang believed his design was sufficiently intricate, but now he was witnessing thousands of precisely machined parts being seamlessly joined to form the core of the laser emitter, which was then wrapped in metallic coils. The coils were also temporarily melted, utilizing the laboratory's furnace for heating and refining. The formula for these coils was of immense value. The optical system underwent a transformation as well, with materials and polishing rendered with greater precision, further enhancing the amplification of the laser. After a full 10 minutes, the cacophony in the laboratory subsided, and the system's prompt resonated in Gao Yang's mind. Laboratory equipment is outdated, materials are insufficient, due to inadequate conditions. The transformation into a 10,000-fold power laser gun cannot be completed. Current amplification of the laser gun stands at 162 times. Gao Yang discerned that the system had maximized the laboratory's potential, yet even the most skilled artisan cannot forge a masterpiece without the necessary materials. However, an amplification of 162 times would undoubtedly yield an extraordinary power. The firearm he had just crafted was already formidable. One could only imagine the sheer ferocity of its force multiplied by such a staggering factor. Gao Yang yearned to experiment, yet hesitated, fearing the destruction of the laboratory. As if this were not enough, the system began to inundate Gao Yang's mind with a vast reservoir of knowledge. This encompassed every detail regarding the laser gun's amplified capabilities, including materials, principles, and manufacturing techniques. Now, equipped with this newfound wisdom, Gao Yang could produce a laser gun enhanced 1,000-fold, provided he had access to high-quality production equipment and ample materials. With the knowledge swirling in his mind, Gao Yang recognized that he had ascended to the rank of a luminary in the realm of laser technology, outpacing humanity by countless years. This revelation left him astounded. The system was nothing short of extraordinary. Not only did it amplify inventions, but it also conveyed the augmented knowledge back to him. Even the fragments of understanding he possessed could reshape the landscape of optics. With a plethora of research and innovations at his disposal, he could catalyze the rapid advancement of Long Nation. Yet, before all else, he needed to fulfill his agreement with Professor Lee. He grasped the laser gun from the table, carelessly stuffed it into a plastic bag, and proceeded to the second shooting range. As Gao Yang exited the laboratory, dusk was approaching. After a day of relentless effort, It was already 6 o'clock, and he pondered whether he would arrive in time. With tangible results in hand, he felt no urgency. The school would have to follow protocol for his expulsion. As long as he presented the laser gun before the process concluded, he would remain. Even if expelled, producing the laser gun would likely result in his reinstatement. Nevertheless, respect was paramount. Upon entering the shooting range, he noticed his classmates still engaged in their activities. Though the testing phase appeared to be drawing to a close, with distant targets nearly obliterated. Professor Lee, initially exuberant due to the commendable performances of his students, observed that all 16 weapon designs were noteworthy, each demonstrating remarkable completeness. Achieving such outcomes after merely a year and a half of study was indeed commendable, solidifying the status of the special class. Yet, upon seeing Gao Yang, Professor Lee's expression swiftly soured. Gao Yang, the presentation time for your design work was set for 7:30 this morning. What time is it now? 6:30. He handed the handgun to Ruo, his demeanor softening slightly. Had it not been for the commendable design of this firearm you participated in, you would have already faced expulsion. However, even this improvement is merely satisfactory, far from excellent. Your learning outcomes from studying in the library cannot compare to the benefits of attending class. Gao Yang was taken aback. He had not contributed to the design of that gun. Then he noticed Ruo giving him a knowing glance, and it dawned on him that she had included his name in the design group. But why was Ruo assisting him? He found it perplexing. While he considered himself somewhat handsome, he did not believe he was striking enough to warrant such assistance. Professor Lee's voice interrupted Gao Yang's thoughts. Gao Yang, your probation remains in effect for 6 months. If you demonstrate commendable behavior during this period, the sanction will be lifted. Gao Yang regained his composure. I must report that I did not participate in the design of that handgun. I have my own independent design works. Professor Lee turned to look at Ruo, then back at Gao Yang, reiterating, are you certain you are not a member of the Dancing Skirts Research Group? Gao Yang hesitated, pondering the whimsical name of the group. I am certain. Professor Lee marked something on his watch. State the name of your research group. What is your current design work? After a moment's contemplation, Gao Yang replied, the design is exceptional. Does it offer any benefit to the research group? There is a cash reward. Professor Lee raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. Are you quite confident in your research? Are you even considering a reciprocal arrangement? Very well. What is your area of study? A laser gun. Chapter 4. Dawn has arrived. In that very moment, the expressions of everyone present transformed. It is a well-known adage that the more flamboyant the display, the less substantial it often is. This is not to suggest that the laser gun is ineffectual, but rather that the technology required for such a device is exceedingly advanced. Not to mention students. Even the foremost research institutions grapple with producing laser weapons that perform satisfactorily in practical applications, let alone a portable laser weapon such as this. Gao Yang opened a black plastic bag and retrieved what he had wrapped in black insulating tape, claiming it to be a laser gun. At this instant, the entire venue erupted into laughter. The students were not mocking him, but rather finding amusement in the absurdity of the situation. Before Gao Yang unveiled his laser gun, they had earnestly believed he might have gleaned some knowledge from the library. Yet now, the so-called genius was merely brandishing a stick wrapped in insulating tape and calling it a laser gun? It appeared he had indeed become deluded from excessive reading. Professor Lee's expression was equally difficult to articulate. Had he truly harbored expectations for Gao Yang? What folly! The principal and other university leaders also frowned in disapproval. The department head expressed his regret with a sigh. Gao Yang was once the provincial champion. Perhaps the immense pressure has taken a toll on his mental state. I will arrange for someone to take him to the hospital for an evaluation. The principal furrowed his brow. A person capable of becoming a champion is undoubtedly a prodigy. To stand out among so many in Longwa signifies exceptional merit. Thus, any mental affliction must be taken seriously. Ruo, amidst the questioning gazes of her 3 group mates, lowered her head, surprisingly believing Gao Yang to be quite normal. Having spent half the night with him yesterday, she felt he differed significantly from the rumors. Thus, she regretted his expulsion and hastily added his name to the research group. Now, however, she found herself the subject of ridicule. No one would simply laugh at him, but the entire research group was now a laughingstock. From this point forward, as long as she remained in school, she would endure continuous mockery. Gao Yang perceived the sentiments of those around him and understood their perspectives. He merely stated, if you all aspire to join the ranks of scientific research in the future, I hope you will not judge others by appearances. The laughter in the room swiftly dissipated. His words struck a chord, rendering them speechless, for they found themselves unable to refute his assertion. Gao Yang turned to Professor Lee and earnestly remarked, I did not allocate sufficient time for manufacturing. As I am eager to participate in this test, I lack the opportunity to create a proper casing. But this laser gun is functional enough for testing, is it not? Professor Lee gazed at the laser gun in Gao Yang's hand, struggling to believe it was indeed a laser gun, yet he nodded in agreement. You do have a testing opportunity. As he took the device from Gao Yang, Professor Li examined it in silence. The more he scrutinized it, the less it resembled a laser gun, most absurdly. It even had a plug at the back. Does this laser gun require electricity? Indeed, it can operate on alternating current, albeit with diminished power. If possible, utilizing three-phase power or even high-voltage electricity would greatly enhance its efficacy. Professor Li pondered this. In his view, even 220 volts posed a danger, let alone three-phase 380 volts. He turned to the technical staff, bring over some wiring. The technicians promptly brought the necessary cables, donned insulated protective gear, and proceeded to secure the electromagnetic gun to the automatic firing platform. After completing these tasks, the technicians stepped back several paces, casting a glance at Professor Li. Professor Li also retreated a few steps and then looked towards Gao Yang, inquiring if testing could commence. Indeed, the technicians responded, moving further back, ensuring their safety in the event of an explosion. Meanwhile, a group of onlookers instinctively shrank back, equally apprehensive about the potential detonation of this rudimentary contraption. With utmost caution, the technician pressed the remote control button. A click echoed, signaling the release of electricity, followed by the activation of the laser gun. Wrapped in black insulating tape, the laser gun emitted an extraordinarily brilliant beam of light. At 6:30, the sky had already dimmed, yet with the trial shot from the laser gun, it seemed to illuminate the surroundings anew. The dazzling red laser struck the distant grass target instantaneously. Formed from a composite of various materials, the target possessed remarkable strength. Yet upon contact with the laser, it carbonized instantly. Even the metallic base beneath it melted away, dripping to the ground with a hissing sound. The laser continued to impact the thick wall behind the firing range, creating a large hole as the reinforced structure was rapidly eroded. The wires, unable to withstand the surge of electricity, short-circuited as the rubber insulation burned away. Suddenly, the power was cut, and the laser vanished. Remarkably, the laser's brilliance lasted only a fleeting second, yet it left all present momentarily blinded by its intensity. They now perceived a dark line across their vision, a phantom trace of the dazzling light they had just witnessed. Tears streamed down their faces from the abrupt exposure to such blinding radiance, though it did not blind them. It was undeniably uncomfortable. Yet, in that moment, discomfort was a trivial concern. Gazing at the carbonized target in the distance, at the gaping hole in the reinforced wall, and at the flames outside, they were engulfed by sheer astonishment. The atmosphere was thick with silence. The laughter that had preceded this moment was silenced by the reality of the laser gun's terrifying power. Their previous mockery felt like a slap in the face, revealing them to be mere frogs at the bottom of a well. Among the higher-ups from the school who had come to witness the spectacle, a significant number stood up involuntarily, overwhelmed by the shock. In the midst of the silence, one could not contain their astonishment, exclaiming, "Is this? Could it truly not be a laser cannon?" More students began to process the event. What the heck? Was I just hallucinating? Where did the grass target go? Not only the target, but even the iron frame beneath it has been melted away. When did laser technology advance to such an astonishing level? The murmurs of the students gradually grew louder. The principal and the leaders from the faculty, too, began to regain their composure. They understood even more profoundly than the students the implications of that singular shot. It signified a monumental breakthrough in the field of laser technology. Such a laser gun could not currently be manufactured in Long Country. Indeed, no nation in the world could produce it. Gao Yang was equally stunned. He had never tested this laser gun after its amplification. Its inaugural demonstration of power was nothing short of terrifying. This is merely a demonstration of 162 times amplification. Imagine the terrifying power if we were to utilize a myriad of enhancements. The recent laser strike upon the grass target instantaneously carbonized it, even melting the support beneath. Furthermore, it struck a wall 400 meters away, rendering the bricks molten. The temperature must have soared to at least 10,000 degrees. If such a weapon were to strike a human body, it would utterly carbonize the enemy. This is the essence of a laser gun. Aim and fire, with the adversary unable to evade or escape, for the speed of optical weapons is that of light itself. It is virtually capable of achieving a 100% interception rate against missiles, as seeing the target equates to hitting it, eliminating the need for anticipation. Gao Yang suppressed his astonishment and turned to Professor Li. "Is my laser gun satisfactory?" Chapter 5, A Grand Occasion. Professor Li trembled slightly as he gazed at Gao Yang, his eyes glistening with tears and tinged with remorse. Gao Yang, a prodigy, had endured countless grievances due to misunderstandings stemming from his brilliance. At this moment, he even felt compelled to bow in respect to Gao Yang. The latter discerned the professor's regret but remained unfazed. He had devoted all his time to studying, which might have appeared obsessive to others. Misunderstandings were commonplace, and Professor Li had granted him numerous opportunities. In contrast, others who neglected their classes for a year would likely have been expelled. Moreover, He was indifferent to the opinions of others. He found joy in solitude, uninterrupted by distractions while reading. Professor Li regarded Gao Yang as if he were a rare treasure. He was not merely a genius, but a true marvel. His emotions, a tumultuous blend of excitement and guilt, rendered his expression uncontrollable, tears mingling with laughter as he spoke with an unusually gentle demeanor. This laser gun is remarkably advanced. But given the gravity of the matter, I must confirm. Did you construct this independently? Gao Yang nodded, indeed. However, the laboratory's equipment is subpar, and the materials are insufficient, thus limiting me to producing this type of laser gun for the time being. Professor Li was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Are you suggesting that your theoretical expertise enables you to create a superior laser gun, hindered only by the laboratory's conditions? Yes. Gao Yang's affirmation sent Professor Li into a fervor. He inhaled deeply to compose himself, realizing that there were many things unsaid in this place, devoid of suitable testing conditions. A more specialized venue was imperative for proper evaluation. Turning to the students, Professor Li proclaimed, Gao Yang's laser gun is the top design of this session. Is there any dissent? No, a student replied, and many others echoed in agreement. They were all talented individuals, proud in their own right. Yet when faced with Gao Yang and his laser gun, their arrogance was tempered with caution. The school leaders shook their heads in unison, hesitant to voice any objections. Gao Yang's words had become their decree. At just 19, he had already produced a groundbreaking product. The potential for his future achievements was boundless. While others aspired to become the pride of the school upon graduation, Gao Yang was already a source of pride. The principal stood abruptly. It is only fitting that Gao Yang has earned this first place. Are you satisfied with your experience at school? Please feel free to voice any concerns. Professor Li couldn't help but glance at the principal, taken aback by his obsequious tone. After 10 years at the school, he had never witnessed such behavior. Gao Yang did have a concern. The student library card allows borrowing only 4 books at a time, which seems rather limited. The principal was momentarily stunned. This was a concern. From now on, the borrowing limit at the library will double to 8 books. As for you, Gao Yang, there will be no restrictions. Borrow as many as you wish. This change would allow Gao Yang greater freedom, liberating him from the constraints of the library. As he descended the stage, he approached Ruo and whispered, Thank you. If Ruo were aware that Gao Yang was grateful for the name she had bestowed upon him, she would feel a twinge of embarrassment. Without my assistance, you wouldn't have faced expulsion. It was my rash decision. Gao Yang smiled and chose to remain silent, as Professor Li announced the second-place design of the day. Unlike the first, which was undisputedly commendable, the second place was utterly inconsequential. There were no contenders. The once arrogant prodigies now appeared increasingly humble. Without comparison, there can be no pain. The products they designed lacked even the merit to stand alongside the laser gun. The selections for second and third places were swiftly made. Yet no one cared. All attention remained fixated on the laser gun and on Gao Yang. Previously, they regarded him with disdain, as if he were mad. Now, however, they viewed him through a thick lens of admiration, perceiving him as a genius immersed in his own realm of thought. He seemed transcendent, extraordinary, surpassing their mundane existence. His simple attire also reflected a certain elegance, unperturbed by material gains or personal misfortunes. Ruo couldn't help but steal glances at Gao Yang. Although his hair was disheveled and dark circles adorned his eyes, he was quite handsome, and his focus lent him an undeniable charm. After Professor Li acknowledged everyone's efforts, he began distributing documents, confidentiality agreements concerning the laser gun. Every individual present was required to sign. Ruo instinctively glanced at the laser gun, encased in a plastic bag, pondering how such a device warranted a confidentiality agreement. Yet, upon reflection, this weapon symbolized not merely a laser gun, but the advancement of laser technology. The reward of 10,000 was not merely a token of appreciation, but essentially a form of a hush payment. Once everyone signed the confidentiality agreements, they dispersed. Though many felt a bitter taste in their mouths, all were students. Yet someone had presented work of such caliber that it necessitated a confidentiality agreement. Comparisons can be disheartening. However, they all acknowledged the superiority of Gao Yang's design, recognizing that all accolades were rightly his. After the gathering, the students departed, and Professor Li personally drove Gao Yang. Your laser gun needs to be tested at Lonka Institute to determine its specific power and parameters. Would you like to accompany me? Gao Yang, already aware of its potency, felt that attending the test would merely be a spectacle. I shall not go. Professor Li nodded. Where shall I take you now? To the library. Professor Li suddenly felt a wave of respect. He previously thought Gao Yang's frequent visits to the library were obsessive and unproductive. Now, he realized their significance, which was truly admirable, especially considering that after achieving success, he could still humble himself to read, a trait worthy of admiration. Parking in front of the library, Professor Li looked at Gao Yang. I apologize for my earlier statement that reading is inferior to attending lectures. Gao Yang smiled. It's all right. Normally, one would surely benefit more from direct instruction and guidance. Not to mention, the instructors of the special class are all eminent figures at the forefront of their respective fields. However, Gao Yang possessed a system. Professor Li watched as Gao Yang entered the library, his gaze drifting to the laser gun in the passenger seat. He still feels as though he is in a dream. Something so rudimentary possesses such terrifying power. This undoubtedly marks a significant breakthrough in the realm of laser technology. Upon arriving at the school gate, he observed several military vehicles already present, tasked with escorting Professor Li Qing and the laser gun to the Lonka Institute for Light Weapons Research for testing. This spectacle drew the attention of many onlookers. With such a formidable display of armed military vehicles, one might wonder if Professor Li is a spy. Meanwhile, Gao Yang, the architect of this exaggerated scene, continues to immerse himself in his studies at the library. His previous fervor for reading was driven by the system, and now, he diligently studies once more, again for the sake of the system. Upon completing the energy recharge, he was rewarded with an opportunity for a 10,000-fold amplification. However, to continue receiving amplification opportunities, further recharges are necessary, and the means to achieve this remains through reading. Chapter 6. Comprehensive Testing. Gao Yang harbored a conjecture. The process of reading was, in fact, a means for him to acclimate. Reading was honing his intellect, enabling him to withstand the sudden influx of vast knowledge following his systemic augmentation. Yet, this remained merely a hypothesis, unverifiable in nature. After finishing a book, Gao Yang had spent an hour, a reading pace that had significantly accelerated compared to before. Much of the content was already within his grasp, allowing him to skim through with ease. Upon completing a volume, Gao Yang's mind delved into the system. A novel progress bar appeared on the system interface, currently reflecting a progress of 0.3. This indicated that by reading 3 books, he could accumulate 1 of energy, requiring a total of 300 books to fully recharge. Even if Gao Yang managed to read just 10 books in a day, he could achieve full recharging within a month. In his most extreme circumstances, he could read 20 books, completing the recharge within merely half a month and thereby unlocking a second opportunity for a 10-fold augmentation. A smile, even one of exuberance, graced Gao Yang's face. He now feared the prospect of enduring another year and a half to attain such augmentation as he had before. Not far away, after her meal, Ruo entered the library and immediately spotted Gao Yang. Despite having achieved remarkable success, he remained focused and dedicated to his studies, a behavior truly worthy of emulation. She then observed Gao Yang, laughing as he read. Instinctively glancing at the title of the book, she noted it was on the materials and structures of bulletproof vests. It was astonishing to witness someone derive such joy from a text of such technical complexity. Her admiration deepened. She contemplated approaching him. But upon seeing Gao Yang engrossed in yet another book, she retreated to the counter and began to read herself, balancing her studies with her work. If there were those who were smarter and more diligent than her, what reason did she have to slacken her efforts? The library in the evening was enveloped in tranquility, punctuated only by the soothing rustle of turning pages. While Gao Yang engaged in his reading and recharging, Professor Li arrived at the Light Weapons Research Institute. Before the institute, a multitude of military vehicles and helicopters were already stationed. Those summoned by phone were not only researchers, but also military personnel. The laser gun, immensely powerful and practical for combat, could potentially revolutionize the current tactical framework of the Dragon Kingdom. Cradling the laser gun, Professor Li entered the research facility, met by the unwavering gaze of over 100 eyes. I have already submitted a request to the higher-ups. During this test, no photography, videography, or audio recording is permitted. Everyone must undergo a re-identification process. Those summoned were predominantly influential figures, and one incredulously remarked, "Old Li, is it really that extreme?" Li Qing shook his head. "Once you witness the testing of this laser gun, you will understand that I am not exaggerating in the slightest." All present began to comply, surrendering their communication devices. After confirming the absence of any electronic equipment, they collectively proceeded to the expansive shooting range behind the Light Weapons Research Institute. The definition of light weapons is quite broad. Handguns are considered light weapons, as are sniper rifles, rockets, individual missiles, and anti-tank missiles. Anything that can be carried and utilized in combat by an individual or a small unit falls under this category. The Light Weapons Research Institute is vast, and the shooting range behind it is equally expansive. All necessary facilities are available. However, there is no specialized equipment for testing laser guns, necessitating a temporary setup. Following Li Qing's directives, the technicians arranged steel plates at intervals of 100, 200, 300, and up to 1,000 meters away. These plates, 2 centimeters thick, offer commendable defensive capabilities. A group of researchers observing from the forefront of the range gazed at the serious Professor Lee, murmuring that such a powerful laser gun could only be attributed to him. Otherwise, we would not believe it. Professor Lee turned to the speaker, acknowledging that were it not for his own eyes witnessing this, he too would find it hard to believe. This represents a monumental leap in laser technology. The researchers fell silent, their anticipation palpable. Li Qing is not one to exaggerate. His assertion must indicate the terrifying capabilities of the laser gun. The specifics, however, would be revealed during the test. As dusk approached, the hundreds of individuals present remained invigorated. Soon, the site was fully prepared, and the technicians approached Professor Lee. We have completed the setup as per your instructions. We are ready for testing. Professor Lee solemnly retrieved the laser gun, handing it to the technicians. The eyes of those standing behind him widened in disbelief. Was this truly a laser gun? It appeared merely to be a stick wrapped in insulating tape. Could this be a groundbreaking technological advancement? It even had a plug. The design seemed rather overly punkish. Nevertheless, out of respect for Li Qing, no one dared to voice their doubts. The technicians were momentarily stunned, then secured the laser gun onto the launch pad. At this juncture, Professor Lee turned to introduce. This laser gun can operate on 220V electricity or high voltage power, with varying power outputs. Silence enveloped the crowd. Had it been anyone else presenting this information, they would have questioned the speaker's sanity. For this test, we shall first use the 220V power supply. The technicians completed their setup, and all equipment was activated. When the laser gun fired, they aimed to collect as much data as possible. Professor Lee glanced at the skeptics, refraining from warning them about the impending brilliance. Instead, donning his sunglasses, commenced the test. The technicians powered the device and remotely pressed the switch. A dazzling red laser instantaneously illuminated the entire sky. The beam pierced through the first steel plate, followed by the second, third, and even the 10th. The firing duration of the laser gun was set to 1 second, which meant it would automatically shut off after that interval. In that fleeting second, the laser penetrated through 10 steel plates. The steel plate positioned 100 meters away bore a series of holes the size of human heads, with the edges still glowing red. Molten steel pooled on the ground, in a semi-solid state, still emitting smoke. Even with sunglasses, Professor Lee found the brightness somewhat blinding. Turning to the group, now in tears of astonishment, his spirits lifted. I forgot to mention earlier, the laser is quite bright. Sunglasses are necessary. A researcher, specializing in laser weaponry, trembled with excitement as he rose and dashed forward, taking 2 steps at a time to scrutinize the laser gun closely. His expression resembled that of a pilgrim. Upon receiving the invitation, he was merely curious about the advancements in laser technology. Now he understands that it signifies a comprehensive evolution. No, the term breakthrough seems somewhat inadequate. It should be referred to as a generational upgrade, a monumental leap in technological progress. Presently, the development of laser weaponry worldwide leans more towards precision operation. Given the limitations of power, enhancements are sought through operational finesse. For instance, unmanned aerial vehicle matrices equipped with laser weapons can automatically lock onto objects with lenses, continuously targeting them with laser beams to incapacitate their optics. However, once the potency of lasers is augmented, is there really a need to damage lenses with laser weapons? Certainly not. Could one not simply obliterate the target with the laser weapon itself? If steel plates can be effortlessly penetrated, dismantling a tank would be a mere trifle. Chapter 7. The Terrifying Power. As more individuals regained their composure, they gathered around the laser gun. Those who had been invited were all well-versed in their fields, whether researchers or military personnel. Although their perspectives on the laser gun differed, the astonishment they felt was equally profound. Researchers were taken aback by the technological breakthrough, while military personnel were awestruck by the gun's terrifying power. After all, it was a weapon of light speed. The implications of such a device on the battlefield were undeniably immense. Yet, the closer they approached, the more incredulous they became, struggling to fathom that such formidable power emanated from this seemingly punkish club. It was utterly outrageous. Li Qing turned to the technicians. What about the data from the recent tests? Almost in unison, everyone shifted their gaze toward the technicians. They had just witnessed the weapon's capabilities, yet lacked specifics. The technicians, snapping back to reality, hurriedly checked the data on their computers. The maximum temperature recorded at the laser's impact point had reached an astounding 37,000 degrees. Silence fell over the crowd once more. While light itself does not possess temperature, it transforms into thermal energy upon striking an object. Theoretically, lasers can generate temperatures soaring into the hundreds of millions of degrees. However, in practical terms, the temperature for laser cutting hovers around 3,000 degrees. Achieving 37,000 degrees instantaneously was already exceedingly terrifying. Moreover, this was a momentary exposure. Should it be sustained, the temperature would rise even higher. The technicians' voices trembled as they reported. The temperature difference between the first and second steel plates was 2,000 degrees. This indicated that the laser's energy loss was remarkably low. Based on the current test results, even at a distance of 100 meters, placing a steel plate would allow the laser gun's range to extend to 18 kilometers. This was nearly the maximum loss scenario. If there were no steel plates in between, the energy loss would be even less. Furthermore, the attendees contemplated another factor: voltage. Given that this was achieved at the lowest power supply, just imagine the potential with high voltage. Professor Lee raised his hand. Everyone, step back for the next test. All returned to their original positions for the second round of testing. This time, the steel plate was placed 3 kilometers away. After adjusting the angle of the laser, the gun was fired. The steel plate was once again pierced, and the temperature was recorded at 36,000 degrees. This signified that the energy loss during the laser's flight was exceedingly minimal, and theoretically, the range exceeded the previous test, reaching 70 kilometers. In the deep of night, all researchers and military personnel were electrified, their eyes glued to the test results. The shooting range extended to 15 kilometers. Targets at that distance were obliterated, with temperature readings still at 20,000 degrees. This essentially confirmed that the laser gun's effective kill range was 65 kilometers. Such power was indeed terrifying. As a ground-to-air laser weapon, it had the capability to obliterate all aircraft and missiles instantaneously. And this was achieved under standard household voltage. At midnight, the second round of tests commenced, utilizing 380 volts, resulting in a further amplification of power, with maximum temperatures soaring to 45,000 degrees. This temperature could nearly melt anything. The theoretical effective range could extend to 100 kilometers. Professor Lee was quite pleased with the results. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was already 2 in the morning. Let's disperse for now and resume testing tomorrow. Not a single person present wished to rest. Despite their fatigue, their exhilaration at that moment overshadowed their tiredness. Old Lee, let us continue. We can still handle high voltage, can't we? Li Qing contemplated. He too wished to persist with the tests, yet regarding the high voltage, Gao Yang had merely mentioned it in passing without specifying the exact limits. The developers had only indicated that it was feasible, without detailing how high the voltage could be. A group of researchers turned their gaze toward Li Qing, incredulous. Isn't this laser gun your invention? No, he replied. The developer is one of my students. The expressions of the crowd became somewhat peculiar. A professor who was relatively familiar with Li Qing inquired curiously. You only have 2 doctoral students, and neither of them specializes in laser weaponry, right? Li Qing waved his hand dismissively. Neither, they are students from a special class. Many present were aware of the special class, yet found it hard to believe. One of the military personnel, unaware of the context, asked, what special class? Someone explained, it's a class from the Defense Science and Technology University, experimental in nature, comprising only exceptionally talented individuals, aimed at nurturing a cohort of top-tier defense researchers. The military personnel's eyes brightened. Is it really that prestigious? Voices arose in confusion. I teach in that special class. How was I unaware of such talented individuals? Li Qing preferred not to mention Gao Yang's name, as there were too many people around. Let us not discuss that for now. Shall we continue testing? Let us proceed, but keep the voltage low for the moment. Let's start with 1,000 volts. The technicians commenced the third round of testing. 1,000 meters away, 10 steel plates were stacked, which would slow the burn-through rate and yield more data. Once connected to the power supply, the technicians donned thick protective gear, ready to commence the test. Professor Lee declared solemnly, begin the testing. In the next moment, the current surged. A brilliance erupted, exponentially surpassing previous outputs. The sky illuminated once more. If not for the remote location of this light weapons research institute, those well-read in fantastical tales might have mistaken the dazzling flashes for the emergence of a rare artifact. Instantly, the steel plates were melted through. Stacked 10 layers high, they withstood merely a second. The base of the laser gun, subjected to extreme temperatures, also failed to endure for even a second. As everyone squinted against the brightness, the metallic base securing the laser gun began to soften, ultimately collapsing. The wires at the rear of the laser gun were tugged downward, with the front of the laser emitter aimed skyward. In the next instant, the laser emitter plummeted to the ground, ceasing operation instantly, while 1,000 volts coursed through, causing it to ignite and emit smoke. The researchers were utterly unprepared for such an incident and rushed forward. The technicians hastily shut off the power. Professor Lee held the scalding laser emitter, acutely aware that its components had become dislodged, scattering into parts. Other researchers and military personnel were equally stricken, struggling to breathe at the sight of the prototype laser gun so fearfully damaged. However, one cannot blame the individuals. The power of the laser gun was exceedingly formidable, melting the automatic firing platform at close range, an eventuality they had not anticipated. While a group expressed their dismay over the laser gun's damage, one person suddenly remarked, "It seemed that, Just before the laser gun malfunctioned, it swept across the sky. The military leader responded gravely, "It is of no concern. I managed to impose temporary control over this airspace on my way here, and there are no aircraft in the vicinity. Yet, there are satellites above." The leader furrowed his brow. Low-orbit satellites are positioned at least 200 kilometers up. Can this laser truly reach such a distance? A researcher specializing in laser weaponry interjected. The higher the altitude, the thinner the air, resulting in less laser attenuation and greater range. Coupled with a higher voltage, it is indeed plausible. Chapter 8. The Possibility of Lottery. Once again, a researcher spoke up. Theoretically, the range could indeed extend much further, yet the probability of destroying a satellite remains exceedingly low. If one were to succeed, perhaps one could try their luck at the lottery. No one paid heed to the recent blunder. All attention was fixated upon Professor Lee. The laser gun was malfunctioning, but as long as those who possessed the technical know-how remained, it could be recreated. Suddenly, alarms blared at the space center of Long Country. In an instant, a multitude of technicians sprang into action. What on earth happened? A Starlink satellite, previously hovering above Long Country, had been obliterated. Based on the information transmitted from the satellite, it was determined that the destruction was caused by a laser. The technicians at the Space Center stood in disbelief. A laser? Where could such a laser possibly originate? It must have been fired from the ground of Long Country. From the ground? Could a laser launched from the surface truly annihilate a Starlink satellite? The technicians were bewildered. Had humanity's laser weapon technology advanced to such a degree? They hastily reviewed the transmitted video, which clearly depicted a crimson beam slicing through the Starlink satellite, resulting in its instantaneous destruction. It was undoubtedly a laser. The personnel at the Space Center immediately began to ascertain the approximate location of the laser's origin based on its angle and timing. In less than 2 minutes, the general area was identified. However, at that moment, there were no airborne objects within the designated airspace, as it had been preemptively restricted from flight. Yet how could a laser launched from the ground possess such formidable power? Even disregarding the distance to space, could a beam capable of instantaneously obliterating a satellite truly exist? The more they analyzed, the more perplexed they became. Not only the Space Research Center of Long Country, but also the Eagle Research Center had captured this astonishing event. In contrast to the confusion at Long Country Space Center, their reaction was one of shock and trepidation. Had Long Country's laser weaponry advanced to this level? The ability to effortlessly destroy satellites? This was undeniably significant news. They needed to devise a means to acquire further information. However, to do so, they required a pretext. When the company behind the Starlink satellites received a call from the Eagle Research Center, they were still in a state of bewilderment. They indeed experienced a loss of satellite signal, but with thousands of launches per year, the occasional signal loss was entirely normal. They had not perceived anything amiss. Only upon receiving the call did they realize the gravity of the situation and promptly issued a statement regarding the destruction of a Starlink satellite by a laser weapon, occurring directly above Long Country. Instantly, the world erupted in fervor. This was a monumental event. In the early hours of Long Country, few individuals were online. Yet, given the sheer number, even a small percentage amounted to many. A rare few night owls surfing the international web stumbled upon the announcement and were jolted into alertness. Long Country had destroyed another nation's satellite. They quickly captured screenshots of the news and disseminated them across Long Country's networks. Upon seeing these screenshots, netizens in Long Country dismissed them as mere fabrications. This was undoubtedly fake news. A laser striking a satellite? Such an advanced laser weapon simply did not exist. Meanwhile, within the Light Weapons Research Institute, a group of individuals remained blissfully unaware of the severity of the recent testing error. All eyes were glued to Professor Lee, eagerly awaiting his revelation regarding the true nature of the laser gun. They could hardly believe that this laser gun had been designed by a student. Li Qing raised his hands in exasperation, asserting, "The individual who conceived and crafted it is indeed merely a student." "What is his name?" inquired a teacher of the special class, his voice low and serious. "I teach the special class, yet I have found no student of such exceptional caliber." After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing replied, "Gao Yang." "Gao Yang, the prodigy?" A group of puzzled individuals turned their gaze towards the professor, their eyes filled with astonishment. Is he truly referred to as a prodigy? Is he that formidable? The old professor, observing their expressions, furrowed his brow. The title prodigy is merely an alias. He never attends class and spends his days in the library. He is a renowned figure at the University of Defense Technology. Li Qing continued. The laser gun is actually Gao Yang's first design project. This is impossible. Someone exclaimed. This is not even a product that could be manufactured by your institution. The internal components of the laser gun boast a precision of 0.1 micrometers and incorporate new materials. If you were to claim it was produced through the collaboration of multiple research institutes, I might still entertain the idea, but a single student? Impossible. Another professor interjected, moreover, The breakthroughs in laser technology, no student, regardless of how many books they read, could achieve this. Others chimed in, a craftsman capable of operating a 0.1 micrometer machine tool would be a rarity among our researchers. You expect us to believe that a student under 20 could accomplish this? Am I a fool? A military official also spoke up. Were it not for witnessing it with my own eyes, I would not believe it. Indeed, unless we see it ourselves. Could we arrange a meeting with Gao Yang? Perhaps observe him create another laser gun? Li Qing, sensing the collective desire in their gazes, understood their intentions. It was not disbelief, but rather a yearning to meet Gao Yang. However, he now found himself uncertain. Initially awestruck by the laser gun, he had not considered the feasibility and had proceeded to test it without due diligence. In retrospect, the entire situation seemed implausible. Gao Yang's creation of this laser gun involved not only technical expertise, but also numerous other complexities that defied reason. I must reach out and inquire further. Li Qing took out his phone and dialed a number, but just as he connected, someone beside him remarked, "It's 4 o'clock. He is surely asleep." Realizing this, Li Qing hesitated to disturb Gao Yang's slumber and was about to hang up when the call was answered. A slightly fatigued voice came through the line. "Professor Li? You are still awake?" Li Qing was taken aback. Gao Yang sensed something amiss. Calling someone in the dead of night, and then questioning why they were still awake, seemed rather odd. "Not yet, I'm reading." The distinguished individuals around him remained silent. Nodding instinctively, it appeared he was indeed quite passionate about his studies. Li Qing felt a tinge of embarrassment. While testing the laser gun here at the Research Institute, there was an error, and it was damaged. No worries, it was merely an assignment to fulfill. If it's broken, it's broken. The expressions of the esteemed figures around him instantly faltered. They struggled to maintain their composure. What did he mean by merely an assignment? How could an assignment be so remarkable? What had they been studying all these years? Shouldn't he have considered their feelings before speaking? Li Qing found himself momentarily speechless. What if we could create another one? He decided, tomorrow, I shall return to the laboratory to construct another. With a sigh of relief, he added, make sure to rest early. Do not overexert yourself. Good night. The line went silent, and the esteemed figures finally felt emboldened to speak. If he dares to attempt another, it is highly likely that he is genuine. Without further ado, they resolved to set forth. After a moment's contemplation, Li Qing remarked, having endured a sleepless night, I should rest first. A brief nap in the car will suffice. Within 10 minutes, the convoy was on its way, comprising a group of researchers alongside military personnel, all heading straight to the Defense Technology University. Despite the agreement to rest during the journey, the researchers found sleep elusive. The tremendous leap in technology stirred their excitement and exhilaration. Yet, an undercurrent of anxiety lingered. They were apprehensive that Gao Yang might fail to produce the laser gun once more. Chapter 9. University life. At 7:30 in the morning, Gao Yang awoke, having only slept for a little over 3 hours. Despite his lingering fatigue, he had grown accustomed to the weariness that accompanied his recent nights spent poring over books. Habitually, he picked up a book, brushing his teeth while reading, and even continued to read during his visit to the restroom. Clutching the book, he pushed open the dormitory door and made his way to the library. Upon reaching the intersection leading to the library and the teaching building, Gao Yang paused. It seemed rather inappropriate to have not attended class in over a year. Perhaps he should visit his class? After all, having entered university, he ought to experience the essence of campus life. With the system already activated and the opportunities for enhancement forthcoming, there was no need for haste. Switching his direction, Gao Yang headed toward the teaching building. It had been quite some time since his last visit, and he needed to check the classroom location in the class group chat. Building 8, 8th floor. The classroom was initially abuzz with lively discussions, but as Gao Yang entered, an unexpected silence enveloped the room. His peers gazed at him in surprise, wondering if a prodigy had graced their class. Gao Yang closed his book and inquired, "Where shall I sit?" Almost immediately, someone stood up and replied, "You can sit wherever you like. If you wish to take the teacher's podium, our instructor would gladly yield." A girl also rose, saying, "Here, I'll give up my seat next to Ruo for you." The classroom erupted into chatter once more. Ruo's cheeks flushed. Although her connection with Gao Yang was minimal, she was unable to resist the commotion. Gao Yang chuckled lightly, but chose not to approach the front. Instead, he sat in an empty seat at the back and asked, "What were you all discussing that was so lively?" At that moment, he became the focal point of the class. His prowess had captivated the attention of all. His classmates regarded him with admiration and respect, tinged with a hint of guilt for the moniker of prodigy that had previously been attributed to him. When Gao Yang posed his question, responses flooded in. A Starlink satellite over Longwo was shot down by a laser. The white-headed eagle is now holding Longwo accountable, claiming that it has violated space regulations. Gao Yang was taken aback. This is an international incident. Indeed, but shooting down a satellite with a laser is a feat of extraordinary technical difficulty. Gao Yang nodded in agreement. The challenge is immense, It requires advanced laser weaponry and a precise targeting system. If fired from the ground, the precision demands are even greater. If it were a shipborne laser weapon, the difficulty might be slightly reduced, but hitting the target would still rely heavily on luck. Hearing Gao Yang's insights, his classmates gathered closer. Gao Yang, can your laser gun take down a satellite? The power would certainly be sufficient, but the accuracy is lacking, making it quite difficult to aim. Low Earth orbit satellites are still situated 200 kilometers high, and laser weapons cannot adjust their trajectories like missiles can when nearing a target. Thus, it presents considerable challenges. I also wonder how Long will respond. Isn't that obvious? They will surely feign ignorance. Such high-end weaponry can be concealed for as long as possible. First, they will issue a statement claiming that an investigation is underway. This way, they can buy time until public interest wanes, and then they will provide an explanation, claiming it was all a misunderstanding. Before the words had fully left his lips, someone interjected. Longhua has already issued a statement. They are indeed investigating. At that moment, Gao Yang felt a distinct shift in the classroom's atmosphere. It was quite different from what he had anticipated, far more vibrant and engaging. As for the news, Gao Yang had not given it much thought. He was well acquainted with laser guns, yet it was precisely this knowledge that led him to overlook the element of chance. At 8 o'clock, when class was set to commence, the entire classroom fell silent in anticipation of the teacher's arrival. After waiting for 10 minutes, the instructor had yet to appear. Someone turned to the class monitor, suggesting, should we call the professor? The monitor made the call, only to find the phone switched off. I'll try contacting Professor Lee, he said. After a while, he hung up, stating, I've called them all, they're all off. In the classroom, confusion enveloped the students. It was unprecedented for a teacher to be late, let alone for all lines of communication to be out of service. What was happening? Gao Yang furrowed his brow. It was his first day attending class, and there was no teacher present? The class monitor approached the podium, suggesting, let us wait, but in the meantime, let us discuss our ideas and experiences regarding our first design project. Suddenly, someone turned to Gao Yang, proposing, this lesson is about optical weapons. Why don't you go up and speak? Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Although he had no issue discussing the subject matter due to his extensive and profound knowledge of laser weaponry, he hesitated, thinking, I cannot give a lecture. This declaration was flawed. Not being able to lecture and being unwilling to lecture were two distinct concepts. As expected, in the next moment, nearly 7 or 8 voices chimed in unison, urging, just speak casually. Gao Yang, observing the hopeful gazes of his classmates, managed a wry smile as he ascended the stage. I want to follow the slides. I'll simply share my thoughts. Applause erupted in the classroom. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to discuss the theoretical aspects and some straightforward ideas. More applause followed. Gao Yang chuckled. On his first day at university, he found himself unexpectedly on the podium imparting knowledge. His thoughts flowed clearly, and he articulated relatively simple concepts without the need for a structured format, allowing him to share a wealth of information. As Gao Yang began his discourse, the lively atmosphere of the class faded, replaced by a solemnity. The students could discern that he possessed genuine insight. In just a few words, he managed to inspire them. Some hurriedly took notes, recalling areas for improvement in their prior design projects. As they revisited previously overlooked aspects, they connected them with Gao Yang's insights. Others noted down his thought processes. Every student was wrapped in attention, acutely aware that this lesson was invaluable. This sentiment extended to the group of researchers waiting outside the school, all of whom bore dark circles under their eyes as they waited in their cars. Professor Lee was also among them, anticipating a message from Gao Yang. However, as the clock struck 9, impatience set in among the prominent figures. Old Lee, why don't you call and ask? Why hasn't Gao Yang notified us yet? Professor Lee pondered. He didn't sleep at all yesterday. He may still be asleep. Let us wait a little longer. The esteemed group could only endure the wait. Meanwhile, within the special class, a captivated audience hung on Gao Yang's every word, with nearly everyone engrossed in their notes. Their eyes sparkled with curiosity as Gao Yang's lecture transitioned from theoretical concepts to technical intricacies. Although there were many aspects they struggled to comprehend, it mattered not. They simply needed to remember. Standing at the podium, Gao Yang felt a sense of melancholy. He had intended to deliver a single lesson. Yet 2 periods had passed with no sign of the teacher. With 4 classes scheduled for the morning, could he possibly cover them all? As the second class came to a close, Gao Yang observed that all his classmates remained seated with utmost decorum. I shall step out to the restroom. The teacher is absent for the next lesson, and I will continue. The class monitor rose to bow respectfully to Gao Yang, followed by the entire class in unison. Initially, their admiration stemmed from Gao Yang's display of the laser gun, but now, that admiration had transformed into profound respect. At that moment, Gao Yang's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw that it was Professor Lee calling. Upon answering, Professor Lee tentatively inquired, "Did I disturb your slumber?" Chapter 10, Another Agreement? Gao Yang found himself momentarily perplexed. He had risen early and arrived at the classroom, yet no professor had come to conduct the lesson. Consequently, he had taken it upon himself to cover 2 classes. Professor Li was taken aback but soon realized the miscommunication. Both sides had been waiting for the other to make contact, resulting in this comical blunder. Nevertheless, upon hearing Gao Yang's words, he was astonished that Gao Yang had taken the initiative to teach. "Are you actually conducting a class?" Professor Li inquired, his disbelief mingled with curiosity. "Yes," Gao Yang replied. "The designated instructor did not show up, so I thought I would step in and share some insights." Professor Li glanced at another professor nearby, whose class was scheduled for that morning. The researchers could overhear the conversation and scratch their heads in confusion. Forgotten? At this hour, who would think about attending class? After a brief pause, Professor Li spoke into the phone. "You carry on with the class. We will fabricate the laser gun after your lecture." Gao Yang observed the students below, their eager eyes fixed upon him. "All right." He tucked his phone away and addressed the classmates who had returned from the restroom. "Let us continue. Professor Li just called and asked me to keep teaching. I will be with you for the next 2 classes." Once again, applause erupted in the classroom. Gao Yang smiled and resumed his lecture, determined to cover the material he had previously left unfinished. Yet, a lingering feeling of unease gnawed at him. Wasn't he supposed to be experiencing college life? How had he ended up teaching? Meanwhile, in a vehicle, a group of researchers exchanged bewildered glances. The instructor had forgotten to attend class, and Gao Yang had stepped in instead. One professor suggested, "Shall we head to the classroom to see how he is conducting the lesson?" Professor Li felt a surge of interest. "Let us go take a look." The convoy predominantly consisted of military vehicles, which were commonplace at the Defense Technology University due to the high number of active duty soldiers studying there. However, lengthy columns of military vehicles were a rarity. The cars drove directly to a teaching building, and the military officials disembarked first. Many students who had gathered to observe were astounded. On the shoulders of one of the officials were stars. While it was typical for officers to bear stars, this particular official had only stars and no stripes. One stripe indicated a lieutenant, 2 indicated a colonel, while none indicated a general. 2 stars denoted a major general, a highly esteemed figure. The students were dumbfounded. Had a high-ranking official come to the teaching building for an inspection? In the next moment, the car door swung open, and a number of older researchers stepped out. The proficiency of the researchers was not immediately discernible, as their attire bore no insignia. However, many among them were distinguished individuals who had previously been invited to the university to deliver public lectures. Moreover, who was this esteemed official assisting others out of the car? What caliber of researcher were they? Curiosity piqued among the students as the group hastened towards the classroom. Inside, Gao Yang was preparing to commence his lecture when he noticed the approaching crowd, with Professor Li at the forefront. He paused and greeted, "Professor Li, continue your lecture." "We will observe," Professor Li replied, rubbing his hands together as he moved to the back. A stream of individuals followed him inside. The students in the classroom were left in a state of bewilderment. As students of a specialized class, they are indeed well informed, particularly since their substitute teachers are esteemed professionals. However, among them are dozens of distinguished researchers of the same caliber, as well as high-ranking military figures, gathering to listen to Gao Yang's lecture. Gao Yang, unfazed, possesses a profound confidence, for he is genuinely knowledgeable. The laser technology imparted by the system has placed him ahead of his time. Moreover, he cannot simply cease his lecture midway. Observing the classroom filled to capacity with eager attendees, he resumes his teaching. Instantly, all students become engrossed, attentively absorbing the material. The professors in the back also quickly engage, initially drawn by curiosity about Gao Yang's teaching style. Yet, after only a few sentences, a palpable intensity envelopes the room as their breaths grow heavier. What Gao Yang articulates proves invaluable to them. He discusses methods of efficient energy conversion, introducing concepts previously unaddressed in their field. This represents a novel technology, unveiled by Gao Yang with remarkable clarity. Reflecting on this, one realizes that such technology is indeed employed in laser weapons. While energy release at standard voltage is slow, the immense power of laser guns derives from this efficient energy conversion, reducing energy loss during the process. As the lecture progresses, a number of esteemed figures can no longer contain their excitement and quietly approach a fellow student. "Could you spare a sheet of paper? I need to take notes." The student, currently jotting down notes, turns in surprise. "I want to take notes too. Here, have a page." "Thank you." The distinguished individual receives the paper, placing it beneath his hand as he writes swiftly. Other researchers follow suit, and soon the notebooks of those in the back row are nearly depleted. Standing at the podium, Gao Yang surveys the scene with admiration. These individuals are all top-tier researchers, yet in the midst of his lecture, they cast aside their pretenses to take notes. Wholly absorbed in the moment, Gao Yang, pleased, decides to delve deeper into the subject. previously concerned that his classmates might struggle to comprehend. He had kept his explanations relatively straightforward. Now, he feels free to present more intricate ideas. As the complexity of his discourse increases, the second row's notebooks also fall victim to eager hands. After 2 full lectures, Gao Yang extends the session by an additional half hour. Finally, setting down his marker, "We shall conclude here for today. Class dismissed." At this moment, a wave of bewilderment washes over the students. While the first 2 sessions were manageable, the final 2 left them in a fog of confusion. Yet, as aspiring researchers, they are captivated, their minds alight with new possibilities. The concepts Gao Yang discusses are not only applicable to laser guns, but extend to nearly all devices reliant on electrical energy. Many eminent figures feel a surge of inspiration, itching to return to their laboratories and commence research immediately. Yet, a more pressing matter awaits. They are eager to witness Gao Yang fabricate a laser gun on site. Initially skeptical of his abilities, they are now fully convinced of his prowess. Gao Yang's brilliance has undoubtedly won over all present. The insights captured in their notes are nothing short of invaluable. As the students rise to bow in gratitude, they prepare to depart. Professor Li swiftly approached the podium and announced, "Please do not leave just yet. We must sign a confidentiality agreement. The content of today's lecture must remain undisclosed." The students in the special class were momentarily taken aback. Another agreement? However, upon reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. Gao Yang's lecture undoubtedly revolved around readily available technology, and moreover, technology that is currently non-existent. This innovation holds immense value. Though it may not rival the laser gun, it possesses the potential to significantly influence the industry. This technology could even serve as the cornerstone for a high-tech enterprise. Even the mere act of selling the patent could yield substantial profits. A group of students perused the confidentiality agreement, their eyes brimming with envy. They pondered when they might reach Gao Yang's level. Where simply presenting something or conducting a lecture necessitates that everyone sign a confidentiality agreement. Chapter 11. Continuous Shock. After signing the contract, all the students departed, leaving the researchers still crowding the classroom to its full capacity. Initially, some harbored doubts, for it was indeed astonishing that a single student could create such a terrifying laser gun. However, after attending the class, their skepticism had diminished considerably. Yet, despite their newfound belief, they remained in a state of shock. How could someone as young as Gao Yang, barely 19, achieve such remarkable feats? The material he had casually presented during the lesson had already won them over. A throng of individuals then proceeded to the cafeteria, for it was midday and sustenance was needed. Gao Yang found himself surrounded by a host of people, feeling somewhat out of place. Even more bewildered were the school's students, their expressions a mix of confusion and astonishment. What was happening? Why was this assembly of esteemed scholars flocking around this prodigious young man, akin to stars orbiting a luminary? These top-tier researchers, with their lofty status and expertise, were actually seeking to curry favor with Gao Yang. Among them was a plump professor, who, with paper in hand, was inquiring about something beside Gao Yang, resembling a student seeking guidance from a mentor. But how could this be? The rotund professor was well known as the head of the Laser Weapons Research Institute. This spectacle had undoubtedly captured the attention of countless students along the way, leaving them perplexed and unsure of what was transpiring. Even during the meal, the gathering attracted numerous glances, though onlookers dared not approach, choosing instead to observe from a distance, engaging in hushed discussions. As the meal concluded, Gao Yang made his way directly to the laboratory. Before reaching the facility, Professor Li remarked, "We are heading to the school's premier laboratory, equipped with everything one could desire." Gao Yang's interest was piqued. The previous laboratory, while excellent in its own right, was not at the pinnacle of innovation. There existed another laboratory within the institution, a world-leading facility. Yet, it was not merely students who lacked access. Even many professors were unqualified to utilize it. Those who were eligible had to submit requests in advance. Could he truly have immediate access? Gao Yang hesitated. "You certainly will," Professor Li assured, pulling out his phone, powering it on, and calling the principal. After a brief conversation, he turned to Gao Yang. "You have permission to use it, and the principal will be coming by shortly to observe." "Very well," Gao Yang replied, unperturbed by the attention. Eager to explore the superior laboratory, "I shall first assess the laboratory's equipment. If it is sufficiently advanced, the power of the laser gun could be further enhanced." Professor Li was taken aback, recalling Gao Yang's earlier statement that if the laboratory's equipment was adequate, the laser gun's potency could indeed be amplified. The surrounding professors were equally stunned. What did this mean? Was the previous laser gun not the most powerful version? Were the limitations merely due to the conditions? Their anticipation grew even stronger. A procession of eager individuals made their way to the laboratory. Professor Li inquired, "Will you require assistance? The laboratory has personnel available to help you with the manufacturing process." "No need," Gao Yang replied. Gao Yang's eyes were captivated by the laboratory's equipment, which was, on average, a significant enhancement over the apparatus he had previously encountered. A plethora of materials was readily available. Swiftly donning a white lab coat, he ventured into the depths of the laboratory, rubbing his hands together as he began to examine the parameters and operational methods of various devices. Outside, a group of researchers stood, observing intently through the transparent glass, affording them a clear view of Gao Yang's actions within. However, the sounds from outside could not penetrate the interior, and the presence of blinds allowed for a complete visual barrier when drawn, providing the researchers a nearly undisturbed experimental environment. Nonetheless, as this manufacturing endeavor was intended as a demonstration, the blinds remained open. Among the observers were not only the researchers, but also high-ranking military officials and senior members of the academic institution. They had heard whispers regarding the laser gun, a matter of significant import. For the researchers, it represented a technological breakthrough. For the military, an enhancement of combat capabilities. And for the school, a point of pride. What institution could boast students of such caliber? The Defense Science and Technology University, of course. Simultaneously, there was a sense of unease among the school officials concerning the news reports. The principal turned to Professor Lee, inquiring, "Professor Lee, can this laser gun target satellites?" Professor Lee, taken aback, glanced at the principal and replied, "How could that be possible? At least 200 kilometers above the ground, and even if the power were sufficient, the accuracy would be lacking. To strike a satellite, one would require an ultra-precise targeting system and favorable weather conditions, ideally clear skies." The principal nodded, feeling a weight lift from his heart. All eyes were focused on Gao Yang, who, at a measured pace, completed his inspection of the equipment and felt a sense of assurance. This laboratory was indeed remarkable, among the finest in the world. Yet it could only enhance the laser gun's power by approximately 300 times. Achieving a 1,000-fold increase, given the current technological capabilities of Long Country, remained a distant ambition. Nevertheless, 300 times was already commendable. With determination, Gao Yang swiftly approached the machine tool, inputting various component parameters into the control console, allowing the machine to process the parts automatically. The optical system equipment was likewise present here, along with the material ratios necessary for the laser emitter and the metallurgical processes involved. At that moment, Gao Yang resembled a whirlwind, navigating seamlessly among the multitude of devices. Outside the laboratory, a group of onlookers was wide-eyed. Gao Yang's proficiency far surpassed theirs. The technicians responsible for operating individual devices could hardly match his level of expertise. Not only was he skilled, but his precision was impeccable. He made no errors, as if the entire process had been rehearsed countless times in his mind. The manufacturing proceeded fluidly, with remarkable efficiency. Professor Lee observed and turned to an elderly gentleman, remarking, "Didn't you doubt his ability to operate these devices?" The old professor, who had previously expressed skepticism regarding Gao Yang's capacity to handle ultra-precision machine tools, now found himself contradicted. Yet, there was no sign of embarrassment on his face, only excitement. As he exclaimed, "He is astonishingly proficient. Even without research capabilities, such proficiency in operation can still command a handsome salary." A group of people nodded in agreement. And after a moment, someone remarked, "Did he actually smelt the metal coils himself? And he hand-polished the glass lenses a second time? Can human craftsmanship truly rival that of machinery?" Outside, a multitude of researchers were profoundly astonished by Gao Yang's extraordinary skills. Having spent a sleepless night, one would expect them to be fatigued at this hour, yet they appeared increasingly invigorated. The sense of awe was palpable in the air. The process of preparing the components took Gao Yang a full 3 hours. University leaders, researchers, and military personnel stood there for the entire duration. Despite their mental exhaustion and physical weariness, each one of them exhibited remarkable vitality, their eyes wide with astonishment. With the components finally ready, Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief, for this indicated that the 300-fold power laser gun he designed could now be manufactured. The next step was assembly. Raising his head, Gao Yang met the gaze of dozens of eyes, all bearing dark circles, filled with fatigue but brimming with anticipation. Chapter 12. Unfathomable power. The assembly of the laser gun proved to be an arduous task, given the multitude of intricate optical components housed within, each requiring remarkable precision. Under ordinary circumstances, even those skilled in the craft would find it nearly impossible to fabricate such a device. However, Gao Yang possessed an exceptionally thorough knowledge base, encompassing not only the technology behind the laser gun, but also the artistry of its construction. Presently, he was capable of creating laser guns with a magnification of 1,000 times, making the assembly of this 300-fold power-enhanced weapon seem remarkably effortless. Equipped with a pair of magnifying glasses, Gao Yang commenced the assembly process. Outside the glass enclosure, a group of distinguished individuals watched with bated breath, their tension palpable. The atmosphere was so still one could hear a pin drop. Researchers within and beyond the laboratory gazed intently, their eyes bloodshot from exhaustion. Having gone over 30 hours without sleep, yet still brimming with excitement. The assembly continued for 2 hours. Gao Yang finally set down his glasses, rubbed his eyes, and surveyed the completed laser gun on the table, preparing to seal it with its outer casing. This iteration of the laser gun not only featured a more intricate internal structure and enhanced power, but also boasted an aesthetically pleasing design. The silver, high-temperature resistant casing secured the internal components, rendering it less susceptible to damage. Raising his gaze, Gao Yang was met once more with countless expectant eyes. The laser gun had been successfully manufactured. As the laboratory door swung open, Professor Lee rushed in, his excitement palpable as he beheld the sleek, streamlined design of the weapon. Unlike its predecessors, this laser gun epitomized the very essence of a futuristic armament. Measuring approximately 30 centimeters in length, 3 centimeters in width, and 20 centimeters in height, it was larger than a handgun yet smaller than a rifle, akin to a submachine gun. As he grasped the weapon, Professor Lee was immediately struck by its comfortable feel. The grip was well designed, featuring textured grooves to enhance friction. The weight was roughly 12 to 13 pounds. His voice trembled slightly as he inquired, "Has the power been enhanced compared to the previous model?" Gao Yang removed his gloves and outer garment, replying, "It has been increased by approximately a factor of 2. Professor Lee's eyes widened in shock as he turned to Gao Yang. "By how much?" "By a factor of 2, Gao Yang reiterated. Professor Lee tightened his grip on the laser gun, his heart racing with a mix of exhilaration and apprehension, concerned that he might inadvertently drop the weapon. "Let us return for testing." Suddenly, Gao Yang interjected, grasping the laser gun and meeting Professor Lee's bloodshot gaze with intensity. "Testing cannot commence now. You all need rest. We will conduct the test tomorrow." This group had been engaged in testing late into the night, followed by a phone call to him at 4 in the morning, and they had not rested since. "We must not push ourselves to the brink of exhaustion." Gradually, Professor Lee loosened his grip and turned to the principal. "Please make arrangements." The principal promptly placed a call, instructing staff to secure accommodations at nearby hotels. He then organized for the researchers and military personnel to rest. Despite their fervor, these individuals had not slept for over 30 hours. Their fatigue was undeniably real. Upon witnessing Gao Yang's successful creation of the laser gun, a heavy burden was lifted from their hearts, bringing them a sense of relief. They returned to the hotel for a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Gao Yang headed to the cafeteria for a meal before making his way to the library. In the library, Ruo spotted Gao Yang and swiftly approached him. "Brother Yang." Gao Yang interrupted her, saying, "Please don't call me Brother Yang. It feels unfamiliar. Just call me Gao Yang." He recalled that during the first half of high school, people referred to him as Brother Yang, but for the remaining 2.5 years, he was known as Brother Wei. Ruo nodded, saying, "It seems that Longhua has developed a formidable laser weapon." Gao Yang looked at her, puzzled, as it seemed improbable. In the school's laboratory, with such favorable conditions, it was conceivable to create a powerful laser gun, but mass production would not have the same advantages, resulting in a significant reduction in efficacy. Ruo handed her phone to Gao Yang, stating, "The Bald Eagle has released a video showing a laser destroying a satellite." Upon receiving the phone, Gao Yang first noticed the Bald Eagle's statement, which claimed that they had determined the approximate area of the laser's origin based on the angle and timing of the laser beam. They urged Longhua to continue their investigation. He then opened the video, which lasted only 10 seconds, showcasing a Starlink satellite soaring through space, suddenly pierced by a laser, causing its body to disintegrate. Gao Yang frowned, realizing that Longhua's research in the field of lasers was more advanced than he had anticipated. However, his expression soon relaxed. After all, this was Longhua, and the saying held true: being overly backward can indeed provide a showcase. While he muttered that the practical significance of laser weapons was minimal, only suitable for striking cameras, he simultaneously employed a laser gun against a satellite. The weapon's power was evidently impressive, demonstrating substantial practical application. Such precise targeting suggested it could indeed be used in real combat. Ruoruo, somewhat astonished, inquired, "How does it compare to your laser gun?" Gao Yang replied, "It's difficult to make a comparison based solely on this video." Intrigued, he considered calling Professor Lee to see if he could gain access to this laser weapon, anticipating unexpected insights. However, Professor Lee was likely enjoying a sound sleep at that hour, so he decided to postpone the call until the testing the following day. Returning the phone to Ruo, Gao Yang turned to find a book, continuing to charge the system. Ruo took the phone, observing Gao Yang, who had already found a book and was now seated and engrossed in reading. Suddenly, she felt motivated. Was she still gossiping? She stowed away her phone and began to read as well. Online, the news regarding the laser striking the satellite had reached a fever pitch. Longhua's morning statement aimed to temper the excitement, but the Bald Eagle clearly sought to amplify the story's momentum. Their second statement was straightforward. I have already informed you of the laser's firing point. Are you still investigating? Can't you expedite the process? The entire world was now focused on this incident, undeniably placing pressure on Longhua. In response, Longhua was indeed conducting an investigation. They had long been aware of the laser's launch location and knew it housed a light weapons research institute. Upon discovering this, it became imperative to relay the information to the Lonka Institute, as the Light Weapons Research Institute fell under its jurisdiction. Prior to any investigation, they needed to notify and obtain permission from the institute. The investigation came to a standstill as the Long Institute attempted to reach out to contacts below, but to no avail. It was known that a highly classified test had taken place the previous night, one so secretive that even the airspace had been restricted. When they endeavored to make contact, not a single responsible individual could be reached. All phones were switched off. Attempts to communicate with personnel at the Research Institute yielded no information, as they remained tight-lipped. Even efforts to contact military personnel were met with silence, their phones similarly deactivated. It was as if the individuals had vanished into thin air. Given the exceedingly high level of confidentiality surrounding the project, they were left with no option but to enlist the aid of those with greater authority. The director of the Long Institute gazed at the file presented before him, opening it with a furrowed brow. He noted Professor Lee's report request, and the more he read, the more absurd it seemed. A student from the university had purportedly invented an immensely powerful laser gun. Under normal circumstances, such wording would strike him as hyperbolic, warranting little concern. However, the situation had changed dramatically. Satellites had already been obliterated by laser fire. Instinctively, the director lifted his gaze to the sky. A laser capable of destroying satellites was not merely powerful, it was extraordinarily formidable. Chapter 13, Recruitment. The president of the Dragon Institute, surnamed Yuan, closed the file and instructed, "Prepare the vehicle. I shall visit the Defense Science and Technology University." The secretary was taken aback. "Director, are you personally going to investigate?" "Investigate what?" Director Yuan glanced at the secretary. "There is no need for an investigation. A flimsy excuse will suffice. There will be no results." The secretary was even more perplexed. "Then why are you going?" Director Yuan said nothing. When it comes to talent acquisition, personal involvement demonstrates sincerity. A 19-year-old student has developed a laser gun that destroyed a satellite? This is beyond mere talent. It is an extraordinary prodigy, a phenomenal genius. Just prepare the vehicle. And I also wish to review the file of a student named Gao Yang from the Defense Science and Technology University. Understood. In less than half an hour, Director Yuan boarded the plane, heading directly to the Defense Science and Technology University in the dead of night. Upon reviewing Gao Yang's file, his brows furrowed momentarily before breaking into a smile. He had received a probationary status at the university. The secretary glanced at Director Yuan with confusion. What was going on? He had seen the file before, and such a mark would linger for a lifetime, a stain that was difficult to erase. Why was Director Yuan still smiling? In the dead of night, Director Yuan's vehicle halted in front of the Defense Science and Technology University. He glanced at the time, 9:30 p.m. There was still ample time. The secretary watched as Director Yuan alighted from the car and dashed toward the campus, bewildered and further perplexed by his abnormal behavior. Without prior notification to the university, he had stealthily arrived, seemingly in quite a hurry. Director Yuan, amidst the secretary's astonished gaze, spotted a bicycle. The secretary was genuinely bewildered. Why ride a bicycle when there were vehicles available on campus? However, he had no choice but to pedal behind Director Yuan. Director Yuan pedaled briskly to the library. Checking the time, it was precisely 10 o'clock p.m. He handed the bicycle to the secretary, took a deep breath, and entered the library. At this hour, the library was remarkably quiet and nearly devoid of patrons. However, Director Yuan was aware that it would close at 10:30 p.m. Upon entering, his gaze swiftly scanned the interior, quickly landing on Gao Yang. Several books were piled before Gao Yang, who was engrossed in his reading. Director Yuan recognized Gao Yang from his photograph, confirming his target, and approached with quickened steps, refraining from interrupting him just yet, opting instead to observe. Notably, the top book on the table was about the design and manufacture of sniper rifles. Surprisingly, it was not related to lasers. Director Yuan picked it up. It primarily discussed the reverse engineering of various models of sniper rifles. Just then, a girl named Ruo Ruo approached and placed a cup of coffee beside Gao Yang. Director Yuan regarded Ruo Ruo with a thoughtful expression, and once she departed, he seized the opportunity to initiate a conversation. "Is she your girlfriend?" Gao Yang remained silent, continuing to focus on his book. Director Yuan felt a bit awkward and raised his voice slightly. "Hello, fellow student." Finally, Gao Yang lifted his head, glanced at Director Yuan, and silently picked up his book, making his way to a corner. Even when engrossed in a book, interruptions abound. Dean Yuan gazed at Gao Yang, who was nestled in a corner, momentarily taken aback by his intense focus. Yet, it is often the case that geniuses exhibit such singular dedication. Without further ado, he approached swiftly and stated directly, "Student Gao Yang, I have come here specifically for you." Finally setting aside his book, Gao Yang took a sip of coffee and inquired, "Who are you?" Before Dean Yuan could respond, someone behind them chuckled, "Dean Yuan from Lonka Institute. What an honor it is to have you at our school. If only I had known earlier, I would have gladly hosted you." Dean Yuan turned, his expression darkening at the sight of Principal Gon. The principal, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, settled next to Gao Yang and remarked, "Your nose is quite perceptive." Recognizing that the difficulty of inviting Gao Yang had significantly increased, Dean Yuan understood that despite the challenge, the invitation must still be extended. At that moment, Gao Yang sensed the atmosphere had shifted, yet he remained rooted. There was no escaping the encounter ahead. Dean Yuan rose, extending his hand towards Gao Yang. "I am Yuan De, the Dean of Lonka Institute." In that instant, Gao Yang felt somewhat dazed. What was happening? The Dean of Lonka Institute had come to see him? Lonka Institute is the largest research institution in Longhua, renowned for its 3 colleges, over 200 research institutes, and numerous observation stations, each focusing on various industries and fields. In Longhua, the influence of Lonka Institute is formidable. The dean sought him out? What merit did he possess to warrant such attention? Gao Yang shook Dean Yuan's hand, responding, "Gao Yang." Without hesitation, Dean Yuan continued, "I would like to invite you to further your studies at Lonka Institute." Bang! Principal Gon slammed his hand on the table. Rising indignantly, "What do you mean by that, Yuan?" Dean Yuan turned to Principal Gon, retorting, "What do you mean? A talent like Gao Yang should be nurtured, yet you subjected him to a probationary status?" Principal Gon found it difficult to refute. The disciplinary action was a matter of record. "The sanction has been lifted," he stated. "Even so, it will remain in his file indefinitely." Dean Yuan then turned back to Gao Yang. "Lonka Institute houses the largest collection of books in the nation, providing you ample resources for your studies. If there is a specific book you desire, we can procure it for you. Furthermore, we boast the nation's most elite laboratories available for your use, and we can even tailor a research institute specifically for you." Principal Gon took a deep breath, his demeanor softening as he addressed Gao Yang. "You will have access to the best research facilities at our school, and there are numerous significant projects underway, including the nation's largest superbrain initiative. You can directly participate in any project that piques your interest." Gao Yang was taken aback. He understood Dean Yuan's purpose. He was being recruited. The top-tier laboratory, valued at over 100 million, was being offered solely to him? Dean Yuan glanced at Principal Gon and continued, "Additionally, there will be a preferential allocation of resources. For any project you wish to pursue, funding can be readily requested, as long as it is reasonable. We can even establish a dedicated research fund for you." How does an initial amount of 100 million sound? Gao Yang was stunned. 100 million? Although it cannot be used casually, the allocation of such an extravagant sum as research funding is indeed remarkable. Providing a project with 100 million is fundamentally different from granting that amount to an individual. This is still funding intended for him. He mentioned using it to purchase a sports car, merely to study its performance. Principal Gon was taken aback. Director Yuan truly has the audacity to invest such capital, granting such a substantial sum to a student? Yet, upon reflection, he recalled Gao Yang's laser cannon, a technology that could not be acquired for a mere 100 million, not to mention 100 million. Even a billion or several billion would be insufficient. With a resolute determination, he decided to promptly establish a research foundation, a foundation solely dedicated to Gao Yang, with an initial funding of 12 million. Director Yuan also felt a pang of astonishment. Principal Gon is genuinely willing to invest. As Yuan fell into contemplation, he pondered what advantages remained. The Dragon Science Academy's greatest strength lies in its vastness, encompassing nearly every research direction with its numerous institutes. In contrast, the Defense Technology University specializes exclusively in weaponry. The relationship between the two is remarkably close, to the extent that their technologies have nearly reached a point of sharing. Otherwise, the testing of laser guns would not have taken place at the Light Weapons Research Institute under the Dragon Science Academy. Additionally, the top graduates from both sides often interchangeably find employment opportunities. However, a close relationship does not preclude competition. These two dynamics can coexist harmoniously. Chapter 14, The Second Test. Dean Yuan, with a tone of reason, addressed Gao Yang, stating, "The Dragon Institute is truly your optimal sanctuary. By joining the Dragon Institute, you will have the opportunity to explore a myriad of technologies, free from the constraints of mere application. In terms of application, you can provide your technological innovations to the Defense Research Institute or other researchers, allowing them to implement these advancements. At the Defense Science and Technology University, your research focus is confined to weaponry." Principal Gon interjected coldly, "What is wrong with researching weaponry? Without defense technology, how can we ensure safety and peace?" Seizing the moment, Dean Yuan responded, The Weaponry Research Institute under the Dragon Institute encompasses numerous opportunities. Whatever you wish to study, we can offer you the latest technologies as references. Principal Gon, undeterred, retorted, we can provide that as well. Dean Yuan then turned his gaze to Gao Yang, intensifying his pitch. I could also extend an invitation to your girlfriend, offering her high privileges. Principal Gon, now irate despite lacking knowledge of Gao Yang's supposed girlfriend, countered, your girlfriend at our institution will also receive preferential treatment. Even if you were to part ways, I could introduce you to my granddaughter. Gao Yang, taken aback, observed the escalating tension between the two and quickly asserted, I do not have a girlfriend, and I choose to remain at the Defense Science and Technology University. Dean Yuan, recognizing Gao Yang's resolve, inquired with confusion, why? Gao Yang had become accustomed to his current environment. While the Dragon Institute might offer superior conditions, he would still need to acclimate anew. Furthermore, his research primarily relied on the system rather than genuine investigation, rendering the distinctions between the Dragon Institute and the Defense Science and Technology University negligible. Additionally, he yearned to experience university life. Attending the Dragon Institute would mean an immediate graduation. However, he refrained from expressing this, stating simply, the teachers and classmates here treat me exceptionally well, and I enjoy frequenting the library. Principal Gon chuckled, recognizing Gao Yang's determination. Old Yuan, perhaps you should reconsider your persuasion tactics? Dean Yuan ceased his futile efforts, but remarked, the doors of the Dragon Institute will always be open to you. Should you change your mind or wish to join us after graduation, you are always welcome. Moreover, I am eager to witness your laser weapon. Principal Gon replied with a smile, tomorrow morning, we will conduct weapon testing. If you are available, do come and observe. Certainly, Dean Yuan replied, departing briskly. Principal Gon exhaled in relief and turned to Gao Yang, saying, not having a girlfriend is fortuitous. I shall share my granddaughter's WeChat with you. Gao Yang waved his hand dismissively. As for a girlfriend, let that be. What about the research funding and laboratory you promised me? When will that materialize? Principal Gon winced at the thought of the financial commitment. Within 3 days. With the principal gone, a smile inadvertently crept across Gao Yang's lips. The prospect of having his own laboratory and substantial funding was exhilarating. Dean Yuan's visit had indeed secured him significant advantages. He lifted his coffee cup for a sip and returned to his studies. At the Light Weapons Research Institute, technicians were swiftly preparing the testing grounds. A group of researchers, having rested overnight, had already arrived. Professor Li cradled a box containing a laser gun, patiently waiting. As a military vehicle arrived, all eyes turned in its direction. The first to disembark was Principal Gon, followed closely by Dean Yuan, and then the main figure, Gao Yang. Gao Yang, holding a book, stood amidst a group of elderly individuals with an average age of 60, appearing somewhat conspicuous. As the gates of the shooting range closed, Professor Li withdrew the laser gun. Dean Yuan approached briskly, scrutinizing the laser weapon. Merely by its exterior, Dean Yuan was taken aback. The laser gun was indeed stunning. Most notably, it was compact, a mere 30 centimeters in length, yet it had the capability to obliterate satellites? How terrifying. After a moment of exploration, Dean Yuan handed the laser gun to the technicians and moved to the edge of the shooting range, awaiting the commencement of the test. Prior to the testing, the technicians distributed sunglasses to everyone. These were specially designed, slightly tinted. Once donned, they imparted a sense of darkness, rendering visibility less clear. The staff secured the laser gun and announced, the test is ready to commence. Professor Li instructed, conduct a final inspection. Several technicians focused intently on the equipment before them, ensuring that the information collection devices were functioning properly. Fire. The technicians pressed the switch, and a dazzling laser erupted forth. 100 meters away, the steel plate was melted through, followed by another steel plate at 200 meters, which also succumbed to the laser's might. The arrangement of steel plates extended all the way to 3 kilometers. In less than 2 seconds, the steel plate at 3 kilometers was utterly liquefied. With the laser gun powered down, Dean Yuan removed his sunglasses, his gaze fixed in disbelief upon the elongated steel plate. Observing the holes and the molten steel still dripping from the edges, he found it hard to fathom. The power exceeded his wildest expectations. That was steel, instantly perforated. It is worth noting that the Lonka Institute has a dedicated research facility for lasers, where achieving the melting of steel plates requires prolonged exposure. Even laser cutting machines, at a distance of 2 centimeters and under extreme temperatures, necessitate the assistance of high-pressure gas to effectively cut through metal. Yet, Gao Yang's laser cannon had effortlessly penetrated the steel plate. This power was not only capable of piercing through Starlink satellites, but could even breach a space station. Lost in thought, Dean Yuan then heard the excited, trembling voice of a professor beside him. This laser is not as bright as last time. The losses during the laser's transmission have been reduced. Dean Yuan was taken aback. Last time? While he was still in a daze, The researchers eagerly rushed to the testing site to examine the data just obtained. Dean Yuan disregarded his composure and hurried over. Before he could approach, he heard exclamations of astonishment. The maximum temperature reached 50,000 degrees. The temperature at the 3-kilometer steel plate during exposure exceeded 45,000 degrees. The reduction in laser loss extended the effective range. The estimated range surpassed 200 kilometers. Continue testing. Dean Yuan squeezed into the crowd, which had begun to disperse, initiating the second round of testing. Before the test commenced, some still acknowledged Dean Yuan, but now their eyes were solely on the laser gun. Dean Yuan, however, remained unfazed, holding the record from the first test, lost in reverie. It was almost unbelievable. The power was overwhelmingly terrifying, surpassing all laser weaponry currently known in the world. By a significant margin, such a diminutive firearm possesses such formidable power. One can only imagine the terror that would ensue if this weapon were to be magnified and transformed into a cannon. He then beheld the second table, which contained the results from the previous test. 2 sets of test results, 2 laser guns? How could such remarkable progress be achieved in such a brief span of time? Suppressing his astonishment, Dean Yuan turned his gaze towards Gao Yang, who was engrossed in reading. Apart from the initial test, which piqued his interest, he paid little heed to the subsequent evaluations. After all, it was merely a laser gun with a 300-fold amplification. Having satisfied his curiosity regarding its power, he found it inconvenient to leave and thus occupied himself with a book. Dean Yuan felt a renewed sense of admiration for him, tinged with regret. Had Principal Gan not arrived promptly the day before, he surmised that he might have already secured Gao Yang as cooperation. Returning to his position, he resumed observing the tests. Each evaluation required multiple trials, and a cadre of researchers had devised numerous testing methods for this laser gun. In addition to employing brute force for stability tests, every conceivable method had been utilized. With each test conducted, the findings became increasingly alarming. The power of this model surpassed that of its predecessor by a factor of 2. Chapter 15. The Drill. The military personnel grew increasingly satisfied. The power of this device was immense. If it could be developed into a true piece of equipment, its effectiveness in actual combat would undoubtedly be formidable. However, at present, this laser gun could not be deployed on the battlefield. Firstly, there was the issue of the cord at the back. One cannot simply venture into combat and inquire whether there are nearby power outlets, can one? This is an energy conundrum. Furthermore, this laser gun was merely a prototype. Could it be mass-produced outside the laboratory? Yet, these are minor obstacles. As long as the technology exists, these issues can be easily surmounted. After this test, Director Yuan realized a crucial point. Prior to his arrival, he had regarded Gao Yang as a prodigious genius. Now, he understood that he had still underestimated Gao Yang. Such talent transcends any singular research institution. It has risen to a level that concerns all of humanity. At such a young age, Gao Yang has already achieved so much. What might he accomplish in a few more years? If he lives to be 70 or 80, the world may undergo monumental changes. Director Yuan approached Gao Yang and proactively handed him his business card. Should you require anything, feel free to call. I will do everything in my power to accommodate your needs, whether it be resources, information, or even personnel to assist you. Just say the word, and I shall endeavor to fulfill your request. Gao Yang did not desire much. He already possessed ample resources. However, he was intrigued by the news of the laser cannon that had destroyed a satellite. May I have the opportunity to see the laser cannon that has been making headlines? Director Yuan was taken aback, staring at Gao Yang in bewilderment. What? Wasn't that laser cannon the result of your laser gun? Gao Yang, somewhat perplexed, responded, how could that be? The laser gun only has a main body at this stage. While its power is sufficient, it lacks the capability to hit a satellite. Director Yuan glanced at the laser gun. He had witnessed its power, yet it lacked a targeting system. However, the trajectory of the laser indicated that the launch point was indeed the Light Weapons Research Institute. Professor Lee expressed his confusion. A laser targeting a satellite? What is the situation? The remaining researchers shared similar perplexity. Their phones had been sealed since the testing of the laser gun and had not been in contact with the outside world. Even those who possessed phones had not checked the news. They were unaware of the specifics. Director Yuan silently retrieved his phone, opened the news, and handed it over. Professor Lee glanced at it, his eyes widening in astonishment, before passing it to the others. During our testing, we made an error, and the laser gun accidentally fired at the sky. Could it be? The others also widened their eyes in disbelief. Such extraordinary luck? A mere second of error resulted in the destruction of a satellite? The researchers found this utterly inconceivable, for satellites travel at remarkable speeds in orbit. To hit one would require extraordinary fortune. Otherwise, the odds of hitting a satellite are truly dismal. Upon meticulously examining the data, the location and timing of the satellite's destruction precisely matched the timing of their blunder. They were left in awe. Could it be that the power of this weakened version of the laser gun was so substantial? A satellite of the Starlink, positioned 300 kilometers above the Earth, was unexpectedly destroyed. Gao Yang initially aimed to observe the laser weaponry of others, only to realize that he was the cause of this incident. What should he do now? Dean Yuan chuckled. What can you do? It has nothing to do with you. Even if you were to bring down all the Starlink satellites, it would be inconsequential. A high-ranking military official laughed and added, the military will simply issue a statement declaring the weapon test a failure. As for you, Gao, you bear no responsibility. Your merits and rewards remain intact. As he spoke, the military official continued with a grin. We must expedite the application of laser weaponry. Gao Yang nodded, understanding that with the technology in hand, the subsequent design of practical weaponry would not pose much difficulty. The military personnel departed, satisfied. Dean Yuan was about to leave as well, but after taking a few steps, he paused and turned to Principal Gon. For the forthcoming arms design exercises, laser guns must not be included. Principal Gon laughed. What are you afraid of? The laser guns are currently unfit for actual combat. We cannot possibly bring a power strip to the exercises. Dean Yuan chuckled in return and then got into his vehicle to depart. Principal Gon took Gao Yang into the car, heading back to the school. Curious, Gao Yang inquired from the car. Design exercise competition? Principal Gon explained with a smile. There has always been competition among several schools. This time, the design exercise competition focuses on individual equipment, specifically between Lonka University and the Defense Technology University, with each preparing gear for a special operations team. The two special forces teams will then engage in individual combat. This was Gao Yang's first encounter with such a competition, and he found it quite intriguing. The effectiveness of the equipment would be evident in practical scenarios. Noticing Gao Yang's interest, Principal Gon remarked, would you like to witness the excitement? I could have you join the competition. Gao Yang hesitated slightly. Would it be too troublesome? Principal Gon reassured him. The design competition won't consume too much time. You won't need to design the weapons yourself. Each individual weapon has designated designers. You merely need to provide some ideas and guidance, leaving the rest to the students. Gao Yang's interest was piqued, not so much for victory, but primarily because it involved real combat scenarios that could potentially influence him, without requiring too much of his time. Observing Gao Yang's evident enthusiasm, Principal Gon continued, in recent years, we have frequently competed with Lonka University. The primary aim is to stimulate student creativity. Both sides exert their utmost efforts, often resulting in some remarkably innovative designs. The differing design philosophies of the two schools offer a distinct experience. Gao Yang nodded, genuinely eager to participate. Even merely witnessing the exercises from a close distance would be quite fascinating. All right, I'll join in and give it a try. The principal elaborated. This arms design exercise primarily focuses on individual exercises, so the design will center around individual weaponry. Two teams will utilize weapons designed by students from both schools for practical drills. If the performance is commendable, the developed weapons may have the chance to become official equipment. Gao Yang nodded, dismissing the last statement as mere banter, for such claims were hardly credible. Each formal transition of equipment necessitated innumerable meetings and an extensive time commitment. After all, replacing a conventional weapon entails a massive overhaul, demanding a staggering financial investment. To illustrate, the White Eagle has undergone significant armament changes only 4 times in the past 2 centuries, despite the plethora of weaponry developed during that period. The Dragon Kingdom is no different. It recently updated its individual soldier weaponry, with no imminent prospects for further change. Thus, Gao Yang's objective was clear, to emerge victorious. He felt no pressure, as the task held little complexity. With the system in place, to lose would be an utter absurdity, a farce of grand proportions. Even in the absence of the system, the technological knowledge of laser weaponry magnified 1,000-fold would enable him to triumph effortlessly in this drill. Now, he merely needed to contemplate the method of his victory. Chapter 16, Victory Secured. Upon returning to school, Gao Yang first familiarized himself with the design competition for military exercises. It must be said that the design of this exchange competition was quite remarkable. The weapons developed by the students could be deployed directly on the battlefield, provided they passed sufficient stability tests. Furthermore, neither side was privy to the weapons employed by the other prior to their confrontation. The confidentiality of the weaponry determined the outcome in the heat of battle. This realistic scenario served as a tremendous motivation for the students as well. Reflecting on previous competitions, they typically had a specific objective. For instance, last year's challenge was to design equipment suitable for extreme cold environments, while the year before that focused on multifunctional helmets. As Gao Yang perused the competition records, he found them exhilarating. The students from both institutions were exceptionally talented. The tactical helmets designed by the students from Lonka University incorporated over a dozen different technologies, each representing a distinct research avenue. Meanwhile, The students from the Defense Technology University placed greater emphasis on genuine combat readiness. Their helmets featured anti-jamming systems, and various functionalities were more stable, showcasing cutting-edge advancements in critical areas. Both designs were commendably excellent, and the helmets were subsequently improved and deployed in small-scale assemblies for special forces. This achievement became a point of pride for the competing students from both sides. Continuing his research, Gao Yang gleaned that this was a game for the prodigies. It was no wonder he had never heard of it before. The number of students eligible to participate in such competitions was limited. To qualify for this type of contest, one must excel at school and secure accolades in various competitions, truly a gathering of geniuses. However, compared to the extraordinary Gao Yang, they still paled in comparison. Upon returning to school, Gao Yang promptly reached out to the competition team. With only half a month remaining, he needed to familiarize himself with the team's dynamics. He made a preliminary call, instructing the members to wait for him in the conference room. The design competition had its own dedicated laboratory as well as a conference room. In the conference room, 10 individuals were already seated. Seizing the moment before Gao Yang's arrival, one remarked, "Captain, after months of hard work, we are nearing the finish line. And now we have a new captain?" The original captain, Chun Hong, replied, "I'm not entirely sure, and I don't know much about Gao Yang's situation. But besides the director's call, my professor also reached out to me, urging me to seize this opportunity. He mentioned that the chance to learn from him may only come once in a lifetime." The group fell silent, as Chun Hong's professor was a distinguished figure in the field. With such a prominent endorsement, their anticipation for Gao Yang grew. Who exactly was he? Half an hour slipped by, and Gao Yang entered the conference room. Observing the 10 individuals sitting upright, he got straight to the point. "Have you brought your design materials?" "Yes." Chun Hong promptly handed the materials to Gao Yang. The others followed suit, presenting their work with diligence. Gao Yang began to review the designs of the 10 individuals. The submissions were comprehensive, featuring pistols, rifles, sniper rifles, bulletproof vests, grenades, tactical helmets, and even cold weapons. Each participant had submitted a complete set of individual soldier designs. As Gao Yang skimmed through the materials, he concluded after a moment's reflection, they all fall short of expectations. Every expression in the room tightened visibly. Just a glance revealed much. Gao Yang paid little heed to their thoughts, surveying the group. "Your equipment design shows definite improvements compared to the most basic models, which is commendable. However, to prevail in the competition, it is insufficient. There remains a lack of pronounced advantages." With that, Gao Yang picked up the first set of documents. "Whose design is this handgun?" he inquired. "Mine," a girl responded. Gao Yang scanned the blueprints again, then swiftly made modifications, his pencil dancing across the paper. In under 5 minutes, he handed the revised design back to her. "Attempt to work along these lines." The girl initially regarded the adjustments with disdain, then froze, and finally studied them intently. After reviewing the suggestions, she raised her eyes to Gao Yang as if she had seen a ghost. She had previously believed her design was commendable, but now she realized she had been a frog in a well. Following Gao Yang's insights, the potency of her handgun could indeed be enhanced, while the recoil would be significantly reduced. Is it truly that outrageous? As she absorbed Gao Yang's recommendations, he had already prepared the second set of designs. "Who created this rifle?" "I did." Chun Hong raised his hand. Gao Yang passed the document to him. Chun Hong's expression shifted as he examined the revisions. As the former captain, he felt some resentment towards Gao Yang's sudden arrival and usurpation of his position. Yet he buried those feelings deep within. However, now he found himself in admiration, grasping the instructor's intent. The modifications Gao Yang had made elevated the design to an entirely new level. This approach provided him with immense inspiration, enabling an increase in firing rate while simultaneously enhancing stability. With Gao Yang as captain, he undoubtedly struck a fortunate deal. The remaining 8 members observed the transformations in the two. Their curiosity piqued. Once they received the enhancement strategies from Gao Yang, their intrigue morphed into astonishment and respect. By the time Gao Yang had pinned down improvement suggestions for everyone, all 10 individuals were utterly convinced. The revisions he provided had already yielded significant gains. Gao Yang rose. "This meeting concludes here. You may return to your tasks." The 10 stood promptly, their demeanor respectful. "Captain, please take care." As Gao Yang exited the conference room, he glanced at the somewhat chaotic laboratory outside. "I will arrange a better lab for you." Having said that, he departed for the library. The 10 exchanged glances, realizing that as students, merely having access to a laboratory was a stroke of luck. That Gao Yang seemed dissatisfied was perplexing. The laboratory was already commendable. Many doctoral students lacked such facilities. Unless assisting professors with projects, where would one acquire a laboratory? A girl gazed at Gao Yang's retreating figure. "Captain, where does such a genius come from?" Chun Hong waved his hand dismissively. "Do not call me captain. Gao Yang is our true captain. Regardless of his origins, Our victory is assured this time. Let us commence. With renewed vigor, the 10 set to work, eager to clarify the strategies offered by Gao Yang. Meanwhile, he busied himself, heading straight to the library to immerse himself in his studies. The strategy he proposed could at most elevate the probability of success in the exercises by 50%. To achieve a complete victory, reliance on him was essential. With merely 2 weeks remaining until the commencement of the drills, he needed to dedicate himself to his studies, preparing to harness the opportunity for a second augmentation. Gao Yang once again immersed himself in a life of relentless reading. As he delved into one book after another, his progress and empowerment accelerated significantly. He paid no heed to the happenings of the outside world. Meanwhile, the official authorities of Long Country issued a response regarding the incident of the satellite being destroyed by laser fire during this period. Chapter 17. A new laboratory? The response to the online news inquiries comes from the Dragon Kingdom's military. During the testing of laser weapons, a miscalculation occurred, resulting in the targeting of an incorrect object. This response is succinct, direct, and utterly commanding. They obliterated an adversary's satellite and offered no apology, merely stating it was a mistake. This declaration has stirred a tempest on a global scale for the elite of various factions. This response from the Dragon Kingdom effectively conveys that they possess immensely powerful laser weaponry capable of striking low Earth orbit directly from the ground. This is indeed terrifying. It implies that once war commences, all satellites in low Earth orbit could be annihilated in an instant. Consequently, the communication systems of many factions would be rendered obsolete, and their military forces left blind. Furthermore, if laser weapons can destroy satellites, they can undoubtedly intercept missiles. This is genuine interception, unlike the superficial tactics employed by the Eagles. If missiles can be targeted, can aircraft not be as well? Coupled with the Dragon Kingdom's character, which tends to showcase its advancements only when significantly behind, one must ponder, is this mistake perhaps an outdated version of their technology? The Dragon Kingdom had better truly have erred. Otherwise, the ramifications could be exceedingly severe. Such deductions have sent chills down the spines of the various factions. The advancement of the Dragon Kingdom is rather astonishing. Almost simultaneously, all major powers began exhausting every means to investigate the existence of laser weaponry. The general populace was equally taken aback by this news. After their initial shock, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were filled with delight. Although they had an inkling of possessing such technology, the official acknowledgement transformed it into an entirely different matter. The excitement was palpable, particularly for those who had previously followed the news closely, having seen many public analysts claim such weaponry was non-existent. Likely a misunderstanding, or perhaps equipment imported from abroad. They had felt disheartened then, but now they could finally hold their heads high. They directly confronted the analysts, leaving them speechless. Conversely, the ordinary people overseas were preoccupied with questions of accountability. Having destroyed a satellite and admitted to it, would there not be reparations? Yet, despite their uproar online, the Eagles, who initially took action, fell silent. Their aim was to discern the nature of the laser, and now that they have grasped it, any further entanglement would only serve to humiliate themselves. Initially, they had proposed the notion of laser weaponry, but now the Dragon Kingdom can utilize it against satellites, while they can only use it to dazzle cameras. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received an opportunity for a 10,000-fold amplification. Gao Yang suddenly lifted his head. 10 days. After 10 days of relentless dedication since taking over the communication group, the amplification opportunity has been fully charged. Rising to his feet, Gao Yang made his way directly to the laboratory. Currently, the finest laboratory at the Defense Science and Technology University is exclusively his. Upon entering the laboratory, Gao Yang called Chen Hong. Within half an hour, Chen Hong, accompanied by a team of 10, arrived at the laboratory entrance, bewildered and carrying various bags, hesitating to enter. This sterile laboratory, the most prestigious in the institution, could they truly be allowed in? They felt utterly unworthy. But how could this even be possible? In this laboratory, even if a doctoral advisor were to arrive, prior approval would be necessary for its use. Is Gao Yang toying with them? Amidst the bewildered gazes of Chen Hong and others, Gao Yang exited the laboratory, exclaiming, "What are you still dawdling for? Change your clothes and come in." Chen Hong and the others stared at Gao Yang in disbelief. "Are we going to manufacture firearms here?" He stammered. "Is that a problem?" Chen Hong's words faltered. "We surely don't need to. The previous laboratory was sufficient." He felt as though he had become a rustic bumpkin, having lived in a thatched cottage, only for Gao Yang to descend like a divine being and usher him into a palace, pointing at the emperor's chambers and saying, "You will reside here." He dared not enter. "Stop hesitating. We have only 2 days left until the weapons and equipment are to be delivered to the operational teams participating in the drill. Come in." With that, Gao Yang turned and left. A group of them exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and declared, "Let us go." After changing their clothes and clearing their belongings, they stepped into the laboratory. Upon entering, someone exclaimed, This is a high-precision machine tool. With an accuracy of 0.05 microns, it is currently the finest in Long Country. Goodness, that piece of equipment is a custom model. I believe it was quoted at 30 million, right? Or was it in US dollars? Another added, I have seen a similar machine in my professor's lab, and it was priced around 1 million. Not the same. Though the appearance is identical, the specifications differ, and it is at least 10 times more expensive. Cautiously, the group walked around, glancing nervously. With so much equipment, even a minor scratch could lead to insurmountable losses. At the design table, Gao Yang looked up at the group, who were shuffling about with their heads down. Do not waste time. Quickly familiarize yourselves with the laboratory and get to work. Chen Hong took a deep breath, attempting to regain his composure. Let us give it our all. The group inhaled deeply and then cautiously began to unpack their materials, starting their designs. As Gao Yang observed everyone becoming engrossed in their tasks, he continued with his own work. He did not rush to design the weapons for the competition. Instead, he prioritized the design of laser weapons. For the competition's weaponry, he intended to amplify the designs, ensuring they were not visible to the exercise design team. Conversely, the urgency of the laser weapon design was pressing. Laser guns could not be realized without suitable energy sources. Thus, he focused on developing laser cannons instead. Furthermore, laser cannons were more reliable, avoiding energy concerns. By enlarging the laser emitters, their power could be significantly increased, while the component requirements remained modest. In laser guns, the component tolerances should not exceed 0.1 microns. High precision often leads to malfunctions. Additionally, high precision implies challenges in mass production, as only top-tier laboratories can achieve 0.1 micron tolerances. However, when enlarged, tolerances of 1 centimeter could be achieved, making manufacturing easier and repairs less frequent. Having completed the design for the laser cannon, Gao Yang proceeded to design vehicle-mounted laser cannons, as well as aerial laser cannons for aircraft, and even prepared a set for tank-mounted laser cannons. By the time all designs were finalized, it was barely 8 in the evening. He called Professor Li to share the designs for several laser weapons. There exists a dedicated space for the manufacture of these designs, eliminating the need for Gao Yang to engage in the production personally. As night descended and others departed, leaving him momentarily unoccupied, Gao Yang began contemplating the enhancement of various weaponry. High-tech armaments such as laser guns, despite their allure, were impractical due to numerous restrictions. Thus, he resolved to amplify conventional firearms, standard handguns, rifles, submachine guns, and sniper rifles. Having perused numerous texts on firearms, his gaze fell upon a sniper rifle resting on a table. The sniper rifle is an exceptional instrument, boasting an extensive range and formidable power. Deciding to enhance the sniper rifle, Gao Yang found its construction to be remarkably straightforward. Within half an hour, he successfully crafted a sniper rifle measuring 1 meter and 20 centimeters in length, with a range of 1,200 meters, high precision, and a weight of merely 8 pounds, accommodating 12 rounds. Although it was a conventional sniper rifle, the system guaranteed that even the most ordinary invention could be elevated to extraordinary heights. The only uncertainty lay in the aspect of enhancement that would be randomly selected. Chapter 18. Amplification of Precision. If it pertains to amplification range, it becomes somewhat unfathomable. With a range of 1,200 meters and a minimum amplification of 100 times, that amounts to 120,000 meters. Should one attain the maximum amplification of 10,000 times, the range would extend directly to 12 million meters or 12,000 kilometers. From the Arctic, one could strike the equator with a sniper rifle, an exceedingly bizarre notion. After a brief moment of anticipation, Gao Yang found himself somewhat surprised that the system had yet to activate. Could it be that the sniper rifle does not qualify as an invention? Yet, it is indeed a rifle of his own design. Is it possible that the sniper rifle is deemed unworthy? Recalling the previous test, Gao Yang had first assessed the power of the laser gun before the system responded. Must he conduct a test? He promptly dialed Professor Li for ammunition, intending to head to the shooting range. Professor Li responded with surprise. You wish to test a gun? Yes. The principal has invited me to participate in a drill research group, so I designed a rifle. Professor Li nodded. At your young age, there is no need to appear overly mature. It is indeed beneficial to engage in various activities, make friends, and ideally, find a girlfriend. Otherwise, your university experience would be in vain. I will send the laser cannon blueprints to the factory. Unfortunately, I cannot accompany you to the shooting range, but I will call them, and you can head there directly. They have all types of ammunition available. Excellent. With that, Professor Li ended the call, seemingly unconcerned. As it was merely a gun test, Gao Yang immediately proceeded to the shooting range. In the dead of night, the shooting range was devoid of any birds. The staff assisted Gao Yang in preparing the target. Given the considerable power of the sniper rifle, I recommend that I assist you in testing it. No need, Gao Yang replied. He had handled firearms during military training, though he had yet to experience a sniper rifle. What man does not relish the opportunity to wield a gun? He crouched down to aim at the target 200 meters away and pulled the trigger. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. Gao Yang felt as if someone had struck his shoulder with a punch. Painful. The staff glanced at the equipment, missed the target. Just as Gao Yang was about to speak, a notification echoed in his mind. The host has developed a sniper rifle. Amplification is possible. Would you like to utilize an amplification opportunity? Ignoring the system, Gao Yang resolved that now was not the time for amplification. He would wait until he returned to the laboratory. For now, he was focused on shooting. He fired 10 rounds, all of which missed the target. The staff beside him could no longer bear to watch. Would you like me to give it a try? No need. Gao Yang switched shoulders and continued to fire. Another 10 rounds were discharged, and as he observed the target at a distance of 50 meters, he wondered how he could be so wildly off target. Was his aim improperly calibrated? Yet, given that he had crafted the rifle himself, that seemed implausible. Frustrated, Gao Yang abandoned the attempt to continue shooting and, rifle in hand, returned directly to the laboratory. Closing the laboratory door behind him, Gao Yang immersed himself in the system. Utilize the amplification opportunity. Amplify the sniper rifle. In the next instant, a vast, ethereal disc materialized before him. As the disc spun, Gao Yang widened his eyes, fervently hoping for a 10,000-fold amplification. Although current technological standards may not meet the manufacturing requirements, the fundamental industrial capabilities would undoubtedly improve. In due time, unveiling his creation would be feasible. For now, the greater the amplification factor, the better. The disk's rotation gradually slowed. Yet there remained a significant distance to reach 10,000. Snap! The disk came to a halt, resting at a multiplier of 4,399. This figure seemed satisfactory, yet the nature of the enhancement remained unclear. In the next moment, a system notification chimed in Gao Yang's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have developed a sniper rifle, achieving an accuracy amplification of 4,399 times. Gao Yang felt puzzled. How could accuracy be amplified? If the initial error was 1 centimeter and it was enhanced to 1 micrometer, what difference would that make? In an instant, all the equipment in the laboratory sprang to life. Simultaneously, the sniper rifle Gao Yang had just crafted was disassembled, commencing a process of reconstruction. The procedure proceeded with remarkable swiftness. The machinery operated as if propelled by an unseen force, producing a plethora of components that were swiftly assembled. Before Gao Yang stood a sniper rifle measuring 1.5 meters in length. Ding! Based on the current equipment, only a sniper rifle with 600 times accuracy can be manufactured. Immediately thereafter, a torrent of technical memories regarding sniper rifle accuracy flooded Gao Yang's mind. The memories were abundant and vividly clear. The system's interpretation of accuracy was akin to precision, hitting the target. Thus, the firearm's precision was exceptional. Typically, precision describes a person, but here it characterizes the rifle because it possesses the ability to auto-aim. Both the grip and stock can move autonomously. Through this mechanism, it achieves automatic targeting. The rifle is also equipped with a high-definition camera and a processor capable of performing basic lead calculations. Furthermore, to prevent the rifle from missing its target post-lock, the effective range has been extended to 3 kilometers. Essentially, once locked onto by the system, escape becomes impossible. To further ensure accuracy, recoil has been significantly reduced. Upon absorbing all this knowledge, Gao Yang opened his eyes. He picked up the sniper rifle, scrutinizing it closely. The sleek black surface of the rifle now bore intricate, scale-like patterns. Prior to firing, these patterns would unfurl forward, and upon discharge, they would abruptly close, utilizing the resulting impact to counteract recoil. This design was undeniably striking, so much so that Gao Yang found himself enamored. It was as if the rifle possessed a life of its own. Each shot felt like a breath. The weight had increased to 12 pounds, slightly heavier than before, yet it posed no significant hindrance. The rifle featured a wide-angle lens at the front, ensuring the detection of more adversaries. With such a design, invincibility seemed assured. Possessing this rifle, how could he possibly lose in the upcoming exercises? Even the prospect of defeat seemed impossible. Gao Yang, clutching the rifle, set off directly to the shooting range. Eager to test his new weapon, he hurried outside. Upon arriving, the shooting range staff had not yet finished their shifts. The same technicians who had previously accompanied Gao Yang for testing were still present. Noticing Gao Yang's return, one inquired, "Would you like me to assist with the testing?" "No need. I'll handle it myself." "How about I set the target at 30 meters, 20 meters? Gao Yang glanced at the technician and replied, 20 meters? "No, move it back to 200 meters. The technician chuckled and nodded, proceeding to reposition the target 200 meters away before returning to Gao Yang's side. "You may begin." Gao Yang then extracted the sniper rifle and commenced the calibration process. The staff gazed at the sniper rifle, momentarily taken aback by its striking beauty. How impressively long it was. It must measure at least 1.5 meters. Its elongated form was complemented by exquisite design, making it an absolute marvel at first glance. Furthermore, the scales-like patterns etched along the barrel added to its allure. Gao Yang lifted the rifle's muzzle, aiming at the distant target, and decisively pulled the trigger. A thunderous sound erupted as the bullet left the chamber. Remarkably, Gao Yang felt no pain in his shoulder. The recoil was significantly mitigated. Meanwhile, the technicians wore expressions of bewilderment, observing the outcome. A perfect 10. Just moments ago, Gao Yang had missed the target 20 consecutive times. Even at 50 meters, he had failed to hit the mark. Yet at 200 meters, he achieved a perfect score? It must surely be a stroke of luck. Chapter 19. The Gunslinger. The technician nodded, remarking on the excellence of the shot, urging further efforts. Gao Yang smiled, rising from his prone position to stand and aim the rifle. The technicians were taken aback, standing while aiming a sniper rifle. Moreover, it was not even the correct shooting stance. This could potentially cause harm to himself. The technician hurriedly approached to intervene. Yet, before he could reach Gao Yang, he had already pulled the trigger, aiming at the distant target. Boom! A resounding blast echoed, and the technician was stunned, noticing that Gao Yang merely swayed slightly. Was he a practiced marksman? Following this, a report from the system echoed. A perfect 10. The technician's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be a perfect score? A sharpshooter? Yet Gao Yang had missed 20 consecutive shots prior. As he pondered this, Gao Yang maintained his stance and continued firing, testing the rifle's rate of fire. Theoretically, this weapon could achieve 2 shots per second. However, as Gao Yang was not a professional marksman, he could not attain the maximum firing speed. Striving to maintain the quickest pace, he discharged the remaining 10 bullets, taking a total of 10 seconds. Nevertheless, this rate was remarkably swift for a sniper rifle. The recoil was minimal. Most astonishing was the accuracy. The technician's eyes were wide as he observed the sniper rifle being treated as if it were an assault rifle, firing in rapid succession. Remarkably, all 12 consecutive shots had achieved a perfect 10. How extraordinary was this? Gao Yang replaced the magazine and looked at the technician, instructing him to adjust the target to a distance of 500 meters. The technician opened his mouth in disbelief. 500 meters was a considerable distance, requiring a true marksman to hit the target. It was nearly impossible for an amateur to achieve accuracy at such a range. Nevertheless, following Gao Yang's command, he complied. Activating the equipment surrounding the target set at 500 meters, it was ready. Gao Yang shifted his position, raised the rifle, and without aiming, pulled the trigger. Boom. A perfect 10. The technician's mouth dropped open once more. A perfect 10? And it was the very first shot. What did this signify? An undeniable sharpshooter. Subsequently, the system's voice reported in succession. 10, 10, 10, 10. Having exhausted all 12 bullets, Gao Yang glanced at his results before addressing the technician, who was now engulfed in self-doubt. Please prepare a target at 1,000 meters. The technician, dazed, mechanically activated the 1,000-meter target equipment. The 1,000-meter target had specific usage conditions, as this distance was not to be attempted by amateurs. However, given that all 12 shots at 500 meters had been perfect, he was deemed qualified. Gao Yang remained poised, and amidst the technician's bewildered gaze, he pulled the trigger. Bang! A perfect 10. The technician, listening to the mechanical report, gasped. This was impossible. A perfect 10 at 1,000 meters, especially under nighttime conditions. How could this be achieved? Gao Yang glanced at the technician, suddenly releasing his left hand to hold the rifle with his right hand alone, then fired. Bang! Another perfect 10. The technician once again stared blankly, using one hand to wield a sniper rifle, and hitting the target 1,000 meters away with a perfect score. Was this a sharpshooter? This was a monster. Gao Yang exhibited his prowess with a firearm, effortlessly wielding a 12-pound gun with a single hand, a feat that elicited a sense of incredulity. Upon switching to a two-handed grip, he unleashed a series of shots, each resulting in a perfect 10 ring, leaving the staff in a state of bewilderment. With such remarkable skill, one might ponder why he did not pursue a spot at the Olympics. As the staff contemplated this, Gao Yang's voice cut through the air once more, requesting a target set at 2,000 meters. The staff momentarily paused, realizing the range at the shooting range only extended to 1,500 meters. Then prepare a target at 1,500 meters, he insisted. 1,500 meters was a considerable distance. Bullets required time to traverse it, and gravity would inevitably affect their descent. Moreover, one had to factor in the current wind velocity and how it differed from that at several hundred meters away. Typically, only a marksman of exceptional caliber could engage a target at such a range. With a resounding bang, Gao Yang fired, a perfect 10 ring. The staff, now desensitized, witnessed yet another 10 ring. This was indeed at 1,500 meters. How could he achieve such precision? Surely, he would be better suited as a military champion rather than a mere scholar. After 2 shots, feeling fatigue in his left arm. He switched to his right hand and continued firing. The staff's mouth opened in astonishment, though he remained silent, his expression betraying a sense of confusion. Gao Yang's extraordinary ability shattered the staff's preconceived notions. How could a marksman so effortlessly alter his shooting stance? The average individual would struggle to write with their opposite hand. Yet here was Gao Yang, sniping with precision, and achieving 10 rings no less. A true gun god. After completing a magazine, he set the weapon down, expressing a desire to shoot at a moving target. That can be arranged, replied the staff, who activated the controls, prompting the distant target to shift. Gao Yang took aim once more. Boom. Another resounding shot. 10 ring. He fired again, and after another series of shots, he relinquished the firearm, his arms weary from exertion. Yet, he had undoubtedly demonstrated the gun's capabilities, hitting every target with unerring accuracy. Not only could he strike stationary targets, but he could also engage moving ones. Taking into account factors such as air pressure, humidity, and bullet drop, the presence of such a weapon on the training battlefield felt somewhat unfair, yet it was undeniably reliable. After placing the gun back in its case, Gao Yang turned to return to his dormitory for some rest. With this remarkable device, the outcome of the exercises seemed all but assured. As the staff watched him depart, they began to clear the range. First, they replaced the target paper. Upon inspecting the target 200 meters away, their gaze became vacant once more, for it bore but a single bullet hole. This indicated that all 12 of Gao Yang's shots had passed through that minuscule opening. How could this be? Rushing to inspect the second target, they found it, too, had only one bullet hole, despite being 500 meters distant. The staff speculated that a system malfunction must have occurred, as the first shot had registered as a hit, leading to the subsequent shots being erroneously counted as 10 rings. There was simply no other explanation for why every shot at 500 meters had struck the central mark. This was beyond mere marksmanship. It resembled a player employing hacks in a game. The target at 1,000 meters similarly featured a solitary hole, further solidifying the staff's conviction that a system error had indeed transpired. The two target sheets at a distance of 1,500 meters rendered the staff speechless for an extended period. Upon these sheets, there existed merely a single bullet hole. However, the size of this hole was considerably larger than those found on other targets. A solitary bullet could not possibly create such an expansive aperture. It appeared that multiple bullets had struck the periphery of the original hole, thereby enlarging it. At a distance of 1,500 meters, with a moving target, the central bullet hole had expanded by approximately half a centimeter. This indicated that, under the circumstance of 12 shots, with 1 shot per second, Gao Yang's hit zone was scarcely the size of a 50-cent coin. Such marksmanship seemed utterly implausible, leading the staff to harbor profound doubts. After returning to his dormitory for a brief slumber, Gao Yang made his way to the laboratory at dawn the following day. He set out to construct another sniper rifle, preserving the initial version crafted by the system as a cherished keepsake. Chen Hong had arrived at the laboratory quite early, followed by others who gradually entered to begin the fabrication of their designed firearms. In this setting, the act of gun-making felt akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Observing his peers preparing to create sniper rifles, Gao Yang interjected. "There is no need for you to manufacture a sniper rifle. I have already completed one on my end." Chapter 20. Utterly useless. The classmates were taken aback. Yet none dared to refute him, for he had laid eyes upon a brand new sniper rifle resting upon the table. Its design was strikingly handsome, even exquisite. At first glance, it could easily be mistaken for a work of art. With a barrel measuring 1.5 meters, it possessed an imposing presence. "Is this the sniper rifle you designed?" Gao Yang nodded. "Its range extends to 3 kilometers, with a firing rate of 60 rounds per minute." What? The classmate who had designed the sniper rifle was left in a state of bewilderment, while Chun Hong and others turned their attention as well. What does that mean? Why would a sniper rifle have such a rapid firing rate? Is it intended for use as a rifle? Furthermore, a range of 3 kilometers was indeed formidable. Gao Yang looked up at his perplexed peers. It also features an automatic targeting system. Huh. The group was even more confounded. What did that mean? Automatic targeting? Such a feature was common on drones or fighter jets, but on a sniper rifle, it seemed rather absurd. Gao Yang waved his hand dismissively. "Let us focus on the task at hand. We need to manufacture a complete set of equipment before the combat team arrives. We cannot afford to have the rifle unfinished." The group busied themselves, while those who had deemed the design of the sniper rifle futile began assisting others in the manufacturing process. Gao Yang traversed the laboratory, crafting an additional 2 sniper rifles to ensure adequate firepower. Simultaneously, he made temporary enhancements to the firearms of others, aiding in their creation. From day to night, a total of 10 sets of individual combat equipment were completed. That evening, 2 military vehicles arrived at the Defense Technology University, bringing with them a 10-member combat team from the Special Operations Forces. They were to serve as the operatives for this exercise. The 10 soldiers, already aware of their purpose, were curious about the weapons these students would provide them. With intrigue, the 10 warriors entered the shooting range. Inside, there were a total of 11 individuals. Gao Yang stood at the forefront, a smile gracing his face. Greetings. I am Gao Yang, the captain of the design team for this exercise. The 10 soldiers saluted in unison, and Gao Yang returned the gesture, then gestured towards the equipment on the table. You may change into your gear first. Today is merely an introduction, and you will have 3 more days for training and familiarization. The soldiers, laden with equipment, proceeded to the changing room adjacent to the range. Squad leader, I feel we are destined to lose. These pieces of gear are far too conventional. Just standard firearms, bulletproof vests, and tactical helmets. They appear rather ordinary. Who said that? This sniper rifle is undoubtedly a remarkable piece. One of the snipers in the group had already picked up the sniper rifle, attempting to shoulder it. Wow. The feel is exquisite, even more comfortable than my original rifle. Are you planning to swap rifles then? I must give it a proper test. It must not merely be aesthetically pleasing. The sniper examined the rifle. It's stunning. The scale design is movable, impressive. Others remain skeptical, lamenting that weaponry designed to be flashy bore little practical value. However, as the design team was randomly assigned, they had no choice but to accept their fate. Clad in their gear, the 10 soldiers emerged from the changing room. Chun Hong guided his classmates as they acquainted themselves with the equipment, a process that involved target practice. Everyone began by testing the handguns, and once a magazine was expended, all the soldiers were left in astonishment. The handgun felt remarkably comfortable. Its precision was exceptionally high, and its operation was seamlessly smooth, evoking an irresistible urge to fire. Although there was recoil, it was relatively minimal. Upon observing the bullet holes on the distant target, they were nearly clustered together, showcasing an impressive stability. 10 individuals instinctively exchanged glances, each reflecting surprise in the other's eyes. This firearm was indeed impressive. If the other fundamental performances were satisfactory, it could easily be adopted for limited deployment. Next came the exploration of rifles and grenades. Once again, the soldiers were taken aback, for the capabilities of these weapons exceeded their expectations. They were not merely functional, they were outstanding. The firearms they had been using were the latest models. Yet these new weapons felt significantly superior. Even in terms of performance metrics, they were vastly superior. Then, they proceeded to test the sniper rifles. With 2 sniper rifles available, 2 marksmen lay prone, aiming at a target 200 meters away, and fired simultaneously. A resounding bang echoed almost in unison. Following this, the results were announced. 10 rings. 10 rings. The surrounding soldiers, who had gathered to watch, erupted into applause. The first shot resulted in simultaneous 10 rings, a stroke of luck. However, the expressions of the members in Gao Yang's squad were marked by uncertainty. They recalled Gao Yang's words, noting that this rifle was equipped with an automatic targeting system. As for the 2 marksmen, lying on the ground, they turned to each other, bewildered. Why was the recoil so minimal? Aside from the slight recoil, the rifle seemed extraordinarily precise. They had not even managed to stabilize their first shot. Shifting their focus, the 2 fired again. Another thunderous bang erupted. 10 rings, 10 rings. With 2 perfect scores, the remaining 8 soldiers fell silent, astonished. If it were their familiar sniper rifle, achieving 10 rings at 200 meters would pose no challenge and would even be considered routine. But this was a new rifle, capable of such accuracy? Gao Yang spoke up. Adjust to 1500 meters. The 2 marksmen simultaneously turned to Gao Yang, incredulous. 1500 meters? Was he speaking nonsense? With such little recoil, how could it possibly have a range of 1500 meters? Gao Yang calmly asserted. This rifle has a range of 3000 meters. The 2 marksmen were utterly bewildered. This was simply impossible. Yet, since Gao Yang had mentioned it, they were willing to give it a try. The staff arranged for a change in shooting range. The 2 marksmen lay down once more, peering through the scope at the distant target paper, striving to maintain steady breaths as they attempted to aim. At 1500 meters, they could typically manage, but with this new rifle, uncertainty clouded their minds regarding the bullet drop. They could only rely on instinct to make an initial attempt. Gao Yang's voice resonated. No need to aim too precisely. This rifle possesses an automatic targeting feature. Once it locks onto the target, you may fire directly. Both marksmen looked up, utterly perplexed. What? No aiming, just fire. 2 snipers, nearly compelled to obey commands, opened fire without hesitation. Bang! The simultaneous reports of gunfire echoed, followed by the announcement of their scores. 10 rings, 10 rings. The snipers were taken aback, and the other soldiers stood in disbelief. Chun Hong and the other members of the research team widened their eyes in astonishment. How could this be possible? They were certain that neither sniper had aimed, for both had lifted their heads, their rifles trembling. How could they achieve a 10-ring score? 1 10-ring might be attributed to sheer luck, but 2? Was it automatic targeting? Was this akin to cheating? The 2 snipers were equally astonished. They exchanged glances before lowering their heads and firing again. This time, they chose to aim elsewhere, deliberately shifting their aim by at least 2 meters. Yet, just before pulling the trigger, they witnessed their rifles swiftly adjust their angles. By the time they fired, the barrels were already perfectly aligned with the center of the target paper. 10 rings, 10 rings. Chapter 21. The Art of Marksmanship. The sniper opened his mouth as if to speak, but the words faltered on his lips. What the heck? Another sniper echoed, what the heck? The soldiers observing from behind also let out soul-stirring exclamations. What the heck? The members of the exercise design team turned their gaze towards Gao Yang, their admiration deepening. The two snipers commenced firing once more, this time in a continuous barrage. With only 10 rounds remaining, the duo completed their task in 5 seconds. Achieving an astonishing rate of 2 shots per second, Gao Yang felt humbled and even awed, for this was the pinnacle of firearm design. In this hyper-rapid shooting scenario, a total of 20 rounds resulted in 20 perfect scores. The arena fell into a profound silence. The two snipers, now standing, were left questioning their very existence. Gao Yang spoke solemnly. There is no need to test the bulletproof vests. The official competition will evaluate and assess their performance. He continued, moreover, all weapon information related to this design must remain confidential. The 10 soldiers, coming to their senses, regarded Gao Yang with newfound respect. Understood. Gao Yang nodded. Before the exercise, familiarize yourselves thoroughly with the firearms. If you win this batch of weapons, I will personally ensure you receive a few. If you lose, there will be nothing. Understood. The soldiers instantly became exhilarated. Winning meant they could take home such exceptional weapons, a delightful surprise indeed. After delivering his words, Gao Yang turned to leave. His duties concerning the exercise were complete, and now it rested upon the soldiers to exhibit their adaptability in the moment. Chen Hong and the others watched Gao Yang's retreating figure in silence. Chen Hong mused, weren't we supposed to invite Captain Gao for dinner tonight? After a moment, he shook his head. Why don't you do it? The one questioned shook his head, feeling a palpable pressure when facing Gao Yang. The others sighed. Forget it. We are not from the same world. Perhaps in a few decades, I could point at Gao Yang on television and tell my grandson, when I was young, I worked on research projects with him. Laughter erupted among them, though tinged with a hint of bitterness. They were all young, brimming with ambition. Yet in the face of Gao Yang, a towering figure, their competitive spirits were somewhat subdued. Let us go. It's time for dinner. The group departed, leaving behind the Special Forces team. The members of the Special Forces remained silent for a while until one sniper spoke. Why don't you give the guns a try? Others, not being snipers themselves, were nonetheless eager to handle such a uniquely designed sniper rifle. After firing just 2 rounds, they both hit the mark, achieving perfect scores. The two snipers were left in a state of introspection. As elite marksmen of the Special Forces, they were naturally gifted, even prodigious, having honed their skills through rigorous training over time. Yet, with this weapon in hand, even an ordinary individual could wield it with comparable effectiveness. In contrast to the exhilaration and shock felt by others, the snipers, as potential replacements, experienced a tumult of emotions. Once this firearm becomes widespread, they would find themselves obsolete, for their marksmanship could not compete with the capabilities of a single weapon. The sniper, despite his discomfort, must continue his training to become acquainted with the sniper rifle. The more familiar he becomes, the more awe-inspiring the experience, for the weapon's performance is astonishingly superior. Although the firing rate of the sniper rifle is relatively slow, there is potential for improvement, yet no one has ventured to enhance it, as the interval between shots is lengthy, necessitating precise aiming. However, this particular sniper rifle does not require meticulous targeting, thus allowing for an increased firing rate akin to that of a machine gun. Furthermore, its tremendous power is accompanied by minimal recoil. When these characteristics are combined, the rifle becomes extraordinarily formidable. Within a radius of 6 kilometers, it can strike any designated target with remarkable speed. Who could possibly approach? Not only is evasion futile, but the rifle is also equipped with infrared thermal detection and night vision capabilities. Consequently, even behind cover, one would be clearly visible. Thinner barriers would be obliterated, leading to the immediate demise of those sheltered behind them. Initially, the sniper experienced discomfort, which gradually morphed into inner conflict. However, as he grew more accustomed to the rifle, his mindset transformed once again. Although the prospect of being replaced by this weapon was unsettling, they welcomed it with open arms. For in the context of small-scale combat, it is indeed invincible. It can significantly reduce the casualties of comrades and enhance the likelihood of victory, making their obsolescence a trivial matter. As for drills, this rifle is virtually unbeatable. Regardless of the opponent's preparations, unless they possess missiles to deliver an immediate strike, the chances of victory are non-existent. This is individual combat. Where would the missiles come from? He even entertained an outrageous thought that this sniper rifle might, quite absurdly, have the capability to intercept missiles. Unbeknownst to Gao Yang, the impact of his sniper rifle on the tender psyche of the sniper was profound. He was solely focused on modifying the previously designed laser cannon. The earlier version of the laser cannon lacked a targeting system. If the aiming system from the sniper rifle were to be integrated into the laser cannon, it could potentially target satellites. Not only low-orbit satellites, but even those in geostationary orbit could be struck. In the dead of night, Gao Yang dialed Professor Li's number. Has the laser cannon begun production? Not yet. Professor Li paused before replying. We are still in the analysis phase. There is quite a bit to consider. For the sake of confidentiality and optimal production, we must manufacture components separately. That's acceptable. Acceptable? I have conceived an improvement to enhance the laser gun with an auxiliary targeting system. However, the targeting system and the laser cannon's main body are not mutually exclusive. We could first manufacture the laser cannon and subsequently develop the targeting system. Professor Li was momentarily taken aback. A targeting system? He felt he might have misheard and reiterated. System? If it can be referred to as a system, it must be comprehensive and systematic. But the issue is, Gao Yang has only just introduced the laser weapon. How could he possibly present a complete targeting system in such a short time? Gao Yang, unaware of Professor Li's thoughts, assumed he had not heard clearly. It's precisely the targeting system. I will design it and present it to you, or produce it to demonstrate its efficacy. Very well. Professor Li suppressed his lingering doubts, reminding himself that there was no need for haste. It was late, and rest was paramount for one's well-being. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yang found himself exhilarated and unable to sleep. The laser weapon, equipped with a targeting system, would possess a truly formidable destructive power. It could strike precisely where aimed, hitting the target with unerring accuracy. In the dead of night, he made his way to the laboratory, intent on designing the targeting device for the laser cannon. This task was relatively straightforward, as existing technology was available. It merely required adaptation to the specifications of the laser cannon. However, while the technology was simple, the design process proved to be somewhat intricate. He toiled away until midday the following day, finally completing the project. After resting in the laboratory lounge, he slept soundly until the morning of the third day. He then called Professor Li to inform him that the design for the laser cannon's automatic targeting system was finished, inquiring when he might come to collect it. On the other end of the line, Professor Li gazed at the semi-finished laser cannon. The first prototype had been successfully constructed, and he was now preparing for testing. Would you like to come and witness it? He asked. Where are you? The laser cannon is your design. I too wish to see its power. Where are you? I will arrange for someone to pick you up. Chapter 22. He cannot ascend. Prior to the arrival of his designated escort, Gao Yang made his way to the library. He wished to ascertain the general potency of the laser cannon. However, testing often requires considerable time. To avoid squandering moments, he resolved to engage in reading at the testing site. Just as his backpack brimmed with books, two military vehicles halted outside the library, and fully armed soldiers respectfully invited Gao Yang aboard. The vehicle then proceeded directly to the nearest military airport, where he boarded a plane bound for the testing location. After navigating through multiple checkpoints, Gao Yang finally arrived at his destination. It was evident that this was a highly classified military base, where tanks, armed helicopters, and various artillery pieces could be observed. Fully armed soldiers patrolled the area in formation, conducting drills. This was Gao Yang's inaugural visit to such a facility, and as he walked forward, his curiosity was piqued by the multitude of weapons surrounding him, many of which he had only heard about but never witnessed. Particularly striking were the tanks. It must be said, they had once commanded the battlefield, yet now, virtually any weapon could counter them. He pondered whether they could amplify such large-scale equipment as tanks. Not far along, Gao Yang spotted Professor Li. The professor appeared somewhat haggard, likely due to a lack of rest in recent days, yet he exuded a palpable excitement. Striding briskly to Gao Yang's side, let me take you to see the laser cannon. Under Professor Li's guidance, they passed through several more checkpoints until Gao Yang beheld the laser cannon. The cannon was not lengthy, with a muzzle measuring approximately half a meter, while the rear featured a spherical casing with a diameter of half a meter, housing the energy and fire control systems. Overall, it appeared rather compact. The prototype laser cannon bore a camouflage exterior. However, its diminutive size and smooth contours seemed deceptively innocuous, creating a sense of intrigue. A group of researchers was engaged in final checks. Gao Yang's gaze fell upon the control console and aiming system adjacent to the cannon. Please show me the design blueprints for this aiming system. The researchers, taken aback by his audacity, exchanged glances, astonished that this young man would demand access to confidential documents in their presence. They turned to Professor Li, their eyes conveying a simple question. Where did you find such an inconsiderate student? Professor Li chuckled softly. Allow me to introduce you. This is Gao Yang, the designer of the laser cannon. The researchers' gazes shifted back to Gao Yang, now filled with astonishment and disbelief. Could it truly be that such an advanced piece of technology was conceived by his hands? Yet, given that Professor Lee had spoken, and he was known for his seriousness, they questioned its veracity. Professor Lee affirmed it was not a team effort, it was solely his endeavor. The researchers found it difficult to contain their incredulity as they regarded the youthful Gao Yang, scarcely in his 20s. May I inquire your age? 19, he replied. The chief engineer responsible for the project scratched his head, having encountered numerous prodigies in his time. Yet, to develop a laser cannon at the tender age of 19 was indeed extraordinary. However, without further ado, the laser cannon was designed by Gao Yang, and there is little to conceal regarding the targeting system. He hastily brought forth a substantial stack of blueprints. Here are the schematics for the targeting system. If anything is unclear, feel free to inquire. Gao Yang accepted the blueprints and swiftly perused them, flipping through the pages with remarkable speed. He had already acquired an automated targeting system through the system, thus placing him at the forefront of this technology worldwide. While these intricate designs may confound laymen, he comprehended them with ease. After a moment, he remarked, utilizing laser targeting followed by the discharge of the laser cannon is indeed a commendable concept. Targeting will generally result in a hit, yet it still lacks a certain finesse. All the researchers turned their attention towards him. The first concern was precision. The effective lethal range of the laser cannon extended to 200 kilometers. If a target moved a meter beyond that distance, the targeting system would require an exceedingly minute adjustment of the laser cannon's position, indicating that the precision of this targeting system was inadequate. Furthermore, the adjustment speed was insufficient. If the target were to move at a brisk pace, the cannon's ability to pivot would fail to keep up with the target's speed. Another issue was that the targeting system lacked sufficient range. Although the laser cannon possessed an extensive firing range, the targeting system could only engage targets within a mere 20 kilometers, rendering it incapable of locking onto distant objectives. The group of researchers fell into silence, as this was an undeniable truth. Conventional missile targeting systems rely on satellite guidance for precise navigation. However, the laser cannon could only fire in a straight line, making satellite assistance unfeasible. It could only engage once the target was within sight. The issue at hand was that the best linear targeting they could currently achieve was through laser targeting. Gao Yang's concerns were insurmountable. The chief engineer nodded. This is a technical challenge. We will assemble a team to tackle it. That won't be necessary. I have already designed a targeting system. Professor Lee recalled Gao Yang's phone call from the previous day. Could it be that Gao Yang had indeed crafted a targeting system for the laser cannon? The chief engineer was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. Can it really target objects 200 kilometers away? It can target even farther. As he spoke, Gao Yang turned to Professor Lee. When does the testing of the laser cannon commence? At 2 o'clock this afternoon. Gao Yang glanced at the time, then surveyed the surroundings. Within the laser cannon's workshop were numerous high-specification devices, all intended for the manufacture of new weaponry. There is still time. Hand me a hammer. The chief engineer, perplexed, nonetheless handed Gao Yang a hammer. With a single strike, Gao Yang smashed the base of the laser cannon, separating the angle adjustment mechanism from the cannon itself. The force of the blow shattered several components. The assembly of onlookers was left in shock. Professor Lee quickly grasped the situation. You intend to fabricate the targeting system now? There's still time, Gao Yang reiterated, passing the hammer to Professor Lee. Separate the main body of the laser cannon from the targeting system, then smooth the welded joints. Professor Lee held the hammer, glancing at the stunned chief engineer. Assist me. The chief engineer, bewildered, gazed at the already damaged base, his mind racing as he looked at Professor Lee. Do you have any idea how many people are arriving this afternoon? Do you know who they are? If something goes awry, the consequences could be dire. Professor Lee cast a glance at the chief engineer responsible for the manufacturing project, then turned his gaze towards Gao Yang, who was busy debugging the equipment. Is it more serious than launching a satellite? The chief engineer, momentarily taken aback, suddenly turned to Gao Yang. It's not a military secret weapon, is it? He then shifted his attention to the laser cannon before him, realizing that, indeed, the secret weapon lay right there. Looking back at Gao Yang, he noticed that the latter was already inputting the parameters for the components. The chief engineer comprehended the gravity of the situation. For him, the consequences were dire, while for Gao Yang, it seemed to be of little concern. Taking a deep breath, he urged, "What are you waiting for? Get to work." A researcher had just completed disassembling the main body of the laser cannon, while Gao Yang had already activated a multitude of devices. Although the equipment here was not the most advanced, it was comprehensive and lacked nothing. It could simultaneously manufacture various components. Once the chief engineer had finished his tasks, he turned to Gao Yang and then to Professor Lee, inquiring, is he really just 19? If I were to operate these machines, I wouldn't be this adept. Professor Lee remained silent, finding it difficult to respond, as he too would not fare any better. Chapter 23. I will take charge. A multitude of components had been fabricated, and Gao Yang commenced the assembly, relying solely on the images etched in his mind, devoid of any blueprints. The speed of his work was quite impressive. However, the sheer volume and complexity of the parts still rendered the task time-consuming. The chief engineer and his team observed anxiously from the sidelines. Once the base was constructed, the laser cannon was affixed atop it, followed by the installation of the targeting system. They toiled until 2 o'clock, when a technician briskly entered, inquiring when the testing could commence, as all observers had gathered. Just as Gao Yang secured the final shell, he proclaimed, "It's ready now. We can begin testing." The chief engineer gazed at the laser cannon, now transformed significantly in appearance. Previously encumbered by a cumbersome apparatus, it now stood beside a compact targeting device. Gao Yang turned to the chief engineer and explained, "This endpoint can be connected to a terminal via a data cable, allowing for target input and subsequent attack. It can integrate with radar and satellites to confirm targets and execute strikes." The chief engineer opened his mouth in awe. Gao Yang's targeting apparatus could easily surpass his own system by a wide margin. However, uncertainty lingered about its actual efficacy. Time was of the essence. Leaving no room for verification, they could only proceed with the testing. Personnel wheeled the laser cannon outside, with Professor Li and Gao Yang leading the way to the testing grounds. The site was an open expanse atop a hill, aimed at targets on another mountain. The observation platform was situated on a different slope, offering a comprehensive view of the proceedings. Upon arriving at the viewing area, Gao Yang was immediately struck by the presence of a distinguished assembly. Almost every individual bore stars on their shoulders, some adorned with 3 stars. The General Gao Yang had previously encountered spotted him and swiftly approached. Gao Yang. Gao Yang recognized the general, whose surname was Fu. General Fu. General Fu smiled and ushered Gao Yang into the throng, announcing, "Allow me to introduce the developer of the laser gun and cannon. Now a student at the Defense Science and Technology University, Gao Yang." The group of generals looked on with expressions of astonishment, scrutinizing Gao Yang in silence, clearly incredulous. "I was once skeptical as well, but heroes emerge from youth," General Fu proclaimed. Gao Yang remained unfazed. Disbelief was quite natural, given his age and the extraordinary weaponry he had developed. An elderly general suddenly beckoned. "Come sit here. The view is best from this spot." Observing the 3 stars on the old general's shoulder, Gao Yang approached and took a seat in the front row. The elder exuded an aura of authority, a commanding presence that was softened by his amiable demeanor. "Gao Yang, what a splendid name, like the sun rising high. Tell me, young man, is this laser weapon truly your creation?" Just as Gao Yang was about to respond, another individual hurried over, interrupting him. "Report. The technicians are unable to operate the laser cannon. Testing will have to be delayed." General Zhou furrowed his brow, a terrifying intensity emanating from him as he inquired. "The technicians cannot operate it? What kind of technicians are they? Bring the project leader here." "Yes, sir." Within mere minutes, the chief engineer arrived in a jeep, perspiration glistening on his brow as he hastened to General Zhou's side. "Commander," he exclaimed. General Zhou maintained a composed demeanor, inquiring sternly, "Why are the technicians unable to operate the laser weapon? Did they not participate in its development?" The chief engineer quickly responded. "The technicians were indeed involved in the creation of the laser weapon. However, spare me the circumlocution, speak plainly," General Zhou urged. The chief engineer turned to Gao Yang, explaining, "The laser weapon requires a compatible targeting system, but the one we originally manufactured is outdated. Gao Yang has temporarily devised a new targeting system, yet our technicians are unfamiliar with its operation and will require time to familiarize themselves." A gathering of dignitaries cast uncertain glances at Gao Yang, their expressions mingling surprise and skepticism. "This young man possesses considerable prowess?" General Zhou also regarded Gao Yang, questioning, "Is this makeshift targeting system superior to the original?" The chief engineer shook his head. "I cannot say." Someone in the back interjected, "You expect us to test it under these circumstances, with a last-minute change in plans, and you lack clarity on the specifics? How can you claim to be in charge?" The chief engineer's countenance darkened further. Gao Yang stepped in, asserting, "This is not his fault. I insisted on the modification. The laser cannon boasts a range exceeding 200 kilometers, yet the targeting system he prepared could only aim at a maximum distance of 30 kilometers. Coupled with the system's sluggish response, it could essentially only strike fixed targets. I could not bear to see it, so I made the changes. If responsibility is to be assigned, let it fall upon me." All eyes turned to Gao Yang, who spoke with remarkable audacity. Yet they contemplated another matter. If Gao Yang's system could indeed target 30 kilometers and wield significant power, even if it could only engage stationary targets, the laser cannon was already formidable. General Zhou's tone softened considerably as he addressed Gao Yang. "How proficient is your modified targeting system? Can it strike with precision? Wherever I point, it shall hit, obliterating the target upon sight." "What a remarkable claim." General Zhou stood, declaring, 15 kilometers from the laser cannon, there lies a tank. You shall control the cannon and destroy it. Gao Yang retrieved his phone. Turning to the chief engineer, please provide me with the contact information for the on-site technicians. I require their assistance in connecting the targeting system to my phone. The chief engineer promptly took out his radio to make contact. In less than 10 minutes, all was prepared, and a rudimentary control panel materialized on Gao Yang's phone. With a couple of swipes on the screen, Gao Yang commanded, "Lock onto the target, fire." In the next instant, a brilliant beam of laser erupted from the location of the cannon. The laser, as thick as an adult's waist, instantaneously pierced through the tank 15 kilometers away, obliterating it in the blink of an eye. As the laser dissipated, the dignitaries hastily retrieved binoculars to survey the distant tank, which now bore a gaping hole in its center, rendered inoperative. 1 second to lock on, and 1 second to annihilate. This laser weapon is indeed fearsome. General Zhou nodded. The power is substantial. Can it strike a drone at 50 kilometers? Gao Yang affirmed, approximately in that vicinity. Preparations for the drone commenced immediately. Gao Yang deftly navigated his mobile device, swiftly locating the drone before pressing the confirmation button. A scene from 50 kilometers away materialized before him. The drone, recently launched into the sky, was struck by a laser and disintegrated into ashes high above. Although the telescope could not capture such a distant event, footage captured by someone in the vicinity was promptly transmitted. The clarity of the image revealed the drone being obliterated by the laser in an instant. In the realm of modern warfare, drones have truly shown, given their affordability, significant utility, and the difficulty in targeting them. This laser cannon proved capable of engaging drones with remarkable efficiency. Most astonishingly, it managed to annihilate a drone from a distance of 50 kilometers. The faces of all the military dignitaries present were marked by astonishment. Regardless of their usual stoicism, their expressions were now utterly unrestrained, reflecting a tumult of emotions. Chapter 24, Total Interception. From a distance of 50 kilometers, the destruction of drones exceeded all preconceived expectations. After all, prior anticipations were merely centered on targeting stationary objects. Suddenly, General Zhou contemplated a crucial question. Can this laser cannon intercept missiles? Gao Yang shook his head and, under General Zhou's disappointed gaze, remarked, without specific parameters of the missile, it is highly probable that we cannot intercept hypersonic missiles, as this targeting system was produced on a temporary basis. The expression of disappointment on General Zhou's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a profound silence. The weight of this statement was substantial. Firstly, the implication that intercepting hypersonic missiles is highly improbable. Hypersonic missiles are not to be confused with supersonic missiles. The standard for hypersonic is 5 times the speed of sound. If intercepting hypersonic missiles proves impossible, does that imply the ability to intercept ordinary supersonic missiles? Furthermore, if this targeting system is a temporary construct, what assurance lies in the capability of future systems designed for interception? General Zhou's thoughts raced, yet he succinctly stated, "Shall we arrange for a missile test?" Excellent. He commenced making calls to arrange for a missile launch. Gao Yang added, "We require satellite assistance to determine the approximate trajectory of the incoming missile." General Zhou nodded and gestured towards an aide behind him. "Share the satellite data with Gao Yang." With all preparations complete, General Zhou directed his attention to the laser cannon. The missile's impact point is 300 meters in front of the cannon. Gao Yang affirmed, "Understood." General Zhou picked up the phone. "Launch." Following the command, he seated himself and awaited the outcome with bated breath. He felt a sense of anticipation. Thus far, the laser cannon had surpassed his expectations, and this felt akin to an ultimate test. A total of 12 missiles. If we could intercept even one, he would consider it a success. Gao Yang observed the screen of his phone, inundated with data, detailing the incoming missile trajectories and the targeting system's locking information. He pressed the activation button. A beam of laser shot forth. The cannon swiftly adjusted its angle, and it fired again. After a rapid succession of 12 shots, Gao Yang turned to General Zhou. All 12 missiles have been successfully intercepted. Without uttering a word, General Zhou seized the phone and activated the speaker. All interceptions successful. I require the specific interception parameters. There was a prolonged silence on the other end, before a voice, incredulous, reported, at a distance of 300 kilometers, all were intercepted. General Zhou abruptly looked at Gao Yang. How far? 300 kilometers. A profound silence enveloped the room. After a moment, General Zhou inquired, "Are we certain there are no errors? I need satellite imagery." Having verified multiple times that it was indeed a laser interception, with no issues regarding distance, he instructed, "Send the satellite images immediately." The call ended, and an air of disbelief permeated the room. None dared to speak, as the situation felt utterly surreal. When the satellite images were transmitted, a group of high-ranking officials gathered closely, peering at the screen like schoolchildren captivated by a gaming master in a cyber CAF. Not just them. Even the chief engineer, recently reprimanded, wore a look of bewilderment. The efficiency of this interception was unprecedented. The interception of missiles typically involves dozens of interceptors for a single target, with a relatively low success rate. However, here in Gaoyang, the interception success rate astonishingly reaches 100%. This is quite extraordinary. Furthermore, it was stated that the effective range for lethal engagement is 200 kilometers. How then? Can missiles be intercepted from 300 kilometers away? After examining the satellite imagery, a group of individuals turned their gaze towards Gaoyang. General Zhou opened his mouth to speak. Did you not claim that the laser cannon has a range of 200 kilometers? Gaoyang nodded in affirmation. 200 kilometers ensures the capability to instantaneously penetrate steel plates of 1 centimeter thickness, while at 300 kilometers, it can still inflict damage, albeit of a lesser degree. It took 1.5 seconds to penetrate the missile's nose. General Zhou was momentarily rendered speechless. To penetrate a missile in 1.5 seconds is indeed a pinnacle of global technology. What about the targeting system? Is it not limited to an assured accuracy of 200 kilometers? He inquired. Within 200 kilometers, it can strike precisely, achieving 100% accuracy. Beyond that distance, factors such as weather conditions, fog, rain, and so forth may affect performance. General Zhou drew a sharp breath. So, you mean to say that even under adverse weather conditions, it can still lock onto targets within a 200-kilometer range? Indeed. General Zhou's body trembled slightly. With this technology, the Dragon Kingdom's air defense would be invincible. Simply install it on the ground, and nothing in the air could approach within 200 kilometers. Whether it be aircraft, missiles, or drones, those troublesome entities that plague the world, no matter how many come, they would be utterly annihilated. Gaoyang put away his phone and looked at General Zhou. Am I still responsible for the modifications? General Zhou appeared taken aback, then quickly responded with a smile. You must certainly take responsibility. At the very least, you should be credited for a significant achievement. After saying this, General Zhou turned to the chief engineer. Continue with the subsequent tests. The chief engineer nodded and prepared to head to the location of the laser cannon for further testing. General Zhou patted the chair beside him and said to Gaoyang, sit down, let us talk. Once Gaoyang was seated, General Zhou sat down with a smile. When Xiaofu reported that the laser cannon was your invention, I was skeptical. Now, I am genuinely impressed. At such a young age, you possess extraordinary poise. Truly, heroes emerge in their youth. It was Gaoyang's first time receiving such praise, especially from someone of stature bearing 3 golden stars on his shoulder. Just lucky. General Zhou laughed heartily. One should not be overly humble in their youth. What is there to be modest about? Gaoyang found this sentiment reasonable. 99% talent, combined with 1% luck. General Zhou chuckled even more joyfully, giving Gaoyang a pat on the shoulder. All right, I, old Zhou, shall observe closely just how formidable your 99% talent truly is. The other dignitaries around them also smiled before gradually quieting down, awaiting the commencement of the formal testing. At this moment, they were all stirred with anticipation. Having witnessed the terrifying capabilities of the laser gun in the previous tests, they were now eager to discern just how formidable it truly was. The testing parameters had been predetermined, and the subsequent tests would proceed methodically. The results of the tests were unexpectedly excellent. Initially, Gaoyang had made the most conservative estimations based on the design parameters. The most conservative estimates are enough to excite many, let alone the current test results that far exceed those modest predictions. Throughout the testing, Gaoyang scarcely paid attention, primarily engrossed in his reading. Occasionally, he would glance at the test, and by the time he finished a book, the test was nearing its conclusion. General Zhou spoke in a deep voice. This laser cannon has matured into a formidable weapon. As a researcher, are you not the least bit exhilarated? As expected, General Zhou chuckled once more. What a confident assertion. Note down a number. Should there be any future inventions, improvements, or needs, feel free to call me. The emphasis on the word needs was heightened in General Zhou's tone. Gaoyang checked the time. It was already 5 in the afternoon. He indeed had a request. Could you give me a ride back to school? Chapter 25. Where did the sharpshooter come from? General Zhou was somewhat taken aback. Not staying for a couple more days? Today is merely a foundational test. Further evaluations are imperative. The subsequent tests will primarily focus on practical applications, which are unrelated to Gaoyang. As long as the equipment is provided, the power is sufficient, and the effects are commendable. How it is utilized is the responsibility of the soldiers. I participated in a tactical design competition at school, and I am the team leader. I need to check on it tomorrow, Gaoyang replied. A design competition for exercises? General Zhou inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Indeed. We students design weapons and hand them over to the individual combat units for competition. General Zhou raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the notion, yet instinctively glanced toward the laser cannon. Gaoyang immediately grasped his thoughts and clarified. Only individual soldiers are permitted to use the equipment. Laser weapons are off limits. You are the team leader? General Zhou turned his attention to Gao Yang. Yes. Do you believe you can win? It's virtually a foregone conclusion. What a foregone conclusion. General Zhou turned to his secretary. Adjust the itinerary. I shall witness firsthand what sort of individual gear can guarantee such a decisive victory. The surrounding dignitaries were similarly stirred by curiosity. Shall we join in? Let us observe the weapons designed by today's students. Professor Li, seated at the back, was utterly astonished. A group of prominent figures attending a children's competition? What a spectacle! However, at that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. He too had to accompany Gao Yang onto the aircraft. Upon landing, Gao Yang and Professor Li were promptly transported to the Defense Science and Technology University. Seated across from one another in the car, Professor Li regarded Gao Yang. It seems you have yet to hold a military position. You should consider enlisting. At the Defense Science and Technology University, the majority of students held military ranks, while Gao Yang was merely an ordinary student admitted to the institution. It was possible to enlist after entering the school, but the issue was that Gao Yang had not attended a single class previously. At this point, Gao Yang was indifferent. He could conduct research anywhere. I'll address that later. Professor Li did not pursue the topic further, but instead said, you have garnered significant attention this time. You must secure a victory. Gao Yang quietly picked up a book. There was no need to elaborate on matters that were already assured. Professor Li glanced at the book, finding it somewhat perplexing. Given Gao Yang's current level, would reading these texts be beneficial? However, having just been proven wrong, he refrained from questioning further and hurried to meet with the principal upon returning to the school, emphasizing the situation. With so many dignitaries attending, ample preparation was essential for the upcoming exercise. Gao Yang promptly immersed himself in the library, continuing to study. He considered his attendance at the tactical design competition merely a spectator event, as he was confident of victory regardless. The tactical design competition was a contest between two institutions, the Defense Science and Technology University and Lonka University. The competition format was straightforward, comprising 3 matches: offense, defense, and random scenarios. Each participant's weapon was equipped with laser devices, and their attire was fitted with sensors to simulate the most realistic combat experience. At that moment, 20 fully armed soldiers stood at attention on the training ground, their posture straighter than ever before. Not only was their stance impeccable, but their eyes were wide with intensity, exuding an air of determination as they remained taut with anticipation. They feared that if they relaxed, their legs might falter. The stands are teeming with high-ranking officials, at least a dozen generals, including 2 3-star generals. Wasn't this merely a playful competition among students? Their presence here feels like a mere formality, yet it instills a sense of unease. The esteemed figures, whom one might only encounter upon retirement, are congregated here. Among the 10 soldiers, it is particularly astonishing to note that Gao Yang, the captain of the design team, is seated between 2 prominent figures, affording him the best vantage point to observe the entire exercise. What manner of person is he to occupy such a position? Strangely enough, he is engrossed in reading, seemingly oblivious to the proceedings. Furthermore, the stands are packed with spectators, including a significant number of senior officials from both institutions. However, compared to the representatives from the Defense Technology University, those from Lonka University appear utterly bewildered, having only just learned of the military presence. What could possibly make such a trivial competition attract the attention of such luminaries? The president of Lonka University turns to the members of the design team behind him and inquires, "Are we confident?" Indeed, the equipment speaks for itself. We have deployed a plethora of advanced technology, including drones and new weaponry. In stark contrast, the Defense Technology University's arsenal comprises only standard weaponry, which ought to have been obsolete on the modern battlefield long ago. The president of Lonka University nods in agreement, but harbors a slight foreboding. He glances towards President Gan, who seems to be smiling. President Gan hands the microphone to General Zhou, saying, "Please say a few words." General Zhou waves his hand dismissively. "We're merely here to enjoy the spectacle. You handle the rest." President Gan takes the microphone. "We shall conduct a best-of-3 flag capture battle, starting with target shooting to determine the sides. It is quite normal to decide sides through target practice. Both teams select snipers to shoot at 2 targets located on the 3rd floor, 300 meters away. Shooting from below poses a slightly greater challenge. The snipers from both sides set their rifles and fire. 10 rings, 10 rings. The spectators in the stands cannot help but nod in approval. Their marksmanship is commendable. 9 rings, 10 rings. 7 rings, 10 rings. Each sniper fires 10 rounds, with the marksman from Lonka University not scoring below 7 rings, a truly remarkable performance. Bordering on extraordinary, the snipers from the Defense Technology University achieve 10 rings across the board, earning accolades from the military dignitaries for their shooting prowess. President Gan resumes speaking. The Defense Technology University will select their side first, opting for the defensive position, with 5 individuals to withstand the offensive charge of 10. The attacking side will consist of 10 individuals against 5 from the defending side. From the audience, a soldier representing the Defense Technology University boldly declares, "Report, we forfeit our right to choose sides." President Gon raises an eyebrow, intrigued by such boldness, and turns to the representative of Lonka University. "You have the right to choose. Now you may select your side." Without hesitation, Lonka University's representative asserts, "We choose the attacking side." Both teams begin their preparations, and General Zhou nods approvingly. They certainly have confidence in themselves. Gao Yang lifted his head, surveying the situation on the field, and discerned the confidence radiating from the opposing side. The attackers held the initiative, yet the task was perilous, as they had to traverse an exposed stretch of terrain. Nevertheless, in the face of a significant disparity, confidence proved to be of little consequence. The contingent from the Defense Technology University consisted of 5 soldiers who entered a 3-story brick house. Among them, 2 snipers strode purposefully, rifles in hand, while the remaining 3 appeared rather nonchalant, even contemplating snacking on sunflower seeds. Meanwhile, their adversaries, stationed 300 meters behind cover, were making final preparations. At the command, "Begin," the 10 soldiers from the Defense Technology University surged forth from their concealment, executing tactical maneuvers towards the second cover. However, moments later, individual bodies stiffened, abandoning their tactical postures. A voice crackled through their earpieces. "You have been eliminated. Please vacate the battlefield." Of the 10, only 4 managed to reach the second cover, and within a heartbeat, 6 soldiers were out of the game. Onlookers from Lonka Academy were left in stunned silence. What was happening? Such swift tactical movements. Yet 6 had still been eliminated? Who were these remarkable marksmen on the opposing side? Their rate of fire was astonishingly rapid, and their accuracy impeccable. This was utterly absurd. A reduction of half their force left their chances of victory looking bleak. Among the ranks of the Defense Technology University, few were privy to the unfolding reality. The majority were utterly bewildered. Even the prominent figures surrounding Gao Yang could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Such extraordinary sharpshooters. Which unit do they belong to? Chapter 26. This is unfair. The inquiries yielded no results, and no one nearby possessed any knowledge. On the training ground, the battle raged on, and the 4 surviving warriors opened a box, retrieving drones from within. Upon releasing the drones, the screens immediately turned crimson. The drones had been struck and rendered inoperable. The 4 warriors produced another set of drones, but this time, they forcefully hurled them into the air. The thrown drones swiftly stabilized in flight, astonishing numerous professionals in the stands. A group of students had managed to create such remarkably high-performing drones. The speed at which they were launched, yet capable of adjusting their flight posture mid-air, was somewhat surreal. However, their triumph was short-lived, as the drones were soon shot down, resulting in their immediate elimination. Having brought a total of 10 drones, they were all swiftly dispatched. The 4 warriors, taking refuge behind cover, had no choice but to force their way closer to the buildings. Smoke grenades. Upon deploying the smoke grenades, a thick haze enveloped the area. At that moment, all 4 sprang forth simultaneously, attempting to utilize the cover of smoke to tactically advance toward the next shelter. However, they were abruptly met with a simultaneous alert in their earpieces. "You have been eliminated. Please exit the area promptly. Do not interfere with the upcoming. You have lost." A profound silence fell over the training ground. Was that it? Had the exercise concluded before it even commenced? The 2 snipers across the way had merely set their rifles on the windowsill and ended the skirmish with 10 shots? Principal Gon was momentarily taken aback. What incredible luck to have invited 2 sharpshooters at once. As a showcase for new weaponry, they had yet to witness an array of equipment in action. In the second round, the roles were reversed. The team from Lonka University stationed 5 individuals within the building, while the Defense Technology University sent 10 to attack. With 10 minutes to prepare, both sides commenced their preparations for the second round. At this juncture, the defeated students from Lonka University could not contain their grievances. Isn't this cheating? Snipers of such caliber are exceedingly rare. It hardly highlights the new weaponry. Hearing the students' complaints, the principal of Lonka University reassured them. "Let us wait and see. It may fare better when we are on the defensive against the snipers." The students fell silent and turned their gazes back to the field. The 10-minute preparation period flew by, and the second exercise commenced. Once more, the objective was to seize the flag. The 10 warriors equipped with weaponry designed by the Defense Technology University's design team took their positions behind cover 300 meters away. 2 snipers, brandishing their rifles, peered over the barricade, spotting an opponent aiming from the window across. Simultaneously, drones ascended into the sky. Anyone not sheltered behind cover would be struck by the forward soldiers. Yet, hiding behind cover offered no reprieve from the drones. The drones were armed with firearms. In this challenging predicament, the two snipers wielding the Gao Yang-crafted rifles took 2 steps back, pointing their barrels skyward, and promptly obliterated 5 approaching drones. Upon being hit, the drones triggered the elimination mechanism, plummeting to the ground. The individuals within the bunker were momentarily stunned. It was already a challenge to target a drone, yet 5 were eliminated in an instant. In that fleeting moment of bewilderment, 2 snipers surged forth, unleashing their precision from both sides. Elimination. Elimination. With 5 consecutive declarations of elimination, the battle concluded. 10 individuals remained unscathed, while the 5 soldiers tasked with defense stood in a daze. Was there even 2 seconds? No. In a mere 2 seconds, with 2 rifles, only 5 shots were fired. Each sniper's bullet struck true, a bewildering feat. Principal Gon was momentarily taken aback. Victory for the Defense Technology University. This is unjust. Suddenly, a young voice, filled with indignation, reverberated. This is a competition designed for exercises, not an actual drill. The young man, a student from Lonka University, wore an expression of discontent. The primary objective of this competition is to showcase newly developed weaponry, not to highlight sharpshooters. With these 2 marksmen present, our equipment cannot be demonstrated. This is inequitable. The principal of Lonka University remained silent, casting a glance towards Principal Gon, who likewise felt the unfairness but refrained from voicing it directly. Principal Gon acknowledged the validity of the sentiment, observing the exercise with a sense of incredulity. What was intended to be a grand display of equipment had devolved into a spectacle dominated by 2 extraordinary snipers, wielding but 2 rifles to devastating effect. In 2 rounds, the duration barely exceeded 2 minutes. Yet, Principal Gon chose not to express this directly, instead looking towards Gao Yang, eager to gauge his reaction. However, Gao Yang was engrossed in his book, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding exercise. General Zhou, seated beside Gao Yang, noticed Principal Gon's gaze and waved dismissively. Why are you looking at me? You should handle this as you see fit. Principal Gon was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't even looking at General Zhou at all. However, to claim otherwise would be to place Zhou in an awkward position. After some contemplation, Principal Gon considered the abrupt conclusion unsatisfactory. He proposed that the exceptional marksman be replaced for fairness, allowing for another round. The design team from Defense Technology University, seated behind Principal Gon, contemplated voicing their belief that the snipers were irrelevant, but since the principal had already spoken, they decided to wait patiently. The exercise resumed, with a change of sides and the snipers being substituted. The snipers, bewildered by their unexpected removal, wondered why they were being replaced. Yet, from their vantage point on the exercise field, they were too distant to hear the discussions above. Was this a controlled variable method? An attempt to allow others to test the sniper rifles? As the 2 snipers exited, they left their rifles for 2 assault team members, with 2 fewer individuals. The 10-member team from Defense Technology University could only opt for a defensive strategy, while 3 others stood by to observe. As Principal Gon saw everyone ready, he grasped the microphone. The 3rd exercise commences. The moment he declared the start, 10 soldiers donned in Lonka University gear simultaneously charged towards the bunker in tactical formation. As they burst forth, 2 assault team members 300 meters away on a high-rise took aim with their sniper rifles, firing relentlessly. Elimination, elimination. With 10 successive declarations of elimination, the 10 soldiers stood frozen in place, bewildered by the sound of their own elimination. Hadn't the marksmen been removed? Why were they still falling to a single shot? Even more astonishingly, those 2 snipers earlier eliminated 6 individuals in merely 2 seconds. Now, the current pair of marksmen has effortlessly dispatched 10 in a single breath. Within the span of no more than 3 seconds, with their sniper rifles, they have taken down 10 people, whether firing live rounds or laser simulations, though the latter cannot penetrate the human body. In a realistic scenario, bullets could have strung them together like candied hawthorn. Furthermore, what kind of sniper exhibits such a rapid firing rate? One might as well claim it to be an assault rifle, and some would actually believe it. The spectators were left dumbfounded. The young students who had just witnessed the event appeared bewildered. Was this elite squad composed of sharpshooters? Despite their disbelief, it had already been established that 2 of their marksmen had fallen just moments ago. And now, another pair has emerged. The expressions of the assembled generals were equally captivating. It was evident that these 2 gunners outshone the previous duo in their remarkable performance. Chapter 27. Is it possible for the gun to be accurate? Observing the sniper's performance was immensely gratifying. However, the drills themselves seemed somewhat tedious. In total, the 3 rounds lasted less than 3 minutes. It felt as though the journey had been in vain. The observers had hoped to witness remarkable innovations from the young designers in weaponry, but thus far, aside from the rapid deployment of drones and their swift adjustments in posture, there was little to commend. Primarily, there had been insufficient opportunity to showcase their talents. The presence of such extraordinary snipers indeed skewed the sense of fair play. Principal Gon was taken aback. Snipers of this caliber were treasures wherever they appeared. Yet they were casually borrowed to participate in a competition? Should they eliminate these two sharpshooters and continue the contest, or announce the results? Before he could ponder this, General Zhou proactively suggested, let us have another round, excluding those two snipers. This exercise is intended to demonstrate equipment, not to flaunt skills. Chun Hong and his peers exchanged glances, signaling one another to address the issue of the sniper rifles, yet none dared to speak. The one who had just spoken was the principal, and they all felt intimidated. Now, it was the general. At this moment, Principal Gon chose to heed General Zhou's advice. Then let us proceed with another round. The Special Operations team from the Defense Technology University will have their two snipers compete once more. Chun Hong could no longer contain himself and discreetly called Gao Yang. As Gao Yang's phone rang, interrupting his reading, he took out his phone and casually inquired, "Who won?" General Zhou replied, "Your design team's Special Operations Unit has won 3 rounds." Gao Yang rose to his feet. "Then let us go." General Zhou quickly detained him. "Not yet. It's not over. ISNT at best of 3? You've won all 3 rounds, so why not leave?" Gao Yang, perplexed, noticed that those around him were casting strange glances his way. "Is it forbidden to make calls?" Principal Gon hurriedly clarified. "It's not that you can't make calls. It's that the competition hasn't concluded. Your Special Operations team has 4 snipers. This significantly undermines the fairness of the exercise." At this moment, Gao Yang was still absorbed in his book, nodding. "Indeed, let us have a rematch." He then resumed his seat. Behind him, Chun Hong and the others were stunned. Was Gao Yang still unaware of the situation? Principal Gon nodded. "Please inform them that the previous 2 snipers should step down." "Wait a moment." Gao Yang came to his senses. "The 2 snipers are sharpshooters?" "Yes, they have both rapid fire and exceptional accuracy." Suddenly, Gao Yang grasped the implications. With a best-of-3 format, why was there a need for a 3rd round if 2 rounds had already been played? Had an additional round been added? Gao Yang asked, puzzled. "So, there are 4 sharpshooters, 2 from this round and 2 from the previous?" Principal Gon began to sense something amiss. "Yes, is there a problem?" Gao Yang looked up at Principal Gon and then at the others, who were all focused on him. "Is it possible that the accuracy lies not with the person, but with the gun?" Principal Gon was bewildered. The accuracy belonged to the gun? That statement seemed somewhat dubious. The others mirrored his expression. The accuracy belonged to the gun? General Zhou inquired with a perplexed expression. "What does that mean? The gun is accurate?" "Indeed, I have equipped it with an automatic targeting system. The weapon can autonomously aim." The expressions of the gathered crowd shifted into confusion. The individuals from the Dragon Institute reacted similarly, as if they were hearing a fantastical tale. An automatic targeting system on a firearm? Surely, this is not a dream. Gao Yang observed the crowd's bewilderment and recognized that further explanation would be futile. He gestured toward the distant training squad. The Special Operations team swiftly approached, standing at attention and saluting. Gao Yang received the sniper rifle from the marksman and turned to the other team, beckoning them. "How far can your drone fly?" "The remote control range is 2 kilometers. Responded a student from the Dragon Institute. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow playfully, "to its maximum distance." The Dragon Institute personnel hesitated briefly, then promptly complied, sending the drone soaring into the distance. It ascended further and further, nearly vanishing from sight. "All right, 2 kilometers. Gao Yang raised the sniper rifle and glanced back at the gathered dignitaries. "Could it be that I am also a sharpshooter?" Saying this, he aimed at the distant drone and pulled the trigger. The training system was still connected, and everyone witnessed the notification of the drone's elimination. The students from the Dragon Institute were somewhat incredulous, then hurriedly exclaimed, "The system uses laser testing. It follows a perfectly straight line. In real combat, a bullet traveling 2 kilometers will certainly drop and be affected by wind speed. Furthermore, the range you claim for this gun may not even reach 2 kilometers." Gao Yang nodded. "That's a valid point. If I destroy your drone, I hope I won't be liable for compensation. At this distance, if you can hit it, not only will I not ask for compensation, but I will also gift you another drone." With a smile, Gao Yang turned to the technicians. "Come, bullets." The technicians, momentarily stunned, recognized Gao Yang as the marksman who had initially missed 20 shots before hitting all 10 rings that fateful night. This was not merely a sharpshooter. This was a god of firearms. Coming back to his senses, he hurriedly fetched the bullets. Soon, he presented them to Gao Yang. Gao Yang loaded the gun, inserting a bullet into the magazine, and adjusted the targeting device, switching from training mode to combat mode. The entire process took merely 2 seconds. He then raised the rifle, aimed at the distant drone, and pulled the trigger. In the next moment, the drone, still airborne, exploded spectacularly. What had previously been nearly invisible at such a distance was now shattered, clear for all to see. Not only was it visible, but the onlookers wore expressions of utter bewilderment. hitting a flying drone from 2,000 meters in the air? What kind of marksmanship is this? Even the gods of firearms would be curious to know how this was achieved. Amid the silence that enveloped the crowd, Gao Yang announced, "This gun has a maximum range of 3 kilometers. With an automatic targeting system, its accuracy is extraordinarily high." In the stillness, someone suddenly interjected, "This gun can shoot 3 kilometers? Do you know how significant the recoil would be for a gun that can shoot 3 kilometers? You didn't even flinch." Gao Yang glanced at the speaker, a student from the Dragon Institute, who now wore a face full of disbelief. This phenomenon remains inexplicable. The most effective course of action is to fire the weapon. With determination, Gao Yang loaded another bullet into the chamber. Instead of aiming at the distant target, he directed his aim toward the sandbags in the training field and pulled the trigger. A resounding boom echoed as the bullet struck the sandbag with precision, subsequently tearing it apart with a terrifying force, sending clouds of yellow sand swirling into the air. The observing student gaped in astonishment at the billowing sand. With a singular thought racing through his mind, the power of this weapon is truly fearsome. The sandbags, designed to absorb most of the bullet's energy through compression, could only withstand such a devastating force with extraordinary capability. The bullet's immense power, fully charged, also suggested an extensive range. Yet, with such formidable power, one must wonder about the recoil. Gao Yang continued his explanation. The recoil of the gun is mitigated by the design of the scales above, resulting in a relatively minor impact. Beyond this, there are no remarkable characteristics. As his presentation concluded, an eerie silence enveloped the field once more. After a brief pause, General Zhou's voice broke the stillness. "You dare to refer to this as lacking in distinctive features?" Chapter 28, A Different League, with a range of 3 kilometers. This is the pinnacle of sniper rifle capability. At such distances, the bullet takes several seconds to traverse the air. One must calculate the lead time before firing. Few can ensure shooting accuracy at this range worldwide. Each sniper of this caliber has been painstakingly trained at great expense, often amounting to several million. The cost is not the crux, the rarity is. Cultivating such snipers requires not only wealth, but also innate talent. Hence, top-tier snipers are as rare as phoenix feathers. Possessing this rifle from Gao Yang is akin to the ability to mass-produce these once-rare sharpshooters. An ordinary individual, wielding this weapon, could surpass even professional snipers. Professional snipers can unleash terrifying destructive effects on the battlefield. A top-tier sniper can significantly impact frontline engagements, often intercepting entire convoys single-handedly. The frightening rate of fire essentially allows one person to match a sniper squad. In encounters with scattered teams, a single burst could eliminate them entirely. Such devastating suppression. This terrifying capability, and it's merely available here? General Zhou took the rifle from Gao Yang, aimed at the flag atop the roof, and pulled the trigger. The flag was severed with a crack. General Zhou widened his eyes. That was several hundred meters away. The bullet reached its target, and one would expect a fearsome recoil. Yet the recoil was remarkably minimal, akin to that of a small-caliber pistol. After setting down the sniper rifle, General Zhou stood in stunned silence, glancing back at the equally incredulous generals behind him. "Come, everyone, give it a try." A throng of generals stepped forward to test the weapon. The distant flagpole shattered into several segments under the onslaught of bullets. Principal Gan beside them opened his mouth, astonished. This sniper rifle was quite extraordinary. It surpassed his understanding. What experiences could have led Gao Yang to design a rifle capable of automatic targeting? And to think he actually produced a finished product. Automatic targeting can be applied in various fields, including laser weapons, artillery, and even missiles. However, the challenges of aiming a sniper rifle are far greater. Wind speed, humidity, gravity, and the target's movement all must be taken into account. How could the targeting system manage to aim instantaneously under such complex conditions? The technological difficulty is quite absurd. Principal Gan observed the group of excited generals and wished to try it himself, yet he composed himself, maintaining an air of pride. The principal of Lonka University instinctively glanced at Principal Gan, feeling a twinge of envy. A student of such caliber from the Defense Technology University could very well elevate their standing. The students from Lonka University were equally bewildered. Upon surveying their own designs, their first impression was that they were overly ornate. Then came the confusion. Was this not an exercise among students? How could an automatic targeting sniper rifle possibly exist? It felt as if one child in a squabble pulled a nuclear missile launcher from their pocket and pressed the button. This was on an entirely different level. A group of generals fired several bursts, transitioning from initial stoicism to overwhelming excitement. They also experienced the thrill of being top-tier snipers, hitting their targets with precision. Just moments ago, they found the performance rather uninspiring, even contemplating whether they should have attended. However, now, they felt utterly fulfilled. The mere presence of this sniper rifle made it worthwhile to spend a day here. They could easily linger for an entire year. General Zhou, finally holding the weapon, blew on the now heated barrel, and turned to Gao Yang. Did you design this? Gao Yang nodded. It should utilize the same targeting system as the laser cannon. General Zhou, astute as he was, immediately connected the two. Gao Yang nodded again, contemplating that it would be more accurate to state that the laser cannon employed the same targeting system as the laser rifle. General Zhou examined the sniper rifle closely and inquired, "Is this rifle capable of mass production?" After a moment's reflection, Gao Yang shook his head. "No. This rifle is a laboratory product with high precision. I can attempt to design a version suitable for mass production, but the actual efficacy remains uncertain. Let's give it a try. If it doesn't yield satisfactory results, we can spearhead the initiative to establish a high-standard production facility, even if it means only small-batch deliveries." Agreed. General Zhou nodded with satisfaction, his gaze appraising Gao Yang before turning back to Principal Gan. "Prepare a confidentiality agreement. All information regarding this rifle must remain confidential." Principal Gan hurried off to prepare. The confidentiality agreement served more as a warning, a deterrent against indiscretion, for serious repercussions would ensue should anyone divulge information. Once everyone had signed the agreement, General Zhou turned to Gao Yang. "I will take these 2 sniper rifles. The military department also has a research institute that needs to evaluate the specific performance of the rifles before assembly." Gao Yang was indifferent. As long as he retained the original version of the rifle, he was content. "All right." After a moment's thought, General Zhou looked at Principal Gan again. "Is there anyone assigned to protect Gao Yang?" Principal Gan was taken aback, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation. Gao Yang had developed laser weapons like the laser rifle and the cannon, yet the reporting procedure had not yet commenced. Products designed by the Defense Research Institute undergo review and testing before being reported for rewards and benefits. However, the one who had developed these innovations was Gao Yang. At present, the laser cannon was still in the testing phase, and results would need to be obtained before any reporting could take place. Gao Yang had not received any special privileges, no. General Zhou's expression visibly darkened, mirrored by the other generals around him. The Dragon Nation has protective measures for top-tier researchers. Those who have made significant contributions or hold positions of authority are assigned security detail. Gao Yang is undoubtedly qualified. How could such a prodigy lack protection? Principal Gan felt immense pressure but could only bear the burden. It was indeed his oversight. With Gao Yang in the school, he should have been responsible. Should foreign forces discover that Gao Yang was the one behind the laser weaponry, they would undoubtedly resort to unscrupulous means. Gao Yang was so young, not yet 20, yet had achieved such remarkable feats. His future was undeniably boundless. He had neglected to ensure Gao Yang's safety. General Zhou declared solemnly, "My security detail will be assigned to protect Gao Yang." Gao Yang furrowed his brows, expressing his disbelief. "I've been at school. Is there really a need for security?" General Zhou, with unwavering resolve, replied, "Feel free to voice any other requests, but when it comes to security, you must heed my counsel." The gazes of the surrounding classmates shifted, filled with a mixture of admiration and envy. A student at school with personal security? They genuinely envied him, yet not an ounce of jealousy marred their thoughts. This was precisely what Gao Yang deserved. The drill seemed to conclude rather anticlimactically, despite months of preparation culminating in a mere 3 minutes. However, the emergence of an auto-targeting sniper rifle elevated the exercise's significance immensely. A cadre of generals had indeed made the journey worthwhile. General Zhou rose and escorted Gao Yang outside the drill area, summoning security personnel and assigning 10 guards to him. Gao Yang observed keenly. Each of these guards was armed. Fully equipped with live ammunition, these guards served as a stark reminder to Gao Yang. The more innovations he developed, the greater the dangers he would inevitably face. Chapter 29. Homeward bound. Although the Dragon Nation is secure, this safety is relative. The innovations he has developed, augmented by the system, significantly enhance national strength. They will undoubtedly become a thorn in the side of foreign powers. It is only a matter of time before some faction takes the risk to eliminate him. The recent assassinations of several nuclear scientists from Iran serve as a stark warning. One must never underestimate the capacity for malice in others. The 10 guards appear competent, yet they are merely adequate for conventional threats. Should anyone acquire Gao Yang's automatic targeting sniper rifle, dealing with these 10 guards would be a mere matter of a single volley. Thus, ensuring safety must be prioritized. As he settled into the vehicle, Gao Yang retrieved a book he had randomly selected, fortuitously focused on the design of bulletproof vests. Why not don an entire bulletproof vest? At the very least, it would provide a measure of safety. After Gao Yang departed, those remaining at the training ground gradually emerged. The president of Lonka University, accompanied by his students, boarded a bus. Observing the somewhat disheartened expressions of the students, he smiled. Everyone performed admirably today. To boldly call out unfairness in front of such esteemed figures is commendable. Your battlefield performance was also impressive. The equipment showcased was noteworthy, particularly the drone's rapid stabilization technology, which was exceptional. However, there is no reason to feel disheartened for losing to Gao Yang. Each era of the Dragon Nation produces extraordinary talents. Your task is to pursue him as a benchmark or to follow in his footsteps. The students of Lonka University looked up at their president, their gazes gradually solidifying with determination. They would never concede defeat. In the troop transport, 20 Special Forces soldiers sat facing each other, observing the snipers across from them with curiosity. Unaware of the sniper rifle's automatic targeting capabilities, they refrained from approaching the viewing stand. Yet, they were awed by the marksmanship displayed by the sharpshooters. They yearned to exchange experiences, but the confidentiality agreements stifled their desire, leaving them feeling frustrated. Upon returning to the university, Gao Yang had already finished reading the book on bulletproof vests during the ride. The technology involved in bulletproof vests is highly sophisticated. Even with identical materials, varying degrees of curvature yield vastly different ballistic protection results. Furthermore, the bulletproof vests currently available on the market, in Gao Yang's view, are subpar. Take ceramic bulletproof vests, for example. When a bullet strikes the vest, ceramic shards can shatter and the protective plates may deform. In many instances, they may save a life, but injuries are still likely. Significant bruising is considered fortunate, while blunt force trauma can result in fractures or even fatalities. Nonetheless, overall, bulletproof vests do significantly reduce mortality rates. However, the reality starkly contrasts with the notion that donning a bulletproof vest allows one to withstand bullets indefinitely. Films can be misleading. What if bulletproof vests were enhanced 1,000-fold? Gao Yang made a beeline for the library, seeking texts related to bulletproof vests. Before the system could provide 1,000-fold augmentation, he must first create superior bulletproof vests. The better the foundational vests perform, the more effective the subsequent augmented versions will be. Even a slight increase in performance could lead to monumental enhancements following 1,000-fold amplification. Principal Gan, while reading in the library, approached Gao Yang directly, exclaiming, "I knew you would be here." Gao Yang looked up, inquiring, "Is there something you need?" Principal Gan smiled and suggested, "How about preparing an application to join the military? The results of the second round of testing for the laser cannon will soon be released, and once they are, the information will be officially reported to the Defense Science Academy, which will entail rewards. If you enlist, developing the laser cannon could earn you at least a first-class merit. This is a commendation that one can only receive while at ease." Gao Yang felt a flicker of interest. Obtaining a first-class merit was notoriously challenging. Yet it not only expedited promotions, but was also a rare honor. Most importantly, a first-class merit conferred certain privileges. Military positions themselves were also a form of privilege. "All right, what do you need me to do?" he asked. "Just provide some basic documents," Principal Gan replied. While enlisting is difficult for most, it is relatively straightforward for students from the Defense Technology University. Graduates are practically guaranteed a 100,000 salary, with exemplary performance fetching even more. Gao Yang had previously disregarded this due to his focus on energizing the system, but he now realized it was time to enlist. "Very well," he affirmed. Principal Gan let out a sigh of relief, stating, "I will have someone contact you to inform you of the necessary documents." "All right," Gao Yang nodded, returning his gaze to his book. As Principal Gan exited the library and noticed the guards stationed outside, he instructed, "Coordinate with my secretary to arrange accommodations for you at the school." "Yes, sir," the guards replied. Principal Gan nodded in satisfaction, while others referred to him as principal within the school. He also held military rank. Soon, Gao Yang received a message from his liaison, requesting copies of documents such as his household registration, along with the need to deregister it. Although a physical examination was typically required, Gao Yang was granted an exemption. The thought of the household registration reminded him that he had not returned home in over a year and a half, causing him to frown once more. He took out his phone and dialed a number, which connected swiftly. A middle-aged man's voice resonated from the other end. "Xiaoyang? Is something wrong?" Listening to the probing inquiries on the line, Gao Yang felt a twinge of discomfort as he replied, "I need to return home. The school requires my household registration and other documents for my enlistment." There was a moment of silence from the man before he responded. "That poses a bit of a challenge. I will handle it upon my return," Gao Yang assured. "When will you arrive?" "I will prepare some food for you." "I'm not sure. I will call you when I am close." "All right." The conversation concluded, and Gao Yang hung up, heading back to the library to gather his belongings. This trip home would take at least 2 or 3 days, so he needed to prepare adequately. 30 books should suffice. 2 guards, carrying the 30 books, followed Gao Yang as he mentioned his return. "We can accompany you in the vehicle or arrange transportation for you," they offered. "Let's arrange a vehicle. It will be more convenient." The guards, showing great respect, inquired, "When shall we depart?" "Tomorrow," Gao Yang replied. "Very well." The guards promptly set about making arrangements. The cohort of guards was well aware of the events transpiring at the training grounds. Their commitment to safeguarding Gao Yang transcended mere orders. They were genuinely willing to lay down their lives for him. Their diligence was commendable. Within merely 10 minutes, they informed Gao Yang, "The aircraft has been arranged. We shall first travel by plane to the base in Jiangsheng before proceeding by car. Could we not be a bit more discreet? There's no need for military vehicles. Could you perhaps blend in a little more?" The guards, clad in their uniforms, undoubtedly attracted attention. Very well. Gao Yang retreated to his dormitory to read, while 2 guards stood sentinel at his door, drawing the curious gazes of numerous students. The following morning, Gao Yang embarked on his journey home. First taking a vehicle to the military airport he had visited previously, then boarding a private plane to Jiangxing Airport. Upon arrival, he noticed 2 jeeps and guards now dressed in civilian attire. The 2 guards positioned themselves on either side of Gao Yang, proclaiming, from this moment forth, "We are your classmates. Surely, this is inconspicuous enough?" In their civilian garb, they appeared to be no older than 20, and they blended in quite well. However, the bulges at their waists were quite conspicuous, hinting at concealed firearms, though it was likely that few would suspect them. Chapter 30 Request for Support. As Gao Yang sat in the car engrossed in a book, he decided to call his father when they were nearly there. After another half an hour, the vehicle halted in front of a somewhat aged factory. Dressed in a suit, Lao Chong stood by the roadside, his face adorned with a broad smile. Upon seeing Gao Yang exit the car, he eagerly approached. "You've grown quite a bit. Let's head home first. Is this your classmate? Come on in." Gao Yang, accompanied by 2 security guards, walked into the factory. This old building had stood the test of time, and it remained sturdy even now. The sound of machinery roaring from within surprised Gao Yang. "Lao Chong, this is impressive. Have you upgraded to new equipment?" Lao Chong, accustomed to Gao Yang addressing him this way, nodded with a grin. "I've replaced it with a batch of second-hand processing machinery. Business is slightly better than before." Gao Yang took a leisurely stroll around the factory. It was not large, housing only about 10 individuals. The equipment was indeed new but still second-rate, remnants discarded by others. Such a factory could only handle the most menial tasks, scraping by for a meager profit. At that moment, Lao Chong scrutinized Gao Yang. He had grown taller since their last meeting, but his smile soon faded. "I called your grandfather yesterday. He said he wants you to come home for dinner tonight to collect your household registration." This was entirely within Gao Yang's expectations. His grandfather's controlling nature would certainly seize this rare opportunity. Lao Cheng's expression turned somber. "Do not engage in conflict with them. Just go for dinner, get the household registration, and we shall leave." Gao Yang nodded but did not readily agree. The family situation was intricate. To summarize, his grandfather had only one daughter, who had recklessly married Lao Chong. Shortly after giving birth to him, she passed away. Gao Yang took his mother's surname and grew up in his grandfather's household. He was viewed as a rival by his grandfather's siblings and their offspring, as his existence hindered their inheritance. His grandfather never intervened, perhaps torn between leaving the family wealth to his grandson or to his brother's descendants. Gao Yang, possessing a forthright disposition, would directly confront any grievances. Upon entering university, he refrained from returning home for a year and a half. Had it not been for the need to retrieve his household registration, he might have gone 4 years without returning. As for avoiding conflict, at the dining table, if left undisturbed, he would be agreeable. However, should he be provoked, he would never bow down. Yet, there was no need to voice this at the moment. After lunch, Gao Yang visited his mother's grave, then took Lao Chong's car to a villa district. The apex of the villa area boasted a 3-story structure, covering an expanse of over 1,000 square meters. Presently, the courtyard was filled with an array of luxury vehicles, indicating the arrival of numerous guests. Lao Chong parked the car and turned to Gao Yang, cautioning, "Be sure to avoid any conflicts. We'll leave right after dinner." "Understood," Gao Yang replied with a smile. "I'm not as naive as I used to be." With that, Gao Yang strode into the villa. The grand hall was already bustling with guests engaged in casual conversation. The moment Gao Yang entered, all eyes turned toward him, their expressions somewhat peculiar. Soon, someone remarked sarcastically, "Oh, isn't this our high achiever from the Gao family? Having gained admission to a prestigious institution, one fails to even mention returning to visit the grandfather during the new year." Gao Yang merely glanced over and chuckled. "Aunt, which clinic did you visit for that face? It seems rather asymmetrical." The woman's expression instantly soured. "I haven't had any work done." To which Gao Yang replied with a smile, "If you say you haven't, then I suppose you haven't." Though her words appeared innocuous, their impact was profound, leaving no room for rebuttal. She dared not linger on the topic, desperately seeking to divert attention from her visage. Others momentarily fell silent, the atmosphere growing tense. Gao Yang plopped down onto a lone sofa and turned to the 2 guards, saying, "Find a place to sit, no need to stand around." It seemed he truly regarded this place as his own home. Another voice chimed in, equally sardonic. Gao Yang turned to see, "So, is this your home, aunt?" The third aunt was rendered speechless. There was but one daughter and one grandson of the grandfather. The relatives before him were merely the offspring of his siblings. Some things simply should not be said. Gao Yang scoffed, aware of their intentions. Without him, they could claim a share of the Gao family fortune. Thus, they sought to expel him. Another voice arose, that of the third uncle, Gao Yang. How can you speak to your elders that way? Just as Gao Yang prepared to respond, the sound of a cane tapping on the stairs echoed from above. Looking up, an elderly man descended slowly, the cane rhythmically striking the ground, remarking, returning home only to quarrel, as if you've never matured. Gao Yang raised his gaze to the elder, his grandfather. I have no desire to argue. I merely came to retrieve the household registration for some cancellation procedures, and shall leave once completed. The grandfather's expression darkened. You'll receive the registration after dinner. Very well, Gao Yang replied, returning to his reading. The second aunt interjected. Why don't you even greet your grandfather? With age, you seem to have lost all decorum. Lack of decorum? Gao Yang was taken aback. Perhaps you should reflect on your own sons before making such claims? He continued. One son recently released from prison for reckless driving resulting in injury, and the other involved in gambling and fraud against his own family. Is that what you call upbringing? What did prison teach him manners? The second aunt's face paled, her expression darkening significantly. Gao Yang was not yet finished. You are truly inferior to my mother. You little brat, how dare you speak to me that way? A man, roughly 30, sprang to his feet, seizing a fruit knife from the table. Say another word. Gao Yang observed him brandishing the knife. Cousin, such a display of refinement. Your mother must have taught you well. In a fit of rage, the cousin could no longer contain himself, leaping onto the coffee table to pounce on Gao Yang. Behind him, the two guards sprang to their feet. But being positioned behind Gao Yang, they were unable to intervene. Their reactions were swift. Realizing they couldn't reach him in time, they drew their firearms and fired. Bang! Bang! The resounding shots echoed throughout the villa. The knife flew from the cousin's grip, blood gushing from his arm as he stumbled back, clutching his wound, howling in pain. Two guards stood in front of Gao Yang, brandishing their firearms, their vigilant gazes scanning the surrounding crowd as they declared, under attack, requesting assistance. Inside the villa, Old Chong was rendered speechless. His son's classmates were armed? The Gao family within the villa was equally astonished. Gao Yang's two companions were surprisingly wielding guns, and had even opened fire. What was happening? Were the students from the Defense Technology University truly so formidable that they could roam freely with handguns? The only one truly terrified was the wounded cousin. His face a mask of fear, his right hand was incapacitated, and he screamed in agony, retreating while leaving a trail of blood on the ground. Elder Gao had yet to descend the steps, and upon witnessing the sudden turn of events, his expression was one of shock and bewilderment. After a lifetime of weathering storms, even he found himself at a loss in the face of such chaos. Chapter 31. This is absolutely impossible. Amidst the profound silence enveloping the villa, an abrupt and thunderous crash resounded as a jeep forcefully breached the grand iron gates of the estate. Accompanying guards swiftly arrived, racing to the entrance, disembarking with alacrity, weapons drawn, and stormed into the villa. A collective sigh of relief echoed through them. Gao Yang was unharmed. Their relief, however, contrasted sharply with the bewilderment of those within the villa. Gao Yang's classmates merely bore handguns, while these intruders were heavily armed and fully equipped. What was the purpose of this display? Counterterrorism? Cousin Da, upon witnessing this formidable group, was so startled that he recoiled in terror, his eyes wide with disbelief. Struggling for breath, Gao Yang smirked. Auntie, what a clever scheme. You've decided to swap your unworthy son for me, ensuring a substantial portion of the family fortune remains with you. Perhaps the others will even express their gratitude and bestow an additional share upon you. A brilliant plan indeed. Before Auntie could fully comprehend the situation, two guards lunged toward her son. She instinctively stepped in front of them. You've already shot him. Are you going to arrest him too? If you're apprehending someone, take me as well. She began to wail dramatically, but the occupants of the villa remained unperturbed. This commotion would not summon the police. It could very well lead to a joint enforcement action. Seeing her theatrics yield no results, Auntie glared at Lao Chong. Chong Yongfu. How have you raised your son? Is this how you repay the Gao family for elevating your status? Lao Chang's gaze shifted to Gao Yang, recognizing that the situation had spiraled beyond control. Prolonging this would only exacerbate matters. Just as he prepared to intervene, Auntie continued, you deserve the early demise of your wife. Lao Chong was momentarily stunned. Gao Yang surged forward, attempting to seize a guard's firearm from his waist. The guard reacted swiftly, securing the weapon and denying Gao Yang the chance. Please, do not act impulsively. At the very least, do not tarnish your hands. The guard then aimed at the woman kneeling before him, swiftly chambering around. Leave this to me. Auntie, now under the guard's weapon, trembled violently, engulfed by an unparalleled terror. In the next instant, a yellow stain spread across the floor, starkly contrasting against the pristine white tiles. From the staircase, the voice of old Master Gao resonated. Gao Yang, let it go. Gao Yang had merely intended to intimidate her. To actually kill her would be detrimental to himself. Let it go. Her crimes do not warrant death. The guard exhaled in relief. He was willing to sacrifice himself or bear the blame for Gao Yang, but it was preferable to avoid such a fate. He holstered his weapon and stepped back. Old Master Gao descended. Come, gather your belongings. Gao Yang ascended the stairs with the two guards, entering the elder's office. Old Master Gao handed Gao Yang the household registration booklet and an envelope. Inside this envelope is a card containing 20 million. It has been prepared for you in advance. Gao Yang only accepted the household registration booklet. No need. I am not in want of money. Old Master Gao regarded him intently. In the past, I insisted on keeping you by my side. Do you still harbor grievances? Some matters are truly beyond my control. They are all my descendants. Yet you remain my sole grandson. If your father were to take you away, you would never have access to my estate. Gao Yang pondered for a moment and declared, You cherish it like a treasure, while I cast it aside as if it were mere refuse. As for the so-called assets you speak of, bestow them upon whomever you wish. My only concern is that Lao Chong has endured scorn and indignity here solely to care for me. With that, Gao Yang strode out decisively. Outside, the guards had already restrained his cousin, whose hand was now bandaged. An investigation would soon be initiated. Even if his cousin's actions were merely impulsive, a thorough inquiry would be necessary. As for his second aunt, having just traversed the threshold of death, she dared not intervene. Helplessly watching her son being taken away, her eyes filled with desperation as they followed Gao Yang. Standing at the threshold, Gao Yang turned to Lao Chong and said, Let us go. Lao Chong hastily followed, disbelief still etched on his face. They boarded the vehicle, and as he glanced at the military trucks behind them, confusion enveloped him. What just transpired? Gao Yang replied, During my time at school, I made some discoveries, which have garnered attention, hence the guards. Lao Chong appeared surprised. Is that all? Indeed, Gao Yang smiled, though the invention he referred to was likely far from trivial. Lao Chong refrained from probing further, driving them back to the factory. Gao Yang did not re-enter, but directly ascended the military vehicle to return to the school. Seated in the vehicle, he turned to the guard and inquired, How will today's events be handled? Those present would be investigated. If their actions stemmed from mere impulse to harm, the repercussions would be minimal. However, if there were premeditated intent, the consequences would be grave. Gao Yang waved his hand dismissively. That is not my concern. I care not for their fates. I wish to know if the discharge of firearms will lead to complications. The guard paused momentarily before responding. There shouldn't be significant trouble, but we will certainly be questioned and required to compile a report, given that shots were fired in public. Thank you. I shall send you some equipment later, Gao Yang said. The guard was taken aback, wondering what he meant by sending equipment. However, he quickly recalled the sniper rifle and felt a surge of excitement, nodding eagerly. Thank you. Gao Yang returned to his reading, the day's events serving as a stark reminder that danger lurks everywhere. Caution and vigilance were paramount, especially considering that even family could resort to violence. What, then, of malevolent foes? A bulletproof vest must be prioritized. While Gao Yang immersed himself in his studies, a set of test data concerning laser cannons, along with relevant design documentation, was dispatched to the Defense Science Academy. The Defense Science Academy holds a status equivalent to that of the Lonka Institute. Yet, while the Lonka Institute researches a myriad of topics, the Defense Science Academy focuses solely on weaponry, with a dedicated team for laser weapons. Upon receiving the documentation, the technical staff of the Research Institute was invigorated. They had long been aware of the developments in laser weaponry and were eagerly anticipating further information. However, the confidentiality measures had been so stringent that they had received no details. Even the origin of the laser weapons remained a mystery. Was it possible that the military had other subordinate research facilities, apart from their own, engaged in laser weapon development? With a sense of curiosity, the group examined the information at the top of the documents regarding the researcher, only to be left in a state of astonishment. At the Defense Science and Technology University, a sophomore majoring in light weapons engineering, Gao Yang, found himself in a moment of hesitation. The director of the Laser Weapon Research Institute pondered aloud. Isn't this laser weapon the one designed to obliterate satellites? Uncertain, he proceeded to examine the materials sent from below. As he opened the documents, he was struck once more with astonishment. The foremost information presented was a series of parameters that left him bewildered. The figures were simply terrifying. As leading researchers in the realm of lasers within the Dragon Country, their initial instinct was to deem it as implausible. Far too implausible. The data contained within these documents was far more alarming than the images they had previously observed via satellite. The magnitude of its power was such that it could instantaneously penetrate a tank. Within a 200-kilometer radius, it could intercept any weaponized aircraft. If mounted on an aircraft, it could effortlessly obliterate nearly all targets on the ground. This was utterly impossible. Yet, the mere fact that this information had reached them indicated it had undergone rigorous testing. Thus, all these figures were derived from empirical evidence. Chapter 32. Estimation achieved. The conference room fell into an eerie silence, as all the researchers wore expressions of incredulity. Their worldviews teetered on the brink of collapse. Such data, in their eyes, was utterly inconceivable. The information reaching them was virtually guaranteed to be authentic, unverified, and untested, with no means of validation before it arrived. Yet, how could such a laser weapon possibly be conceived? Currently, the Dragon Country's laser weaponry was already at the forefront of global advancements. But the technology they possessed was on an entirely different tier compared to the laser cannon data before them. If their understanding was at an elementary level, the weapon they beheld was akin to advanced calculus. How could such an armament have been developed by a mere sophomore? A number of individuals found it hard to accept, yet they were eager to delve deeper into the specifics of the design. The more they examined it, the more awestruck they became, maintaining a profound silence. For a full 2 hours, they scrutinized the entire blueprint. While they could replicate the laser cannon based on the design, comprehending it proved to be a formidable challenge. The disparity was striking. Under normal circumstances, they would have grasped the principles upon viewing the blueprints, but now, they were utterly perplexed, their minds a muddled haze. How could laser weaponry function in such a manner? Despite being laser emitters, why was this one capable of unleashing such formidable beams? How could the energy conversion efficiency be so remarkably high? Furthermore, despite being a laser, why was the energy expenditure of this weapon so minimal? Were it not for the credibility of the source from which this information was derived, they would have dismissed it as sheer fabrication. Yet, now that they recognized its authenticity, a singular thought echoed among them. How could this contraption possibly be the brainchild of a student? The director of the Laser Weapon Research Institute, surnamed Wei, tapped the documents before him. From this moment forward, our research institute's focus shall be on this laser cannon. The group fell silent. Previously, they had been the subjects of others' research, and now the roles had reversed, which felt somewhat disconcerting. Yet, a sense of anticipation brewed within them. For the technology contained within was a source of genuine intrigue. How could laser weaponry achieve such terrifying potency? Professor Wei cast his gaze upon the foremost document. I must pay a visit to the Defense Technology University. It's simply absurd that such a person is still attending classes there. Someone capable of instructing me is wasting time in school. Lao Li, accompany me on this trip. When? Professor Li began to inquire regarding the project in his hands, but Professor Wei promptly interrupted. At present, our research institute has no other projects. We shall solely concentrate on the study of the laser cannon. One voice interjected. We still need other projects. The technology of the laser cannon cannot be allowed to leak. And we cannot necessarily trust everyone within the institute. Professor Wei pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. Who is available? We shall depart immediately. I will accompany you. Came the voice of one who had remained silent throughout the meeting. Professor Wei nodded, acknowledging old Jean. Your tenure at the Defense Science and Technology University certainly grants you familiarity with the institution. Professor Jean, with a hint of melancholy, replied. Not only am I acquainted with the university, but I also know this student well. I taught in the special class for 6 months, and he was a student there. The group turned their attention to old Jean, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment and envy. A person of considerable achievement was, in fact, a student of old Jean? Should this be mentioned in the future, old Jean might well be remembered in history. Did you impart your insights on laser weaponry to him? Professor Wei inquired. His tone markedly more respectful, tinged with uncertainty. After a moment of contemplation, Professor Jean responded amidst the collective anticipation, I taught nothing of the sort. I conducted classes for half a year, and he was the sole student who never attended. I never even laid eyes on him. At the time, I was quite vexed, but in hindsight, it seems fortuitous he did not attend, for otherwise, I might have misled him. Professor Wei nodded in agreement. Then let us proceed. You can assist in locating him. Be sure to avoid going through the university. Old Gon will undoubtedly be reluctant to release him. Simply inquire directly about where Gao Yang is. He's easy to find. He practically resides in the library, having earned a reputation as a prodigy. The two immediately set off, hastening towards the Defense Science and Technology University, making their way straight to the library. As they approached, Principal Gon received word that the two elderly gentlemen were nearing the library. He had anticipated that someone would seek Gao Yang. Yet he could not prevent him from visiting the library. This was his contingency plan, to alert the library staff to notify him whenever any elderly individuals drew near. Given the scarcity of students and faculty in the library, anyone of considerable age was likely searching for Gao Yang. The last time Director Yuan visited, he had been tipped off in a similar manner by the library staff. Inside the library, Gao Yang sat in a corner, engrossed in reading books solely concerning bulletproof vests, with a cup of coffee beside him. Sipping his coffee, he perused texts on the materials of bulletproof vests. The literature was comprehensive, covering ordinary ballistic materials. While the technical challenges were not insurmountable, achieving superior performance was arduous. To illustrate simply, if a standard bulletproof vest were akin to a steel plate, the finest vests would be those processed through various techniques, perhaps even constructed from more resilient alloys. However, whether it be treated steel or reinforced alloys, all originated from commonplace metals. Gao Yang was currently studying the technology behind standard bulletproof vests, examining the various techniques and materials. Later, through experimentation, he could identify the optimal material for enhancement. As he became absorbed in his reading, a sudden voice broke the silence. "Hello, may we speak with you?" Gao Yang looked up to see two gentlemen, likely in their 60s or 70s. They exuded the distinctive aura of researchers. "What can I assist you with?" Gao Yang inquired directly, wishing to avoid any circumlocution. Professor Jean promptly introduced himself. "I am the instructor of the special class, specializing in energy weaponry." Gao Yang rose to his feet. Although he had never attended the class, he regarded the individuals before him as his teachers, and felt a sense of guilt for his absence. In a manner, it could be deemed disrespectful. "Professor Jean, please take a seat. I sincerely apologize for not attending your class." He mused to himself that perhaps it was fortunate he had abstained, for had he participated, he might have squandered the opportunity of learning from him. Professor Jean, taken aback by Gao Yang's demeanor, was somewhat flattered. He did not remain seated, but instead took the initiative to introduce the individual beside him. "This is the esteemed Director Wei from the Laser Weapon Research Institute." Gao Yang quickly comprehended their intentions, suspecting they, like Director Yuan, were aware of his situation and had come to recruit him. Nevertheless, he extended his hand with courtesy, saying, "Greetings, Director Wei." Director Wei promptly reciprocated the handshake, visibly relieved by Gao Yang's politeness, which suggested that the matter at hand was likely to be resolved favorably. Chapter 33, Meaningless. Just as he was lost in thought, Principal Gan's voice echoed from behind. "Director Wei, you traveled such a long distance, and yet you did not inform me?" There was an unusual tone in Principal Gan's voice, especially as he observed Gao Yang and Director Wei still shaking hands. He felt a surge of panic. Gao Yang could not leave. He absolutely must not depart. Director Wei's heart sank as he glanced back at Principal Gan. They were of equal standing and could not impose restrictions on one another. He quickly turned his attention back to Gao Yang. "I have come to extend an invitation for you to join the Laser Weapons Research Institute. Our institute stands at the pinnacle of global research in laser weaponry. Once you join us, all our resources will be at your disposal, and everyone, including myself, will be available to assist you. We have the means and personnel for all your needs." As soon as he finished speaking, Principal Gan hurriedly approached, already cursing internally and genuinely anxious. Gao Yang could not simply leave the Defense Technology University. Departing before graduation was a different matter than leaving after completing one's studies. Moreover, laser weaponry was Gao Yang's area of research, and the director of the Laser Weapons Research Institute was extending an invitation, which would undoubtedly be enticing for him. Especially since the last time Director Yuan visited, Gao Yang had not even risen from his seat, yet this time, he had taken the initiative to shake hands. Ahem. The equipment at the Laser Research Institute can be procured even if our school does not possess it. As for personnel, if you require assistance, the school can invite anyone you need. Director Wei turned to Principal Gan. "What do you mean? With Gao Yang's capabilities, can he still learn anything at the school? Who else could teach him? At this stage, he must conduct research independently." Principal Gan was unwilling to concede. What does it matter where he conducts his research? Must he go to your Laser Research Institute? Director Wei rose. If he engages in laser weapon research, then our institute is undoubtedly the best place for him. Gao Yang observed the two men with a sense of bemusement. He had no intention of leaving, much less joining the research institute, which lacked the depth of literature he sought. On the other hand, even if he were to go to a laboratory, he would not choose the Laser Weapons Research Institute, as it was likely he would not be working with laser weaponry for a considerable time. After contemplating, he stated, "Director Wei, I appreciate your kind offer, but I will not be joining your institute." Director Wei was taken aback. "Why not?" Gao Yang shook the book in his hand. "I intend to change my research direction." This revelation left Director Wei even more astonished. "Why?" Principal Gan, now anxious, looked at the title on the book cover. "How did you end up researching bulletproof vests? You were engaged in laser research. Why not continue that path? Temporarily shifting your research focus is tantamount to starting over." Gao Yang smiled. "It is not that I do not wish to pursue laser weapon research, but continuing down that road is devoid of meaning." Director Wei found it difficult to comprehend. How can laser weaponry be meaningless? It is undoubtedly the future's mainstream. Light and electromagnetism are the primary directions of technological advancement. Gao Yang gestured for Director Wei to remain calm. I am not saying that laser research lacks significance. I am saying that continuing my research in that area is futile. Because the industrial level cannot support my inquiries. Dean Wei was momentarily taken aback. How could that be? The precision of the laser cannon could easily be produced by a slightly advanced factory. Principal Gan quickly regained his composure. Initially, Gao Yang was researching laser guns. Suddenly, Dean Wei's eyes widened in realization. The initial device that obliterated satellites was a laser gun? How could that be? What immense power would a laser gun possess? Since laser guns could not be mass-produced and could only be fabricated in a laboratory, the concept was eventually expanded into a laser cannon. Dean Wei pondered for a moment, still somewhat reluctant. The foundational industrial level will improve. You can continue your research gradually, and once industrial capabilities advance, manufacturing can commence. My theoretical knowledge has long surpassed the current industrial foundation and is ahead by many years. As manufacturing capabilities improve, I will present additional technologies. Dean Wei gazed at Gao Yang with incredulity, confusion evident in his eyes. He understood why Gao Yang deemed further research pointless. This knowledge was already ahead of humanity as a whole. Continuing the research indeed seemed futile. Gradually, Dean Wei took a seat. However, your research direction is quite vast. From laser weaponry to bulletproof vests in one leap. Gao Yang chuckled. Indeed, the leap was considerable, but with a system in place, it was inconsequential. One could design freely for fun. Dean Wei opened his mouth, suddenly feeling a pang of discomfort. Designing freely for fun? Then producing laser guns and cannons? Had they wasted their entire lives? Their tireless research was eclipsed by mere casual designs from others. Principal Gan, sitting nearby, also felt a tinge of melancholy. He wished that all researchers in Long Country could be like Gao Yang, casually designing for enjoyment. Dean Wei was at a loss for words, deeply disheartened. He exchanged contact information with Gao Yang before taking his leave with old Jean. Principal Gan settled across from Gao Yang. It seems that the Firearms Research Institute may soon come knocking. Gao Yang recognized this as Principal Gan's subtle probe. Although he had no intention of leaving, he pondered for a moment. Did the Firearms Research Institute possess any advantages? There were none, really. They primarily had more sophisticated equipment for testing firearms, with the remainder focused on research, improvements, and subsequent testing. Each year, a multitude of firearm designs were tested. But progress remained stagnant due to a lack of significant technological breakthroughs. The difference between firearms 200 years ago and those of today lay mainly in industrial capability. The technological gap was not as pronounced. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. If researchers in firearms heard this, they would likely clash with Principal Gan. Although both could kill with a single shot, improvements in firing speed, range, and accuracy had significantly enhanced lethality. Should they indeed arrive, he would simply refuse. There would be no need for Principal Gan to make the trip personally. Gao Yang chuckled, then lowered his head to continue reading. Principal Gan contemplated for a moment, and said, "You might as well spend time in the classroom, at least to become familiar with the environment and guide some students." Gao Yang nodded. "I was thinking the same, but today is a holiday, and there are no classes." After finishing his words, Gao Yang lowered his head to read, determined to absorb as much knowledge as possible during his day off, aiming to devour 20 books. Such opportunities must not be squandered. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Weapons Research Institute under the Defense Science Academy, a group of individuals was intently focused on the objects laid before them. Two uniquely designed sniper rifles. The aesthetic appeal of these rifles was truly breathtaking. Could such weapons accurately strike targets 3 kilometers away? The head of the Research Institute gazed at General Fu with an expression of astonishment. General Fu nodded in affirmation, stating, "Indeed, but we await the results of the tests for confirmation." The institute head remained somewhat skeptical. These rifles appeared excessively flamboyant. The elegance of a fine weapon emanates from its design's intrinsic beauty rather than from superficial embellishments. Such creations are typically the work of students, who often sacrifice substance for the sake of appearance. Nevertheless, the rifles brought forth by General Fu warranted thorough examination and testing, regardless of initial doubts. Chapter 34. Is this a sniper rifle? The testing range for the sniper rifle measures only 200 meters. Although the rifle's range is extensive, the accuracy of the test results primarily relies on calculations. Through computation, one can ascertain the actual range with remarkable precision. To conduct a genuine 3-kilometer field test, a sharpshooter must be on standby for each shot. Otherwise, hitting the target would be nearly impossible, rendering the test futile. The technicians set up the rifle and commenced a preliminary test. No equipment was necessary for this initial firing. The rifle was secured on an automatic firing platform, and the trigger was pulled. With a resounding bang, the bullet struck the center of the target, 100 meters away. A nearby researcher chuckled, remarking, "We adjusted the angle perfectly on the first try. Splendid, right on target." The technician, smiling modestly, attributed the success to mere luck and pressed the firing button once more. The second bullet was fired to confirm the accuracy of the first. Again, it found the bullseye, allowing the formal testing to commence. The technician swiftly adjusted the equipment on site and replaced the target paper. However, upon examining the target, he found himself momentarily dumbfounded, staring at the two bullet holes that were perfectly overlapping. Such luck was extraordinary. He had not witnessed such a phenomenon in ages. Typically, two bullet holes positioned closely together would merely indicate good fortune. The target paper was carefully folded for preservation, a new target was affixed, and the backstop also received a fresh replacement. Subsequent live-fire testing would evaluate the depth of the bullet's penetration to calculate its kinetic energy. With all preparations complete, the testing began, focusing first on the rifle's power. Another shot rang out, driving the straw target in by nearly half a meter. If it were a steel plate of 2 to 3 centimeters, it would likely perforate effortlessly. Calculations indicated that this bullet's kinetic energy retained lethality within a range of 3,400 meters when traveling in a straight line. At close range, it could easily penetrate armor. Typical bulletproof vests would be inadequate against it, and even if heavy protective gear could withstand the impact, the occupant would still suffer significant trauma. As the test results emerged, the gazes of the researchers toward the sniper rifle transformed dramatically. How could this weapon, weighing only 12 pounds, possess such immense power? Moreover, why was the recoil data so minimal? It was barely greater than that of an ordinary handgun. How could this be possible? A group of researchers approached to investigate further and noticed the scales. They fired again, this time focusing intently on the scales. Before firing, the scales opened, and after the shot, they swiftly closed. This mechanism effectively countered the recoil. Such explosive force, harnessed through such mechanical means, was astonishing in its efficacy. As the third and fourth shots were fired, the researchers remained captivated by the transformation of the scales, already in awe. This design was nothing short of genius. Employing technology of the highest caliber, it was remarkably stable. I recall someone 2 years ago who had placed springs within the stock to absorb and release energy, resulting in a significant decline in accuracy. Here, the robust design, which even reduced recoil, paradoxically enhanced precision. A group of researchers was engaged in animated discussion when they noticed a technician lost in thought. "What's the matter?" they inquired. The technician, gazing intently at the tablet in his hands, was analyzing a plethora of data. While the researchers had focused exclusively on recoil and scale design, he had scrutinized the data from every shot. To his astonishment, a meter-wide grass target had been completely penetrated. All 10 bullets had struck the same precise point, with not even a millimeter of deviation. The bullets had overlapped, entirely perforating the target. This was inconceivable. Bullets inherently possess discrepancies. In the realm of sniper rifles, achieving a mere centimeter of separation between two bullets at 100 meters is considered a pinnacle of precision. How could this ordinary firearm produce such overlapping bullet holes at such a distance? Initially, he had attributed his collection of target papers to mere luck, but now it seemed that luck was not the explanation. Yet, he found it difficult to comprehend how this feat was accomplished. Observing the puzzled expressions of the researchers, the technician turned the panel around. Just now, all 10 bullets struck the same point, overlapping, and the grass target was breached. Instantly, all the researchers stood in stunned silence. And then, as if in unison, they rushed to the grass target 100 meters away, each eager to investigate. They examined the punctured target, scrutinized the target paper, and reviewed the footage of the bullet impacts. The researchers were bewildered as they returned to the firearm, unable to contain their astonishment. This is impossible. Bullets must have discrepancies. How could they be so precise? Is there an issue with the gun? Did the bullets undergo some modification post-firing that enhanced their accuracy? This seems like the only possibility. Yet it's implausible. Once fired, how could a bullet be adjusted? And what about the rifling? At the mention of rifling, a sudden realization swept over the group. The difference between rifled and smoothbore firearms is monumental. Could there be something akin to rifling at play here? The researchers were almost desperate to dismantle the gun for examination. However, testing still needed to be conducted. After a test of firing rate, the researchers were left in shock. A rate of 120 rounds per minute. Was this even a sniper rifle? The group couldn't help but glance at General Fu. Who developed this gun? It's utterly terrifying. General Fu, having observed the entire testing process, noticed the wide-eyed astonishment of the group and felt a surge of superiority. Is this truly terrifying? Not quite enough. As he spoke, General Fu approached the automatic shooting platform and began to adjust its angle, tilting it by 2 degrees. Such a slight inclination could significantly alter the bullet's trajectory. He then pulled the trigger. In the next moment, the technician, gazing at the panel, let out a primal scream. What the hell? The researchers rushed over to see the panel, and to their disbelief, the bullets still precisely pierced the center of the target paper, leaving them utterly confounded. What is happening? General Fu declared, This gun has an automatic targeting function. A gun with automatic targeting? The researchers exchanged glances, having devoted their lives to the study of firearms. Yet they had never encountered such a notion. However, they were now witnesses to a marvel. They continued to adjust the angles and persist in their test firings. In doing so, they uncovered the secret of the firearm's angle adjustment. The stock was movable. Yet, the underlying technology eluded their comprehension. General Fu observed the group, his eyes penetrating as if seeking to discern the very essence of the sniper rifle. This weapon cannot be disassembled. Bring it forth for testing. We merely require a comprehensive evaluation report to assess its potential for mass production. It was only then that the researchers grasped the gravity of the situation. Their astonishment renewed. Mass production signified a transition in armament. Each instance of equipment replacement in Long Nation was of monumental significance, particularly regarding the large-scale substitution of firearms. Given the sheer quantity, every transition represented a substantial military expenditure. The laboratory boasted an abundance of weaponry superior to the current arsenal. Yet, the likelihood of finding something deployable was exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, the efficacy of this weapon was undeniable. It was an epic-making creation, destined for mass production. On the battlefield, even in the context of minor skirmishes, it would serve as a formidable weapon. No matter how formidable the adversary, they would be rendered vulnerable. After all, even the most seasoned training pales in comparison to wielding an extraordinary advantage. Chapter 35, a serious matter. Who is the inventor of this gun? A researcher inquired. With a hint of envy, General Fu shook his head. It is of little consequence. It is indeed of great importance. The individual behind this firearm must be brought to the Firearms Research Institute. The same technology could be applied not only to sniper rifles, but also to rifles, handguns, submachine guns, and even machine guns. Deployed on the battlefield, this device could autonomously seek targets from a high vantage point, rendering it immensely significant in combat. General Fu furrowed his brow, realizing he had not considered this. I will discuss it with him later. We must go now. I wish to speak with him personally. The researcher was already impatient. He was bewildered, unaware of how the terrifying accuracy of this gun was achieved, and he yearned to inquire about the underlying principles. General Fu remained still and stated, "First, we shall conduct all tests, and then prepare a comprehensive report before proceeding." The researchers, brimming with curiosity, wished they could sprout wings and fly to their destination. However, unaware of the inventor's identity, they continued with their testing, awaiting the conclusion to accompany General Fu in meeting the individual. The subsequent tests focused on the gun's self-adjusting angle, which could reach a maximum of 30 degrees. This was already incredibly formidable. It meant that a sniper wielding this weapon could strike a target within a radius of several hundred meters. In this day and age, anyone with a modicum of intelligence could wield a sniper rifle. Next came the issue of range. Standard ammunition could reach up to 3 kilometers. With specialized sniper rounds or fully loaded cartridges, the range could extend even further. Moreover, the automatic targeting capability remained intact. The more they tested, the more astonishing the results became. In contrast, other firearms often involve trade-offs. For instance, increased power came at the expense of accuracy, while prioritizing precision necessitated sacrificing some firepower. This sniper rifle was akin to a hexagonal warrior. It boasted rapid firing, high accuracy, extended range, lightweight, minimal recoil, and, remarkably, an aesthetic appeal. It was simply invincible. With the testing report completed, a group of researchers gazed at the data, their expressions somewhat dazed. They could scarcely believe that this astounding creation had originated from their efforts. The results were so extraordinary, so surreal. Yet, they had personally conducted the tests. The researchers handed the report to General Fu. When you present the report, it would be prudent to bring the gun as well. Otherwise, I fear no one will believe us. General Fu accepted the report, casting a brief glance at it, nodding in agreement. Despite having witnessed the gun's prowess and observed the entire testing process, he still found the results astonishing. Very well. The researchers continued. Could you take me to meet the development team? With his capabilities, it would be a tremendous loss for him not to join our Firearms Research Institute. General Fu hesitated to respond immediately, for he did not share that sentiment. He had witnessed the laser gun and the testing of the laser cannon. In his view, the capabilities of the laser cannon and laser gun were undoubtedly far superior to those of the sniper rifle. One operated stealthily from the shadows, while the other brazenly obliterated targets from hundreds of kilometers away. Moreover, as a form of energy-based weaponry, laser technology possesses a higher level of sophistication than that of a sniper rifle. However, observing the eager and fervent expressions of the researchers, General Fu pondered for a moment. I can take you to meet him, but whether he is willing to come depends on his own inclination. If you cannot persuade him, then there is little that can be done. The researchers nodded confidently, asserting, our Firearms Research Institute is currently the most advanced in Longhua. If he desires to delve into firearms research, he will surely be inclined to join us. General Fu, unable to refute this, carefully sealed the testing report with a confidentiality stamp. This report is classified. The secretary swiftly departed with the documents, and General Fu turned to the researchers. Let us proceed. I will take you to the developer of the sniper rifle. In the library of the University of Defense Technology, Gao Yang remained immersed in a sea of books, engrossed in literature related to bulletproof vests. Many people underestimate the technological sophistication of bulletproof garments, constrained by their preconceived notions. From the books he perused, it was evident that any newly discovered suitable materials would be promptly considered for the production of bulletproof vests. Various innovative designs of bulletproof vests undergo rigorous testing to determine the most suitable thickness, shape, and flexibility. While they may appear as mere slabs, their intrinsic value is considerably high. As Gao Yang continued to read, a guard approached briskly, holding a substantial stack of documents. This is the investigation report regarding your attack. So much? Gao Yang inquired with curiosity. Everyone present has been interrogated, the guard replied politely. We can commence arrests at any time. Gao Yang was taken aback. Arrests? Why would we arrest anyone? Upon opening the file, he first encountered the interrogation transcripts, in which his cousin insisted that his actions were impulsive. Yet, inconsistencies in his statements revealed the truth. He was indeed a pawn in someone else's scheme. Gao Yang was stunned, as he initially thought that his cousin's proposal for a trade was merely a ruse to have the guard apprehend him for a lesson. The possibility of a premeditated murder had never crossed his mind. He was astounded that someone from his own family could be so treacherous. A cold sweat broke out on his back. Had it not been for General Zhou providing him with security, he could have met a dire fate. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Gao Yang's expression darkened. He continued to read and discovered that his cousin had implicated a group of conspirators. Astonishingly, they had even prepared a contract. The content of the contract indicated that his cousin's family sought a larger share of the inheritance from the elder Gao, with 6 copies in total. This meant that 6 families were involved in the conspiracy. To prevent any of them from reneging on their promises, the contract served as leverage. Anyone who failed to pay would face exposure. Beneath the transcripts lay copies of the contracts, adorned with several signatures, now valid as evidence. Gao Yang could not help but marvel at the absurdity of this group. They had unwittingly expedited the process of gathering evidence. Subsequently, detailed investigative records of each individual present at the scene emerged. Predominantly, they were all employed within the Gao family's conglomerate, entangled in various forms of embezzlement and tax evasion. Among numerous other offenses, some individuals were even drawing salaries without performing any work, having seemingly amassed a plethora of identification cards, allowing one person to receive multiple wages. As Gao Yang casually perused the documents, he remarked upon the presence of a host of parasites. Just as he was about to stow away the materials, he noticed a few scattered sheets of paper at the back. Upon closer inspection, Gao Yang's expression darkened once more. The papers contained information regarding the Gao family's dealings with the Laochang factory over the years. This factory had been under Laochang's management for over 2 decades. Initially, it held vast potential, yet opportunities were squandered, leading to a prolonged stagnation and subsequent deterioration. While Gao Yang had previously deemed Laochang lacking in managerial prowess, it now appeared that the issue was not one of capability. Despite numerous lucrative contracts being snatched away at the last moment and various disputes arising, Laochang had remarkably sustained the factory for over 20 years and even upgraded a batch of equipment. Chapter 36. Collaborative Partners. The Gao family has essentially thwarted Laochang's potential collaboration with major corporations. Otherwise, he would have risen to prominence long ago. Yet, it is surprising that these individuals, who dare to employ underhanded tactics, would have the audacity to resort to murder. Gao Yang turned to the guard and inquired, "What will become of these individuals?" The guard shook his head. "I am uncertain. However, your stance is paramount. Then we must address this matter with the utmost seriousness." Gao Yang mused. "Kindly send a copy of this document to my grandfather." "There is no need for that. The investigation team possesses comprehensive information. A simple phone call will suffice." "Very well." Gao Yang observed the guard as he departed, then turned his gaze back to the book before him. "Damn it. Life is fraught with peril. There are always schemers intent on causing me harm. I must burn the midnight oil to swiftly devise a means of self-preservation." As for what his grandfather thought or how distressed he might be, Gao Yang remained indifferent. Sending this information was solely intended to cause him discomfort. He continued reading until 8 in the evening when his phone rang. Surprised by the caller ID, he answered, "Laochang? Am I interrupting your reading?" Laochang inquired tentatively. "Not at all. The library is rather empty." Gao Yang closed his book and asked, "What is the matter?" "Today, your grandfather contacted me, expressing his desire to entrust the management of the company to me." Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. Wondering if old Master Gao had grown disillusioned with his family, and was left with no choice but to turn to Lao Chang. Did you accept? I declined. Lao Chang paused momentarily. However, my refusal implies that there is room for discussion and negotiation. Why did you refuse? Gao Yang, although he wished for Lao Chang to reject the offer, still inquired. I have never sought anything from the Gao family. It is a matter of dignity. Because of you, I have been confined to the Gao family for years, and I see no reason to continue bowing my head. Gao Yang understood this issue of dignity. One could be willing to shed blood but remain unyielding in spirit. After a prolonged silence, Lao Chang added, if you require it, I can take over the Gao family. Gao Yang recognized that this was Lao Chang's willingness to sacrifice his dignity for his needs. Yet, he chuckled. You have ambition, do I not? I shall strive for what I desire on my own. Lao Chang laughed in return. Agreed, let us strive together. We are not interested in the trinkets that are merely like treasures. Gao Yang chuckled as he hung up the phone, contemplating Lao Chang's dilapidated factory and pondering how he could offer assistance. As he was lost in thought, he noticed a familiar face entering the library. General Fu. General Fu, adorned with 2 stars, was the first to witness Gao Yang's laser gun testing. During the subsequent laser cannon tests, he had been particularly enthusiastic, even introducing Gao Yang to others. Gao Yang rose with a smile. General Fu. The general greeted him with a smile, and then said, allow me to introduce. This is Professor Tong, the head of the Firearms Research Institute. Gao Yang nodded at the researcher following General Fu. Professor Tong. Professor Tong acknowledged Gao Yang with a nod, then turned to General Fu. Aren't you supposed to take me to meet that team? General Fu pointed at Gao Yang. Allow me to introduce you. This is the developer of the self-targeting sniper rifle. Professor Tong suddenly turned to Gao Yang, his face a mask of disbelief. Gao Yang appeared to be no more than 20 years old. How could such a young individual develop such an exceptional sniper rifle? Upon glancing down at the book that Gao Yang was engrossed in, which was entirely about bulletproof vests, it seemed somewhat absurd. Could a firearms researcher truly be preoccupied with literature on body armor? Was this not a distraction from his true vocation? Where are your research logs on firearms? Let me see them, he demanded. Gao Yang, taken aback by the request for his research logs, remained silent for a moment. How audacious to ask for them so directly. Professor Tong quickly realized his error and clarified, I mean no offense. Your rifle is one I have tested, and I merely wish to verify your credentials and examine the technologies employed in that sniper rifle. Research logs are typically confidential, documenting progress and challenges encountered. However, in the realm of firearms, logs hold lesser significance, as most firearms can be reassembled to their original form once disassembled. Yet, Gao Yang did not maintain logs. He had no habit of preparing them for his research endeavors. Professor Tong was somewhat surprised, but chose not to press further. He continued to inquire. What technologies are utilized in your sniper rifle that confers such remarkable accuracy? This was not a typical inquiry. But Gao Yang comprehended Professor Tong's current excitement. Accuracy is due to the rifling, which features a unique design. Professor Tong's enthusiasm intensified. I invite you to join the Firearms Research Institute. I will offer you my position as the head. This was the third group attempting to recruit him. Gao Yang contemplated erecting a sign outside the library, declaring his refusal to go anywhere else. I shall not go, he asserted. Professor Tong's astonishment grew. Why not? If you wish to study firearms, our institute is your best option. Gao Yang gently tapped the book before him, exclaiming with resignation, at present, I wish to research body armor, not firearms. Why? Gao Yang, disinterested in further explanation, merely shook his head. If there is nothing else, please do not disturb my reading. Professor Tong regarded Gao Yang as he picked up his book, his expression one of confusion, but he ultimately rose and departed. General Fu remained, seated across from Gao Yang. May I ask you something? Can the aiming system from your sniper rifle be adapted for use on other firearms, such as rifles, submachine guns, or handguns? Indeed. Gao Yang pondered briefly before nodding. It is not difficult. If you require it, I can produce a finished product within a day or two. General Fu was taken aback. Is it truly that simple? Gao Yang did not respond. His mind brimmed with knowledge. Such a modification was akin to transforming 1 plus 1 into 2 plus 2, an answer that required no contemplation to produce. The results of firearms testing, along with the evaluations of laser weapons, had already been submitted for higher assessment, and it was highly probable that they would proceed to equipment status. Gao Yang was momentarily stunned. The distinction between developing something and actually equipping it was monumental. While he had numerous inventions gathering dust, very few had been adopted for use. He was confident that what he had produced held significant utility, yet he remained uncertain about its potential for actual deployment. Suddenly, Gao Yang recalled old Chang's telephone call. In the manufacturing of equipment, can I designate a cooperating party? General Fu nodded, certainly. But we must verify qualifications to ascertain production capabilities. There is undoubtedly a lack of production capacity at my father's factory. Yet such sniper rifles are only manufactured in a handful of facilities nationwide. Moreover, those factories are difficult to control, and information tends to leak easily. Thus, establishing a new facility would be preferable. After a moment of contemplation, General Fu replied, I will keep this in mind. Once the assessment results are available, I shall endeavor to assist you. With that, the conversation had essentially reached a consensus. The scale of the sniper rifle modifications is modest. At most a few tens of thousands. However, General Fu's words carry weight. Yet, for Old Chang's small factory, even a modest order represents a significant opportunity. Chapter 37. Do not rush. General Fu has departed, and Gao Yang continues to immerse himself in his reading. With no interruptions, his pace quickens, and he reads until 10:30 in the evening. Ruo strides over to him, saying, the library is about to close. Let me help you check out 4 books. Thank you, Gao Yang replies, picking up 4 more volumes. Let us borrow 8 in total. Ruo swiftly registers the books, advising as she does, don't stay up too late reading. Burning the midnight oil is ultimately unwise. Indeed, he nods. Also, could you possibly find time to attend class again? Gao Yang furrows his brow. The instances of the teacher's absence are quite rare, and it would be inappropriate for him to usurp the teacher's class. Noticing Gao Yang's silence, Ruo quickly adds, I merely mentioned it casually. Gao Yang smiles. Having a favorable impression of Ruo, the diligent student who has treated him to several cups of coffee. It's not that I am unwilling to attend class. But if I go, what happens to the professor teaching that session? I will first head to the classroom to listen, then find a way to discuss it with Professor Lee. Ruo's eyes light up. Is it possible to specify what subjects will be taught? Preferably something related to electromagnetism, as our second assignment involves considering electromagnetic weapons. Gao Yang is somewhat taken aback. Am I complicating matters for myself? Ruo laughs. You are also a member of our dresses in the Wind Group. When the time comes, your guidance will eliminate any difficulty. Gao Yang chuckles, gathering his books. All right, see you tomorrow. Given his current level, advising a group of university students poses little challenge. As he exits the library, his expression shifts to seriousness. Outside on a bench sits an elderly gentleman, Professor Tong. He has been waiting for several hours. Though spring has arrived, the evening chill still lingers, causing Professor Tong to shiver slightly. Professor Tong, spotting Gao Yang, quickly rises and matches his pace. Allow me to carry those. Your reading time is no longer impeded, and we can have a proper discussion. Gao Yang observes the elderly professor, bustling with enthusiasm as he carries some books, feeling a touch of exasperation. These individuals are truly persistent. I do not wish to leave the university, Professor Tong insists. However, with your talents, you would find the most fruitful application at our research institute. Gao Yang turns to face him. I am only a sophomore. I wish to experience university life. After graduation, I will prioritize consideration for the Firearms Research Institute. Professor Tong contemplates, gazing at Gao Yang, who is indeed very young, still under 20. Then I shall wait for you for 2 years. Should you encounter any issues during these 2 years, do not hesitate to contact me directly, whether it be research conditions or any assistance you may require. I will do my utmost to help. While you enjoy university life, do not forget the importance of research. Gao Yang nods. I understand. Now, please return to rest. It's late. Just as Professor Tong intends to offer to help Gao Yang with his books, a security guard approaches and naturally takes the books from his hands, following Gao Yang back to the dormitory. Professor Tong watches Gao Yang's retreating figure, along with the 2 close security officers, momentarily stunned. Does Gao Yang have security? He too has security, but the difference is that he holds a rank. Gao Yang is merely a student. The development of the automatic targeting sniper rifle indeed warrants the presence of security personnel, especially considering the age of the individual in question, as it is quite normal to have several guards. However, wasn't he the sniper rifle just tested? There have been no subsequent rewards for research and development issued. So where do the guards come from? Unless Haiyang had already achieved remarkable inventions prior, and those inventions were of an exceedingly advanced nature. Professor Tong, lost in his thoughts, had nearly deduced the entire situation. Nonetheless, at that moment, his heart was restless, as he was unaware of what further research Haiyang had undertaken. Yet, there was a comforting thought. At the very least, Haiyang had mentioned that they would be prioritized for consideration in the Research Institute upon graduation. Having burned the midnight oil to finish reading 8 books, dawn broke with a faint light. After resting for 3 hours, Haiyang hurried once more to the library. This time, the augmentation opportunity had reached 60%. However, he now had a specific objective in mind. He was determined to manufacture a bulletproof vest and then proceed with the enhancement. In the quest to create this vest, he still lacked the necessary experience. Haiyang swiftly searched for books, while a high-level military meeting was convening elsewhere. At the conference table, a striking sniper rifle lay on display. The room was filled with prominent figures, including General Zhou, who sat upright and composed. The elder at the helm chuckled, recounting, a few days ago, the news about the laser weapon caused quite a stir. A young hero from the Defense Technology University, a sophomore, managed to obliterate a satellite as part of his semester project. When I first heard about it, I thought it was a hoax. Laughter erupted among the attendees, all of whom were aware of the sensational news, given its widespread coverage. However, they were oblivious to the more intricate details. The information regarding the laser weapon was contained within the folders before them, prompting everyone to take a look. The room fell silent, punctuated only by the rustling of papers. Gasps of astonishment echoed as they absorbed the shocking data. Could this truly be real? Was this not merely a dream? Suddenly, someone let out an exclamation, clearing his throat. The elder at the forefront interjected, "That's just the first page. Refrain from using foul language." As someone turned to the second page, the exclamation followed, "This is incredible. My battalions must be equipped with this artillery." Another voice chimed in, "But don't you focus primarily on special operations?" To which the response was, "What of special operations? This weapon weighs merely 30 kilograms. My squad could easily transport several onto the battlefield." The meeting room erupted into a cacophony. No one intervened, and it took a full 5 minutes for the room to gradually quiet down as everyone finished reviewing the parameters of the laser cannon. One individual posed the question, "Can this be mounted on aircraft?" Its effectiveness would undoubtedly surpass that of bombers, allowing for precise strikes on ground targets with multiple firing capabilities and no limitations on payload. Truly invincible. The elder nodded, acknowledging, "That's a promising concept, indeed worthy of further exploration. Moreover, you have a second set of documents before you, concerning the sniper rifle. Please review them before we continue our discussion." Someone remarked with a smile, "Is that the rifle on the table? It looks stunning. I am quite eager to see the weapons that will share the stage with the laser cannon." Suddenly, the conference room was filled with the sound of inhalation. "No way. This can't be real." This was followed by an incessant chorus of exclamations. In a moment, a prominent figure lunged towards the sniper rifle on the table. Feeling its weight, "I must take it out for a test." Together, several individuals rose to their feet. They made motions to exit but refrained from moving directly outside, waiting for the others to speak. Reckless, yet not lacking in restraint. The elder at the forefront chuckled, "I understand your eagerness, but please, let us not rush. I too wish to witness this. However, we must first complete our meeting." Everyone settled down, their eyes eagerly fixed on the elder. With a smile, he continued, "Both of these weapons will undoubtedly require production. The dilemma lies in my concern over how to reward the young innovators who have developed these groundbreaking armaments." Chapter 38, The Wave Machinery Processing Plant. Rewards are indeed assured, and there exists a comprehensive incentive mechanism for researchers. As personnel of the Defense Science Academy, in addition to conventional monetary rewards, there are also merit-based accolades. The highest honor is the first-class merit. Yet the current circumstances suggest that such recognition is insufficient to honor Gao Yang. Typically, a leading achievement in a particular research domain merits a first-class merit. However, what Gao Yang has accomplished transcends mere achievement. It is a technological leap. Were it wartime, he could apply for a special merit without hesitation, but alas, the current context prohibits such a request. 2 inventions warranting 2 first-class merits have been proposed. There are voices advocating for a cash reward as well, with the maximum monetary award currently at 5 million. Thus, for 2 inventions, applying twice would yield a total of 10 million. While 10 million is substantial, it pales in comparison to the value of Gao Yang's inventions. The technology behind these 2 new weapons could fetch upwards of 10 billion if sold externally, attracting numerous eager buyers. Yet, this is the pinnacle of benefits that can be afforded to researchers at present. In light of insufficient rewards, one must seek compensation through alternative avenues. According to the current standards in Longhua, the patents for developed technologies remain with the developers. However, in the realm of weapon manufacturing, especially when it involves internal development, even holding patents does not guarantee significant profits. Suddenly, a voice resonated in the conference room. "How about arranging a position for him at the Defense Science Academy?" General Zhou, who had been relatively silent, interjected, "From my understanding of Gao Yang, he is not particularly interested in positions. However, it just so happens that a proposal has indeed landed on my desk. Gao Yang desires to have his father's factory produce the weapons he has developed. Yet, the factory's equipment is outdated and does not meet the standards." The elder at the forefront's eyes sparkled. "This presents a viable compensation strategy, since the production equipment does not meet the standards. We shall assist in upgrading their equipment to comply. Whatever is needed for the factory's enhancement will be provided." Thus, the matter was swiftly resolved, and a group rushed out of the conference room to test the firearms. The results were astounding. While the data on paper was impressive, the actual performance was truly breathtaking. Armed with this firearm, they felt like sharpshooters, not merely in the conventional sense, but as extraordinary marksmen, eliciting exclamations from the higher-ups. After all had their turn, they were enamored with the weapon. Suddenly, someone suggested, "Isn't there an International Special Forces sniper competition coming up in a couple of days? How about showcasing this weapon?" A momentary silence enveloped the room as they pondered whether to present it, considering it was still a novel creation. "I believe it's feasible. It's a sniper competition, and participants are allowed to bring their own firearms. We could secure the top 10 spots with our 10 marksmen, which seems quite promising." The elder nodded in agreement, affirming the plan. Laughter erupted around the room. Wielding such a sniper rifle would surely guarantee a remarkable score. A gaze fell upon General Zhou, inquiring whether the developers could produce 10 rifles within 2 days. Without hesitation, General Zhou placed a call to Gao Yang. The call was swiftly connected, and General Zhou directly asked, "Xiao Gao, is it feasible to manufacture 10 self-targeting sniper rifles in 2 days?" The requirement for testing was 10 units. The testing had been completed, but in 2 days, there would be an international sniper competition, and we needed to arrange for 10 participants. Gao Yang chuckled. With his sniper rifle in hand, would there be any uncertainty? It should be doable. Can someone come to collect them in 2 days? Will that be sufficient? Absolutely. Gao Yang ended the call and proceeded to the laboratory. With prior manufacturing experience, the pace of production had accelerated considerably. Coincidentally, this was the perfect time to refine the designs of several other firearms. As the machines automatically produced parts, Gao Yang began to design automatic targeting rifles, submachine guns, and handguns. While these 3 types of firearms would overlap in functionality when equipped with automatic targeting, each served distinct purposes. Rifles were intended for mid-range adversaries, typically at distances of 300 to 500 meters, whereas submachine guns targeted foes within 200 meters. However, with the aid of highly precise automatic targeting, rifles could effectively engage threats at 200 meters as well. The handgun served a straightforward purpose as a defensive weapon for close quarters, yet, with automatic targeting assistance, it too became a formidable instrument of destruction. With the designs completed and a multitude of parts produced, the next step was assembly. During the assembly process, Gao Yang received a phone call from General Fu, who informed him that the order for weapon production had been confirmed for his father's factory. The preliminary equipment would be provided by the authorities, essentially granting his father a high-precision, advanced manufacturing facility at no cost. Even the initial materials would be supplied for use in the factory, with future payments for the weaponry offsetting these initial costs. Although there were conditions, such as the factory's acceptance of military oversight, such measures were inevitable. The government undoubtedly wished to safeguard the secrets of weaponry. The benefits were immense, and no price was to be paid. Gao Yang informed his father of the factory's address and name, and then called Lao Chong to prepare for the impending arrival of significant clients. Lao Chong was somewhat astonished yet gratified. His son had grown up. Prepared to welcome the esteemed guests, he soon observed military vehicles arriving at the factory gates. Individuals within the vehicles peered out, expressing their uncertainty. Langtao Machinery Processing Plant? Meanwhile, at the entrance of the plant, Lao Chong was equally perplexed, wondering what business such an impressive convoy had at their modest establishment. Hesitant to approach out of a sense of intimidation, he lingered. Inside the vehicle, General Fu confirmed the name and address, gazing at the entrance of the machinery factory. Was this truly the factory that Gao Yang had spoken of? The metal sign of the factory was severely corroded, indicating that it had endured for many years. What if, just what if, the interior still held potential? General Fu alighted from the vehicle and, spotting Lao Chong, took the initiative to approach him. Lao Chong instinctively took a step back. While he may not grasp many things, he certainly understood that a lack of insignia on the shoulder indicated a general. General Fu smiled amiably and inquired, "May I ask if you are from Langtao Machinery Factory?" "I am the owner," Lao Chong replied politely. General Fu appeared momentarily taken aback. "Is your surname Gao?" Lao Chong, realizing the implication, responded incredulously. "Are you introduced by Gao Yang?" General Fu nodded affirmatively. "Yes, Gao Yang came to facilitate our collaboration." Lao Chong was momentarily stunned. Gao Yang was well aware of the factory's status. Their modest scale hardly warranted collaboration with the authorities. Even if there were a partnership, merely obtaining some scraps would be quite satisfactory. Yet, did such a significant figure truly need to be involved in a minor collaboration? While Lao Chong was lost in thought, General Fu had already turned around, signaling for those in the vehicle to disembark. "Let us first visit the factory. They are all evaluators," General Fu introduced to Lao Chong. Lao Chong felt a surge of anxiety. Gao Yang may have made a mistake. Our factory is quite small, and we may struggle to handle official orders. Chapter 39. Collaboration is essential. General Fu smiled, reassuringly stating that the size of the factory was inconsequential and that there was no need for anxiety. He mentioned his good rapport with Gao Yang and suggested they enter together to assess the situation. Old Chang could sense General Fu's goodwill, but was curious about how someone of such stature could have a close relationship with Gao Yang. Upon entering the factory, General Fu was taken aback. Initially, the entrance seemed small, but once inside, he realized the factory was even more diminutive than expected. It was an antiquated facility, constructed of steel and concrete, and the color of the walls indicated its considerable age. Standing just inside the doorway, he could faintly discern the old machinery within. General Fu paused momentarily, then reassured himself, "It's fine. Let's take a look." Old Chang, initially feeling awkward, resolved to proceed with the group into the factory. As they explored, General Fu observed that the equipment was all outdated. The products being manufactured were merely locking mechanisms and metallic components, produced through a direct stamping process. This was undoubtedly among the least sophisticated factories. However, there was a silver lining. All the workers were donned in full protective gear, and the facility itself was remarkably clean. The overall impression was somewhat unexpected. This was not merely a factory. It could hardly be classified as anything more than a small workshop. The team of evaluators who followed behind stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the stark contrast to their expectations. Was an assessment even necessary? The production equipment, if placed 50 years ago, could barely be deemed advanced. Moreover, the factory was so small that collaboration with the authorities seemed implausible. Initially, General Fu had envisioned that this collaboration would involve renovating the facility and updating the equipment. However, it was becoming increasingly clear that this was not merely an update. It necessitated the construction of an entirely new factory. In fact, it was even more challenging than simply replacing the old with new, as it required dismantling the existing small structure altogether. Yet, he could accept that. Turning to the group with a questioning gaze, General Fu inquired, "Why are you all standing there in a daze? We have work to do. I need all the information regarding this factory in half an hour." The team quickly sprang into action. Some began to investigate official records for any lawsuits or severe incidents, while others scrutinized the financial statements of the factory over the years. And some checked the size of the facility and the serial numbers of the machinery. They also assessed the qualifications of the employees, among other details. As the group busily attended to their tasks, Old Chang stared blankly at General Fu, wondering why they hadn't retreated despite the evident state of the factory. Was there a hidden agenda? However, he felt confident. Despite the factory's modest size, it was unlikely to harbor any significant issues. Tentatively, he asked, "Given the circumstances, is there really any possibility for collaboration? Is a thorough inspection necessary?" General Fu chuckled softly. "Is there a place to sit?" "There is," Old Chang replied, leading General Fu to the office. The office was modest, furnished with a sofa, a desk, and a tea table. Old Chang poured a cup of tea for General Fu and inquired, "Considering our situation, is there truly any prospect for collaboration?" General Fu smiled again. "It is not merely a possibility. It is imperative that we collaborate." Old Chang, disheartened by his previous reflections, realized that the opportunity his son had provided was slipping through his fingers. He was taken aback. How could it be that collaboration was essential for such a factory? His son's influence was indeed substantial. He could not afford to falter now. "What do we need to produce?" he asked. "One might say that I possess over 1 million, and the properties within the urban area can be mortgaged for 2 million, allowing for the acquisition of additional production equipment." General Fu waved his hand dismissively. "The production of weapons and equipment is not a concern for you. We shall manage that." Old Chang was taken aback. "Weapons production? You provide the equipment? So, can't you produce them yourselves?" General Fu sipped his tea. "Thus, it is said that you have a commendable son. I cannot divulge too much, but I can assure you that collaboration is imperative. This batch of weaponry must be manufactured at the Langtao machinery processing plant. Should there be a lack of equipment, we shall provide it. Should there be a shortage of materials, we shall supply those as well. If there are insufficient workers, we will furnish the labor, and if there is no land, we can also provide that." Old Chang took a sip of tea to calm his nerves, struggling to comprehend it all, yet recognizing that it was all connected to his son. His initial reaction was one of anxiety. What had happened to his son? Such favors could not be earned merely by one's life, could they? Recalling the last incident when Gao Yang returned home, he contemplated a possibility. Could it be that my son has achieved something significant? General Fu nodded. "Indeed, but I advise you not to inquire further. Rest assured, he does not require your concern, and as for his accomplishments, they are boundless." A faint, unnatural flush appeared on Old Chang's face. His son's success brought him a sense of pride. In less than 10 minutes, a knock echoed through the room. Someone entered to report. "The area here is merely 500 square meters, quite limited. It is insufficient for any purpose." General Fu turned to his secretary. "Consult with the local authorities regarding how much additional land can be allocated in the vicinity, and acquire as much as is available." "Understood." After issuing his instructions, General Fu added, "Contact the construction team and instruct them to come immediately. We must erect a factory here." Understood. Reach out to the current heavy industry enterprises, obtain the price list, and prepare for procurement. Yes. General Fu pondered for a moment and then turned to Old Chang. Is there anything else we should be mindful of? Old Chang remained in a state of bewilderment. This was a substantial upgrade indeed. After a pause, he replied, there are still processing orders that remain unfulfilled. Are there any other factories you know of that could take on these orders? Yes. General Fu responded. Transfer the orders. Any losses incurred will be reimbursed. Old Chang shook his head. There are no losses to speak of. Stepping out of the room, Old Chang felt somewhat disoriented and made a phone call. The first call was to Gao Yang. With such a colossal opportunity falling into his lap, his immediate reaction was not one of joy, but rather trepidation. His concern was whether his newfound benefits would adversely affect Gao Yang. If there were any repercussions, he would prefer to forego these advantages. The call connected, and Gao Yang inquired, what is the matter? A general has arrived at the factory. He intends to reconstruct the premises. Are you aware? Yes, I sent them over. Just cooperate with them. Old Chang did not hastily end the call, but instead asked, will my acceptance of this benefit place any pressure on you? I have already prepaid the compensation. Old Chang contemplated a possibility. An invention? Correct. Old Chang finally exhaled in relief. The invention from the Defense Science and Technology University could only pertain to weaponry. Reflecting on General Fu's words, he finally comprehended the situation. The invention by Gao Yang was a weapon, the very armament that this factory was destined to produce. After hanging up the phone, Old Chang began to call his colleagues. His excitement palpable throughout the process. The joy of the newly established factory paled in comparison to the pride he felt in his son's achievements. Gao Yang's invention was undoubtedly extraordinary, perhaps even of a superior caliber. Otherwise, he would not have acquired this factory. The value of this factory was immense. Even disregarding the factory structure itself and the equipment, the expanded land on which the factory stood was worth a fortune. In the vicinity of Jiangqing, even commercial land would not be obtainable for less than several billion. And now, it belonged to him. Old Chang continued to make calls to his peers, simultaneously offering the newly acquired equipment at a bargain price. Once he completed his calls, the workers in the factory began to leave. Equally bewildered by the sudden announcement of reconstruction, Old Chang gathered a substantial amount of documents from the factory and stepped outside. Outside, large construction machinery had already been delivered by trucks. A crane was employed to hoist the equipment from within the factory for loading. The workers, perplexed, looked at Old Chang and asked, Boss, what is happening? Slowly regaining his composure, Old Chang replied, my son suggested that we renovate the factory. You all may return home for now. Your wages will continue to be paid during this period. Once the factory is completed, I will reach out to you. Chapter 40. Defensive Augmentation. The workers were quite elated. The factory renovation would take at least a month, during which they would receive their salaries while enjoying an additional month of leave. Pure bliss. It had long been evident that Gao Yang possessed remarkable potential. Having just commenced his university journey, he already demonstrated such capability. The future promised immeasurable achievements upon his graduation. In contrast, my son, having graduated university several years ago, remains unaccomplished. After a few compliments from the workers, they gathered their belongings and returned home. The factory stood desolate, stripped of all its contents. As construction equipment arrived, with a resounding crash, the old factory's surrounding walls were toppled, followed by the thunderous collapse of the main structure. The factory, which Lao Chang had managed for over 20 years, was reduced to rubble. However, he quickly gathered his thoughts. The old era had turned its page, and a new future was just beginning. General Fu conversed with the construction crew, issuing two demands: expedience and safety. The construction team felt a sense of urgency upon arrival. They had been unaware they were dealing with military personnel. It was no wonder they hadn't discussed pricing beforehand, instead being instructed to expedite their arrival. Given the circumstances, they dared not inflate their prices. If they quoted excessively, how could they sustain their business in the future? They hadn't even established a price or signed a contract. They prioritized getting the job done first and would calculate and formalize the contract during the process. The construction team trusted the military's credibility, while the military relied on the construction team to behave prudently, leading to a remarkably smooth collaboration. By the end of the day, the factory was entirely dismantled. Meanwhile, Gao Yang was engrossed in reading while assembling sniper rifles. With increased proficiency in the assembly process, he could peruse his books simultaneously. The next opportunity for enhancement was rapidly approaching. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, resulting in the completion of 10 sniper rifles. Not only were 10 sniper rifles manufactured, but he also created automatic targeting rifles, submachine guns, and handguns. Gao Yang was astounded by his own designs. The automatic targeting submachine gun was particularly extraordinary. Its firing rate was exceptionally rapid, and when combined with automatic targeting, it rendered one person capable of taking down 100 with ease, akin to harvesting chives. In comparison, The only advantage of the sniper rifles was their extended range. At that moment, Gao Yang truly grasped how technology transforms the world. Had such weapons existed on the battlefields of decades past, the number of casualties would likely have increased exponentially. He called General Zhou, inviting him to collect the firearms. While waiting, Gao Yang continued his studies. Based on previous experience, he anticipated that the energy recharge would be complete by nightfall. Interestingly, while reading about bulletproof vests, he realized the recharge took only 10 days instead of the initially estimated 15, primarily due to his increased reading speed. As his knowledge expanded, so too did his reading pace. He continued until 8 in the evening, when General Zhou personally arrived, accompanied by personnel to load the sniper rifles onto a vehicle. He turned to Gao Yang and asked, "Would you like to witness the sniper competition?" Gao Yang was eager to attend. What young person wouldn't want to witness such excitement, especially a sniper competition? Unlike the shooting events at the Olympics, military sniper contests were filled with flair and spectacle. The simulation of eliminating kidnappers is mere child's play. Moreover, on the competition stage, there will be firearms designed and manufactured by him. When does the competition commence? Tomorrow. And this time, we are the hosts. The venue is not far, and we can easily make it by tomorrow morning. Gao Yang wishes to attend, but he still has his studies to consider. General Zhou, smiling, remarked, "Think it over. Feel free to call me at any time. You can arrive even after the competition has started." All right. After General Zhou departed, Gao Yang closed the laboratory door and resumed his reading. He could go, but prior to that, he must first prepare a bulletproof vest. It would be quite perilous if he were to witness the event and a stray bullet were to come his way. If the bulletproof vest is not ready, he will not attend. With this consideration in mind, Gao Yang focused intently. He read until the early hours of the morning, and suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have received an opportunity for invention amplification." Gao Yang exhaled deeply and strode towards the back of the laboratory, retrieving a plethora of materials. These had been prepared in advance, as he was about to commence the manufacture of the bulletproof vest. He had already decided on the type, a lightweight bulletproof vest. The efficacy of lightweight bulletproof vests is rather limited. For instance, those made from Kevlar can only withstand handgun bullets. When faced with rifles or sniper guns, they offer little protection. However, with the system at his disposal, even a mere enhancement of 100-fold would suffice. Thus, even a lightweight vest could withstand sniper fire. Although a lightweight vest is not particularly formidable, any increase in its protective capabilities, post-amplification, would be significant. Therefore, in addition to the basic materials for the lightweight vest, Gao Yang incorporated ceramic ballistic plates in critical areas. The chest, abdomen, and groin were all equipped with these protective inserts. All these components had to be personally manufactured by Gao Yang, including the ceramic plates, which he crafted himself. By the time he completed the assembly, it was already 7 in the morning. The system had yet to issue a notification, which was to be expected. Testing was necessary before it could be deemed his invention. Gao Yang emerged from the laboratory, firearm in hand, and chose a random room to aim at the bulletproof vest, pulling the trigger decisively. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated through the laboratory. In his mind, the system's notification chimed. Detection of host-developed lightweight bulletproof vest. Would you like to utilize the amplification opportunity for enhancement? Yes. As Gao Yang spoke, he suddenly contemplated another possibility. The system's energy accumulation through reading was, in fact, a form of assistance for its owner. Otherwise, one could haphazardly invent something and amplify it 1,000-fold. If someone were to casually sharpen a stick and amplify it 1,000-fold, that would be an utter waste. As Gao Yang issued his command, a spectral wheel appeared before him. He stepped forward to spin the wheel. Now it was a matter of fate. Would it be 100-fold or 1,000-fold? The wheel's rotation slowed, and Gao Yang felt a surge of tension. Based on his experience, this time, the multiplier would either be exceedingly high or very low. The slower it spun, the closer it approached the maximum multiplier of 10,000. Yet, with just a slight surpassing of 10,000 times, it transforms into 100-fold. As the roulette gradually came to a halt, Gao Yang felt his heart nearly leap from his chest. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have achieved a 9,500 times amplification. The bulletproof vest is now enhanced by 9,500 times. A defensive power of 9,500. Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Could his luck truly be this extraordinary? Not only was the multiplier staggering, but it was also precisely what he desired most, an enhancement in defense. Imagine a bulletproof vest capable of withstanding forces 9,500 times greater than that of a bullet. How terrifying would that be? It would surely withstand not just a sniper rifle, but even a small caliber cannon, wouldn't it? Yet, such an idea seems unfathomable. The sheer force of impact, when unleashed instantaneously, would likely reduce the person enveloped in such a vest to mere pulp, regardless of the vest's defensive capabilities. As Gao Yang pondered these thoughts, the machines in the laboratory began to operate autonomously. Curiosity piqued within him. Wasn't the enhancement of the bulletproof vest's defensive performance primarily reliant on materials? What could the machinery possibly be doing? Chapter 41. Off to witness the spectacle. In the laboratory, a multitude of devices sprang to life, producing an abundance of mechanical components. Gao Yang was utterly astonished. What on earth was happening? The space was teeming with various mechanical parts. Was it possible that these components were to be assembled into a bulletproof vest? Suppressing his curiosity, Gao Yang observed as countless pieces coalesced in midair to form a belt. The buckle of this belt was notably larger than that of an ordinary leather strap. What on earth did this have to do with a bulletproof vest? As Gao Yang pondered, a system notification echoed in his mind. Due to insufficient laboratory conditions, only an amplification effect of 800 times could be achieved. Immediately, a torrent of memories flooded his consciousness. These were not recollections pertaining to the materials and craftsmanship of bulletproof vests, but rather the technology behind electromagnetic protective shields. The defensive capability of a bulletproof vest was expanded 9,500 times. No material, given equivalent volume and weight, could accomplish such a feat moreover. The system's protective effect was not primarily focused on defense, but rather on safeguarding. Defense and protection may seem synonymous, yet defense is merely one method of protection. In fact, even offense can serve as a means of protection. The system's ultimate goal was absolute protection. Even if a bulletproof vest possessed exceptional, or even absolute, defensive capabilities, it would still fall short of the requirements. Just as Gao Yang surmised, even if a bulletproof vest could never be penetrated, the wearer would still succumb to the tremendous impact force. Thus, the protective efficacy of a bulletproof vest could never rival that of an electromagnetic shield. Upon completing the memory reception, Gao Yang was left in utter shock. A personal electromagnetic shield capable of 9,500 times the defensive effect could virtually withstand anything. The speed of electromagnetic waves is akin to the speed of light. As long as the velocity of a bullet does not reach the speed of light, it can be intercepted. Should it reach such velocity, it could still be distorted and neutralized. This was utterly extraordinary. Furthermore, the shield's defensive capability was intrinsically linked to its energy source. The more energy the shield possessed, the better its defensive performance, as it would have sufficient power to counteract the kinetic energy of an attack. Due to the laboratory's limitations, only an 800 times defensive effect could be achieved. Yet even an 800 times enhancement was incredibly formidable. If a bullet's kinetic energy were merely 200 joules, 800 times that would yield a staggering 160,000 joules. This was beyond what conventional artillery could muster. Additionally, constrained by its energy supply, this belt could only be utilized once. After a single use, it would require recharging. Nevertheless, its initial use offered nearly invincible defense, capable of withstanding even cannon fire. As he picked up the belt, Gao Yang noticed it was somewhat heavier than an ordinary belt. Indeed, the grander the belt, the more impressive it was. It was not merely a costume for a masked hero or armored warrior, but an electromagnetic protective shield. Donning the belt, Gao Yang also equipped himself with a spare battery. He formulated a plan for his next amplification opportunity. Batteries. They must be enhanced. With high-energy batteries, the electromagnetic gun could be effectively equipped, eliminating the need for cumbersome power sockets. The electromagnetic shield could also provide multiple layers of defense. From this point onward, any invention related to electrical energy would have solid support. However, for now, it was time to set off to witness the spectacle. After making a phone call, I awaited General Zhou's instructions for someone to come over. Previously, Gao Yang had only witnessed the remarkable skills of snipers through videos, such as hitting toothpicks and knocking bottle caps off bottles, as well as striking moving targets with pinpoint accuracy, all while the sniper was inside a vehicle traversing bumpy roads. It was quite a spectacle. After a brief wait, General Zhou's personnel arrived and escorted Gao Yang to the vehicle. On this occasion, Gao Yang chose not to bring any books. After indulging in extensive reading, he decided to grant himself a day of leisure. Seated in the vehicle, he took the opportunity to catch up on some much-needed rest. Sensing Gao Yang's slumber, the driver adjusted his driving to be even smoother. 3 hours later, the vehicle came to a halt. Gao Yang opened his eyes to behold mountains and forests. The driver exited the car and said, "General Zhou will arrive in about 15 minutes. Would you prefer to wait in the car?" "I shall step out for a stretch," replied Gao Yang. He alighted from the vehicle, stretched his limbs, and inhaled the fresh air of the mountains. The sensation was invigorating. It was uncertain whether it was the relief from 3 hours of rest after a sleepless night, or simply the refreshing atmosphere of the wilderness. Within 2 minutes, another convoy approached. It was General Zhou's entourage. He had not initially planned to come. It was Gao Yang's desire to be present that prompted his arrival. Upon seeing Gao Yang, he warmly exited his vehicle, saying, "Come, let us proceed inside." There was no road leading into the mountains, but a helicopter awaited. Once aboard, they soared deeper into the wilderness, eventually arriving at a rudimentary base surrounded by peaks and open spaces. While there were paths, they were merely dirt roads worn down by tanks and armored vehicles. This was a training facility, designated as the venue for the upcoming sniper competition. Gao Yang gazed out the window at the training base as General Zhou elaborated. This sniper competition features 16 teams, each comprising elite marksmen from various overseas factions. Each team consists of 10 individuals, from which the top 10 will be ranked. Intrigued, Gao Yang inquired, "Are such competitions held frequently?" "Typically, there are major events, such as large-scale sniper competitions held annually or biennially. There are also ad hoc sniper contests, which tend to be larger in scale, inviting multiple parties to participate. Such events are infrequent, usually organized when a particularly formidable sniper emerges, ensuring a secure victory. This time, it is the White Eagles initiative, as they have a highly skilled marksman who recently secured first place in a sniper competition organized by the White Bear. Over the last 2 years, he has claimed numerous titles. Their motive for coming to the Dragon Country to compete is to assert their dominance over us." General Zhou chuckled as he spoke, pondering Gao Yang's unexpected emergence. While a single top-tier sniper is impressive, the Dragon Country now boasts 10, perhaps even thousands. The helicopter descended onto a hilltop not far from the viewing stands. The stands were situated on a plateau, featuring both open-air seating and a monitoring room equipped with various devices. All competitor scores were displayed on screens. The stands were populated by numerous individuals of diverse ethnicities, all accompanying their respective teams. The appearance of General Zhou stirred a certain commotion, prompting the organizers to promptly arrange for 2 individuals to be seated at the center. As the competition commenced, there are still approximately 5 minutes remaining. The individual in charge here, like General Zhou, bears 3 stars on his shoulders. However, he also has 2 bars, indicating his rank as a colonel. He sits upright before General Zhou, visibly flustered. Is the military district commander running over to observe the spectacle? Quite absurd. General Zhou ceased speaking, quietly awaiting the proceedings. Gao Yang also sat in silence, biding his time. 5 minutes swiftly elapsed. For a sniper, precision is paramount. In the first round, the shooting commenced. Unlike conventional target practice, this round assessed comprehensive data, rate of fire, and accuracy. Precision was not determined by the score of rings, but rather by the number of hits on the black dots. 200 meters away stood a square board, adorned with numerous black dots. Points were awarded for hitting these dots, with higher scores achieved by striking more dots in a shorter time. This posed a greater challenge, as each shot required a target change and a subsequent realignment of aim. Chapter 42, You Are Cheating. As the starting pistol fired, the first team of 10 dropped to the ground, taking aim before unleashing their shots. The gunfire resonated in a rhythmic pattern, with each marksman adhering to their own unique cadence, executing their shots with remarkable precision. This team hailed from the infamous Sangu family, known for their poor reputation online. Nevertheless, the elite snipers they selected exhibited commendable skill, hitting an average of 7 targets each during their barrage. Next to take the stage was the team from the Bald Eagle. After a single round of shooting, their average score soared to 8.3. Among them, one standout not only struck all 10 shots, but also earned an additional 2 points for time efficiency, culminating in a total of 12 points. This indicated that his shooting speed exceeded the established standard, thereby augmenting his score, both swift and accurate. Gao Yang instinctively glanced at this marksman, whose hawkish nose and penetrating gaze exuded an air of superiority. Surely, this was the top sniper mentioned by General Zhou. However, after merely a fleeting glance, Gao Yang diverted his gaze. No matter how impressive, it could not compare to the prowess of those who seemed to possess an unfair advantage. As several more teams of snipers took their turns, scores consistently ranged between 7 and 8 points, with a few exceptional marksmen reaching as high as 11 points, swift and precise. Gao Yang found it astonishing. Having fired a weapon himself, he struggled to hit a target at 50 meters. Yet these individuals struck their targets at 200 meters with such ease. The 9th group comprised snipers from the Dragon Nation. 10 marksmen, equipped with automatic targeting sniper rifles, lay on the ground and, upon the sound of the starting pistol, fired simultaneously. 5 seconds later, all 10 stood up, shooting complete. The officers accompanying the teams from various nations were left dumbfounded. How could they shoot so quickly? Did they not wish to win? The next moment, the scores displayed on the screen revealed a staggering 20 points. The highest score was 20 points, and the lowest was also 20 points. Every shot hit the mark, and with their rapid shooting, they achieved a perfect score of 20. The entire venue erupted in applause. A blonde, blue-eyed individual widened his eyes in disbelief before exclaiming loudly, "Cheating! You are cheating!" Such shooting results were utterly inconceivable. The event coordinator remained silent, opting to play the recorded footage. The video clearly showcased each bullet striking the target's black dot with precision, triggering the sensors. Moreover, the recording featured multiple angles, making deception impossible. As the attendees from various nations stood to watch the video, their expressions reflected sheer bewilderment, stunned beyond measure. How could this be possible? Even the most elite snipers could not shoot this quickly and accurately. Did they truly have 10 such marksmen? The leader of the Bald Eagle team was equally baffled. They had orchestrated this competition to showcase their prowess, primarily because the Dragon Nation seldom participated in sniper contests. They aimed to impress the Dragon Nation. Instead, what transpired was not a display of superiority, but a self-inflicted humiliation. And why had the Dragon Nation's remarkable snipers not been showcased in previous competitions? 10 snipers, engaged in target practice, created an astonishing spectacle. Despite their familiarity with the task, the reality of executing it was still overwhelming and bewildering. Each of them was an elite marksman, honed through years of rigorous training and innate talent, yet they found themselves eclipsed by the prowess of a singular weapon. The other snipers remained oblivious to the unfolding drama, continuing their competition, while the spectators understood that the outcome was already determined. Some even felt a twinge of pity for the snipers below, for the eventual result would surely be a crushing blow to their spirits. As top-tier snipers, they were all imbued with confidence. However, this time, their mental fortitude was on the brink of unraveling. As the first round concluded, the rankings emerged. The Dragon Kingdom claimed first place, followed by the White-Headed Eagle in second, and the Bear in third, with other factions trailing closely behind. The score disparity among the other sniper teams was minimal, yet the Dragon Kingdom's squad soared ahead with a commanding lead. The second round commenced without delay, featuring a new challenge, shooting at ground targets from a hovering helicopter. The targets consisted of 3 soccer balls affixed to a moving vehicle, which traversed a kilometer at a steady pace. Each sniper had 3 opportunities to score, with 1 point awarded for each ball struck. Among the 160 participants, 5 snipers competed per round, and during the first round, only one managed to hit all 3 balls, while another returned with a score of 0. The difficulty level was undeniably extreme. Hai Yang, observing from the stands, was astonished. The distance was so great that even the naked eye struggled to discern the targets. Coupled with the helicopter's swaying, the vehicle's movement, and the influence of wind speed, it was a formidable challenge, nearly hellish. Hai Yang admired the skill required, noting that each shot demanded considerable time for aiming. Finally, it was the turn of the Dragon Kingdom snipers. A buzz of excitement rippled through the stands as many spectators raised their binoculars for a closer view. Suddenly, 3 gunshots rang out, and the soccer balls exploded in succession. A second vehicle appeared, only to have its 3 balls obliterated instantaneously as well. The 5 snipers took turns firing, and within a minute, the vehicle had scarcely traveled 100 meters before the round concluded. The stands erupted with gasps of astonishment. What caliber of skill was this? To obliterate 3 targets was already a hallmark of elite snipers, yet the rapidity with which they aimed and fired seemed otherworldly. Were they employing some form of enhancement? A contingent of foreign observers, their eyes wide with disbelief, continually glanced toward General Zhou and his colleagues, seeking some indication of a different response on their faces. Yet, General Zhou remained inscrutable, merely nodding slightly, as if to say, not bad. The training facility's overseer was internally tumultuous, feeling as though he were trapped in a dream. He discreetly pinched his thigh to confirm his reality, yet his expression remained impassive, masterful control of his demeanor. The foreign spectators were even more astonished. The calmness displayed by the Dragon Kingdom representatives indicated that this was merely routine. Had the Dragon Kingdom concealed such depths of talent? In past international competitions, their snipers had not exhibited such formidable prowess. As these thoughts crossed their minds, a chill crept down their spines, and beads of cold sweat formed on their foreheads. What terror would it evoke to have such a marksman appear on the battlefield? Undoubtedly, they would be a harbinger of death. In scenarios of small-scale conflict or covert operations behind enemy lines, who could contend with such a sniper? Unless artillery plows the ground, as long as the sniper possesses ammunition, they remain invincible. The competition continues, yet the outcome is already predetermined. However, they must observe closely to comprehend just how formidable these snipers truly are, and how to react when faced with them. As they watch, despair deepens. How can one respond? After all, mere detection equates to death. Yet, not all hope is lost. A sniper's prowess extends beyond marksmanship to encompass camouflage and tactical skills. This aspect of the contest resembles a game of hide and seek. Everyone participates in a broad area, and the first to be discovered faces elimination. Although the automatic sniper rifles are equipped with infrared detection devices, such technology is prohibited here, necessitating reliance on the naked eye for discernment. Hai Yang, peering through binoculars, observes over 100 figures swiftly vanishing on the distant hillside. One cannot help but marvel at the extraordinary camouflage skills exhibited by these individuals. Each one is an expert, and even with careful scrutiny, he cannot discern their locations. These snipers seem to merge seamlessly with their surroundings. Meanwhile, within the conference room of the White Eagle's Foreign Affairs Department, a clandestine meeting is underway. The room is adorned with numerous photographs, all depicting experts and professors engaged in laser research from the Dragon Nation. Chapter 43. How Splendid. Within the conference room of the Bald Eagle, an individual advanced to the forefront to commence the information synthesis report. Regarding the laser weaponry, the flow of information from the Dragon Kingdom is exceedingly stringent. Our researchers stationed at various institutes remain oblivious to the situation, having never heard of any related laser weapon projects. The sole credible lead we possess is that a considerable number of pertinent researchers have recently congregated at the Defense Technology University. Consequently, we altered our investigative approach to examine those researching lasers within the university. Yet, we encountered naught, until the presenter paused momentarily and projected a photograph. Captured within this image are Gao Yang and a cohort of researchers, alongside notable military figures, all gathered around Gao Yang. This photograph was taken the day following the detonation of a satellite by a laser weapon. The student in question is Gao Yang, a scholar previously known for his solitary hours in the library, earning the moniker of a prodigy, shunning classes, and receiving a probationary reprimand from the school. We harbor substantial suspicions that he is the one who has engaged in the study of laser weaponry. In the conference room, a throng of individuals gazed incredulously at the photograph of Gao Yang, their expressions laden with doubt. Could someone so youthful truly be responsible? In their estimation, the creation of such formidable laser weaponry would necessitate at least a top-tier team. Yet, it turns out to be merely a student? This scholar capable of developing laser weaponry? The lead presenter stated. This encapsulates our current findings. Although it seems far-fetched, the emergence of laser weaponry itself is inherently absurd. Through various leads, we can ascertain that the origin of the laser weaponry undoubtedly lies within the Defense Technology University. Furthermore, the university exhibits no other noteworthy activities, save for this previously bookish student, who has suddenly received preferential treatment. He has even been assigned a guard. In the Dragon Kingdom, only those holding positions of authority or engaged in significant research projects are granted such protection. The room fell into silence as someone suggested, should we attempt to win him over? Another countered, it is inadvisable to pursue him. The presence of a guard signifies a high level of attention. Any attempt to engage him will surely attract the notice of the Dragon Kingdom's operatives. Then, what shall we devise to manage him? It is not merely a matter of management. It is imperative that we take action. Such a young researcher has already yielded such results. He is undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. Such talent must either belong to us or be extinguished in its infancy. Otherwise, it could provide the Dragon Kingdom with even greater advantages in the future. In the conference room, a few remarks solidified the plan of action, and Gao Yang's identity information was dispatched to other departments. For them, there was no necessity to conduct a thorough investigation. Any perceived threat warranted immediate action. Unbeknownst to Gao Yang, the meeting transpired while he watched a sniper competition for 3 hours, feeling an encroaching sense of boredom. The pacing was excruciatingly slow. Each shot required an inordinate amount of time to aim. Indeed, some experiences are more exhilarating when viewed through the lens of edited highlights. Rising to his feet, he made his way to the restroom, followed promptly by 2 guards. Gao Yang waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There's no need to accompany me. I'll be back shortly." General Zhou replied coolly, "Follow him." Without further protest, Gao Yang proceeded directly to the facilities. The restroom was quite rudimentary, constructed of bricks and tiles. Yet it was impeccably clean, almost untouched by dust. The leader of the White Eagle team entered the restroom and approached the urinal beside Gao Yang. As he unfastened his trousers, he remarked, "Your snipers from Dragon Country are truly impressive." Gao Yang chose to ignore him, finding the man somewhat unhinged for initiating conversation at such a moment. Nevertheless, the individual spoke fluent Dragon Country dialect. However, lacking subtlety, he continued, "I have genuinely broadened my horizons. As James's instructor, I can attest that James is the finest sniper I have encountered, yet your nation possesses 10 snipers who surpass him. James must be that renowned sniper from White Eagle." Regardless, it had little relevance to Gao Yang. After fastening his trousers, he exited the restroom, leaving the instructor bewildered by his silence. Suddenly, the instructor's phone vibrated. He took it out and glanced at the screen, where he first saw a message, "Do not rush back after the competition. There is a mission." Following that was another message, detailing information about Gao Yang, his height, weight, age, address, etc., accompanied by a photograph. The instructor instinctively looked towards the exit. Was the individual who just left the target engaging in action within Dragon Country? Regardless of success or failure, should action be taken, the entire team would suffer significant losses. Such a predicament would be catastrophic. As long as the mission was accomplished, They could accept total casualties. The instructor's hand trembled slightly as he held the phone, contemplating the 10 elite snipers, one of whom was the legendary James, gifted with unparalleled talent. Training each of them required a substantial financial investment, including recruitment costs. Each sniper was worth upwards of $10 million. Such a loss was unacceptable. Who exactly was that silent young man? It was evident that the young man was always accompanied by guards, even to the restroom. Achieving success without firearms would be tremendously challenging. Yet, even if they remained, bringing sniper rifles outside was prohibited. The best opportunity to act would be at the competition venue itself. A plan quietly began to form in the instructor's mind, one with a high probability of success. Returning to the stands, he casually scanned the vicinity for Gao Yang, increasingly intrigued by the young man's true worth. Gao Yang was engaged in light conversation with General Zhou. The seating arrangement was quite separated, allowing for discreet dialogue among Dragon Country's side, unheard by other areas. General Zhou cautioned, from now on, ensure you are always accompanied by guards wherever you go. The White Eagle team has likely begun investigations since the appearance of the laser gun. Nearly a month has passed. Even if they haven't discerned the specifics, they are undoubtedly aware of your presence. Gao Yang had already contemplated this possibility, awareness. General Zhou observed Gao Yang's smile, believing him to be merely feigning interest. You have yet to witness the darkness of this world. Heed my words. Remain under their protection at all times. All right. Gao Yang nodded in agreement. General Zhou sighed. How delightful it is to see your naivety. I find some sense of accomplishment in knowing that you are well protected by us. Gao Yang chuckled. Indeed, the protection is commendable, but in the future, we shall be the ones safeguarding you. General Zhou was momentarily taken aback, struck by those words. He envisioned laser guns and automatic sniper rifles, a sense of peace washing over him, accompanied by an unexpected wave of emotion. It felt as though a lifetime of struggle was finally yielding rewards. In an era where they had been outmatched by formidable foes, many had succumbed to a sense of inferiority, feeling constrained and distressed, having witnessed too much weakness. Yet, the current generation of youth no longer harbored such insecurities. This marked a significant advancement. General Zhou was engulfed in a whirlwind of complex emotions. He parted his lips, uncertain of what to articulate, and simply uttered two words, truly wonderful. Chapter 44, Assassination. The sniper competition continued unabated, yet the outcome was devoid of suspense. Over the course of 5 rounds, the Dragon Kingdom's team emerged as the unequivocal frontrunners. Their precision in the initial rounds was striking, while their mastery in camouflage, rapid assaults, and tactical applications remained unparalleled, resulting in a tie in those aspects. Ultimately, the Dragon Kingdom claimed victory with no room for doubt, sweeping the top 10 positions entirely. The scores of the top 10 were nearly identical, each surpassing the 11th place by nearly double. Although the snipers were of comparable skill, the disparity in their effectiveness on the battlefield was monumental. A difference of nearly 50% equated to sheer dominance. Such results left the spectators in a state of bewilderment. General Zhou, having previously witnessed the formidable power of the automatic targeting sniper rifles, experienced an indescribable shock. While the statistics had been impressive, they lacked the visceral impact of witnessing the performance firsthand. Now, with the presence of other world-class snipers for comparison, the chasm in capability appeared almost absurd. These snipers possessed immense practical value on the battlefield. Aside from extensive firepower suppression, they were nearly impossible to counter. The head of the training grounds was equally astonished, pondering where these extraordinary marksmen had been sourced. Each sniper's performance was nothing short of legendary. They evoked memories of the Dragon Kingdom's once-renowned figures who had achieved the highest honors, such as those who, without the aid of scopes, had executed long-range eliminations of numerous foes. Now, he comprehended how those seemingly outrageous feats were accomplished. The instructors from the 16 competing factions were even more astounded and perplexed. As seasoned coaches who had cultivated numerous elite snipers and possessed a keen eye for talent, they had encountered grand spectacles before. Yet, they stood bewildered. Could snipers truly reach such heights? They had witnessed countless top-tier marksmen, yet none compared to the 10 participants from the Dragon Kingdom. Only legendary snipers could rival them. However, legends are rare precisely because their power is exceptional, passed down through stories. Across the globe, there were but a handful of legendary snipers in any given era. Yet, the Dragon Kingdom had manifested 10 in a single instance. Were it not for the tactical execution of these snipers still being within the realm of comprehension, they might have suspected that the Dragon Kingdom was conducting human experiments to forge super soldiers. As the competition concluded, the 160 snipers formed a square formation and approached the stands for the award ceremony. Each sniper held their rifles, with the bullets withdrawn post-competition to prevent any accidental injuries. At the forefront stood the Dragon Kingdom snipers, their expressions reflecting genuine confusion, a profound uncertainty about the future. They had triumphed, yet they felt the victory belonged to the firearms. Even a long-armed monkey wielding a gun could have achieved the same. Behind the Dragon Kingdom's snipers were the marksmen of the Bald Eagle faction. Among the 10, 9 bore expressions of bewilderment. How could the Dragon Kingdom snipers be so formidable? Such terrifying marksmen, appearing all at once in a single event? As they were engulfed in confusion, James's grip on the sniper rifle tightened, his gaze fixed upon the stands. With his keen eyesight, he discerned a young man seated there. It was already a heavy blow for him to participate in the competition, but to be tasked with an assassination in this very place? Should he succeed in his mission here, returning home would be a distant dream. Yet, as a soldier, his duty was to obey orders. Gradually advancing, James's breathing steadied. 150 meters, 140 meters, 130 meters. The distance diminished. He needed to wait for 100 meters. At that distance, hitting a target was an impossibility for error. In merely 1.5 seconds, he could aim and fire. 100 meters. As he approached the critical distance, James swiftly raised his rifle. A single bullet deliberately left in the chamber. Bang! The bullet was discharged. The crowd in the stands was engaged in idle chatter, oblivious to the impending chaos until the awards ceremony commenced. General Zhou, observing the formation, noticed someone raise a weapon and instinctively lunged in front of Gao Yang. He was uncertain whether the sniper intended to assassinate Gao Yang, but one thing was clear: Gao Yang must not die. Even if he were to perish here, all present would meet their end. Gao Yang must survive. Yet, as he threw himself in front of Gao Yang, regret washed over him. He had anticipated the relentless targeting of Gao Yang by foreign forces. He had warned Gao Yang to enhance his protective measures. Why hadn't they fortified his security? He lamented his choice to forego a bulletproof vest. Had he worn one, he might have deflected the bullet. Without it, the projectile could easily penetrate him and then continue on to strike Gao Yang. Amidst the tumult of his thoughts, he caught sight of a bullet, a sniper's round, hurtling towards him. For a brief moment, General Zhou's mind faltered. How could he see the bullet? Its speed was supposedly imperceptible to the naked eye. Bang! The subsequent gunfire jolted General Zhou back to reality, and instinctively, he reached out to catch the bullet. A searing pain radiated from his palm, amplifying his astonishment. He had caught the bullet. He truly grasped the bullet. He had heard of the limitless potential of the human body, but now he understood its reality. Given the bullet's velocity, his swift reflexes must have surpassed human limits. Feeling the pain in his palm, his anxiety subsided. Gao Yang was alive. Fury followed, an all-consuming rage. To dare lay hands on Gao Yang was to threaten the future of Long Nation. To obstruct the rise of Long Nation was a mortal peril. An enraged voice rang out. Guards, heed my command. Anyone who dares abandon their post or make a move will be executed on the spot. The incident unfolded with startling swiftness. From the moment the gunfire erupted, merely a second had passed. Yet the guards reacted swiftly, instantly shielding Gao Yang and General Zhou in the center. Some guards brandished briefcases, swiftly transforming them into shields. The remaining guards set about controlling the situation, determined to prevent a second assassination attempt. At this moment, Gao Yang finally regained his senses, acutely aware of the perilous situation he had just narrowly escaped. A chill coursed through him as he recalled the sniper, who had fired from a distance of 100 meters. The formidable power of such a long-range sniper rifle was undeniable. A shot to the limbs could sever them, while a bullet to the torso would all but guarantee a fatal encounter with the Grim Reaper. Fortuitously, he had activated the electromagnetic shield just in time. Otherwise, he would have met his demise. Simultaneously, a surge of indignation welled up within him. He had anticipated the possibility of an assassination attempt. But the audacity of such an attack in this context signified that the White Eagle was willing to go to any lengths to eliminate him. Was it truly because he had developed something of great value that they sought to obliterate him? Moreover, he felt a profound sense of gratitude. General Zhou had rushed to his aid even before the bullets were fired, instinctively placing himself in harm's way at the first sign of danger. Had it not been for the electromagnetic shield, Gao Yang might have had a slim chance of survival. But General Zhou, who had shielded him with his own body, would undoubtedly have faced dire consequences. General Zhou was not merely a guard. He was a high-ranking general, yet he instinctively chose to risk his life for Gao Yang. As a multitude of emotions intertwined within him, Gao Yang's resolve for the future crystallized with newfound clarity. Defense technology would be his unwavering path, pursued relentlessly. Chapter 45, Barehanded Bullet Catching. In less than half a minute, all the participants in the competition were subdued. James, who had fired the gun, lay on the ground with a dislocated jaw and swollen cheeks, utterly immobilized. His fellow sniper suffered a similar fate. The remaining individuals from various factions were herded together, their firearms confiscated. Gao Yang was relocated to a small room, guarded from all sides. General Zhou, brimming with fury, went to address the assassination incident. After a half-hour wait, the door to the room swung open, revealing General Fu. "Are you all right?" he inquired. Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback. "What brought General Fu here?" "I'm fine," he replied. Shortly thereafter, Principal Gan arrived, accompanied by several unfamiliar generals whom Gao Yang had seen before but did not recognize. Moments later, General Zhou entered the room, followed by the person in charge of the training grounds. The official trembled at the sight of the esteemed figures. Who was this young man? The white-headed eagle sniper dared to act in such a setting. Henceforth, all international competitions would need to guard against them, incurring significant reputational damage. Moreover, while these 10 snipers could not compare to those from Long Country, they had also been trained at great expense. And to abandon them entirely, was it really worth sacrificing Gao Yang? Just how elevated must his status be? Furthermore, General Zhou's anger was palpable. He had detained all individuals from the white-headed eagle and intended to exert pressure from above, demanding accountability. This issue had escalated to an international level, a matter of grave seriousness. Additionally, it was astonishing that so many dignitaries had come to offer their consolation to Gao Yang. This young man, what was his true identity? General Zhou regarded Gao Yang. The actions of these snipers indicate they have been treated as expendable. They refuse to disclose any information, making it difficult to pursue accountability further. Gao Yang seemed unconcerned. His indifference was not towards the assassination attempt itself, but rather towards the ensuing handling of the situation. Behind this incident undoubtedly lay the white-headed eagle, and pursuing the event's responsible parties would yield no meaningful outcome. "No need. I will handle it myself." General Zhou momentarily failed to grasp Gao Yang's intent. How could a mere researcher take charge? Gao Yang asserted, "If they wish to extinguish me in my infancy, then I shall survive and develop even more formidable weapons. As for today's assassination," he paused, "I will seek my retribution personally." General Zhou, initially stern-faced, softened slightly. "Well done. Most would be terrified after an assassination attempt, yet you display remarkable audacity." "Audacity? I perceive that Gao Yang's first act of vengeance will be directed at you." An irate general exclaimed. "How could you place him in such danger? Had the sniper not missed, you would have faced 100-fold consequences." General Zhou refrained from retorting. Gao Yang's predicament was indeed his burden to bear. However, he recalled another matter. The sniper had not merely missed. Rather, he had surpassed the limits of human capability and caught the bullet. What? Gao Yang was bewildered. What was this about surpassing human limits? The esteemed figures in the room, including General Fu, wore expressions of confusion. Caught a bullet? Is General Zhou envisioning himself as a Terminator? Do you not believe me? General Zhou extracted a bullet from his pocket. At that moment, upon witnessing the sniper raising his rifle, I instinctively lunged in front of Gao Yang. I was filled with immense regret. Had I taken more precautions, Gao Yang would not have perished. Even if I had donned a bulletproof vest, I could have served as a human shield. In that critical instant, I beheld the bullet. It floated before me, moving slowly in my direction. With all my might, I seized it at the utmost speed. All eyes were fixed upon the bullet in his hand. It was an intact sniper round, bearing traces of having been discharged. Typically, after a bullet is fired, it collides with an object, resulting in deformation. Yet, this bullet remained unchanged. The onlookers were engulfed in astonishment. Could it be that old Zhou, under such dire circumstances, truly transcended the limits of human capability? Had he performed a miraculous act of salvation? It seemed to be the only plausible explanation. How extraordinary! Without such a divine intervention, both General Zhou and Gao Yang would have perished. In the ensuing silence, Gao Yang struggled to maintain his composure, his expression teetering on the brink of collapse. His fists clenched tightly, his entire body tense, fearing he might burst into laughter. However, a slight tremor in his body did not go unnoticed. General Zhou remarked, "Gao Yang, there is no need for such emotion. This is my oversight, and it is my duty." Unable to contain himself, Gao Yang laughed aloud, stifling his amusement amidst the puzzled gazes of others. Is there a possibility that it was not General Zhou who surpassed human limits, but rather that the bullet decelerated? General Zhou was momentarily taken aback, and the surrounding dignitaries were equally bewildered. The notion of a bullet decelerating seemed even more absurd than transcending human limits. Gao Yang lifted his shirt, revealing an oversized belt beneath. "This is my newly developed electromagnetic shield, capable of deflecting bullets." The dignitaries in the room were once again left in a state of shock. An electromagnetic shield? What is that? It sounded remarkably futuristic. General Zhou glanced at the bullet in his hand, and then at Gao Yang's belt, incredulous. So, the bullet was first slowed down by the electromagnetic shield. Allowing me to catch it? Gao Yang nodded. Exactly. The individual in charge of the training grounds timidly added, "Sir, I too saw the bullet, but at that moment, I thought I was hallucinating." General Zhou, undeterred by his recent embarrassment, exclaimed with bright eyes, What is the efficacy of this device against bullets? For metallic projectiles, it offers nearly absolute protection. A gasp of astonishment echoed across the room. Were someone else to have claimed this, it might have seemed implausible. Yet Gao Yang had already unveiled numerous cutting-edge technological marvels. Thus, while the claim was extraordinary, they accepted it in awe. Gao Yang continued to elaborate. The bulletproof belt provides comprehensive protection. However, due to energy constraints, it can only withstand a single attack before requiring recharging. Several individuals in the room were left agape. Comprehensive protection? This meant that bullets approaching from multiple angles could all be intercepted. The last object capable of such defensive angles was a heavy-duty bulletproof vest. This device is exhausting even for robust men to wear, and it could impede combat effectiveness. It is typically employed during urban mine clearance or in close-quarters combat scenarios. Moreover, even a heavy ballistic vest can still inflict injury when struck by large-caliber bullets. However, this electromagnetic protective shield does not suffer from such vulnerabilities. It does not hinder combat, is compact, and lightweight, rendering it nearly invincible. Gao Yang continued his introduction. As for its ballistic properties, they have yet to be tested, but it is certain that it can withstand large-caliber bullets and some lesser artillery. Of course, it does not include explosive projectiles. After Gao Yang concluded his presentation, a profound silence enveloped the room. The primary reason for this is that the claims regarding this device are somewhat outrageous. The ability to withstand large-caliber bullets is already astounding. Under normal circumstances, even when donned in a ballistic vest, being struck by a large-caliber bullet could be fatal. Even if the bullet does not penetrate the vest, the impact could still prove lethal to the wearer. Even more astonishing is the claim that it can withstand artillery fire. Many believe that cannons are relics of the past. Yet there are still numerous solid projectiles in existence today. Furthermore, advanced weaponry such as electromagnetic railguns utilizes solid projectiles as well. Any form of cannon possesses immense destructive power. Even when clad in heavy ballistic armor, merely grazing a cannonball could result in a grim fate. Yet, this electromagnetic shield purportedly has the capacity to deflect artillery shells. If a soldier were to possess such ballistic protection, combined with an automatic targeting sniper rifle, they would indeed be invincible. A group of dignitaries, initially gathered to check on Gao Yang, now seemed to be filled with unexpected anticipation. After regaining his composure, General Zhou inquired with a sense of eagerness. Is it possible to conduct a test? Chapter 46. Let me test fire. Gao Yang was eager to conduct a test. For as a guardian of this object, he remained uncertain about its performance. This location presented an excellent opportunity for such an evaluation. However, there was but one chance to test it, as he possessed only a spare battery. The crowd expressed their satisfaction. Very well, let us proceed with the test. Principal Gan observed the assembly of dignitaries and felt an urge to voice his thoughts. One opportunity hardly constituted a proper test. Rather, it merely served to satiate their curiosity. Yet, he refrained from speaking out, partly out of trepidation and partly due to his own intrigue. As the president of a defense technology university, he had encountered numerous research endeavors and was well acquainted with electromagnetic weaponry. The advanced electromagnetic railgun of the Dragon Country, capable of launching projectiles hundreds of kilometers, was already astonishing. Now, the electromagnetic defense shield sounded equally preposterous. Testing the defense did not necessitate an extensive area. They could simply utilize the indoor shooting range. The belt was secured to a pillar at the rear of the range, and it was time to fire. With only one testing opportunity available, General Zhou grinned and suggested, "You wish to use a powerful weapon, but fear damaging the belt? How about the M99, a 12.7mm semi-automatic sniper rifle?" The responsible party hurried off to retrieve the firearm. The M99, a relatively advanced large-caliber sniper rifle in the Dragon Country, exuded an imposing presence. General Zhou took hold of the rifle and turned to Gao Yang. "This should be all right, yes?" "Absolutely." Gao Yang's gaze fell upon the formidable weapon. "Shall I take the test shot?" General Zhou chuckled heartily. "Do you wish to play with firearms? What model would you like? I can arrange for it to be delivered to your school's shooting range." Gao Yang smiled in return. As fate would have it, I might as well indulge a bit. Though the recoil can be quite jarring. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, and General Fu positioned the sniper rifle. "Come here, I shall teach you." Gao Yang approached and leaned against the sniper rifle, aligning himself under General Fu's guidance. He then aimed through the scope at the distant electromagnetic defense shield and pulled the trigger. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated, accompanied by an immense force striking his shoulder. Even while prone, Gao Yang felt his entire body jolt backward by at least 3 centimeters. Pain. Excruciating pain. It felt as though someone had delivered a full-force punch to him. Looking up, he noticed a new hole in the distant wall, having deviated by 2 or 3 meters. Laughter erupted in the shooting range, the assembly of dignitaries thoroughly entertained. General Fu helped Gao Yang to his feet. "Would you like to try again?" Gao Yang, his body tingling and ears ringing, shook his head. What tremendous recoil. Beside him, General Zhou remarked, this rifle is renowned for its minimal recoil. The muzzle brake significantly reduces much of the force during firing, and its semi-automatic design allows some recoil energy to dissipate in the bolt and bolt frame, compressing the recoil spring, which can absorb part of the recoil. General Zhou paused for effect. Now you comprehend just how astonishing the recoil from your sniper rifle truly is, right? Compared to this, it's akin to a child's gentle tickle. General Zhou then positioned himself before the sniper rifle and swiftly pulled the trigger. Boom. Another thunderous sound rang out. In that moment, the bullet accurately struck the electromagnetic shield. All eyes widened in astonishment. The 12.7mm bullet possessed immense power. Yet, it halted just half a meter in front of the belt, pausing for approximately 3 seconds and moving less than 10 centimeters. Eventually, it fell to the ground, producing a crisp, resonant sound. A group of prominent figures rushed forward, disregarding their dignified appearances. They had all witnessed the bullet being intercepted. It seemed as though it had collided with an invisible wall of air. Such a defensive capability was utterly astounding. A large-caliber sniper rifle, fired at close range, could incapacitate even those clad in heavy protective gear. Those in ordinary armor would find it capable of piercing through, leaving a substantial hole in 3-centimeter thick steel plating. It was a terrifying projectile that could cleave a person in two, yet it had silently come to a standstill in mid-air. The group picked up the searing hot bullet. Their eyes filled with shock and exhilaration as they turned to the electromagnetic shield and then back to Gao Yang. The prospect of equipping all warriors of the Dragon Nation with such a belt could potentially have future casualties in warfare. With this device, it was akin to granting an additional life. Gao Yang stepped forward to reattach the belt, noting that it was still not fully perfected. The battery's performance was inadequate, allowing the electromagnetic shield to function only once. I shall devise a high-energy battery to enhance the belt's usage. After that, we can conduct a thorough test. General Zhou instinctively glanced at Gao Yang, sensing something amiss in his words. Was it truly that effortless? It was as if he casually stated his desire for pancakes from the west of the city and planned to procure them in a few days. However, was it truly so simple to research a high-energy battery? Yet, there was no significant flaw in his statement. For the speaker was Gao Yang, the extraordinary genius who had already unveiled epic-making automatic targeting sniper rifles and laser guns. Contemplating this, General Zhou refrained from evaluating Gao Yang's thoughts. Recognizing his youth and ambition, what inspired you to study the electromagnetic shield? In truth, he had considered the inherent dangers and aspired to develop a superior bulletproof vest. However, through his research, he discovered that the portrayal of individuals wearing bulletproof vests on television, who remained unscathed after being shot, was entirely fabricated. Achieving a truly invulnerable vest could only be realized through electromagnetic technology. Thus, he created the electromagnetic shield. General Zhou instinctively looked towards the several luminaries beside him. Their expressions mirrored his own confusion. While the concept seemed plausible, it harbored considerable issues. One could liken it to a beggar proclaiming, "I found poverty intolerable, hence I became a billionaire." Absurd indeed. To study bulletproof vests and inadvertently develop an electromagnetic shield? Yet, as Gao Yang was the one asserting it, there was no room for contradiction. Gao Yang turned to General Zhou. "May I have that sniper bullet?" General Zhou retrieved the bullet from his pocket. "What do you intend to do with this?" Gao Yang accepted the bullet, observing the exquisite patterns upon its surface. Clearly indicative of meticulous craftsmanship, the exquisite patterns serve a stabilizing purpose. As General Zhou's inquiry echoed, Gao Yang's eyes flickered. "I shall keep this as a memento, after all. This is the first bullet aimed at me. Had it not been for the timely development of the belt, I might have already reported to the King of Hell. How will those from the White-Headed Eagle ultimately handle this?" General Zhou did not respond directly, but instead countered, "How would you prefer to address it? Let us confine them for now. Grant me some time, and I shall deal with them all at once." Gao Yang tucked the bullet into his pocket. "When the time for retaliation arrives, it will not merely be against these individuals." General Zhou patted Gao Yang on the shoulder. "Then let us confine them for the time being. When you wish to revisit this matter, inform me, and I will lend my utmost assistance." Gao Yang nodded. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." General Zhou urged him as they walked out. "Do not be in haste to depart. Charge the battery fully, and await your security platoon." "My security platoon? The 10 I lent you are insufficient. The higher-ups approved additional personnel upon hearing of your ambush, and they have dispatched 80 individuals to you." 80? Gao Yang was taken aback. What a remarkable treatment. Chapter 47. Why don't you ascend to the skies? General Zhou elucidated, due to the sudden mobilization. "We have only 80 personnel, all of whom are elite guards." Gao Yang promptly responded, "That is more than sufficient. I will remain at school and do not require such an extensive protection detail." I am also equipped with an electromagnetic defense shield. General Zhou replied earnestly. Precisely because you will be at school, you require even more protection. Anyone can enter the school, and the crowd is considerable. Oftentimes, danger arises from negligence. Many renowned assassinations throughout history have occurred unexpectedly. 80 individuals rotating in your protection, alongside overt and covert safeguarding measures. Not to mention the electromagnetic shield, barely suffice, he continued, surveying the surroundings. Any information regarding the electromagnetic shield is strictly confined within this training ground. Should it be leaked, a thorough investigation will ensue for everyone here. Everyone nodded in agreement, fully supportive. Currently, the electromagnetic shield is limited in usage and cannot be widely deployed. Its best function is to protect Gao Yang. If those intending to harm him become aware that the shield can only withstand one assault, it would render the shield ineffective. Merely half an hour later, Gao Yang's security detail arrived, 80 elite guards. These individuals, previously among the finest soldiers, had been trained in the skills and knowledge required for protective duties and had undergone exceedingly rigorous assessments before being assigned to Gao Yang's side. In addition to the guards, 2 military uniforms and 2 medals were also sent from above. General Zhou, holding the box, solemnly saluted Gao Yang and stated, Gao Yang, a student of the Defense Technology University majoring in light weapons engineering, has independently researched laser weaponry, achieving remarkable success and making significant contributions to national defense. He is hereby awarded a first-class merit and a prize of 5 million. Gao Yang, a student of the Defense Technology University majoring in light weapons engineering, has independently developed an automatic targeting sniper rifle, achieving remarkable success and making significant contributions to national defense. He is hereby awarded a first-class merit and a prize of 5 million. This is the highest accolade currently available. Gao Yang performed a salute, and General Zhou adorned him with the 2 medals on his chest. You have yet to graduate, and we cannot confer your rank just yet, but it will be accounted for upon your graduation. Principal Gan also saluted Gao Yang, filled with anticipation. As a student of the Defense Technology University, graduates typically begin with a rank of 1, with exceptional performers receiving a rank of 2, and those involved in award-winning projects having the potential for a rank of 3. However, Gao Yang is on the verge of graduation with a starting rank of 2. Should he produce further inventions in the next 2.5 years, his future is boundless. It is possible that during the graduation ceremony, a figure of higher rank than his might make an appearance. He eagerly anticipated the expressions of faculty and students alike at that moment. After the awarding ceremony concluded, everyone bowed to Gao Yang. They genuinely admired him. Achieving a first-class merit is commendable, whether for his research or other accomplishments. Lowering his hand, General Zhou remarked, the funds will be transferred to your account shortly. Due to the unique nature of your weapon research, this recognition cannot be publicly announced for now, but rest assured, there will come a day when you will appear boldly in the news. Gao Yang, indifferent to the absence of public accolades, harbored no desire for fame. Once the ceremony concluded, he promptly returned to school, diving into the library in search of literature on batteries. The expansive school library boasted an abundance of resources, encompassing a myriad of battery types along with their underlying principles. With determination, Gao Yang aspired not merely to replicate existing designs, but to engineer the finest battery conceivable, subsequently augmenting its capabilities. The recent assassination attempt not only incited Gao Yang's fury, but also made him acutely aware that his identity had been compromised. He resolved to exercise greater caution, understanding that true vigilance lay not in hiding away, but in developing an array of technologies that would thwart any future attempts on his life. In his spare moments, he even modified a bullet, fashioning a pendant akin to the one worn by a renowned warrior, further fueling his thirst for vengeance. The days spent in the library remained characteristically monotonous. However, Gao Yang discerned an increase in his company. Beyond his personal security detail, a few classmates from a specialized program also frequented the library, seeking knowledge and familiarizing themselves with him. They would pose questions, and Gao Yang, ever accommodating, answered with ease. For his peers, their inquiries seemed challenging, yet to him, they were as simple as the equation of 1 + 1, and responding was hardly a waste of time. Consequently, the number of individuals surrounding him swelled, transforming the once tranquil library into a lively hub. Nevertheless, this did not significantly disrupt Gao Yang's concentration, as his classmates typically waited until he had completed a book before engaging him in discussion. By 10 o'clock that evening, the other students had all departed. Ruo approached Gao Yang, offering him a cup of tea, and shyly inquired, our research group has settled on the direction for our second design, handheld electromagnetic weapons, an electromagnetic railgun. Gao Yang instinctively looked up, bewildered, and replied, is your group, dresses in the wind, aiming for the heavens? Ruo paused, slightly embarrassed, and responded, is that not feasible? Gao Yang felt a twinge of frustration. The Dragon Kingdom had already developed electromagnetic rail cannons, which possessed tremendous power, capable of launching solid projectiles several hundred kilometers, an astonishing feat. Considering traditional artillery had a range of merely 70 kilometers, the emergence of the electromagnetic railgun stemmed from the realization by the White Eagle that they could not keep pace with the advancements of the Dragon Kingdom in the realm of rail cannons. Thus, they decided to leap forward, tackling the more complex challenge of the electromagnetic railgun directly. The principles governing the railgun were akin to those of the rail cannon, utilizing electromagnetism to propel projectiles. In fact, there were similarities to the principles behind Gao Yang's electromagnetic shield. However, compressing the size of such a colossal apparatus into a firearm demanded an exceptionally high degree of precision, stable energy control, and the capability for instantaneous energy bursts, all of which posed considerable challenges. Noticing Gao Yang's silence, Ruo hesitantly asked, "Is it exceedingly difficult?" "More like hellishly challenging," Gao Yang replied. "Even the White Eagle's best teams are struggling to make headway." Ruo nodded, comprehending his implication. "Then we should reconvene to discuss our previous ideas." "Previous ideas?" Gao Yang took a sip of milk tea and mused. "Perhaps you could share your thoughts, and I might offer some suggestions." His brow raised in contemplation. Gao Yang continued, "Indeed, it is an intriguing concept. We could certainly integrate electromagnetic rail technology into the RPG." Ruo paused, momentarily taken aback, and echoed, "Integrating electromagnetic rail technology into the RPG?" "Precisely," he affirmed. "We could incorporate electromagnetic rail technology into the weaponry. Although the challenge is considerable due to size constraints, it could be seamlessly integrated into a rocket launcher. Typically, a rocket launcher is devoid of any internal components, but with the addition of electromagnetic rail technology, the projectile could travel vast distances. Following that, a secondary acceleration phase would occur, culminating in a powerful impact on the target, with the forward fuse detonating, leading to a final explosive burst, significantly amplifying the lethality of the warhead. Gao Yang pushed the idea further, finding it remarkably plausible. Under normal circumstances, a rocket's range is limited, typically extending only 300 to 400 meters, with an effective range reaching up to 1 kilometer, though this effectiveness does not account for accuracy. Overall, the projectile's velocity is slow, rendering it easily avoidable. However, by equipping it with an electromagnetic launcher, the speed of the rocket would substantially increase. And coupled with secondary acceleration, the results would surely be fascinating. Gao Yang's eyes gradually brightened, as if he truly believed it could be accomplished. Chapter 48. Show some mercy? Ruo's little mouth fell agape in astonishment. A vivid image flashed through her mind, a scene in a mountain valley where someone hefted a rocket launcher and then fired it. In the next moment, the rocket soared far into the sky, igniting a second time in midair before plummeting to the ground. Was this a rocket? A missile? Rockets are immensely popular on the battlefields of third-world countries. Their launch conditions are simple. They can be operated by a single soldier, and they can be fired anywhere and anytime, making them particularly suited for urban warfare, with effects that are nothing short of astonishing. Most importantly, they are affordable. If the issue of slow flight speed could be resolved, how terrifying would that be? Previously, helicopters could evade RPGs through skillful maneuvers, but once the speed issue is addressed, helicopters would become mere targets in the sky. Moreover, the overall difficulty is not as high as that of electromagnetic railguns, which are, nonetheless, of high-end technology. Such a design, combining sophistication and practicality, truly seems feasible. Ruo nodded in agreement. "All right, I will inform them when I return. Count me in during the research. I will join you." Gao Yang was genuinely intrigued. RPGs play a significant role in modern warfare. Despite their drawbacks, if those could be resolved, wouldn't that be exhilarating? After Ruo left, Gao Yang continued to delve into books on batteries, with energy issues remaining a top priority for enhancement. The next day, 3 girls appeared in the library. As members of the Dress and Skirt Research Group, they began studying electromagnetic technology. However, unlike Gao Yang, who spent all day there, they could only come during their free periods or breaks. Time flew by, and concerning the incident where Gao Yang was attacked, there was no whisper of news outside. The White Eagle's personnel had been detained, yet the White Eagle remained silent, and Long Country refrained from further investigation, as if nothing had transpired. The true impact of the sniper competition was felt by the elite snipers of various factions. Those already at the pinnacle of the sniper hierarchy commenced a new round of grueling training. They vowed not to be outdone. Military forces around the globe aspired to claim the top spot. Being distanced by 2 or 3 points was hard to accept, but being utterly eclipsed was truly disheartening. What they did not realize was that no matter how arduous the grueling training lasted for a decade or 8 years, it would be impossible to surpass the snipers of Long Country. After all, no matter how advanced the technology, they remained mere mortals. A sniper equipped with an automatic targeting sniper rifle was akin to a celestial being. As time gradually passed, Gao Yang's progress in accumulating enhancement opportunities steadily increased. The trees longed for tranquility, yet the winds persisted. After several days of reading in the library, Gao Yang received a phone call. Upon glancing at the caller ID, she furrowed her brow and answered the call. Second aunt. On the other end, her second aunt's voice, tinged with tears, emerged. Xiao Yang, your brother knows he was wrong. Could you possibly let him off the hook? Gao Yang found this utterly absurd. This was a matter of attempted murder. And now they were asking for leniency from the very person who was nearly killed? Was this even a reasonable request? I'm busy, if there's nothing else. I'm hanging up. Listen to me. Your brother has been misled. The suggestion to harm you originated from your uncle. While your brother indeed deserves punishment, it need not be excessively severe. When I sought connections, others informed me that external pressures demanded a harsh reprimand. You merely need to voice your thoughts. Gao Yang chuckled and abruptly terminated the call, asserting that his words held weight. But why should he speak? Even the notion of stern measures was his suggestion. He blocked the number and resumed his reading. On the other end of the line, in a small room, several individuals were observing the second aunt. She held the phone, addressing the people before her. He hung up, but do not panic. This is all within my expectations. That little rascal is inherently cruel-hearted. He has always been malicious. One of the individuals opposite her glanced at the documents. Cut the chatter. Find a way to lure him out of school. Rest assured, I will certainly entice him out. But can you guarantee the rescue of my son and ensure our entire family reaches the White Eagle? Fear not. We will fulfill our obligations to the White Eagle. We keep our promises. The middle-aged man nodded. The second aunt dialed again, saying, that little scoundrel still cares for his grandfather. We can use that to our advantage. I'm sorry, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. The second aunt was taken aback. This little brat has actually blocked me. She turned to her husband beside her. Give me your phone. This time, the call connected, and Gao Yang's impatient voice resonated. Speak quickly. Your grandfather is ill and in the hospital. He requested that we not inform you, but you might want to visit when you can, at the First People's Hospital. The second aunt relayed the information in one breath before hanging up, turning to the people in front of her. He will surely go to the hospital. The White Eagle's representatives immediately placed a call. Send someone to the school gate. The target may leave at any moment. The second aunt regarded the middle-aged man before her. You are the legendary assassin, are you not? If you truly intend to eliminate Gao Yang. His father is his greatest vulnerability. Just send someone to seize him, and Gao Yang will surrender effortlessly. The middle-aged man observed the loquacious woman with a sense of weariness. She was undeniably talkative and genuinely malicious. He contemplated silencing her with a gun. However, he still needed to rely on her to lure Gao Yang out. Chang Yongfu had received protection from the Dragon Kingdom's authorities, with numerous guards surrounding him, leaving no opportunity to act. The second aunt felt a twinge of envy. This little brat is quite capable, but fortunately, he is on the brink of demise. By the way, what is your name? Are you married? My niece is 26, stands at 1.70 meters, and is rather pleasant. Be quiet. The middle-aged man could no longer contain himself. This person was not only wicked but also foolish. The offer of a romantic introduction was clearly a scheme to bind him. What seemed clever was truly absurd. He even began to question whether he had made a grave mistake in seeking cooperation with her. On the other end, Gao Yang set down his phone, gazing at it in confusion. That spiteful, malicious, and foolish second aunt had actually called him to inform him of his grandfather's illness? How could this be? That simpleton must wish for him to stay away, so she could approach his grandfather and proclaim, the grandson is ungrateful. Even in the event of my grandfather's passing, he would have been unlikely to receive notification. Such an anomaly must surely harbor some sinister undertones. Gao Yang turned to the guard seated a position away, engrossed in his reading. Come here. The guard swiftly approached Gao Yang. He handed over his phone. My second aunt just called, informing me that my grandfather is unwell. We must arrange our travel immediately. Gao Yang waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for travel arrangements. This information is undoubtedly false. My second aunt would never notify me, and it is highly probable that there are hidden circumstances. The guard nodded in understanding. Then I will arrange for someone to investigate whether your grandfather is truly ill. Gao Yang waved his hand again. That is not my intent. Let me be frank. Is it possible to apprehend someone directly? The guard was taken aback. To arrest someone based solely on a phone call? Yet, in an instant, he nodded. Yes, we will contact the nearby station troops immediately. Gao Yang was somewhat astonished. Do you possess the authority to mobilize them? Typically, no, but given your precarious situation, we are empowered to mobilize all resources to ensure your safety. Simply assert that they pose a threat to your security. However, should there be an error in judgment and the operation falters, you may bear the consequences. Gao Yang was rather unconcerned. First, apprehend the individual. A misjudgment is unlikely. For after all, while empires may change, One's nature is difficult to alter. Chapter 49, An Unexpected Boon. The guard made a call to report that the target posed a threat to Gao Yang's safety. After hanging up, he stated, "Now we simply await further news." Gao Yang chose not to dwell on this and returned to his reading. Within a secluded villa, the second ant regarded the middle-aged man with growing impatience. "Have you not yet eliminated that little brat?" The individual sent by the white-headed eagle was proving to be a nuisance, incessantly nagging. "It has only been half an hour." As he spoke, the operative's brow furrowed, seemingly detecting the sound of a helicopter. Yet, helicopters were not a common sight in the city. Approaching the window, he craned his neck and spotted a military helicopter soaring through the sky. His heart raced with unease, but he dismissed it, reasoning that the military had no reason to suspect his presence here. Even if they did, it was inconsequential. He had yet to make his move, and the Dragon Kingdom had no foresight capabilities. As the helicopter slowed as it neared the villa, those accompanying the white-headed eagle began to sense something amiss. Why was the helicopter decelerating over the villa? In his bewilderment, several military vehicles converged from all directions, encircling the villa. Soldiers disembarked from the vehicles, using them as shields while setting up weapons on the opposite side. The helicopter announced from the air, "You are surrounded. Lay down your arms and exit the premises to surrender immediately. You have 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, we will launch an assault." Concurrently, a contingent of soldiers began evacuating the residents of the surrounding villas to prevent them from being caught in crossfire during the operation. However, as they evacuated, many were still peering out, curiously inquiring about the situation, displaying no signs of panic. In the presence of armed forces, rather than fear, they engaged in casual chatter. Such behavior was unique to the Dragon Kingdom. Inside the villa, the leader of the white-headed eagles faction stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene and suddenly glared at the second ant, exclaiming, "You must have tipped them off." The second ant, taken aback, protested, "I did not. I truly did not inform anyone." The operative hastily drew the curtains and peered through the gap at the fully armed soldiers outside, then turned back to his subordinates. Trembling, they discarded their weapons. Faced with such overwhelming firepower, they had no chance of survival if an assault were to occur. Surrender was their only hope. Once one person opted for surrender, the others would inevitably follow suit, for in a hopeless situation, it was preferable to yield and cling to life. The leader glanced at the weapons they had prepared, aware that their presence here would lead to significant trouble. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to the second ant, observing her terror and deducing that she likely was not the source of the leak. If she had been, those outside would have employed a multitude of methods to apprehend them rather than simply besiege the place. Surrender is acceptable, but let us first align our stories. When questioned, we are merely engaged in a weapons transaction. We must not speak indiscriminately. They were clearly here to apprehend them, likely aware of their intentions. Yet as long as they steadfastly denied any wrongdoing, a sliver of opportunity remained. The second ant nodded vigorously. "I assure you, I will not speak out of turn." A group of individuals raised their hands and cautiously made their way outside. Upon opening the door, they lifted their hands high and shouted in unison, "We surrender." With all weapons trained upon them, they lined up one by one and then lay flat on the ground. The soldiers behind the military vehicle felt a pang of disappointment. These individuals did not resist, and the absence of defiance transformed a singular achievement into a collective one. Some soldiers advanced to handcuff them, leading them towards the vehicle. During the process, several soldiers were taken aback by the robust musculature of these individuals, their palms calloused from rigorous training. Typically, seasoned veterans would not develop such calluses, as their annual shooting quotas were limited. Only special forces undergo consistent and specialized firearms training, capable of cultivating such hardened hands. Once everyone was secured and loaded onto the military vehicle, one soldier reported via the communication channel, "They are all big catches, well trained." Additionally, infrared scans indicate 2 more individuals inside the house. A few soldiers entered the villa and soon emerged, dragging 2 individuals out. One, trembling with fear, was Gao Yang's uncle, while the other, vociferously protesting, was his aunt. "They coerced us, forcing us to lure Gao Yang out of school. They intended to harm him." Inside the military vehicle, the white-headed eagle, the operations leader, felt a rush of blood to his head. Had it not been for the resilience of his blood vessels, he might have succumbed to a cerebral hemorrhage at that moment. How had he not dealt with that foolish person yet? While arms trafficking may not carry severe consequences, the murder of Gao Yang would undoubtedly result in dire repercussions. In the distance, the command vehicle's door swung open, and the commanding officer rushed over, fixing his gaze on Gao Yang's aunt. "Repeat what you just said." He was unaware of who Gao Yang was or what he had done, but he understood that a call had come from above warning of threats against Gao Yang that required serious action. The aunt, visibly frightened, lowered her voice significantly, stating, "They forced me to lure Gao Yang away from school so they could kill him." Just then, a soldier emerged from the room carrying a bag of weapons, smuggled arms. No less. The commander looked at the weapons and then back at the individuals in the vehicle. His moment of triumph had arrived. The weapons could be traced, and this group could be investigated further. The ant continued. I am Gao Yang's ant. You cannot act recklessly. The commander waved his hand dismissively. First, transport them to the rear vehicle and ensure they are closely monitored. Understood. As soon as one is involved, they must be apprehended. The decision of whether to release or detain them would be addressed later. The commander made his way to the front military vehicle, where the individual appointed by the white-headed eagle, with reddened eyes, reported, under the kitchen cabinet, there is my phone. It contains a recording of that wretched woman's words, where she voluntarily offered to help us. She also wished to kill Gao Yang. After listening to the recording, everything will be clear. The commander was taken aback. Could it truly be this simple? He had not even inquired, yet this person divulged everything. This was not mere surrender. It was akin to presenting their necks willingly. Who are you? The officer inhaled deeply. The Foreign Affairs Department of the White Eagle has assigned the leader of a special operations unit based in the Dragon Kingdom. The commander gasped in surprise, then a smile spread across his face. This was a significant achievement. He would at least be promoted a rank. They had captured a big fish, a truly substantial one. Opportunities for merit during peacetime are indeed rare. This would undoubtedly be a major accomplishment. However, his expression soon turned serious. The arrival of a special operations unit indicated a matter of great importance, for such teams are comprised solely of elite personnel. The deployment of such a unit could not be taken lightly. Furthermore, it was improbable that only these 6 individuals were present. Typically, a squad consists of at least 10 members, including the leader. That would mean at least 11. What about the rest of your team? The commander inquired again. The White Eagle leader fell silent, bowing his head for a moment. Will I be able to survive? Cooperate well, and you may have a chance. The leader of the White Eagle remained quiet for a moment. There are individuals stationed outside the school, and others prepared to act at a moment's notice, awaiting my command. I can contact them. However, I would like to know how you became aware of my presence here, and how you learned of my operational plans. Chapter 50. Confidential Information. The commander closed the car door and approached the command vehicle to report the situation. The news swiftly reached the library, where a guard, clutching a telephone, approached Gao Yang. Everything is proceeding smoothly on the other side. Your second ant, in collusion with the individuals from the White Eagle, aims to lure you out of the school and then strike at you. The leader of the White Eagle operation team wishes to ascertain how you became aware of his scheme. Inform him that he will assist us in capturing the remaining individuals. Gao Yang discerned that something was amiss, yet this anomaly was rather significant. Picking up the phone, he responded, I am unaware of his plan. If I must explain how I perceive the flaw, it is merely that he foolishly chose my second ant as his accomplice. He deserves to be ensnared by his own folly. If my grandfather were truly ill, the Gao family would never notify me. Instead, they would devise ways to obstruct me. The person on the other end fell silent. Having listened to the recording, he could discern no issues, and thus, his curiosity was piqued. Now he understood the root of the problem. A weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken is hardly benevolent. The call ended, and Gao Yang resumed his reading. The interference from the White Eagle was anticipated, yet collaborating with his second ant was a grave miscalculation. Not only is collaboration with his second ant futile, but anyone from the Gao family is also impossible to deceive. In the military vehicle, the leader of the White Eagle operation team, upon hearing Gao Yang's response, nearly spewed blood in frustration. Regret washed over him for not eliminating that woman when he had the chance. Such foolishness. With no hope of evading capture, he ceased resisting and began cooperating with officials from Long Country to apprehend the remaining members of the operation team. By afternoon, the entire operation team was captured in one fell swoop. The process was so seamless that those responsible for the entire capture operation felt as though they were dreaming. This achievement bore no difference from a stroke of luck. Also in the afternoon, General Fu, having received news, arrived at the school library with a report detailing the entire affair. He pushed the documents toward Gao Yang. The entire White Eagle operation team has been successfully apprehended. Gao Yang glanced through the materials. So, the leader confessed directly upon hearing my words? General Fu scoffed. He merely sought a way out. As a citizen of Long Country, how many can be truly loyal to the White Eagle? Even if some possess loyalty, such individuals lack the fortitude. With a slight application of pressure, they will readily comply. Gao Yang furrowed his brow. Are there many such people? Very few. Firstly, those willing to serve the White Eagle are scarce. And those merely pretending to photograph military bases do not count. Genuinely full-time operatives are rare. Simultaneously, as the number of full-time operatives is limited, those wishing to execute assassinations must undergo extensive training, requiring substantial financial investment for their concealment and integration, all of which demand time and resources. The complete annihilation of such a team would undoubtedly cause headaches for the relevant personnel of the White Eagle. Gao Yang, perplexed by these matters, inquired, "Is there any danger to my father?" "No, when your security was arranged, your father was adequately protected." Gao Yang skimmed through the materials, noting the identities of each individual apprehended, including his second aunt and uncle. How would they be dealt with? In their testimonies, both his second aunt and uncle claimed they were coerced, yet subsequent recordings revealed their conspicuous collusion. General Fu glanced at Gao Yang, a flicker of compassion crossing his gaze. Had it not been for this investigation, he would have remained oblivious to the environment in which Gao Yang had grown up. Despite the adverse circumstances, Gao Yang had not fundamentally succumbed to corruption, a stroke of fortune in itself. What do you wish to do with them? The fate of these two rested on Gao Yang's utterance. He contemplated executing them, but reconsidered, deciding instead to imprison them for life. They could still be of use, perhaps even forced to tread the treacherous path of their own making. Very well, General Fu nodded. What progress has been made on the battery research? There's a 90% certainty now. General Fu had initially posed the question casually, but the response elicited a sense of astonishment. So soon? It's not even been 10 days since you last mentioned the battery research. He understood that geniuses are often unfathomable, yet this was beyond comprehension, truly extraordinary. Gao Yang regarded General Fu, then suddenly inquired, "Could you procure experimental data from other research institutes?" General Fu paused momentarily. "What data do you seek?" "The research data on solid-state batteries. If possible, the recently released half-solid-state battery data would also suffice." General Fu rose to make a phone call. If anyone else had requested such information, it would have been impossible. These materials were commercial secrets, fiercely guarded by major corporations. For instance, in the automotive industry, even a slight increase in battery capacity could significantly enhance the sales advantage. Gao Yang held little hope, merely attempting to inquire. Knowledge suitable for publication was relatively outdated. The truly pivotal information had yet to be revealed. Only what was universally known would be disclosed. In just 5 minutes, General Fu returned to the library. "The Lonka Institute has agreed to send the data over. It will arrive tonight." Gao Yang was taken aback by the swiftness of the acquisition. With a higher capacity battery as a foundational enhancement, the augmented battery's power would only escalate. As General Fu departed, Gao Yang continued to read while awaiting the arrival of the materials. It was not until evening that a guard escorted several USB drives to the library. The USB drives could only be viewed on a standalone computer, a precaution Gao Yang appreciated. Should the USB be inserted into a networked computer, a breach could lead to the leak of sensitive information. No longer interested in reading, Gao Yang headed straight to the laboratory. The computers there were solely connected to the internal local network, ensuring safety. Upon opening the materials, he discovered not only knowledge of half-solid-state batteries, but also research logs pertaining to solid-state batteries. If Gao Yang harbored any greed, this data could fetch a fortune. However, his current focus was on production. While perusing the materials, Gao Yang remained attentive to the system, unexpectedly noticing that the energy accumulation rate seemed to be increasing. Would reading these documents accelerate the energy accumulation even further? Originally, it would have taken 3 more days to complete the accumulation of thoughts, but Gao Yang, opting to consult the most advanced materials available, accomplished this in merely a day and a half. The sound of the system notification resonated in his mind. The opportunity for a 10,000-fold amplification had been fully charged. Gao Yang skimmed through the materials, focusing primarily on the manufacturing process, as a cursory understanding of the rest sufficed, allowing for swift progress. After organizing the documents, he donned a thick protective suit, ready to commence his work. The production of batteries is both intricate and perilous, with toxic gases released during the process. Thus, even with confidence, caution is paramount. The electrolyte in lithium-ion batteries is in liquid form, while a transition to solid-state electrolytes yields solid-state batteries. Theoretically, solid-state batteries offer superior safety and possess energy densities exceeding twice that of ternary lithium batteries. However, the technical challenges remain unresolved. In contrast, semi-solid batteries have been developed as a transitional product. This time, Gao Yang's objective was to manufacture semi-solid batteries. Chapter 51. The Art of Lottery. The process of battery manufacturing is intricate, yet Gao Yang possesses remarkable technical prowess. With an abundance of memories, both in knowledge and practical application, he surpasses the average individual by leaps and bounds. The pre-prepared semi-finished materials accelerate the manufacturing process. Working diligently into the night, he successfully produces a battery measuring 2 centimeters on each side. Placing the battery onto the bulletproof belt, a notification chimes in Gao Yang's mind. Detected host has developed a semi-solid state battery. Would you like to amplify? Gao Yang has eagerly awaited this moment for quite some time, and without a moment's hesitation, he responds, "Amplify." A phantom disc materializes before him, heralding the moment of chance. Gao Yang rests his hand on the disc, refraining from spinning it immediately, instead reflecting on the sensations from previous spins. Having achieved high multipliers on several occasions, he wonders if he can control the force to spin the disc to a higher multiplier. With a gentle exertion, the disc begins to move, albeit slowly. Completing only half a rotation, the pointer halts at 10,000 times. Gao Yang's eyes widen in anticipation, waiting for the notification in his mind. Once the notification sounds, it will confirm that this technique is usable, allowing for a 10,000-fold amplification in future attempts. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn a 10,000-fold energy amplification. In a state of exhilaration, the equipment in the laboratory whirs to life. This time, the process is swift. Within 2 minutes, the system completes the automatic manufacturing. A battery, identical in appearance, hovers in the air. Constrained by the materials and equipment in the laboratory, it achieves an amplification of 23 times. Gao Yang is somewhat taken aback. Typically, the system's manufacturing yields amplifications in the hundreds. How could it only be 23 times? Is the complexity of battery manufacturing that high? Yet 23 times is insufficient. As Gao Yang ponders this, a torrent of memories floods his mind. Following the upgrade of a standard lithium battery, one transitions to a lithium metal battery, which can potentially store energy up to 30 times that of the current battery. This energy capacity is astonishing. A typical 5,000 mAh smartphone battery, when converted to a lithium metal battery, amounts to an extraordinary 150,000 mAh, equating to 0.75 kilowatt-hours. A true marvel. A vehicle with a range of 500 kilometers could directly achieve a range of 15,000 kilometers. A revolutionary leap for electric vehicles. What fuel-powered vehicle can boast such impressive range? However, Gao Yang finds this still lacking, as he had drawn a 10,000-fold amplification. Soon after, even more memories surge into Gao Yang's consciousness. With his mouth agape in astonishment, he absorbs the knowledge that the next stage of battery technology is the nuclear battery. The micronuclear battery consists of 2 components. A gentler variant utilizes reactants as the battery, surrounded by materials that shield against radiation, with an inner layer that absorbs energy. This type of battery can continuously release energy until the radiation material is entirely depleted. At this stage, the energy consumption of the battery can reach several hundred times that of lithium batteries. The second stage, also a nuclear battery, would more aptly be termed a microreactor. It allows for nuclear fission and fusion reactions to occur within. As Haiyang opened his eyes after receiving a plethora of memories, he was greeted with a remarkable multiplicity from the system. The energy content of a nuclear fusion reactor far surpassed that of conventional batteries by several orders of magnitude. Most significantly, this appeared to be merely battery technology, yet it encompassed the profound knowledge of nuclear fusion, controllable nuclear fusion, a technology capable of altering the global landscape. Moreover, even the lithium battery technology, which Haiyang regarded with disdain, could incite a frenzy within the entire renewable energy sector. The battery market is exceedingly vast. The advent of lithium batteries could swiftly seize a substantial share of this market. Although their value is considerable, the lithium batteries still seemed somewhat lacking to Haiyang. Perhaps they could enhance a vehicle's range by 30-fold, yet when applied to energy weapons, they still fell short. The pursuit of nuclear batteries is imperative. If the electromagnetic shield were powered by a nuclear battery, it could be used indefinitely. Even as enemies unleash a hail of bullets, they would fail to inflict harm. Additionally, various energy weapons would no longer face usage restrictions. Laser guns could be wielded by individual soldiers, allowing for continuous fire. Moreover, research into electromagnetic guns could finally advance. One of the reasons Haiyang previously disallowed Ruo and her peers from studying electromagnetic guns was due to the lack of energy sources for practical application. However, nuclear energy presents its own challenges. The requisite equipment is difficult to procure. There is not a single piece of nuclear-related apparatus in the laboratory. Securing the necessary equipment and materials would require billions, far beyond mere millions. The school had allocated over 100 million in research funding, which barely scratched the surface. Nevertheless, Haiyang possessed various means to generate funds. Selling weaponry could yield profits, and if all else failed, he could sell technology. Although he had only enhanced a few types of weapons, the technologies involved were manifold. Even scraps could yield substantial profits. For instance, this time, while the nuclear battery itself would not be sold, the technology behind the lithium battery could certainly be marketed. After all, it was merely an enhancement of 30 times the original lithium battery. As for potential buyers, Haiyang placed a call to Professor Li. Many professors at the school had companies or collaborated with external enterprises. The school even had numerous research projects directly aligned with technology firms. The call connected swiftly, and Haiyang stated, "I wish to sell some technology." Professor Li paused, momentarily taken aback. Weapon technology cannot be sold. Not weapons, but batteries. I have developed a high-energy battery and wish to exchange the technology for some funds. Professor Lee pondered briefly. That is feasible. I will inquire with the laboratory at the Dragon Institute, as they have collaborations with automotive companies. After hanging up, Haiyang decided to produce multiple copies of the battery for testing purposes. Within half an hour, Professor Lee called back. Somewhat perplexed, the laboratory mentioned that they provided you with confidential data a few days ago. Are you intending to sell that information? Haiyang chuckled. How could that be? What are you thinking? I have developed a lithium metal battery based on their research. On the other end of the line, Professor Lee was momentarily taken aback. Even if he lacked expertise in the battery sector, he possessed a general understanding of its complexities. The battery industry was rife with numerous concepts, yet each one seemed elusive to realization. Among these concepts was the lithium metal battery, which purportedly could achieve energy storage capacities several times greater. However, the challenges in research and development were formidable. Could Gao Yang have truly mastered it? Despite his recognition of Gao Yang as a prodigy, doubt clouded his thoughts. Is it really true? I have a finished product. Professor Lee could hardly contain his excitement, particularly after Gao Yang had recently unveiled a series of groundbreaking products. Now he was presenting a lithium metal battery. Even if it only boasted 10 times the energy storage capacity, an electric vehicle's range of 500 kilometers could potentially extend to an astonishing 5,000 kilometers. Furthermore, mobile phone batteries could revert to the era of Nokia, lasting 10 days on a single charge. What other enhancements could there be? Safety? Heat dissipation? A whirlwind of thoughts collided in Professor Lee's mind, leading to a momentary daze. I will come find you immediately. I am in the laboratory. Shortly after hanging up, Professor Lee rushed into the laboratory with fervor. Gao Yang pointed to the battery on the table, the lithium metal battery. Professor Lee picked up a battery and immediately noticed its weight. How many times had the energy storage capacity increased compared to previous lithium batteries? Due to the constraints of the laboratory conditions, it had only increased by 23 times, yet theoretically, it could achieve up to 30 times the energy storage capacity. As he weighed the battery in his hand, he stood in a stupor for a moment before pulling out his phone, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions. He dialed a number. When the call connected, Professor Lee spoke in a relaxed tone. Old Wu, what are you pondering? Gao Yang is, after all, my student. He would never compromise your data. He merely serendipitously developed a lithium metal battery and is seeking a partner for collaboration. Chapter 52. The technological version of the Yellow Turban Army. Gao Yang was taken aback by the serious Professor Lee, who revealed a different facet of himself. The elderly Wu on the phone seemed to share a close rapport with him. As he pondered this, he heard a voice on the line. Nonsense. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to develop metallic lithium batteries? Only after we complete solid-state batteries can we even contemplate researching metallic lithium batteries. Professor Lee replied scornfully, you are but a frog in a well. Contact your collaborating manufacturers directly, and I shall bring my students over to conduct tests on the metallic lithium batteries. Do you have the necessary equipment? He continued. The batteries produced in our laboratory can store 23 times the energy of conventional lithium batteries, with the potential to reach 30 times theoretically. Old Wu's voice returned. Nonsense. Theoretically, metallic lithium batteries can only achieve energy storage of a little over 10 times. You'll see during testing. Professor Lee abruptly hung up the phone, rubbing his face in disbelief. It was solely due to his trust in Gao Yang's capabilities that he had made the call. He glanced once more at the metallic lithium battery, his earlier nonchalance replaced by seriousness. My friend mentioned that the theoretical energy storage of metallic lithium batteries is only slightly over 10 times. Gao Yang, too weary to respond, merely nudged the battery on the table. The batteries were right here. There was no way they could be a sham. Professor Lee, feeling the absurdity of the situation, decided to refrain from further discussions on batteries. Recognizing his own lack of expertise, it's better to keep the technology in our hands rather than sell it outright. To encourage researchers to engage in development, the Dragon Nation ensured that even research projects funded by the state allowed the patents to belong to the researchers themselves. The monetization process was quite straightforward, usually involving collaboration. Some chose to partner with external capital to establish companies, with technical personnel responsible solely for the technology and the distribution of profits. This time, do not sell your technology. Instead, collaborate and provide your technical expertise. It's akin to selling technology but will yield a substantial patent fee along with a steady stream of income thereafter. The specifics will depend on the technology and their attitude, so do not rush to make decisions. Gao Yang nodded. This was all valuable advice. The worth of technology is often described as priceless, yet in application, it must be carefully calculated. He did not need to grasp every detail, as long as he had sufficient funds to develop his nuclear battery. Professor Lee, recovering from his shock, took a seat and inquired, what made you consider exchanging technology for funds? I wish to manufacture a nuclear battery and require a larger laboratory. Gao Yang replied, Professor Li's mouth fell agape once more. A nuclear battery? Before Gao Yang could respond, Professor Li's phone rang again. It was old Wu. Can you arrive at our laboratory tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon? After confirming with Gao Yang, Professor Li agreed. They could manage to get there by noon. Good, Gao Yang said, as he began to busy himself with the creation of an electromagnetic shield. He would have the protection of the shield when he stepped out, but Professor Li and the guards would not. The assassin meant to eliminate him inadvertently killed others instead, leaving him with a heavy heart. Professor Li observed Gao Yang's flurry of activity and chose not to dwell further on the matter of nuclear batteries, departing instead. Gao Yang toiled into the late hours, ultimately deciding to sleep in the laboratory. Upon awakening, he resumed his assembly work. By 10 in the morning, Gao Yang emerged from the lab, burdened with a box. Outside, the guard stood vigil 24 hours a day. He set down the box and instructed, "Gather everyone. Each person shall receive a belt." The guards exchanged puzzled glances at the belts. "What are these?" He replied, "Items for your safety, an electromagnetic protective shield. It can withstand approximately 20 bullets." The guards were momentarily taken aback, staring at Gao Yang in disbelief. Was this some technologically advanced version of the Yellow Turban Army? Invulnerable to blades and fire? Noticing their skepticism, Gao Yang offered no further explanation. "Hurry and put them on. Call everyone to do the same. There is no time for explanations now. We will discuss it upon our return. Moreover, all information regarding this equipment must remain confidential." Understood. Although the guards harbored doubts, they complied with his orders. They quickly donned the belts, which appeared somewhat oversized. Next came the handguns, capable of automatic targeting. Time was of the essence, and only 12 were crafted. However, only 6 were assigned for Gao Yang's personal protection, with a clandestine team of around 10. Those designated for his close protection were fully equipped. The guards expressed some reluctance, as they preferred their own firearms. Yet, Gao Yang's insistence left them no choice but to acquiesce. Although the new weapons felt unfamiliar, they possessed ample confidence. Once the gear was donned, Professor Li arrived, outfitted with the belt Gao Yang provided, and they set off. Their itinerary had been meticulously arranged, with an armored vehicle accompanying them throughout. En route, they would visit a military base to board a plane. Nowadays, Gao Yang's long-distance travels mandated flying from military airports. The experience might lack the comfort of civilian airlines, but safety was paramount. While commercial flights did not permit parachuting, this aircraft did. In the afternoon, they arrived at the Battery Research Institute. A few researchers stood at the entrance, and as 7 or 8 armored vehicles approached, their expressions shifted. Why were so many people arriving? The doors swung open, and the guards disembarked first, followed by Gao Yang, who was assisted out of the vehicle. The researchers, gathered before the lab, were momentarily bewildered. They had encountered elite researchers before, some even holding prestigious titles. There were even associate professors among them who had the potential to become academicians. However, witnessing a security detail of 30 to 40 personnel was unprecedented. Moreover, the one being protected was a youth. They did not regard this as ostentation, as they lacked the status to warrant such treatment. For a typical researcher to receive such privileges, one would need a significant position or to be responsible for an exceedingly important project. Yet, this individual appeared to be merely around 20 years old, likely not even a university graduate. How could he possibly merit such treatment? Professor Li disembarked and approached a few individuals, saying, "Old Wu, allow me to introduce my student, Gao Yang." Gao Yang nodded. "Hello, Professor Wu. The situation this time is quite significant, but there's no choice. I've recently become a target. I've already endured an assassination attempt by a sniper and an ambush by a group of bald eagles." Professor Wu was taken aback. An assassination attempt by a sniper and an ambush by a group of bald eagles? What earth-shattering events had Gao Yang engaged in? He found it hard to fathom. "May I inquire?" "For now, it remains classified." Suddenly, Professor Wu recalled that high-ranking officials from the Lonka Institute had called for their research data to be given to a student. This was already absurd. Yet, if this student were exceptional, it would make sense. Professor Li interjected, "Stop daydreaming. Let's discuss this further in the Advanced Research Institute." Professor Wu promptly turned and led the group into the reception area of the laboratory. Along the way, Gao Yang's gaze wandered. The Research Institute appeared quite impressive, having won numerous awards and boasting several pioneering achievements. He could also see photographs showcasing collaborations with automotive companies, indicating a solid partnership, perhaps even a deep one. Upon entering the reception area, Gao Yang retrieved a battery from his pocket. "Let's proceed with the testing first. We can converse afterward as my time is rather limited." With that, he took out a book and began to read. Professor Li was momentarily taken aback. He had taught Gao Yang in the car and knew that to elevate one's standing, one must master their demeanor. Gao Yang's composure was striking, leaving him in awe and contemplating mentorship. Chapter 53, The Instrument Malfunctioned. In the conference room, automotive engineers had initially intended to engage in polite conversation. However, as Gao Yang had already picked up his book, they found it inappropriate to continue their pleasantries and proceeded to test the battery. Professor Li also exited the conference room, leaving only the guards and Gao Yang behind. Gao Yang's intention was not to show off. Rather, he simply wished to dedicate more time to his reading. Engaging in idle chit-chat with these individuals would consume precious moments he did not possess. While commercial interests are understandable, Gao Yang was acutely aware that possessing technology equates to wielding power. There was no need for him to humble himself for collaboration, as others often did. Outside the conference room, Professor Wu took the battery directly to the laboratory for testing. Gao Yang maintained a facade, but the others were not inclined to indulge him. All present were elite researchers, each with their own pride. According to protocol, testing commenced. The battery evaluation encompassed multiple aspects, starting with its weight. Upon revealing the weight and volume, the expressions of many in the room turned quite animated. This battery was indeed metallic. Next came the formal testing, where the battery's terminals were connected to the equipment, initiating performance assessments. Capacity testing began with charging procedures. The technicians swiftly calibrated the apparatus and commenced charging. Almost instantly, several sets of data appeared on the screen. The figures were minimal, and the technicians reported, "Charging is impossible. The battery is fully charged and should possess overcharge protection." Professor Wu nodded, signaling the commencement of discharge testing. The technicians adjusted the equipment and began discharging the battery. The entire discharge process would be meticulously recorded, including the fastest discharge rate. This was a crucial evaluation. If a battery had a large capacity but a slow discharge rate, its practical value would be significantly diminished. As testing commenced, a line graph emerged on the screen. The higher the values represented, the quicker the discharge rate. Under the curious gazes of all researchers, an astonishing vertical line suddenly shot up on the graph, soaring to an extraordinary 1,000 watts. With a resounding bang, the internal capacitor of the equipment used to test the battery's discharge exploded. The technicians instinctively gaped, their voices altered in disbelief. Just moments ago, this battery released over 1,000 watts of energy. In that instant, all the technicians were momentarily stunned. It was only when the smoke alarm activated, and the fire suppression system began to spray water over their heads, that they were jolted back to reality. Professor Wu was astounded. How could such a small battery contain 1 kilowatt-hour? What does 1 kilowatt-hour represent? A small electric scooter requires merely 2 kilowatt-hours to achieve a full charge. 1 kilowatt-hour could fully charge a 10,000 milliamp power bank 24 times. How could such a diminutive battery hold 1 kilowatt-hour? Moreover, how could the discharge rate be so terrifying? Was there truly no limit to the discharge? The others were equally astonished, their minds racing with a cacophony of thoughts. The impossible was unfolding right before their eyes. Professor Li was the first to react, remarking with a hint of disappointment, "The equipment in your laboratory is rather underwhelming. It has malfunctioned already?" Professor Wu turned to face him. "This apparatus is designed for testing batteries. From the outset, it was never anticipated that a battery could discharge at such an astonishing rate. Was there truly no discharge protection incorporated?" Lacking the expertise to address this inquiry, Professor Li sent a message to Gao Yang. Upon receiving the message, Gao Yang was somewhat taken aback. Had they truly damaged the equipment? Was this truly the pinnacle of laboratories? Nevertheless, upon reflection, a discharge rate of 1 kilowatt per second was indeed outrageous. 1 kilowatt could power an electric vehicle for 8 kilometers. Exiting the reception room, he proceeded directly to the testing laboratory, determined to oversee the proceedings and avert any further complications. Inside the laboratory, all eyes were fixed upon Gao Yang, a tapestry of astonishment, admiration, and disbelief woven into their expressions. They had confirmed that this was indeed a metallic lithium battery, even if it were not. The value of such a battery was immense. The fact that this young individual had managed to develop such a battery was nothing short of remarkable. Previously, they had perceived Gao Yang as merely posturing. Now, they recognized his humility. They could tolerate his youthful audacity. This advancement had propelled the technology within the battery sector to unprecedented heights. Such a battery had the potential to redefine the entire landscape of the industry. Currently, the pinnacle of battery technology was predominantly held by large overseas enterprises. While there were a few commendable battery companies in the Dragon Country, they primarily capitalized on market dividends and pricing strategies. Moreover, many seemingly advanced batteries relied on patented technologies sourced from abroad. The advent of metallic lithium batteries could instantaneously alter this dynamic. Coupled with the battery's formidable performance, it possessed the capacity to dominate the global market. This represented a trillion-dollar industry. Professor Wu instinctively bent slightly, addressing Gao Yang. "Student Gao, why is there no discharge protection in this battery?" He wished to use a term of respect, but found himself at a loss for an appropriate designation. Gao Yang was so remarkably young that any honorific seemed inadequate. The battery was originally conceived to power energy weapons, with an emphasis on maximizing instantaneous energy output. Thus, the absence of discharge limitations could be rectified by my inclusion. Professor Wu's heart raced at the mention of energy weapons. He dared not inquire further, for each additional question could breach confidentiality. As he lifted the battery, he noted a slight increase in temperature. Despite the terrifying energy release, the temperature had only risen by less than 10 degrees, a truly astonishing feat. The testing continued, this time employing more advanced equipment. Gao Yang, observing alongside, was gaining invaluable insights as numerous tests were conducted: low-rate charging, high-rate charging, overcharging tests, overdischarging tests, low-pressure tests, thermal shock assessments, and continuous charging and discharging evaluations to measure thermal dissipation, among others. By the conclusion of the testing cycle, the gathered individuals gazed at the results in a state of numbness. The battery's performance had obliterated that of all commercially available batteries. It surpassed everything. Finally, there are safety tests assessing high temperature and pressure, low temperature and pressure, free fall, mechanical impact, and compression, among others. After a thorough round of testing, the results outclass every battery available in the market. Sharp objects can puncture ordinary batteries, but when confronted with a metal battery, the outcomes are evenly matched. Even if punctured, only the metal is damaged, allowing energy to be released at a gradual pace, rather than resulting in an explosive ignition. The safety performance is remarkably impressive. Researchers on-site can only envision the dire future awaiting the gasoline vehicle market. Having just undergone a significant price reduction, another wave of price drops seems imminent. This is because, for batteries of the same volume, the test results differ by a staggering 23 times. What does 23 times signify? It transforms 500 kilometers into an astonishing 11,500 kilometers. Under minimal usage, one charge could last an entire year. Furthermore, according to Gao Yang, the battery can endure for an extended period without the frequent need for replacements that many batteries face. It can be described as nearly invincible. This development effectively addresses the most significant pain point of new energy vehicles. After all, the cost of replacing batteries is exorbitant, yet their lifespan is often short. However, the advent of this battery has overturned all preconceived notions. Chapter 54. You might be misunderstanding the situation. The testing had just concluded when a group of impeccably dressed individuals hurried into the laboratory. They were likely researchers, having notified someone during the testing process. At the forefront stood a man of around 40, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding the aura of a successful professional. Upon entering the lab, the middle-aged man inquired hastily, "What stage is the testing at?" Professor Wu handed the results sheet to the man, stating, "The testing is complete." The man took the sheet, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stood frozen in place. How can this be possible? Even without a technical background, he understood the improbability. The battery's capacity is already 23 times that of current energy storage batteries? This is utterly outrageous. Yet, he trusted the laboratory's findings. As a senior executive, he instantly recognized the immense business opportunity this presented. It was a chance for monopoly. Provided the battery's cost remained reasonable, their terrifying endurance would allow them to obliterate every other automotive competitor. They would reign supreme. Traditional fuel vehicles would be utterly crushed, while other new energy companies would be left kneeling in submission. After all, a 23-fold endurance would annihilate all competition. In the end, they could even sell exclusive rights at a premium, allowing other manufacturers to utilize the same battery. Regardless of the price, acquiring it would not be considered a loss. The middle-aged man took a deep breath to steady his emotions, unable to suppress his curiosity any longer. "Is this for real?" Professor Wu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Allow me to introduce the developer of the lithium metal battery, Gao Yang." Gao Yang nodded towards the man. The middle-aged man was once again taken aback, glancing from the sheet to Gao Yang, and then back to Professor Wu, incredulously asking, "He is the developer of the battery?" Professor Wu affirmed, "Yes." The man suppressed his shock and approached Gao Yang, extending his hand. "Hello, my surname is Zhang Ke. I represent the automotive group to discuss with you." Gao Yang shook Zhang Ke's hand. Zhang Ke smiled. "It's remarkable to see such talent at a young age. It's hard to believe that a battery with such high performance originates from you. Are you available to discuss at our company?" "I'm too busy. Let us talk here," Gao Yang replied, striding directly toward the conference room. Zhang Ke, accompanied by his entourage, followed him into the meeting room. Professor Li hurried in as well, concerned for Gao Yang's interests. This was Gao Yang's first business negotiation, and a significant one at that, yet he felt no trace of nervousness. He confidently took a seat at the head of the conference table and addressed Zhang Ke. "How would you like to collaborate?" Zhang Ke was taken aback by Gao Yang's commanding presence at the head of the table. "We seek an exclusive partnership." and we are willing to pay a substantial fee for the exclusive patent of the lithium metal battery. For each vehicle sold, we would provide a certain royalty on battery usage. Gao Yang shook his head, resolutely stating, I will not sell exclusive rights. Zhang Ke furrowed his brow. For Gao Yang's decisiveness and firmness were unmistakable. We can offer you a significant sum for exclusivity. We can also provide considerable funds for the subsequent use of the battery. Gao Yang shook his head. The government has exerted considerable effort to support the development of new energy vehicles, aiming to achieve a leapfrog advancement in the automotive sector. Currently, the flourishing landscape of competition is commendable. One need not worry about a monopolistic dominance. Zhang Ke was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the lofty perspective of this young individual. The technology behind fuel vehicles is predominantly held by large overseas enterprises, creating significant technological barriers that compel many domestic automotive brands to incur substantial patent fees to manufacture their own vehicles. Even when they manage to turn a profit, a considerable portion goes towards these fees. Large foreign automotive corporations can thrive comfortably with little more than their patent revenues. This situation also serves as a source of welfare for those high-benefit nations abroad. With the advent of new energy vehicles, the Dragon Nation is vigorously supporting initiatives to rectify this issue. However, as a company representative, his focus lies on the rise of his enterprise. One could stipulate conditions, and under exclusive circumstances, we could afford considerable concessions. Gao Yang firmly shook his head. No exclusivity. The new energy vehicle sector is still in its infancy, a time ripe for vigorous competition among various players. Progress can only emerge from competition. A monopoly would stifle healthy rivalry. Zhang Ke furrowed his brow. Without exclusivity, how do you propose to negotiate? Gao Yang pondered for a moment and suggested a single patent usage fee, with subsequent battery use provided free of patent charges. Zhang Ke was momentarily stunned. No patent fees for subsequent use? This fee typically encompasses research costs, which are unexpectedly waived. Zhang Ke's brow knitted tighter. This made exclusive negotiations even more challenging. What do you believe the patent usage fee might be? Gao Yang replied, shaking his head. I do not know. Why don't you propose a figure? Zhang Ke sensed the complexity of the situation, extremely intricate, finding it challenging to negotiate with this brash youth. The technological value of batteries is exceedingly high, with immense commercial potential. Possessing such technology not only grants dominance in the automotive industry, but also positions one favorably in the realm of smartphones and indeed throughout all electrical domains. In the automotive sector, possessing such battery technology equates to unparalleled supremacy. How much should it be priced? Asking too much could be detrimental, yet offering too little would insult one's intelligence. However, he found no reference point from Gao Yang. Observing Zhang Ke's hesitation, Gao Yang frowned. You have half an hour to deliberate. Inform me of your price in 30 minutes. Zhang Ke was taken aback. This was his first experience negotiating in such a manner. Despite facing a younger opponent, he felt entirely at a disadvantage, as Gao Yang remained inscrutable. He led his team out of the conference room to make a swift call to superiors for a rapid discussion on pricing. Half an hour is a fleeting span in the realm of business negotiations, fraught with numerous calculations and considerations. Rapid decisions are virtually unheard of, as they necessitate weighing the pros and cons. In the reception room, Professor Li ceased instructing Gao Yang on negotiation tactics, for Gao Yang was indifferent to the details. Whether the money was ample or scant was inconsequential. As long as it sufficed to establish a laboratory, he was content. However, upon reflection, under this mindset, Gao Yang's negotiating prowess appeared nearly invincible, as he maintained the upper hand throughout the discussion. Half an hour later, Zhang Ke entered the reception room. Our general intention is 1 billion, he stated. Since this is not exclusive, we can only offer this price. If it were exclusive, the amount could be higher. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, contemplating the sum. 1 billion is indeed substantial, especially considering that the elder Gao has navigated the tumultuous seas of commerce for a lifetime, amassing total assets of over 10 billion, allowing him to tower over others in grandeur. Securing 1 billion from this company is impressive. However, in light of the lithium battery technology he possesses, 10 billion is not exorbitant. The technology still resides with Gao Yang. They only hold usage rights, making the figure reasonable. This billion is sufficient. With a few more sales and establishing a laboratory, the venture could flourish effortlessly. Gao Yang, disinterested in delving into minutiae, nodded in agreement. Then it's settled at 1 billion. I will have a contract drafted, and you can transfer the funds. Zhang Ke was taken aback by such a hasty conclusion, as the price seemed too high. I apologize. I previously mentioned our intention was 1 billion, but we still need to negotiate the specific price. Gao Yang furrowed his brow, yet was reluctant to waste words, conceding that a lesser amount was acceptable. How long do you need to finalize this? Zhang Ke hesitated. This will require careful discussion. Both parties must arrive at a mutually agreeable price. rather than one side unilaterally deciding. Observing Zhang Ke's evasive response, Gao Yang discerned his underlying thoughts and remarked coolly, "You may not fully grasp the situation." Chapter 55. This is 1 billion. Gao Yang stated with a serious demeanor. "I do not possess the luxury of time to squander on price negotiations. Present a rough estimate sufficient for me to construct a laboratory, and I shall grant you half an hour for discussion. That is my utmost limit. Expedite your proposal of a feasible price." Zhang Ke's heart sank. It was now evident that Gao Yang intended to build a laboratory. The concern lay in the fact that they were previously unaware of his requirements. Now that they knew of his need, negotiations would become more manageable. A troubled expression crossed Zhang Ke's face as he replied, "Half an hour may prove insufficient. We must convene internally to determine a more specific price. This is company protocol, and we cannot bypass it." Gao Yang furrowed his brow, pondering why some individuals persistently misconstrue others' concessions as a sign of weakness. The mere act of presenting a preliminary price within half an hour indicated their capability for rapid pricing. Yet, they seemed intent on dragging out the process to uncover the lowest price. However, he had no time for such tactics. Rising decisively, Gao Yang declared, "You still fail to grasp the situation. I am offering you the opportunity to set a price. Since you refuse, I shall propose my own. Your company requires 20 billion to secure the patent rights. Not a cent less. Otherwise, the discussion is over." With that, Gao Yang turned to Professor Li, asking, "Professor Li, would you kindly assist me in contacting other manufacturers of new energy vehicles?" Professor Li nodded in agreement. "Certainly. I will send the battery samples for their testing. Then quote the price at 10 billion. "Excellent," Gao Yang acknowledged with a nod, picking up the book from the table and proceeding to exit. At that moment, Zhang Ke regained his senses, his immediate reaction one of panic. Should other manufacturers agree to pay this 10 billion and enhance their battery technology while his company did not? The consequences could be dire, potentially leading to bankruptcy. In his eyes, other manufacturers had no reason to reject the 10 billion price tag. The battery's performance was extraordinarily formidable. If the technology were utilized appropriately, it could even forge a trillion-dollar enterprise. However, the issue at hand for him was not the value of the technology, but rather the financial implications. As the negotiator, if he allowed the company to incur an additional 10 billion in costs, it would undoubtedly constitute a significant dereliction of duty. Zhang Ke hastily rose, attempting to intercept Gao Yang, but before he could reach him, two security guards had already positioned themselves in his path. Stunned, Zhang Ke realized these guards were not from the laboratory. What was happening? Unable to approach Gao Yang, he resorted to calling out, "Mr. Gao, we can discuss this further. Grant me another chance." Gao Yang remained unresponsive, recognizing the necessity of setting an example. As Zhang Ke watched Gao Yang distance himself, he turned to Professor Wu, anxiously imploring, "Professor Wu, can we retain him?" Professor Wu, his brow furrowed, inquired, "What transpired during your negotiations that led to this impasse?" Zhang Ke found himself equally perplexed. His intention had merely been to negotiate a fair price. Was that not standard practice? "I do not understand. Our initial price was 10 billion, and he seemed amenable to that. Only to suddenly insist on 20 billion. Professor Wu scrutinized Zhang Ke. He initially agreed to 10 billion. Why would it escalate to 20 billion? Do you still wish to press for a lower price? Zhang Ke paused momentarily. Isn't this quite normal in business negotiations? Professor Wu pondered for a moment and remarked, "Imagine you are at the roadside purchasing an orange. The vendor quotes a price of 10 yuan, and you attempt to haggle, probing for their bottom line. If they refuse to sell to you, who do you believe is at fault?" Zhang Ke opened his mouth to respond. "Of course, it's my fault, 10 yuan, and I'm trying to bargain." However, before he could finish his thought, he realized the crux of the matter. Gao Yang had previously mentioned that he had no time to waste, yet Zhang found it hard to believe. After all, this was a sum of 1 billion. Professor Wu remained silent. While conversing with Gao Yang earlier, he had understood that the batteries were developed for the purpose of energy weapon research. What constitutes an energy weapon? Laser weapons, electromagnetic weapons. Gao Yang might merely be dealing in scraps or even outdated technology just to make some money. 1 billion may seem substantial to an ordinary person. Yet to Gao Yang, it is merely a sum of money. Zhang Ke hesitated. "Could you assist me in contacting him? I wish to discuss this further with him." Professor Wu shook his head. "I can attempt to reach out to him, but whether he will grant you an opportunity is uncertain." Zhang Ke felt a pang of distress. He had engaged in numerous negotiations, yet this was the first time he had been so thoroughly undermined. Professor Wu called Professor Li to relay the message, and unsurprisingly, the outcome was bleak. After hanging up, he turned to Zhang Ke. "There is no opportunity." Zhang Ke remained unconvinced. "Where is his research lab? I can seek him out." Professor Wu shook his head again. "I advise against it. If he becomes truly annoyed, you may not even qualify for a purchase." With that, Professor Wu turned and entered the laboratory. Zhang Ke felt disheartened. He too was troubled. The financial backer was gone. The The funding from the automotive company was supposed to sustain their research, yet now it was no longer a matter of support. They had to reconsider whether to continue their research at all. If they pressed on, even after 10 more years, they might still not achieve the efficacy of lithium metal batteries. If they ceased research, what purpose would the lab serve? As they wallowed in their despondency, Gao Yang was learning from Professor Li's experience. On the plane, Professor Li stated, if you wish to sell technology, you must first establish a company. This will facilitate interactions with other companies. You cannot do everything yourself. For instance, in today's negotiation, if you had a company, you could engage in a protracted discussion over price without needing to manage every detail. Simply await the funds to arrive. Gao Yang nodded, finding the reasoning sound. However, he was not adept at running a company. Noticing Gao Yang deep in thought, Professor Li assumed he was short on funds, in need of initial capital. I can lend you some. An early-stage company merely requires a shell, not a substantial investment. No need, Gao Yang replied. A few days ago, Long Country awarded me 10 million. Professor Li instinctively swallowed, his heart racing slightly. The maximum reward for researchers in Long Country is 5 million. 10 million could only imply 2 separate awards. The vast majority of researchers will never receive such accolades. He had not. Although he believed Gao Yang's research achievements certainly warranted such recognition, he was genuinely envious. With initial funding in hand, it would be prudent to establish a company. Yet, Gao Yang furrowed his brow. Starting a company was not a simple endeavor. The entire process could be quite cumbersome. Suddenly, Gao Yang thought of Lao Chong. Wasn't he the ideal candidate? With Lao Chong at the helm, he could rest easy, entrusting everything to him. While on the plane, he promptly called Lao Chong. Lao Chong, please assist me in establishing a company to manage the accounts. Certainly, Lao Chong replied without hesitation or further inquiry. Just give me a brief outline of your requirements. The immediate task was to sell the usage rights to technology, with the first transaction amounting to approximately several billion. Find a competent legal team and draft a contract. On the other end of the line, Lao Chong was taken aback. What? He was genuinely startled. When General Fu had brought his team to upgrade his factory, he had already experienced a moment of bewilderment. Now, he was once again flabbergasted, questioning if he had misheard. How much? I'm not sure, maybe several billion. Lao Chong took a deep breath. Understood, I'll take care of it immediately. Please provide an account. I will transfer 10 million as initial capital. After hanging up, Lao Chong pinched his thigh to feel the pain, still in a daze. His son mentioned selling technology for tens of billions, and he was to receive 10 million? The 1040 project wasn't even this intense. However, reflecting on previous events, Lao Chong began to comprehend that his son must have developed something extraordinarily impressive. Yet, he still felt as though he were in a dream. Moments later, a text alert sounded on his phone. 10 million had been deposited. Lao Chong glanced at the notification and sprang into action, determined to establish the company swiftly and assemble a team capable of providing logistical support for Gao Yang. Chapter 56, eagerly offering financial support. By the time the convoy arrived at the school, night had already fallen. Gao Yang took a stroll around the vicinity as he sought a suitable location for his laboratory. The school was situated in a somewhat remote area, surrounded by vast expanses of wilderness. Ideally, the laboratory should be positioned close to the school, with a side gate opened in the wall of the campus. He had formed a preliminary idea and now awaited the arrival of funds. Until the money came through, he continued to immerse himself in books, hoping to accumulate several opportunities for exponential growth. While Gao Yang was engrossed in his studies at the library, major electric vehicle corporations in the Dragon Country received samples of metallic lithium batteries. In the realm of electric vehicles, batteries hold significant importance. Hence, every electric vehicle manufacturer possesses a dedicated battery research institute. They either collaborate with other research institutes or operate fixed subsidiaries. The samples of lithium metal batteries were promptly delivered to these laboratories, where the researchers immediately commenced testing. However, their initial reaction was one of incredulity. Metallic lithium batteries were considered conceptual products, utterly unfeasible in the short term. It was akin to claiming that one could accelerate an object to the speed of light and strike the sun to cause an explosion. The principles and concepts were clear, but who would dare to attempt such an endeavor? The samples were provided by a professor from the University of Defense Technology, compelling the researchers to consider the possibility that it might indeed be genuine. Following a brief testing period, the astonished personnel in all laboratories confirmed that the battery was not only real, but also exhibited performance far more astounding than they had anticipated. The remarkable aspect lay in its immense energy capacity, over 20 times that of conventional lithium batteries. Additionally, the charging and discharging efficiency was astonishing. It could accept high-voltage electricity for charging, and under optimal conditions, it could recharge to 100 degrees in just 1 minute. 100 degrees of charge could propel a vehicle for approximately 800 kilometers. This breakthrough promised explosive endurance, coupled with ultra-fast charging and ensured safety. Researchers found it unfathomable that with such a battery's introduction, traditional fuel vehicles would stand little chance of competing. They could easily envision the grave consequences if other manufacturers adopted this battery while they did not. Almost instantaneously, the business departments of various automobile companies began reaching out to Gao Yang. $1 billion may seem substantial, but when it comes to acquiring the usage rights for such groundbreaking technology, it is hardly a significant sum. Indeed, it is remarkably inexpensive and promises immense profits. With this battery, the global market would open up for them. They could aggressively encroach upon the territory of fuel vehicles. While there may be online discussions celebrating the rise of electric vehicles, the majority of car buyers still opt for traditional fuel cars. However, with the advent of this battery, they could confidently proclaim that only fools would choose fuel-powered vehicles. The existence of such a battery could genuinely resolve the energy crisis. Meanwhile, Lao Chong had just established his company and had yet to recruit personnel when he received a phone call. "Hello, is this the Langtao Group?" "Yes. This is the business department for electric vehicles. We wish to purchase the patent usage rights for the metallic lithium battery. When would it be convenient to sign the contract?" Lao Chong was initially taken aback, but he soon surmised that it was someone from Gao Yang's contact. The company had just been established and was temporarily unable to conduct business. "Could you wait for a while?" The person on the other end of the line became agitated, exclaiming, "How can we wait? The project has already been initiated, and the design for the new generation of electric vehicles has commenced. They are eagerly anticipating the new battery technology. You lack personnel since your company is newly formed, correct? In that case, our legal department will draft the contract. If you find no loopholes, we shall transfer the $1 billion without delay." Lao Chong was genuinely bewildered. Here they were, eager to offer money yet complaining about the pace. Nevertheless, he swiftly responded, "You draft the contract first. Once it's prepared, we will proceed to the next step." After hanging up, Lao Chong splashed cold water on his face, staring at his reflection, caught between the dreamlike and the real. The cold water had quelled the flush on his cheeks, but his heart continued to race. After several deep breaths, he decided to call Gao Yang to confirm the situation. Just as he pulled out his phone, it rang. On the line was a middle-aged man's voice. "Hello, I am Zhang Ke. We are willing to pay $2 billion to purchase the usage rights for the lithium metal battery." Lao Chong was momentarily stunned before abruptly hanging up and dialing Gao Yang. "Gao Yang, someone is willing to spend $10 billion, $20 billion to purchase the rights to some lithium metal battery technology." Gao Yang could sense Lao Chang's tension and incredulity. He chuckled softly. "It's not the technology itself they wish to buy, but the rights to use it. One offer for $2 billion, the rest at $10 billion. Let's sign a 10-year usage agreement, non-transferable. As for the specifics, let the lawyers prepare them." The company was just starting and did not yet have a lawyer. He had just received a call where the other party offered to help draft the contract, and they seemed quite eager. Gao Yang did not perceive any issue. After all, car manufacturers were racing against time. The first company to release a finished product would gain a significant advantage. Imagine the frenzy among ordinary consumers upon learning of such a vehicle's existence. The emergence of the first car with astonishing range would propel the company to viral fame, creating a celebrity effect. All these factors made them incredibly anxious. Let them draft it. I will have our lawyer review the contract for any issues later. Lao Chong pondered. Can you directly sell this technology? Gao Yang laughed. This technology was developed solely by your son. There is no need for concern. We need not grovel for cooperation as we once did in business. Even if you were to pierce the heavens, I could mend it for you. Allowing you to run the company means you shall be the one in charge. Lao Chong suddenly felt as if sand had entered his eyes. His son had grown up and was now capable of standing on his own. All the grievances he had endured were suddenly rewarded, and the return was monumental. After ending the call, Lao Chong made an effort to calm his emotions before dialing again. This time, however, he was filled with confidence, unlike his previous bewilderment. On the other end, Zhang Ke was in a state of panic. Increasing the technological cost from $1 billion to $20 billion has led to a significant decline in his standing within the company. Is this even attainable? If it cannot be achieved, his position will certainly be at risk. Anxiously, Zhang Ke noticed the phone ringing and hurriedly answered, his voice tinged with apprehension. "Hello, why did the call just disconnect?" Lao Chong, ever amiable, a habit cultivated over many years, replied, "My phone encountered an issue, and the line dropped." He continued, "Collaboration cannot proceed at the moment. Our company has just been established and lacks a legal team, so the contract is not yet prepared." Before Zhang Ke could respond, Lao Chong added, "Perhaps your company could draft a contract?" Without hesitation, Zhang Ke replied, "Very well, we shall prepare the contract." Lao Chong hung up once more and began the recruitment process. Within a single day, he received 12 calls. Not one person discussed pricing, nor did anyone agree to defer. They seemed eager to shove $10 billion into Lao Chang's hands on the spot. In total, There were contracts amounting to 130 billion in a single day. Even for someone as adaptable as Lao Chong, the sheer magnitude of the situation left him nearly numb. Once the contracts were signed, the company would directly possess assets worth 100 billion. Chapter 57. RPG in the context of various automotive manufacturers eagerly pouring in funds. All contracts were signed within a week. An astonishing sum of 13 billion entered the account of Langtao Group. Amidst this shock, Lao Chong grew increasingly cautious, striving to enhance the company with utmost speed. With a substantial influx of capital, the recruitment of talent would be directly entrusted to headhunters. Although the cost of hiring was slightly elevated, it would be inappropriate to squander such wealth. Langtao Group possessed a formidable advantage in recruitment, the official channels. Prior to hiring, any interested candidates could have their information submitted to the authorities for thorough background checks. These investigations were exceptionally stringent, requiring not only a clean record but also commendable character and integrity. The scrutiny extended beyond mere documentation, delving into the candidate's past experiences. Only those who passed this rigorous vetting could be deemed relatively safe hires. Additionally, the matter of land was quite trivial. Establishing a laboratory adjacent to a school posed challenges. However, since the proposal originated from Gao Yang, the authorities readily acquiesced without hesitation. Not a single penny was spent, securing a 30-year lease on nearly 100 acres. The officials even expressed a desire for them to fund the construction of the laboratory. Nevertheless, Gao Yang declined, as an immediate outlay of several billion would require extensive review by the authorities. Moreover, reliance on external funding could lead to potential influences over their research. Thus, it was preferable to self-fund the endeavor. Once the finances were allocated, construction teams arrived on the same day, leveling vast tracts of land, followed by laying the foundation and commencing construction. However, even with such rapid progress, the factory would take a month to complete. Gao Yang remained unhurried, continuing his studies in the laboratory. 10 days swiftly passed, and while managing the library, Gao Yang heard the familiar system notification. Ding. Congratulations, host. The opportunity for a 10,000-fold amplification has been fully charged. Unlike before, Gao Yang refrained from immediately utilizing this amplification opportunity and instead continued his studies, hoping for a second charging cycle. After 2 hours of reading, he set the book down. The system had only completed one charging cycle, with no progress bar indicating a second charge. Thus, a second charge was unattainable. The optimal method for maximizing the utility of the system was to conduct the charge prior to the amplification opportunity. As Gao Yang pondered the nature of this amplification, Rua approached briskly, clutching a substantial stack of blueprints. Here is our preliminary design for the rocket projectile. Could you take a look? It was evident that Rua had been waiting for a moment, approaching only when she saw Gao Yang set the book aside. Gao Yang quickly perused the blueprints. This new RPG was clearly crafted along his conceptual lines and was indeed exceptional, an admirable design. The rocket projectile boasted a range of 500 meters. This initial distance was merely a starting point, with the projectile's second-stage acceleration expected to extend the range to approximately 800 meters. This represented a doubling of the original rocket's maximum range. However, in Gao Yang's eyes, this was still insufficient. Primarily, the efficiency of the electromagnetic rail system, leveraging the technology at his disposal, could potentially amplify the range several times beyond the current capabilities. Rua observed Gao Yang in deep contemplation. The intensity of the electromagnetic launcher could indeed be enhanced further. Yet pursuing additional upgrades might compromise the stability of the rocket itself, leading to catastrophic explosions within the muzzle before launch. Gao Yang nodded in agreement. This was indeed a significant concern. Similar to the electromagnetic railgun utilized by the Dragon Nation, the current projectiles employed are solid rounds. The introduction of explosive warheads might result in immediate detonation under the influence of the intense electromagnetic field, a consideration he had previously overlooked. This renders the development of the rocket a formidable challenge. After swiftly perusing the materials Rua had provided, he acknowledged their commendable efforts, stating, "You have conducted excellent research. I shall take it from here and present the final product in a couple of days." Rua was momentarily taken aback. With the documents in hand, Gao Yang made his way directly to the laboratory, intent on refining the rocket. He aimed to enhance it based on his own capabilities, building upon the design foundation laid by the Fluttering Skirts research group, seeking comprehensive improvement. The enhancement of the electromagnetic launcher would be followed by the implementation of safety measures for the warhead. Such upgrades had become second nature to Gao Yang. With his expertise in sniper rifles and laser weapons augmented, his knowledge in electromagnetics and firearms now eclipsed that of researchers worldwide. Moreover, the study of rockets shared overlapping technological aspects with the design of bullets, which, even with a lower degree of correlation, Gao Yang could effortlessly navigate. It was akin to a primary school language teacher also being well-versed in elementary mathematics. Within a day, the design was complete. The following day, the manufacturing was finalized. The new rocket artillery boasted an estimated range of 7 kilometers. Initially, the electromagnetic rail launcher could propel the projectile in a straight line for 5 kilometers. After 5 kilometers, the rocket's fuse would ignite, allowing for a secondary acceleration to cover an additional 2 kilometers. With a total range of 7 kilometers, this was somewhat astonishing. Comparable to conventional artillery. Carrying the rocket, Gao Yang headed straight to the testing range for evaluation. The trials for the rocket needed to be conducted in a spacious, open-air facility. Fortunately, the Defense Technology University boasted an array of impressive testing grounds. The range extended 500 meters, featuring a small hill dotted with craters from countless previous bombardments. The personnel at the range were accustomed to seeing Gao Yang with a rocket. Many students pursuing studies in light weapons engineering opted to research RPGs, as the allure of explosions held a certain romanticism. There had been instances in the past where several individuals queued with rockets for test firing. However, Gao Yang's rocket appeared somewhat unusual, equipped with 4 stabilizing legs. These legs, folded against the rocket tube, could be deployed to support the rear upon launch. It seemed designed to counteract recoil, yet typically, the rear of a rocket is hollow. Upon firing, the exhaust would eject from the back of the tube, resulting in minimal recoil. How could there be any recoil in Gao Yang's rocket, which also had a hollow rear? The staff member was intrigued, yet chose to remain silent. He had encountered numerous peculiar designs, and these students possessed a level of expertise that surpassed his own. With the rocket launcher positioned, Gao Yang inhaled deeply. Many believe that electromagnetic weapons are devoid of recoil. Indeed, the majority of such weapons exhibit minimal recoil, yet electromagnetic railguns are an exception. These railguns utilize electromagnetic forces to propel projectiles. The act of propulsion inherently generates a reaction force. It is akin to 2 repelling magnets. As they draw near, both sides experience a noticeable repulsive force. Present-day rocket launchers and rockets resemble 2 repelling magnets. The further the rocket is propelled, the greater the counterforce exerted on the launcher. Taking a deep breath, Gao Yang pulled the trigger. In the next instant, the electromagnetic rail activated, unleashing a terrifying burst of energy as the rocket shot forth, striking the mountainside 300 meters away. The fuse at the rocket's tip shot out, embedding itself deeply into the earth upon impact. Boom! The rocket detonated. But being buried deep within the soil, the explosion sounded more like a muffled thud. Chapter 58, Amplified Power. The staff observed in a state of simultaneous amusement and astonishment. They were awestruck by the velocity of the rocket's launch. The speed was truly extraordinary, akin to that of a bullet, nearly imperceptible to the eye. Such a rocket was indeed grotesque. While others utilized a 12.7mm round, Gao Yang treated this rocket as if it were a 120mm ultra-caliber sniper rifle. It was somewhat bizarre. On the battlefield, such a weapon would be a formidable force, as helicopters would find it nearly impossible to evade such an RPG. Yet, the rocket's explosive power was rather trivial, akin to a mere puff of air. Gao Yang remained indifferent to the thoughts of the staff. If he were to discern their opinions, he would likely find it amusing. The rocket had embedded itself at least 3 meters into the earth. At that depth, the pressure exerted on the rocket was immense. The fact that it could still produce a sound audible 300 meters away under such tremendous force was indeed terrifying. After a single test launch, Gao Yang hastened back to the laboratory. Ding! Detection indicates that the host has developed a rocket-propelled shell with the potential for a 10,000-fold amplification. Shall amplification proceed? Amplify? Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Yang seized the opportunity, knowing that he could not continue to recharge otherwise. The prize will appeared before him. Drawing from his previous experience in power control, Gao Yang approached and spun the wheel effortlessly. With minimal force, the wheel completed half a rotation and came to rest precisely on the 10,000-fold amplification. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have randomly achieved a 10,000-fold amplification of the rocket-propelled shell's power. Gao Yang was momentarily stunned. It was not the range, but the power that had been amplified 10,000-fold. Would this still be considered a rocket-propelled shell? It was akin to a rocket-propelled nuclear weapon. In the laboratory, the equipment autonomously sprang to life once more. The various materials previously used to create the rocket were combined and compressed in a unique manner. The entire manufacturing process accelerated rapidly, as if a supercharger had been engaged. In merely 2 minutes, a rocket launcher and shell materialized before Gao Yang. The launcher measured approximately 1 meter in length, equipped with a rear support to counteract recoil. The front featured a rocket shell with a diameter of about 12 centimeters, its tip sharply pointed. Ding! Due to limitations in laboratory equipment and manufacturing materials, the current power of the rocket-propelled shell is amplified 6,700 times. Gao Yang was taken aback, although it did not reach 10,000 times. 6,700 times was still astonishing. After all, the numerous products designed previously in this laboratory typically achieved only a few hundred times amplification. Most astonishing was the fact that such terrifying power was achieved without the utilization of nuclear energy. Purely explosive materials could yield such magnitude? As Gao Yang marveled, a torrent of memories flooded his mind. The enhancement of this RPG not only fortified the rocket warhead, but also inadvertently strengthened the launcher. The launcher was designed to ensure that, under the original electromagnetic intensity, the rocket would not detonate. This required superlative precision in electromagnetic control. Next came the amplification of the rocket's power, which hinged upon the composition of the explosives. In truth, humanity has nearly reached the pinnacle of explosive formulae. Yet, within the amplified knowledge system, this pinnacle is rendered trivial. It is akin to the formidable bombs of modernity compared to the fireworks of antiquity. The force of an explosion is no longer confined to the mere quantity of gunpowder used. Building upon diverse material ratios, different loading structures can elevate the explosive power to unprecedented heights. This is how an explosion potency of over 6,000 times is achieved. Even a 1,000-fold increase is attainable, albeit requiring additional materials unavailable in the laboratory, thus limiting it to just over 6,000 times. After absorbing all this knowledge, Gao Yang exhaled, filled with surprise. This enhancement, initially regarded as a mere opportunity, yielded unforeseen delights. Firstly, there was an augmentation in electromagnetic technology. Though the enhancement pertained to power, an increase in force can cause rockets to detonate prematurely due to strong electromagnetism. Hence, the electromagnetic aspect was also enhanced, becoming more refined and error-free. This technology is applicable to nearly all electromagnetic devices. Then there are the rockets. Such terrifyingly powerful rockets could even replace missile warheads. Affordable and potent. Furthermore, placing the rockets directly on an electromagnetic railgun allows for a range of several hundred kilometers, combined with astounding power and low cost, rendering it utterly invincible. Among the most treasured memories was the formula for gunpowder. This formula can be utilized in all explosive weaponry, even in bullets. When fired, the bullets possess the same power as grenades. The warriors of the Dragon Country would undoubtedly dominate the battlefield. Not even the most robust bulletproof vests could withstand the bullets from handguns. With anticipation, Gao Yang exited the laboratory, eager to test the capabilities of this new RPG. Upon stepping out, he encountered Ruo, who was accompanied by 3 other girls from the research team. All 4 were taken aback upon seeing the rocket launcher slung over Gao Yang's shoulder. Had it truly been manufactured already? The efficiency was astonishing, almost beyond belief. Is this the rocket launcher we designed? Gao Yang glanced at the launcher, acknowledging, it is, though I made some modifications. Ruo hurried forward, examining the rocket launcher closely, exclaiming, it's so exquisite, your efficiency is astounding. Another girl grasped a rocket, noting, the tip of this rocket is pointed, it should fly even farther. What is the purpose of this structure? The women scrutinized the 20-pound weapon intently. However, as they observed, Ruo and her companions were somewhat puzzled. It was not merely similar to their design, but rather bore a strikingly different essence. Noticing their expressions of disappointment, Gao Yang reassured them. This is a refined improvement built upon your concepts. The core remains the electromagnetic rail launcher. Ruo replied pensively. But adding an electromagnetic rail launcher to the rocket launcher is also your idea. After voicing her thoughts, she swiftly changed the subject. Where are you headed now? To the shooting range. To test the power of this RPG, Gao Yang responded. As Ruo and her companion's eyes sparkled with excitement, they inquired, shall we go take a look together? It is in the nature of living beings to seek out the spectacle. Gao Yang was indifferent, a visit would suffice. And at most, they would merely draft a confidentiality agreement. The identities of those in the special class had undergone scrutiny, thus there would be no cause for concern. The group of 5 proceeded directly to the shooting range. Within the designated area for testing RPGs, the staff remained present. They glanced at Gao Yang, offering a smile, and asked, are you here for a test? Would you require a target precision assessment? No need, Gao Yang responded, directing his gaze towards the protective gear situated behind the range. Please equip the entire set of protective gear. The staff chuckled, explaining that the gear primarily served to mitigate the risk of injury from explosive shrapnel, while also including noise-canceling earplugs. However, it was noted that few donned protective gear at the range, as the distance of over 300 meters rendered such precautions largely unnecessary. Upon Gao Yang's instruction, Ruo and her companions promptly complied, donning the protective gear. They even procured a set for Gao Yang, adhering to the tendency to conform. The on-site staff also clad themselves in protective gear and donned safety goggles. With all preparations complete, they stood ready to commence the test. Chapter 59, An Earthquake? Gao Yang hoisted the RPG, extending its support frame, which he firmly planted against the ground to maximize recoil reduction. With a deep breath, he loaded the rocket into the launcher, feeling a twinge of anxiety. This device possessed destructive potential that rivaled that of laser weapons. While laser technology had its limitations, operating solely in straight lines, this marvel could achieve parabolic trajectories with a mere change of launcher. The power amplification was over 6,000 times, promising a terrifying outcome. However, the shooting range was expansive, with the explosion's epicenter located more than 300 meters from the launch point, a distance equivalent to 3 playgrounds in length. The residual shockwaves could not possibly reach that far. Gao Yang steadied his nerves and pressed the launch button. The rocket, propelled by electromagnetic force, shot forth instantaneously, piercing into the distant mountain before the fuse ignited. In the next moment, everyone felt the ground tremble violently. A staff member exclaimed, "What an earthquake!" Then, in an instant, he widened his eyes in disbelief as he witnessed a scene that would be etched in his memory forever. The nearly 100-meter-high mountain split apart, not merely cracked, but violently shattered. Countless clods of earth, stones, trees, and dry grass were sent flying in all directions. A deafening roar followed. Boom. The sound nearly deafened him, sending vibrations coursing through his entire body. The ground shook even more intensely, leaving him bewildered. What was happening? He had experienced earthquakes before, but never anything so bizarre. Why was the mountain breaking apart? Was it the emergence of the Monkey King? The staff member was left in a daze, as were several female classmates, including Ruo, who stared in astonishment. They witnessed the terrifying power unleashed by Gao Yang's rocket. They understood the capabilities of various weapons, and their knowledge only amplified their shock. How could such a small rocket possess such catastrophic might? A mountain over 100 meters tall. Surely not even a missile could produce such an outrageous effect. This was nearly equivalent to the force of a nuclear bomb. Excluding radiation damage, the effective range and power of a conventional nuclear weapon were comparable. In awe, they gaped, even forgetting to scream in astonishment. Gao Yang, too, was taken aback. He had greatly overestimated the rocket's power, only to discover that he had still underestimated its potential. Listening to the tremendous roar, Gao Yang felt a tightening in his chest as he beheld the surging wave of earth. The tumultuous mass rolled outwards, an awe-inspiring sight. Many might perceive this merely as dust being stirred up, but as an insider, he recognized the danger it posed. The force of the earth wave was immense, capable of easily toppling individuals. Being knocked down was a minor concern. The true peril lay in the stones and debris on the ground. Propelled by the earth wave and scattering in all directions, their impact akin to that of small-caliber bullets. Gao Yang urgently shouted, "Get down." There were sandbags in front of the launch pad. Lying down would mitigate the risk of the earth wave. After his shout, he realized that no one was paying attention. Amidst the thunderous roar of the explosion, they could not discern the thoughts of Gao Yang. He swiftly kicked the 2 guards, urging them to save lives, before lunging towards the nearest female classmate. Ruo and another girl found themselves pinned to the ground by Gao Yang. The guards, now awakening from their stupor, swiftly subdued the remaining female classmates and staff. Everyone dropped to the ground as the wave of earth approached. With a resounding thud, a multitude of debris was swept along with the earth wave, crashing against the sandbags and the rear wall. Boom! The wall crumbled under the force of the tumultuous wave. Following this was the cacophony of falling soil, rocks, and even small saplings. For a full half-minute, all fell silent as the dust settled. Gao Yang called out loudly, "Are there any casualties?" Faintly, he heard someone speaking. Lowering his gaze, he met Ruo's bewildered expression as she muttered, "Is this an RPG?" Panic surged within Gao Yang. He feared the girl might have been stunned by the blast. Another female classmate, equally perplexed, asked, "What just happened?" Turning his head, Gao Yang noticed a staff member grinning foolishly, a crack marring his goggles. It appeared debris had struck them. Thankfully, he had worn the goggles, or he might have lost his sight. The 2 guards rose and stood beside Gao Yang, their faces still etched with shock. Further away, beyond the fallen wall, over 20 disheveled guards could be seen. Their visibility was granted by the wall's collapse. Some among them bore injuries, all equally bewildered by the unfolding chaos. What had just occurred? Where had that massive mountain gone? Gao Yang gazed towards the mountain's direction. The 100-meter-high hill, long utilized for testing more powerful weaponry, had remained intact for years. Yet now, not only was the mountain gone, but a pit had appeared in its place. Strangely, the ground seemed devoid of much soil or stone. Where had the earth and rocks gone? Instinctively, Gao Yang raised his head to see numerous small dark specks in the distant sky, all consisting of debris and soil. That direction appeared to lead to the school. Inside the school, students had already fled from the classrooms. As the building trembled, both students and teachers rushed to open ground, only to be met with the deafening sound of the explosion. What on earth? We are situated on flatlands. How could there be an earthquake? They hurried to check the news, questioning if it was aftershocks from a distant quake. What was happening? An earthquake coupled with thunder, the earth splitting apart? This was unlike any earthquake. Having experienced several in the Sichuan-Chongqing region, they knew quakes typically lasted longer. Who the hell threw stones? I got hit on the head, exclaimed one. Damn, there's dirt and grass. Amidst the gasps of disbelief, someone looked up and shouted, Look, there are so many stones in the sky. Is it raining stones? Countless individuals lifted their heads, and in a flurry of alarm, they scattered in search of shelter. A torrent of debris and soil plummeted rapidly. Students who ran slowly found themselves showered in rubble. Bewildered, they turned to their teachers, asking, What is happening? The teachers, equally perplexed, had never encountered such a situation in their decades of life. As the dust settled, the school's administration began to take action. Their first step was to investigate the situation. Upon inquiry, they discovered that no earthquakes had occurred in the vicinity. Principal Gon sat in the conference room awaiting the results when suddenly the phone rang. He pulled out his mobile, preparing to hang up. At that moment, he wished to ignore all matters. However, upon glancing at the caller ID displaying the name Gao Yang, he felt compelled to answer. Nothing was more important than Gao Yang's call. Upon answering, Principal Gon's tone softened considerably. Are you all right? Gao Yang's voice boomed through the receiver. What did you say? I can't hear you. I'm reporting to you that I just blew up the mountain at the shooting range. Principal Gon was taken aback, and the eyes of everyone in the conference room turned towards him, having overheard the contents of the call. A chilling realization dawned upon them. Someone had detonated the mountain at the shooting range, sending rocks and dirt flying. But how could this be possible? The mountain was a kilometer away from the school. What kind of explosive could launch debris that far? A nuclear bomb? Principal Gon observed the curious gazes of his colleagues and motioned for silence, then inquired loudly, What did you use to detonate it? Are you unharmed? I'm fine. I used an RPG. An RPG? Principal Gon echoed, incredulous. Can an RPG send rocks flying to the school? I modified it. Its power is quite substantial. Principal Gon remained doubtful, feeling the need to verify the situation firsthand. I'm coming to find you. Are you at the shooting range now? Chapter 60. Where has my mountain gone? Upon confirming that Gao Yang was indeed at the shooting range, Principal Gon put away his phone and turned to the bewildered expressions of the school's senior administrators. It seemed they had likely identified the cause. Gao Yang had launched an enhanced RPG at the mountain of the shooting range. The school's leadership had not fully grasped what Gao Yang had conveyed during the phone call, and now, their brows furrowed in disbelief. Principal Gon, if this is something we cannot be told, please be straightforward. Treating us as fools is rather disrespectful. The principal himself found the situation absurd. How could an RPG possibly blast Earth from the mountain so far away? He too was skeptical, thus he decided to investigate. Are you all coming along? Almost in unison, the entire senior administration rose to their feet, their curiosity piqued. A group of them hastened to the shooting range, and along the way, they observed the road littered with fragments of dirt and stones, alongside withered grass and saplings. Principal Gon felt a sense of shock wash over him. The mountain at the shooting range lay 2 kilometers from the school. After all, many bullets from firearms could not reach such distances. What kind of terrifying power did an RPG possess? Moreover, the dirt and debris scattered on the ground seemed rather excessive. Just how much of the mountain had Gao Yang obliterated? Had he leveled it to a flat surface? As they pondered this, their convoy had already exited the school premises. In the open space between the school and the shooting range, large clumps of earth, some measuring a full meter square, had appeared. Some stones had created depressions in the ground, and as they approached the shooting range, the quantity of dirt only increased. Principal Gon, the school's senior officials, and even the driver were left in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. The muddy rain that had fallen at the school paled in comparison to the devastation here. It was merely dust in the wind. Gazing into the distance at the shooting range, everyone widened their eyes. They were quite familiar with this place, often hosting groups for assessments and attending ceremonies. The mountain, which had once been visible upon exiting the school, had vanished without a trace. The expansive shooting range, now devoid of its defining feature, appeared strangely unfamiliar. The principal's lips moved in confusion. Where has my mountain gone? He had assumed Gao Yang had merely removed a portion of the mountain, but now he realized reality was far more outrageous than he had imagined. A mountain over 100 meters high, specifically designated as a characteristic of the shooting range, had simply disappeared entirely? How could this be possible? Had a nuclear weapon been deployed? The school's leadership shared a similar expression of bewilderment. What was happening? Their minds struggled to process this. Even a nuclear explosion would yield such results, wouldn't it? The driver, fully focused on navigating the road, trembled with fear. At long last, the convoy reached the shooting range. The scene was one of utter chaos. Several individuals from nearby shooting ranges had already been rescued, but the sudden, thunderous noise had startled many, plunging them into panic. Fortunately, the injuries sustained were all minor. Security personnel were tending to the injured, applying bandages and soothing those who had been frightened. As the convoy came to a halt and the school's senior officials disembarked, their expressions mirrored that of confusion. From a distance, the mountain was nowhere to be seen. Up close, even its base had vanished, replaced by a gaping pit. Principal Gon hurried to the edge of the pit, gazing into it with a sense of disbelief before turning to Gao Yang. An RPG? Gao Yang lifted the rocket launcher, exclaiming, "Precisely." Principal Gon appeared somewhat bewildered. "What kind of warhead?" "My specially crafted warhead, a conventional one." "Conventional?" Gon sensed a dryness in his words. How could a conventional weapon possibly obliterate a mountain, leaving such a vast crater? Even nuclear weapons must be buried deep underground to achieve such an effect. Suddenly, Principal Gon's brow furrowed. The explosive power is immense, yet how is it that the casualty radius remains so confined? It merely demolished the mountain. The surrounding damage is primarily due to the debris ejected from the mountain itself. However, logically speaking, to eject debris from such a height, the explosion's core must have reached at least 1 to 2 kilometers, if not more. My rocket launcher is equipped with an electromagnetic rail launcher, enabling the rocket to achieve a range of 10 kilometers. In tests, I directly struck the mountain. Principal Gon realized that the debris from the mountain absorbed the energy of the explosion. At that moment, he felt a strange relief that the mountain was gone. Had such immense force detonated at ground level, the explosion would have had a radius of at least 2 kilometers, reducing everything at the testing site to nothingness, including Gao Yang. Even the school would have faced obliteration. Gazing at Gao Yang, Principal Gon felt an impulse to express his anger over the reckless testing, deeming it excessively dangerous. Without this mountain, how perilous would this explosion have been? Yet, as the words formed on his lips, his tone softened, adopting a conciliatory approach. In future tests, ensure comprehensive preparations are made. It would be best to inform me in advance. Gao Yang nodded, having learned a valuable lesson. He had acquired an extensive understanding of the explosive power and had thus allocated several hundred meters as a buffer zone. However, he hadn't anticipated such a magnitude. Had he known the potential for such devastation, he would have hesitated to conduct the test here. The absence of the mountain. Principal Gon felt a lingering apprehension. We should erect a monument to express our gratitude. Without this mountain, we might not be here. As he spoke, Principal Gon's phone rang. He retrieved it, glancing at the unfamiliar number before answering. "Hello? Is this Principal Gon? We are from the Earthquake Bureau. We have detected an explosion at the Defense Technology University and nearby areas, resulting in a minor earthquake." Principal Gon quickly connected the dots. The school conducted a weapons test. The staff member at the Earthquake Bureau hesitated. "The data we have observed indicates an explosive yield of around 10,000 tons. Were they testing a nuclear device? Let us keep the explosion under wraps for now and only report the earthquake. This situation is quite complicated. I need to consult with my superiors first. I will contact you again shortly." "Understood." Principal Gon ended the call and turned to the school's senior officials, contemplating how to address the matter. The senior staff were equally bewildered. They were aware of Gao Yang's existence and his eccentricities, yet they had never fathomed it would escalate to such absurdity. It was so outrageous that they now dared not inquire further. Conventional weaponry capable of unleashing such terrifying explosive power, according to their understanding, seems almost impossible, unless an immense quantity of explosives is amassed. To achieve such a magnitude of force with an RPG would be akin to positioning a rocket launcher with an equivalent weight of TNT as a locomotive. Principal Gon gazed at the bewildered senior officials. "You should return to the school and reassure the students, while organizing personnel to tidy up the premises. We must ensure that students refrain from disseminating information online. Those who have already posted should delete it to minimize the impact. Contact the construction team to clear all dirt and debris surrounding the shooting range." Very well. The school administration turned away, eager to quell the ripples caused by this test. Principal Gon rubbed his temples, preparing to communicate with the authorities. After making several calls, he found himself increasingly frustrated, for each conversation required a detailed explanation of the situation. Without clarification, they would not believe him. Even with explanations, skepticism lingered. After several calls, Principal Gon felt a twinge of uncertainty and turned to Gao Yang, asking, "Are you certain that what was used was indeed an RPG?" Chapter 61, 15,000 tons of equivalent. Gao Yang could perceive Principal Gon's astonishment and nodded once more, assuring him, "We'll conduct further tests. I will certainly involve you." Principal Gon cast another glance at the crater left by the explosion, feeling a shiver run down his spine. "We cannot conduct tests carelessly. I will arrange for you to test in the desert." As he spoke, Principal Gon found the notion somewhat absurd. Testing an RPG in the desert? It is well known that the desert is specifically designated for such experiments. Gao Yang felt a twinge of anticipation for the subsequent tests. This time, he had only witnessed the explosive effect, The precise magnitude of the explosion remained somewhat unclear. Principal Gan solemnly stated, "You should go to the hospital for a checkup. I will handle things here." "I am fine," Gao Yang waved dismissively. "Go," Principal Gan insisted. "Such a powerful explosion at close range will undoubtedly have an impact. Even if you are unharmed, they must still take her for examination." Gao Yang glanced at Ruo and the others, who were being attended to by security, and appeared dazed. He felt a bit of a headache. He was psychologically prepared, so he was fine. But these individuals had not anticipated such an event and were likely quite frightened. Although this state of shock was likely to be temporary, a checkup would be prudent. The security personnel assisted Ruo and the others into the vehicle, transporting them directly to the hospital for assessment. Gao Yang also underwent an examination. He was unharmed, while Ruo and the others were diagnosed with shock and prescribed some calming medication. By the time they left the hospital, the group had largely recovered. Their faces were slightly pale, but there were no significant concerns, only the lingering terror evident in their eyes when they looked at Gao Yang. He surmised that after this experience, their penchant for excitement would likely be curbed. At the shooting range, military technicians had arrived on site, swiftly gathering information. They first measured the radiation levels, as the terrifying explosion had led nearly everyone to suspect it was a nuclear blast. However, upon testing, no radiation was detected. Next, they calculated the dimensions of the crater, the depth, and other measurements, all of which required precise evaluation. Through modeling, they aimed to reconstruct the original mountain. The modeling images even depicted the surrounding areas where large clumps of earth had fallen. Based on this information, they would compute the explosive equivalent generated. The technicians at the shooting range also produced the complete data and video recordings of the explosion test. A group of military officials huddled around a computer, their heads closely aligned, entirely unconcerned with appearances. They were currently both excited and apprehensive. Their excitement stemmed from the potential of this explosive to significantly enhance the defensive capabilities of the Dragon Nation, while their anxiety arose from the fear of a blunder. In the footage, Gao Yang entered the shooting range with several female classmates, donning protective gear. From this process, they could discern that Gao Yang was aware of the considerable power of the upcoming test. However, gazing at the vast crater before them, the protective gear appeared somewhat inadequate. The only truly useful piece was likely the headphones. Without them, the deafening blast would surely rupture the eardrums of everyone present at the shooting range. Once they completed donning their protective gear, it was time to fire. The moment they opened fire, the mountainside crumbled instantly. A hush fell over the group of military officials. After a prolonged silence, one of them remarked, "Surely this video cannot be edited? To achieve such formidable explosive power, it is unlikely that a nuclear bomb could be contained within such a diminutive size." As the conversation unfolded, technicians rushed from the distance, their faces etched with shock. Report. Based on the on-site calculations, the explosive yield exceeds 15,000 tons. A profound silence enveloped the military personnel. 15,000 tons? That is equivalent to the little boy. However, while the little boy, as a nuclear weapon, inflicts additional collateral damage, this bomb is solely responsible for explosive devastation. The overall lethality falls significantly short, yet the magnitude of its power is undeniable. The prospect of such a terrifying explosion emanating from such a compact form is preposterous. Most critically, in actual combat, the use of nuclear weapons is strictly prohibited due to severe repercussions. Yet this device can be deployed. Its strategic implications are immense. Nevertheless, they found it difficult to fathom how conventional weaponry could possess such overwhelming power. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There is no way explosives could yield such terrifying force. There must have been a significant quantity of explosives buried in the mountains beforehand." The speaker was also a researcher, a leading professor at the Defense Technology Research Institute, specializing in various explosive materials. He had previously developed numerous bomb formulas. Now, he found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt. The technician shook his head. No explosive components have been detected on site. If there were a substantial amount of explosives detonating, we would at least detect a strong odor. But nothing has been found so far. This suggests that the explosives were either minimal or not conventional. The professor could not contain himself. Where are the researchers? Principal Gan recognized the professor's agitation. Encountering such an anomaly would excite anyone, as it fundamentally disrupts their understanding, especially for researchers, whose daily realms of expertise have suddenly been overturned. They must now be questioning their very existence. The individual who developed this RPG went to the hospital for a checkup, as he was too close to the blast site, and I fear he may have incurred internal injuries. A sense of unease settled among everyone present. Gao Yang absolutely must not be harmed. Before they could speak, Principal Gan's phone rang. It was a call. Upon answering, he heard Gao Yang on the other end. "I've returned to the school and completed a full checkup. There are no issues, and the others are also fine." "That is a relief," Principal Gan exhaled, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders as he hung up. Gao Yang has just been examined and is unharmed. With that, he was met with a multitude of hopeful gazes. He understood that these individuals were eager to see Gao Yang. However, meeting him would not be so simple. At least, those present were not deemed worthy. Among the arrivals, aside from the researchers from the Defense Academy, the others were merely there to gather data. They would have to wait. After the military personnel reported all information, within half an hour, a significant number of troop transport vehicles arrived at the Defense Technology University. The university was swiftly placed under military control. The students adapted quickly, as many had entered school equivalent to enlisting. This military oversight was to prepare for the arrival of even more significant figures. Within just 2 hours, a multitude of helicopters descended. They all hailed from the prominent military districts across the nation, first arriving at the nearest airport via commercial aircraft, and then taking helicopters to their destination. Almost as soon as they received the astonishing news, they rushed over at unparalleled speed. After all, the information was simply extraordinary. The data currently calculated has the potential to upend the entire defense system. An explosion with a yield of 15,000 tons could create a lethally hazardous zone extending up to 2 kilometers. Within a radius of 2 kilometers, not a single life would remain. Its compact size is equally striking. In comparison, conventional warheads struggle to cover a diameter of even 200 meters. If we use bunker busters as a metaphor, they can effortlessly penetrate several layers of high-rise buildings before detonating, leaving the structures intact. However, if the explosive material of a bunker buster were replaced with this enigmatic bomb, it would penetrate underground, annihilating everything in its path. Furthermore, all other explosives could potentially be substituted, with their destructive power becoming equally terrifying. Such a significant breakthrough warrants the utmost seriousness from everyone involved. One by one, the distinguished individuals adorned with 3 stars entered the school, with many bearing 2 or 3 stars. This left the students in awe and bewilderment. Such high-ranking figures are scarce across the entire Dragon Nation, so why have they all converged here? Chapter 62. Self-heating hot pot. Principal Gon hurriedly called Gao Yang. But at that moment, Gao Yang was engrossed in crafting new rockets in the laboratory. The sole rocket previously made had been utilized, and to conduct further tests, several more needed to be produced. Upon answering the call, Gao Yang replied curtly, "I'm busy. What is it?" "The military is quite interested in the RPG you are developing. They have arrived at the school." With crucial tasks at hand, Gao Yang could not afford to be distracted. The open explosives posed a significant danger. "I am in the lab and cannot leave right now. Please take them to see the craters first." With that, he abruptly ended the call. Principal Gon trembled under the scrutinizing gazes of the dignitaries, his voice lacking conviction. "Gao Yang is currently occupied and cannot come over. Shall I take you to see the craters?" They had already glimpsed them from the helicopter. One of the dignitaries inquired, "Where is he?" "We shall wait for him." The generals, despite their urgency, had set aside their pressing matters to come here, yet upon arrival, their demeanor shifted to one of patience. After all, those engaged in research would not simply vanish. A brief wait was of no consequence. The assembly of dignitaries gathered outside the laboratory, awaiting with bated breath. At the entrance stood Gao Yang's guards, who felt an immense pressure bearing down upon them. The tension was palpable, yet it was intertwined with a sense of pride. The door they guarded was not to be breached by anyone, not even the high-ranking officials. The individuals they protected were deserving of their respect and patience. Yet, as time passed and more people arrived, that pride gradually morphed into anxiety. A particularly absurd situation unfolded as the group waited interminably. Those arriving in the afternoon lingered until 6:30 in the evening, still stationed at the entrance. Silence reigned, amplifying the pressure around them. Principal Gon too sensed this weighty atmosphere as he observed the assembly of dignitaries. "Shall we perhaps wait until after dinner?" The foremost dignitaries, all of high rank, merely glanced at Principal Gon. "Has he eaten in the lab?" Principal Gon fell silent, realizing that Gao Yang had remained in the laboratory since the afternoon. A surge of admiration mingled with guilt welled up within him. He resolved to assign a dedicated caretaker to Gao Yang, for his habit of late nights and irregular meals was detrimental to his health. Meanwhile, Gao Yang had completely forgotten about those waiting outside. He savored his self-heating hot pot while attentively monitoring several machines at work. One of the machines was busy polishing bullets. He had not solely focused on manufacturing rockets. He had also crafted a batch of bullets. Initially, he intended to produce handgun ammunition, but after considering the short range and potential for self-harm, he altered his plan to create sniper rounds. The projectiles contained explosive tips designed for sniper rifles. They would only activate upon impact with hard surfaces, ensuring excellent safety. Upon finishing his hot pot, Gao Yang completed the polishing of all bullets. The silvery projectiles gleamed with a smooth surface, each featuring a small hole at the tip for filling with explosives. This was a meticulous endeavor, The time required for filling a few bullets exceeded that of crafting rockets. Nevertheless, Gao Yang was filled with anticipation, for this endeavor truly captivated his interest. During the confrontation, a single shot was delivered to the adversary clad in heavy protective gear. The instant the bullet struck, it detonated, sending the enemy flying. Alternatively, a misfire could inadvertently result in the opponent's demise, yielding spectacular effects. Having completed the necessary preparations and contemplating where to conduct the test, Gao Yang suddenly recalled the phone call from the afternoon. Checking the time on his phone, he noted that the call had been at 3:30 p.m., and now it was 11 p.m. Gao Yang returned the call to Principal Gon. "Hello? I've finished my work. Where are you now?" "At the laboratory entrance," replied Principal Gon, his voice somewhat hoarse, suggesting a blocked nose. Gao Yang hurried out of the lab. Outside the laboratory stood an assembly of generals, all lined up in perfect order. The front row consisted entirely of high-ranking officials adorned with 3 stars, totaling at least 40 individuals. While Gao Yang recognized a few, most were unfamiliar faces. He was taken aback. Had these individuals been waiting for him outside the laboratory for an extended period? His gaze fell upon Principal Gon, who was dressed lightly, his nose reddened by the biting evening wind. Suddenly, someone spoke up. "It was General Zhou. We've been waiting so long that I'm famished. Let us head to the cafeteria for a meal." While immersing oneself in research is commendable, neglecting one's health is not. A robust body ensures ample time for future studies. Gao Yang nodded. "I had a self-heating hot pot in the lab. It was quite palatable." Principal Gon nearly lost his composure at this revelation. So many individuals had gathered for Gao Yang, considering he hadn't eaten. Yet it turned out he had dined on hot pot in the lab. General Zhou was momentarily taken aback before chuckling and shifting the topic. "What kind of explosives did you use for the mountain demolition?" "I utilized gunpowder, albeit with a unique formulation," Gao Yang replied. A researcher seated nearby sprang to his feet and approached Gao Yang. "Impossible." The researcher, a professor from the Defense Science Academy, was visibly agitated. "No matter how gunpowder is mixed, it cannot possess such terrifying power. There is only so much energy available. How could it release more?" Gao Yang refrained from answering, as the explanation was complex, and discussing it here could take all night. "Then what do you suppose I used in my rocket?" The professor was momentarily flummoxed by this retort, caught off guard. Typically, Gao Yang would engage in a debate. This question left him momentarily speechless, for he had no theoretical basis to provide an answer. Gao Yang bypassed the professor and addressed General Zhou. "Let us go eat. We can converse while dining." Agreed. The group proceeded to the cafeteria in a grand procession. The chef had worked overtime to prepare for their arrival. Gao Yang joined the esteemed individuals at a table, treating the occasion as a late-night snack. As they dined and engaged in casual conversation, General Zhou inquired, "Was that mountain truly demolished by a rocket?" "Yes," Gao Yang affirmed with a nod. "I have just developed this type of explosive, and my control over its power is not yet precise. After this explosion, I calculated that the absolute lethal range on the ground should be around 2 kilometers, with significant explosive waves extending to a 5-kilometer radius, capable of causing injury." General Zhou furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "Testing this should be straightforward. We need a launcher capable of hitting 5 kilometers. Or we could simply place the rocket inside a missile warhead. I've already resolved that matter." Gao Yang chuckled. "My rocket launcher has a range of 10 kilometers. At the dining table, a group of individuals turned to gaze at Gao Yang, incredulity etched on their faces. "A 10-kilometer RPG? This seems rather absurd. The standard limit is merely a few hundred meters, and now you're claiming it has increased 20-fold? Such a range, such a lethality. This contraption is somewhat invincible." As Gao Yang spoke, he produced a bullet, declaring, "Today, I am primarily focused on this device, an explosive sniper round. The specifics of its explosive lethality remain uncertain and will require testing." General Zhou took the bullet, intrigued. "An explosive round? What kind of power can we expect?" "At the very least, it must equate to that of a high-explosive grenade." The cafeteria fell into an abrupt silence as the surrounding diners leaned in, captivated by the conversation at the table. Upon hearing this, their minds momentarily stalled. The lethal radius of a high-explosive grenade is 12 meters. If this bullet is loaded into a firearm and it veers off target by 10 meters, could it still potentially be fatal? Chapter 63, Testing the Bullets. General Zhou, who was well acquainted with Gao Yang, envisioned an automatic targeting sniper rifle equipped with explosive rounds. With a single shot, the enemy would evaporate into thin air. According to the sacrifice statistics of the Bald Eagle, not a single life would be lost in such a grand battle. The thought of this scenario made General Zhou eager to test these weapons. However, it was already midnight, and it seemed inappropriate to summon Gao Yang for testing at this hour. After taking a couple of bites of his meal, General Zhou remarked, "We must arrange the testing promptly. With such formidable power, I suggest we conduct the tests in the desert, don't you think, old Zhou?" An elderly general nodded in agreement. Indeed, there is nothing lacking there. We can test at any time. Another general added, it's a pity it's so late. Gao Yang needs his rest. Indeed, rest was crucial. As they spoke, several generals turned their gazes toward Gao Yang. Initially, he did not grasp the conversation's meaning. But upon noticing so many eyes on him, he suddenly realized they were urging him. Their implication was clear. They were ready to test at any moment. But they were considering his need for rest. Yet, they only considered his rest and not his desire to participate in the testing. Gao Yang promptly responded, I can rest in the vehicle. Almost instantaneously, the cafeteria erupted with the sounds of hurried eating. Everyone accelerated their meals as if they had activated a booster. Goodness, they had all been eavesdropping. Some were already on the phone. Prepare the testing site for the weapons. Specifications? Follow the nuclear test standards. Get the planes ready at the airport. They should arrive in about an hour. Personnel, including guards, around 300. After a few calls, everything was arranged. Within 2 minutes of finishing the calls, a throng had completed their meals, eagerly watching Gao Yang. Having only consumed half of his meal, Gao Yang glanced at the expectant faces and raised his bowl, addressing the lady in charge. I'll return the cafeteria bowl later. The lady quickly replied, no need to return it. A group of people escorted Gao Yang to the parking area. As he walked and ate, he finished his meal by the time he reached the vehicle. Several generals were astonished. You can eat while walking? Gao Yang was equally surprised. Can't you eat while walking? General Zhou had already opened the car door. Enough chatter. Let us get in and head out. Once aboard, they first went to the laboratory to collect 6 rocket projectiles before setting off for the nearest military airport. In the dead of night, a convoy of military vehicles formed a long line on the road, with troop carriers leading the way, escorted by armored vehicles. Truly a sight to behold. Gao Yang dozed off in the vehicle, then continued to sleep on the plane. After disembarking, he kept sleeping in the car. It wasn't until they entered the desert that Gao Yang finally awoke, wrapped in a blanket, nestled in the vehicle, gazing out at the dawn breaking over the endless yellow sands. So, this is the desert? He mused. Beside him sat General Zhou. Is this your first time in the desert? Yes. Gao Yang adjusted his blanket. It feels quite pleasant. If one does not seize the opportunity to experience this now, the prospect of visiting a desert in the future may only lead one to remote, overseas dunes. The efforts in desert afforestation have been progressing remarkably over the years, and it is conceivable that in a few years, deserts may no longer exist. The vehicle continued its journey deeper into the arid landscape, and under the sun's relentless rays, the temperature began to rise. By the time we arrived at a small base within the desert, it was already 9 in the morning. Everyone disembarked and entered the facility. Inside, there was a specialized observation room designated for testing purposes. The spacious room, estimated to encompass around 200 to 300 square meters, featured numerous screens adorning one wall. Behind these screens, a multitude of technicians diligently operated various observation equipment. Some screens displayed satellite imagery, illustrating the entire area as captured from above. Additionally, there were aerial views from unmanned drones, striving to ensure clarity at the explosion sites. This location appeared to be specifically designed for testing the efficacy of weaponry. Equipped with a full array of professional apparatus, General Zhou remarked, there are 3 explosion points in total. The first 2 tests will involve detonating explosives directly within the designated zones to assess the blast radius and power, while the third point will focus on testing remote attacks. Gao Yang directly liaised with the technicians, instructing them on how to initiate the detonation of the warheads. The technicians each took a rocket to the explosion site to set up the necessary detonating measures. As this process unfolded, a group turned to Gao Yang and suggested, shall we test the bullet first? All right, Gao Yang responded, eager to engage with the sniping apparatus. Is there a sniper rifle available? Indeed, General Zhou replied with a smile, leading Gao Yang outside. The sniper rifle test required minimal preparation. A vehicle was driven a kilometer away, where a metal target was placed. The bullet was loaded into the sniper rifle, and the technicians secured the weapon. Everyone stepped back. Although Gao Yang was keen to fire, given that this was the initial test, he opted for caution. Pressing the switch from a distance, the automated platform discharged the rifle. With a thunderous boom, the bullet soared forth, hurtling towards the horizon. The prominent figures immediately raised their binoculars. The target remained unscathed as the bullet struck a distant sand dune. With another resounding blast, a cloud of yellow sand erupted into the air. The distance was too great for the automated shooting platform to achieve precision. However, this miss also underscored the bullet's safety. Gao Yang approached to retrieve the sniper rifle, declaring, allow me. The assembly of dignitaries watched with amusement as he took his position on the ground, diligently aiming at the distant target. The target was a massive steel structure, half a meter in height, yet Gao Yang, after a moment of focus, turned to General Zhou, inquiring, Sir, do we have a larger target? The previously tense atmosphere lightened considerably, and laughter erupted among the group. amused by Gao Yang's desire to engage further despite the initial misfire. Nonetheless, General Zhong was agreeable to the request, asking, "What size do you require? How about 2 meters high and 5 meters long?" Gao Yang replied, "Very well." General Zhong chuckled, picking up the intercom. "Bring the battle vehicle alongside the target." Not far from the target, a soldier maneuvered the vehicle to a halt, disembarking to run a distance away. Gao Yang gazed at the distant armored vehicle, somewhat bewildered. "Am I supposed to shoot the tank? What if I damage it?" The only target of such magnitude in this vicinity was indeed the tank. Observing Gao Yang's hesitation, General Zhong chuckled, "Since we're here, let's enjoy ourselves." This test inherently includes vehicle damage assessments. Moreover, there's no need to worry about the tank. Its exterior is fortified with layers of composite armor made from various materials. Even armor-piercing rounds would struggle to penetrate it. Your high-explosive shells might merely topple the tank. True destruction is unlikely. Gao Yang was taken aback. "Is it really that formidable?" General Zhong grinned. "It's the latest model, incorporating numerous advanced technologies." During the tests, grenades were tossed beneath the tank, causing it to soar into the air. Yet it landed without a scratch. Reassured, Gao Yang once more crouched down, focusing intently on the 2-meter-high tank in the distance. From a kilometer away, he squeezed the trigger. Boom! A thunderous explosion ensued, sending dust swirling, but he missed. General Zhou, unable to bear the sight any longer, approached Gao Yang. "Breathe steadily. Do not hold your breath." Aware of General Zhou's sharpshooting skills, Gao Yang heeded the advice and regulated his breathing. General Zhou continued, "After aiming, adjust for wind speed and the bullet's drop angle." After a pause, noticing General Zhou did not elaborate on how to make these adjustments, Gao Yang admitted, "I haven't learned that." General Zhou made a slight adjustment to the rifle's scope. "All set now. Just aim and fire." Chapter 64. Why is the power so feeble? With the adept adjustments made by the expert and the formidable size of the battle tank, aiming became a straightforward task for Gao Yang. He merely needed to line up his sights and pull the trigger. A thunderous roar erupted as the vehicle within the scope was struck. Boom! An even greater explosion followed. The distant tank was propelled away, shifting 2 to 3 meters. A crater, measuring 1 meter in diameter and half a meter deep, marred the vehicle's door, with the surrounding area utterly collapsed. All the generals stood in stunned silence, peering through their binoculars, witnessing that the tank had nearly been folded in half. Originally designed to accommodate 2 seats side by side, only one remained. The front and rear surfaces were grotesquely bulged outward, accompanied by that terrifying indentation. Although the bullet failed to penetrate the vehicle's specialized material, the catastrophic damage from the explosion effortlessly annihilated the tank. What was once touted as an invincible defensive vehicle was rendered inoperable on the spot. General Zhong lowered his binoculars after a considerable pause. His mind racing. Why had he ever thought of using a tank to allow Gao Yang to shoot? Furthermore, could a high-explosive grenade possibly cause such extensive damage? Bringing a self-propelled artillery piece here would likely yield similar results. General Zhong found it increasingly difficult to contain himself. "Wait, weren't you saying that the bullet's power was equivalent to that of a high-explosive grenade?" Gao Yang, too, was struggling to maintain composure. "This bullet is my first creation. I merely estimated its power based on the amount of gunpowder used. I suggested it might be comparable to a high-explosive grenade." General Zhong inhaled deeply. Was this really what comparable meant? Yet, this was not the moment to dwell on a single tank. The power of one bullet equating to that of a high-explosive grenade was an entirely different concept than equating it to a self-propelled artillery shell. Suppressing his astonishment, General Zhong turned to the technicians behind him. "Deploy the detection equipment immediately." "Understood." The technicians hurried off, laden with an array of devices, to a location 1 kilometer away, setting up various specialized apparatus. This time, General Zhou would take the shot. At a distance of 1 kilometer, General Zhou, barely taking the time to aim, simply squeezed the trigger. In an instant, the half-meter diameter metal target vanished from everyone's sight. Simultaneously, the surrounding dummies were sent flying. The technicians rushed forward to assess the situation, and after a moment, a voice crackled over the radio. The bullet detonated upon impact, shattering the metal target into countless fragments, which scattered into the sand dunes. All dummies within a 35-meter radius suffered fatal impacts. The gazes of the onlookers toward Gao Yang transformed dramatically. The lethal radius of a high-explosive grenade maxes out at 15 meters, yet Gao Yang's bullet had extended this range to a staggering 35 meters. Moreover, this 35-meter zone represented an absolute kill zone, inflicting mortal wounds. Such a bullet could be utilized like a cannon shell. Typically, the kill radius of a self-propelled artillery piece is merely around 35 meters. Using such a weapon to target individuals would be a gross misallocation. But it could be invaluable for equipping special operations teams to assault enemy positions. One bullet could obliterate an entire stronghold. It was undeniably effective. After all, special operations teams could effortlessly penetrate deep into enemy territory. The difficulty of utilizing artillery is exceedingly high, which is why special operations teams have previously been relegated to executing tasks such as decapitation. However, with the advent of such ammunition, armed with a sniper rifle, they can effectively obliterate enemy positions. A group of influential figures found their eyes gleaming with excitement. This innovation is nothing short of invincible. The testing continued, this time employing a destroyed armored vehicle as the target. 3 bullets struck the vehicle, rendering it a twisted frame of metal. This is the true embodiment of battle damage. After 3 rounds, the generals were equally astounded each time. A single sniper rifle equates to the firepower of a self-propelled artillery piece? It's utterly outrageous. For the final bullet, General Zhou refrained from firing again, choosing instead to preserve it as a memento. Once the bullet tests concluded, everyone returned to their quarters to await the forthcoming rocket tests. Transitioning from the sweltering environment to an air-conditioned room was a delightful reprieve. Gao Yang sipped on ice water while listening to General Zhong inquire about the rocket deployment progress. The response from the soldiers came through the intercom. We are currently deploying. General Zhong glanced at Gao Yang and continued. Once deployed, withdraw an additional 5 kilometers. Retreat from a safe distance of 15 kilometers to 20 kilometers. Remember to use sandbags to construct cover around the vehicles. Next came the waiting, a tedious affair. Yet not a single person exhibited impatience. Only anticipation, boundless anticipation, filled the atmosphere. Had they not just undergone the bullet tests, perhaps their excitement would not have reached such heights. But now, if a single bullet possesses such terrifying power, what about the rockets? How formidable must they be? Half an hour passed, and the voice of a soldier echoed in the room. Report, Test Site 1 is equipped with the detonation device, and the area has been evacuated. You may detonate. General Zhong turned to Gao Yang. Shall you give the command? Without the slightest hesitation, Gao Yang declared, detonate. He then focused on the screens before him. On several of the displays, a transformation occurred. A tan-colored sphere suddenly emerged from the desert terrain. Viewed from above, one could see the tan sphere rapidly expanding outward. Another screen captured the moment of explosion. The imagery was engulfed in a haze of yellow, followed by a signal disruption. Then came the second and the third. These were the targets set up on site, and their destruction indicated the explosion's lethal radius. 100 meters apart. Amidst the tension and excitement of the crowd, within a mere 3 seconds, 26 targets were obliterated. This signified a lethal radius of 2.6 kilometers. This was even greater than the previously estimated damage range. The terrifying shockwaves swept outward, lifting the sand and debris from the ground, scattering it in all directions. Each grain of sand held a fearsome potential for harm. Each particle was akin to iron shot propelled from a blunderbuss. The shockwave receded a full 5 kilometers before gradually calming. In the room, a collective inhalation echoed. The influential figures were utterly astounded. The power displayed was nothing short of extraordinarily terrifying. Is this truly the devastation wrought by a mere 120mm rocket? To describe this as a miniature nuclear bomb would not be an exaggeration. The technician opened his mouth to report the data recorded by the on-site equipment. At the moment of the explosion, a powerful shockwave and air blast erupted from the epicenter. The wind velocity reached a staggering 400 meters per second, equivalent to 10 times that of a Category 12 typhoon. The supersonic winds obliterated all obstacles within a kilometer of the core. The destruction of concrete pillars signifies that within a kilometer radius, no structures or vehicles could withstand that terrifying shockwave. Between 1 kilometer and 2.5 kilometers, some pillars survived, yet all vehicles were annihilated. This zone also falls within the absolute lethal range. Unless one is concealed underground, survival is virtually impossible. From 2 kilometers to 5 kilometers, the air blast and wind speed remained above 50 meters per second, capable of inflicting immense devastation. The technician's voice trembled. This phenomenon, while not a nuclear weapon, possessed a destructive capability comparable to one. It was simply outrageous. The generals and researchers present, listening to the report, turned their gazes toward Gao Yang. Gao Yang, engrossed in the detailed data of the explosion, furrowed his brow after reviewing all the equipment's readings. General Zhong, who was overly excited, noticed Gao Yang's demeanor and inquired with some confusion. Is there an issue with the data? Gao Yang nodded, after conducting tests yesterday and returning to calculate. According to my computations, there is no justification for the explosion's power to be so minimal. All the enthusiastic and exhilarated generals stared blankly at Gao Yang, bewildered by his assertion that it was, indeed, minimal. Chapter 65. Ensuring safety for the rocket shells? A group of people stared blankly at Gao Yang, momentarily rendered speechless. Gao Yang, holding the data, furrowed his brow. After an unexpected incident during testing yesterday, he had recalculated the figures. To his astonishment, the results of the calculations diverged significantly from the test outcomes. According to yesterday's reverse calculation, the rocket's power was expected to increase by approximately one-third. Why was there a discrepancy? As Gao Yang hesitated, a sudden epiphany struck him. Under normal circumstances, rockets are launched, but this time, they were detonated directly on site. He abruptly looked up at General Zhong and declared, "For the second test, let us attempt launching the rockets." "Very well," General Zhong replied without hesitation, promptly arranging for personnel to prepare for the rocket launch. The rocket had a range of 10 kilometers, and the previous test had shown damage at a maximum distance of 5 kilometers, ensuring the safety of the testing personnel. Nevertheless, a defensive structure was still prepared in front, accompanied by an underground chamber, ensuring that even in the event of a more powerful explosion, the testing personnel would remain unharmed. As the testing personnel took their positions, armed with the rocket launcher, they pulled the trigger. A tremendous recoil followed. Fortunately, a support structure was in place, or the launcher would have been propelled away. Once launched, the rocket vanished in an instant, too swift, akin to a supersonic bullet. The next moment, the testing personnel felt vibrations, the sand beneath their feet trembling. They quickly retreated to the underground chamber. Meanwhile, in the observation room, the technicians monitored the situation, reporting on the progress of the test. The explosion's impact point deviated by 60 meters. This margin of error was considerable. With any other RPG, such a discrepancy would yield negligible damage. Yet, for this particular RPG, even a deviation of 600 meters would still result in substantial destruction. The explosion's force radiated outward, the terrifying shockwave swiftly obliterating everything in its vicinity. The entire observation room fell silent, all eyes glued to the screen. This detonation was far more powerful than the previous one, as the sand clouds spread even more rapidly, and the resultant earthwave surged mightily. Damage alerts began to flash for the dummies. After a prolonged silence, the technicians stammered, "The effective damage radius is 3 kilometers. This represented an increase of 400 meters compared to the last test. Although it was merely an additional 400 meters, the area of the damage radius had expanded tremendously. The farther one was from the epicenter, the greater the area affected. The observation room was engulfed in a profound silence. The power exhibited was akin to that of a small nuclear weapon, surpassing the capabilities of the historically infamous little boy. While the latter was deemed weak due to insufficient detonation efficiency, this was merely a rocket. Nuclear weapons are notoriously expensive, yet rockets? Gao Yang's ability to fabricate them in the laboratory demonstrated their astonishing affordability. The onlookers were left in a state of shock, their mouths dry as they mechanically swallowed. They were even hesitant to consider mass production of such devices. If produced en masse, stringent controls would be imperative, akin to the regulations governing nuclear arms. Otherwise, the theft of even a single rocket could lead to catastrophically dire consequences. The absolute lethal radius of 3 kilometers, when unleashed in a densely populated urban environment, could potentially claim the lives of millions in a single strike. It is indeed comparable to a nuclear bomb. Gao Yang reviewed the test data, nodding in agreement. This aligns perfectly. It is likely that the rocket's explosive structure became denser due to the sudden acceleration during its launch. Although the explosive charge was already ample during loading, there remains room for improvement. General Zhong spoke solemnly. "There are 4 more rockets. Seal them all for now." Gao Yang was somewhat taken aback. "Are we not conducting complete tests? The results from the desert tests are already available. We will proceed with testing in several other locations." As General Zhong continued, he cautioned, "For the time being, refrain from manufacturing more of these rockets. Any mismanagement could lead to dire consequences." Gao Yang nodded, "Understood." "Is the manufacturing process particularly challenging?" General Zhong inquired. Gao Yang shook his head. "Not at all. With the materials and equipment available, I could produce several dozen in a day. If we implement assembly line production, the core explosive filling could be automated, and once calibrated, a single machine could yield hundreds." A profound silence enveloped the room. This essentially equates to stating that one machine could produce hundreds of nuclear bombs in a single day. If war were to break out, victory would be assured. Even mindless assaults would guarantee success. Another general interjected, "Can such rockets be scaled up?" "Indeed, they can be enlarged. But the increase in power would be marginal. Doubling the size might yield less than a 10-fold increase in lethal range. While the internal explosive core would be extraordinarily formidable, the overall area of effect would remain limited." One individual remarked. "In other words, for exceptionally fortified defenses, we might consider using larger caliber projectiles." Gao Yang affirmed, "Precisely. The core's power would be significantly enhanced. Can it be incorporated into a missile warhead?" This time it was General Zhou posing the question. Upon hearing this, the attention of the entire assembly sharpened. This was indeed the crux of the matter. The rocket's range is limited to a mere 10 kilometers. Coupled with the rocket's terrifying power, its application is significantly constrained. However, should such a devastating explosive be integrated into a missile warhead, it would signify the advent of long-range strike capabilities. Even if it is not a nuclear weapon, its destructive potential rivals that of one, especially when combined with long-range strike capabilities. The deterrence factor would be formidable. Gao Yang nodded in affirmation under the scrutiny of all present. Certainly. Some attendees found their breaths growing heavier, and one person boldly declared, "I need a copy of the test data and the on-site footage." Other dignitaries clamored for backups. They had come to grasp the situation. Now the next step would be to strategize for deployment. Excitement coursed through them as they departed, emboldened by the prospect of wielding such a formidable weapon. Once the testing concluded, Gao Yang prepared to leave. He boarded a vehicle, heading straight for the nearest airport, and subsequently returned to school. After a 12-hour journey, he arrived at the campus in the evening, fatigued yet fulfilled. These were experiences he had never encountered before. Lying on his dormitory bed, he indulged in a deep slumber, only to be awakened the following morning at 8 by the ringing of his phone. Upon glancing at the caller ID, Gao Yang answered the phone. "Old Chong? The military has sent more personnel to expand the scale of the Langtao machinery processing plant." Gao Yang surmised that following yesterday's tests, the authorities had decided to consolidate all his manufactured items at the Langtao facility, as the previous scale had likely proven insufficient. Hence the expansion. Let it expand, he thought. But how is the construction of my laboratory progressing? The progress is swift. It will be completed in no more than half a month. With half a month already elapsed, the anticipated completion time seemed consistent with earlier estimates. Thus, he needed to prepare the equipment in advance. After ending the call, he dialed President Yuan. President Yuan of the Lonka Institute answered promptly, greeting him with a smile. "I hear you've been testing the new weapon? How did it go?" "Not bad." President Yuan chuckled. "You say not bad. So it must indeed be quite impressive." Just then, a phone rang beside President Yuan. "Please hold on. I have an incoming call from above," he said. Gao Yang was unperturbed. "Sure." President Yuan answered the other call, and at that moment, Gao Yang could only hear his voice. "This is the office of the president of the Lonka Institute." All right." After a string of exclamations, President Yuan hung up, his voice trembling. "The effective lethal radius of your rocket shell has reached a staggering 3 kilometers, and you dare to call this not bad?" Gao Yang did not interject. Curious about the nature of the call from above, "What is going on?" "They are considering safety measures for the rocket shell, akin to those for nuclear weapons." President Yuan could not help but express his disbelief. "In all my years, this is the first time I've heard of implementing such extraordinarily high safety measures for a rocket shell." Chapter 66. A change of direction. Gao Yang could sense the discomfort of Dean Yuan and decided to shift the conversation. "I wish to establish a laboratory and require a batch of equipment. Could you assist me in procuring it?" Dean Yuan appeared somewhat taken aback. "Isn't the Defense Science and Technology University providing you with the finest laboratory? Is that facility insufficient?" "The laboratory is adequate, yet I am considering researching nuclear weapon-related technologies, and the equipment available is inadequate. Moreover, if possible, I would certainly like to upgrade the laboratory to a more advanced level." Dean Yuan chuckled softly. "Very well. Please compile a list of the equipment models and specifications needed and send it to me. I will have the procurement team negotiate on your behalf." "All right," Gao Yang replied, ending the call. When it comes to procuring equipment, the Lonka Institute is undoubtedly swift. With numerous laboratories and research institutes, they regularly purchase experimental equipment in bulk, ensuring both speed and competitive pricing. He promptly sent over the procurement request and quickly got dressed. Just as he finished putting on his clothes, Dean Yuan called back. "Every piece of equipment on your procurement list cannot be sourced by the Lonka Institute. I will have someone adjust the models and parameters for you. Let me know if that works." Gao Yang was somewhat surprised. "Why can't they be procured?" Dean Yuan furrowed his brow. Technical blockade. Gao Yang's brow also creased in confusion. In the past, he had known of technical blockades primarily concerning optical technologies. However, among the equipment he listed, there were many others that could not procure the latest products, all subjected to a technical blockade. Indeed, all cutting-edge equipment, especially those used in laboratories, is unobtainable, no matter the price. Gao Yang fell silent, and on the other end of the line, Dean Yuan remained equally quiet. After a moment, Dean Yuan continued, "However, microscopes are not subject to blockade, as we have reached parity with them in that technology." This remark held a hint of playfulness, yet beneath the levity lay a profound sense of helplessness. After decades of striving to catch up with a 200-year head start, Longhua had indeed made significant progress, yet still fell short. Gao Yang nodded. "All right, please send me the alternatives, and I shall assess their viability." After completing his morning routine, the document containing the alternative equipment was sent over. Upon a brief glance, Gao Yang's brows knitted tightly. Firstly, the disparity in standards between the alternatives and the most advanced offerings was staggering. The smallest gaps were at least tenfold. Furthermore, some of the items were marked with annotations indicating they were cut-down versions, implying that while the equipment's performance was commendable, it could only perform a limited range of tasks. For instance, a machine tool could only cut specified parts. For other models, additional fees were required. Moreover, all equipment necessitated network connectivity for operation, ensuring that the devices would not be compromised during research. If any equipment malfunctioned, one would need to invite technicians from overseas at exorbitant costs to effect repairs. Coupled with the already steep prices, the costs were so outrageous that Gao Yang found them almost ludicrous. Yet, for the people of Longwell wishing to make a purchase, they had no choice but to pay these exorbitant prices, as they lacked the technology to manufacture such equipment themselves. Gao Yang's expression darkened. The avarice displayed by these individuals was truly disheartening. He was loath to part with his money only to receive a heap of useless junk in return. Wouldn't that only serve to disgust him further? Gao Yang made another call to Director Yuan, requesting a copy of the most advanced equipment specifications from domestic manufacturers. Director Yuan, somewhat perplexed, inquired about his intentions. I wish to change my research direction, Gao Yang asserted. Director Yuan quickly interjected, urging him not to act impulsively. You have already achieved results in weaponry research. Continuing down this path could yield boundless accomplishments. Shifting directions would entail delving into an entirely new knowledge system, necessitating a fresh learning process. Thus, Gao Yang explained, I need to collaborate with them to first examine their research materials, enabling me to make breakthroughs based on that knowledge. Director Yuan frowned, realizing Gao Yang was adamant about pursuing this line of inquiry. While it was not uncommon for prominent figures in Long Country to alter their research trajectories due to necessity, even those who had previously been uninformed, current circumstances did not warrant such drastic shifts, as researchers were no longer in short supply. Nevertheless, sensing Gao Yang's strong determination, Director Yuan pondered for a moment before conceding, I will provide you with the requested materials. Should you wish to pursue